Hello and welcome to sunny Saltburn-on-Sea in a red car and Cleveland. It's a beautiful day here and it is time for the British National Road Race Championships for elite women. We've got the men this afternoon, but it's all about the women this morning on one of the most challenging courses in the last decade. And you can see it right there. That is the climb of Saltburn Bank. The slopes of this climb will be the scene where the winners and losers will be set today. It's a climb regularly used in British cycling, but never for the British Road Race Championships. And what a course and what a race we have in store. Look at that sign, 1 in 4. It's going to be a spectacular attritional day of racing. It's been a wonderful week of racing with the British Championships over the last few days. We have the time trial on Wednesday. We had an action-packed, explosive, eventful circuit race championships just a couple of days ago on Friday evening in very different conditions. But today the sun is shining on what's bound to be a wonderful day of explosive racing. I'm Matt Stevens. Alongside me for the ride today, as ever, over the last few years for the National Championships, is Hannah Walker. Hannah, can't wait to get stuck into this one, but I tell you what, I'm glad I'm sat down because this, as I just said, one of the hardest courses we've seen in over a decade.
Good morning, Matt. It certainly is. I think it's one of the most demanding, challenging courses, and the way that this National Championships is being put together across circuits, which I really like to see for the fans at the side of the road who come out and they can pitch up at the side of the road, watch the race come by. But with 7 laps and just touching a little bit below 3,000 metres of elevation across that 132 kilometres, it's going to be an attritional, arduous race, but it's going to provide, I think, so much excitement.
It certainly is. I'm sure we'll see some big crowds packing the side of the route, especially on the main climb. They can nip into the pub, enjoy the delights of Saltburn-on-Sea. Let's look back to last year, though. It was Alice Towers, a maiden professional victory for Wahoo Lacole. A solo victory indeed in the rain at Castle Douglas. And your podium last year, Alice Towers taking the coveted stripes of national champion just ahead of Pfeiffer Georgie and Anna Henderson on that occasion. All 3 of these riders back to battle today, but a completely different course. Rain, windswept last year, but a magnificent, nearly 45-50 mile solo ride by Alice Towers on that particular occasion. A standout performance, and she has enjoyed the privilege of wearing those rainbow stripes, not quite the rainbow stripes, the national colours for the last 12 months, and that is what it is all about today. But a different course, different race conditions, and as Hannah was just saying, one of the most challenging circuits that we've seen in living memory. And they're just rolling out to the start now. This is just the top of the climb. This is the finishing line, as you can see, a little bit cloudy, 22 degrees, but warm. There's the possibility of a little bit of rain later on. Let's hope that does come off, because what goes up, Hannah, must come down. And as well as this particular climb, they've got to lose that elevation to pick it up again. But there's a couple of other small, sharp climbs that punctuate this 18.5 kilometre circuit.
There is. And when you say what goes up must come down, there's actually next to no flat across the whole of this circuit. So you're either climbing or descending. There's 3 main climbs. The longer of the 3 is 1.8 kilometres long with an average gradient of 6.4%, and the others are quite shorter.
Well, thanks, Helen. Let's have a look at the route in a little bit more detail. We've got a funky graphic for you to admire as we just look at the assembled riders on the start. As you see, the sun is shining today. This is what the course is. So, for the 2023 National Road Championships, it's going to be battled out on the very lumpy roads of Saltburn-on-Sea. And the women will face an 18.8 kilometre loop around the Saltburn roads. It's not one for the faint-hearted, with a number of serious short climbs to navigate before the riders drop back down to the coast, and the final charge up Saltburn Bank to the finish will make for some spectacular racing as the riders dig deep to overcome the relentless elevation that will see over 3,000 metres of climbing in the women's race. And there is Saltburn Bank. Just look at that. An average gradient of 12.2, but significantly maximum gradients on those hairpins of 22%. And the women will do 7 laps of this course. So as you said, and nervous times at the start here, but this is going to be a long race as well. 132 kilometres. It's going to be a day. We always talk in cycling about wanting to pace your day right, but go too early on a course like this, and there is no hiding place at all, is it? There's no sitting in the wheels and cruising around with so much climbing.
There's no respite, there's no recovery, but also miss one of those key moves that might go early, and if the race starts to disintegrate relatively early on in the day, it's going to be very difficult to try and get yourself back into contention. And especially when you take a look down at the start list with several teams with strength in numbers. You take a look at Das Handling Bikes, also Pro Noctis, Heidi Kilton, the 200 Degrees team, sort of spearheaded by Joe Tindley. There's going to be strength in numbers, but also some of the riders here that are ones to watch.
Definitely. Well, Alice Towers, the defending champion, is there. Claire Steele, watch out for her. Very good climber from Israel Premier Tech. Josie Nelson, also an under 23, but a very good climber too. Pfeiffer Georgie on the podium last year and has a tremendous season at world team level this year. Anna Henderson is there as well. Anna Shackley, watch out for her for Team SD Works. She's a pure climber. And also Eleanor Baxted, Lizzie Holden, she is the new elite time trial champion, of course. And also watch out for the Uno X pairing of Hannah Barnes and Eleanor Barker. Hannah Barnes, of course, a previous road race champion. So lots of class. It's a big field, 126 riders. One or two riders may have dropped out, but it's a big field on a course that will be super selective. But these top-level professionals battling against these domestic teams will certainly not have it their own way, and that's one of the most unique things about the British Championships. In fact, about any national championships, it is a race like no other. The whole tactical dynamic can be thrown out the window, and it can be quite complex to understand the nuances of racing a British Championship. So you've got to be strong, but you've got to be really thinking all day long. You can't rest up.
I think one thing that we always see at a national championships is just how difficult the race is to control, because many of these riders, those who are racing in the UCI Women's World Tour calendar or at UCI Continental level, they're racing with their teammates who, from of course different nations, and some of them being solo riders here. One standout rider for me today is Claire Steele of Israel Premier Tech. She's had a standout season this year. She's climbing very well, but she's a solo rider for that team, so it's biding your time, picking the right moves to go with, but whilst keeping yourself within the mix. So it's a difficult balance, and I think this is why the National Championships is always an exciting racing. It sometimes can be quite unpredictable.
It certainly can, and you definitely have got to be on your guard, and quite often the way to ride the British Championships is to commit early and go up the road. We saw that. Alice Towers won solo. I don't think she expected to stay away for the entire 50 miles, give or take. It was an incredible solo performance. We were almost there last year watching with our mouths agape. It was an incredible TT performance. And if you do get up the road on your own, sometimes behind, there's that real lack of cohesion. And also as well, one of the things to talk about, although many of these domestic teams will have a leader, it's probably one of the only race of the year where other riders within that team might fancy their chances as well. So it really tests, I think, the relationships of riders within domestic teams too. There's only one jersey up for grabs here, which can be career defining.
I think as well, when it's very rare that we see a course so demanding as this. So I think the cream will really rise to the top, but also those riders who, whether that's you see Hayley Simmons here, as normally you see in perhaps domestic racing, that you don't see such a difficult course like this, and this is a real show for those pure climbers to show what they're capable of.
I do think that some of these pure climbers might want to shake things up early as well, just to set the tempo early on, try and split things on the earlier climbs.
Former national champion there, Jess Roberts, all smiles with her teammate Josie Nelson.
Yeah, watch out for her today. A very experienced rider. There's so much experience here. Some riders have been around a fair time, and then some young pretenders as well. Remember, it's a dual national championships. 4 jerseys will be awarded today. First up, the elite women, and incorporated within the race, the under 23 women as well. And then the same can be said for the men this afternoon. So for the final 4 jerseys of the British National Road Race Championships to be awarded. The countdown begins. And just a quick reminder of the importance of British cycling and the way that we've managed to fund this flag-to-line coverage. And that only comes because of the support of British cycling members. Head to the website and join up if you haven't already. It's only £26 for the year. So the British Cycling National Road Race Championships is underway. there's a short neutralised start, and I tell you what, a lot of riders here, Hannah, will be glad that the race isn't starting right at the bottom of the climb rather than just at the top.
Absolutely, absolutely. That'd be cruel, wouldn't it, at 9 a.m. in the morning? But no, they've got this short, wide run-in during this neutral section before the race will officially get underway.
And worth mentioning as well, the weather conditions there. You can see it's a bright, sunny day, very warm, potentially some rain later on, but that certainly won't affect the women's race, which they'll be pleased of. So safe roads, but there's quite a strong wind blowing, isn't there?
There is.
Sort of southwesterly, so there's going to be some fast sections on the back end of the circuit heading into the finish. The climb should be crosswind, and again, this could affect the racing. It could actually neutralise potentially a couple of the climbs.
The wind conditions today, as you just mentioned, Matt, that south-southwesterly wind, around 24 kilometres per hour, but it's those gusts that are going to be blowing throughout the day, and you see the gusts of winds upwards of 50 kilometres per hour during today, and it only gets worse as the day goes on. So from sort of 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock onwards, that's when the weather conditions really start to change up here. But beautiful roads, beautiful scenery, not much time for the riders to be taking a look at that, but it could mean that the weather conditions have an effect on the way that the race goes.
Indeed, we've had racing here in the past, as I alluded to earlier on. The Klondike Grand Prix was here for several years, and we got some racing later on in the year actually on this particular course, which we'll talk about a little bit later on. But the flag will soon be pulled into the car and the racing will begin proper. Such a special race. This weekend, most of the national championships throughout Europe and the rest of the world take place. There are a few countries which do it midweek or on other weekends, especially down under, of course. But this is a special weekend ahead of the Tour de France, and then 3 weeks later the Tour de France Femme. So that little bit, I mean, they pass through the finish over the climb. It just keeps dragging. There's no real descent immediately after the finish line. Is that what makes this climb particularly interesting? It's steep, but there's no initial part to actually offer up any recovery of sorts.
There isn't, and it's just almost an exhausting circuit, isn't it? Because you don't have any flat across this circuit. It's just constantly up and down, and even the small little drags, it's leg sapping, isn't it? And because you're doing this circuit 7 times and then totaling 132 kilometres, just less than 3,000 metres of elevation, it's just a wearing down process. And I think it could be a race where we don't see too many riders going off the front, but it's at the back end of the peloton where you really see the damage, just 1s and 2s starting to lose contact throughout the whole race.
Yeah, especially if a few riders start to try and press on a little bit. And I have a feeling that even earlier on in this race there'll be several riders who want to press on and try and thin things down, because as well as the climbs, as we were just talking about, there's several very fast ascents, especially the plunge down into Saltburn-on-Sea, colloquially known locally as Saltburn. Tension mounts. Who will be the first rider to try and launch themselves up the road? You can see the body language of these riders. They're fully focused, aren't they, already? It's almost like we're starting a criterium, not a 132 kilometre long road race, which is going to take the best part 3.5, 4 hours on a course like this. It is going to be a relatively modest average speed because of the elevation. It
is, but like you say, Matt, you can see that many teams wanting to make sure that they're up towards the front and the flag is waved into the car pulls away, and the 2023 National Road Race Championships are underway.
They certainly are, and there's accelerations immediately. We thought that would certainly be the case, and that has happened. So this, again, these first few glimpses of this course just show you how undulating it is. It's just up and down all the way, very little chance of recovery, but nice wide roads. We're heading towards the top part of the circuit. This is a Hob Mill Lane. We'll then swing a left and then head towards Skelton Castle. That's where there'll be a block headwind section before they start to swing back down, taking another climb before they drop back down into Saltburn Lane. But some initial splits already off the front here. So solo rider fully low. First rider to attack has gone clear. But on a course like this, do you know what? It's if you get yourself up the road, it's not bad. It's going to take a fair bit of effort, but to get yourself up the road, you're not involved in all the chaos behind, and you can actually ride these climbs at your own pace. Really
respectable move here by the rider from Team Boom Pods. trying to get herself as low as possible, as aerodynamic as possible, and you can see just how the road rises and falls, and even on that descent that you can see with the long convoy of cars behind, pedaling all the way down, and you can never really take a moment to freewheel. At the moment, starting to open up a nice little advantage. 3 riders trying to come across, but looks to have amassed to nothing.
I think that was Francesca Hall of Loughborough Lightning just behind. She was very aggressive earlier in the week. Well, on Friday, only a couple of days ago, in fact, in the criterium. Ultimately won by Megan Barker. As we look a little bit further back down, this is Lizzie Brooke from Wahoo Cole. Happy to sit at the back. Part of the Wahoo Cole team. Been around a few years now. Of course, we've got the Life Plus team as well in this race. Many decent teams, but yeah, decided to sit this one out just at the back at the moment. Happy to rest up as our solo rider continues to plunge down. And again, our first initial sighting of some of these very fast technical descents that she's taking a real pace here. And again, one of the things we will see in both of the races is the ability to descend at speed as well. Riders not just taking opportunities on the climbs, but we've got closed roads here, so the riders are picking their lines down this descent. So it's not a course, as we said in our preview, for the faint-hearted, because you've got to be able to descend well if you're going to make a difference on a course like this.
You've got to be able to descend well, but also be able to position yourself well, because there's some parts on the course where we've got narrow roads on a descent, you've got tight corners, you've also got the cat eyes in the middle of the road. So if you're sort of middle of the peloton and you're on one of these fast descents, you know how they can sort of throw you off a little bit. See Lizzie Brooke powering away to try and get back into this peloton, but doesn't look awfully comfortable. As you see, a problem here.
Well, somebody's unchipped their chain. That's one of the
Alice
riders
Barnes.
from the pro. It's Alice Barnes from the Human Powered Health, a former national champion, of course. That isn't what you want. It's classic, because this course you climb and you descend, you carry the momentum, but if you do your gear change a little bit late, to drop it onto the small ring, because these climbs are so steep, super punchy climbs, the chain can be thrown off. But I'm sure Alice Barnes will get back on, but it's certainly not what you would like so early on. But lovely wide open roads here. In fact, the bunch almost as wide as it is deep here, as we hopefully will identify that solo rider off the front if we could just catch her number. But no worries there for the rider that was just off the back. Lizzie Brooke is back in contact. You can pick up a lot of momentum actually if you just bide your time and just drift off the back of the bunch. It can be the place to ride. You get that vacuum effect just at the back, that real dirty air, and you can slingshot yourself up part of the climb and carry that momentum. And on a course like this, riding smart, Hannah, is so important. It's all about conserving as much energy as you can towards the back end of the race. But this sort of course, the technical nature of it with those plunging descents and those short kickers, is actually positioning yourself in the bunch and getting as much free speed and free momentum as you can, and that accumulated over 7 laps could really set you in good stead later on.
It's going to make all the difference, and a rider who is efficient throughout the race, is, you just see a little touch of wheels on the far left hand side there, a rider who is efficient, you're going to need to save as much energy as you possibly can. As you see our rider from Team Boom Pods, Charlotte Hodgkins, Burn, gap starts to whittle down now.
Yeah, it was an interesting little attack by Hodgkins Burn there from the Boom Pods team. But it does look as if she's going to be brought back very early on. Already, this is the 3rd climb that I've identified, and we haven't even plunged back down again. So as well as the significant climbs that we've talked about, there are several little rises. And this, we're talking about the attritional nature of this race, the amount of elevation. To remind you, 2,825 metres of elevation. Similar to an alpine stage or a mountainous stage of the Giro d'Onne or the Tour de France Femme avec Zwift, but spread out differently. So it's lots of little efforts rather than one long climb.
Very, very different. And when you take a look at the course profile, we only reach that the highest point on the course is around 185 metres above sea level. But it's the accumulation of the whole course that amounts to that 2,825 metres total across the whole race. So it's you know, for those pure alpine climbers who thrive on a long ascent of, you know, talking on 20, 25 kilometres, where all that elevation comes at the back end of a stage, this is a constant grind. It's constantly up and down, the constant accumulation. So see another move here from one of the riders.
From Brother UK, I think it is. Yeah, this is a nasty steep climb. She's got that gear going really nicely, actually. Decided to accelerate clear. And as you were just saying, yeah, these accumulate. You could argue, although I'm sure I might be challenged, but a course like this arguably is more challenging because you're putting out more power on these climbs. You're not spreading the effort out as evenly. It's a real staccato, up and down sort of day. And at this sort of course, if you haven't trained on this sort of course before, conservation of effort obviously crucial, but significantly it can tire you out far easier because these repetitive, almost interval-like efforts on these climbs, it very quickly starts to set deep fatigue into the body.
It's almost that explosive power that you need consistently, and when you break it down across the whole course, you could be making upwards of sort of 100 accelerations throughout the day, and without any flat roads to try and recover, and some of these descents being quite sticky and grippy on the tarmac, let's say, where you can't just freewheel down. With solo riders starting to and trying to attempt to go up the road, Harriet Graham of the Brother UK orientation marketing team in the light blue and the pink jersey here.
Yeah, it's a good little move here by Harriet Graham. She's got two teammates with her in this field. Another Harriet Evans and Ellis Inglis, an under-23 rider. So 3 representatives from this squad. But a good little move going clear, but she's not been given too much leeway. But what we are getting for the first time, Hannah, which is exceptionally instructive for us, as Hannah Barnes, Alice Barnes, should I say, her sister is riding too for Uno X. But Alice Barnes back in the back of the peloton. But that will have cost her a little bit. And there you go, look at the trees on the left-hand side, really moving with that strong breeze that we've got blowing from a southwesterly direction. But this is a good little move. She's managing to open up a nice gap here. And the camera angle foreshortening it, so she's got a good 10 or 15 seconds. And
this is the damage that started to be done early on this part of the course. You can just see moments ago we had Georgina Oakley in the black jersey starting to be distanced. Likewise was Amber Harding.
So Graham now descending, takes a glance over her shoulder. Right now she's got empty tarmac between her and the rest of the peloton. And you can tell actually just by the cadence there, and the speed she's moving up, this is moving into quite a stiff headwind as she heads down to the southerly part of the circuit. And she's got just a handful of seconds there, 7 seconds it's saying, as the road goes down again. You are quite right. I'm trying to, when I see a flat bit of road, I'll tell you, because I haven't seen one flat bit of road so far at all. It is literally down or up, and it really is different. It's racing on British roads is characterised by the road surface, the grippy road surface we generally have here, which knocks down the average speed a little bit. Then you've got this up and down, often technical terrain. And it is quite a stark reminder for a lot of the women here riding who are on continental teams to come back to the UK. The style of racing is harder. It's maybe not as quick, but the dynamics of the racing are completely different. And it takes a little bit of while of getting used to, doesn't it?
I think it's a combination of several things, Matt. I think it's the types of roads that we have in the UK where predominantly it is sort of short, steeper climbs. We don't have these long alpine climbs that you would see in France or even sort of in the north of Italy. Kind of very similar types of roads that you'd see in the Basque Country in Spain, where it's the draining, they're harsh, grippy roads. See, Lizzie Brooke looks to be stuck in a very big gear there, constantly sort of yo-yoing on and off the back of the peloton. Doesn't look all too comfortable.
No, she's definitely dropping off. I mean, some riders like to. There will be a disparity between the riders' ability to descend. That happens across the whole of the cycling world, but quite often riders will drop back a little bit. That's where they feel more comfortable. But yeah, she's leaving a little bit of work to be done when she gets back on. Every time she leaves a gap on the climb, it means she's got to push into the wind to get back on. But meanwhile, at the very pointy end of the race, it's still Harriet Graham from Brother UK Orientation Marketing, still clear, and she's working hard here. and she's opening up a lead. It's definitely more than 7 seconds, more of approaching, I would say, about 20 or 30 seconds now as the road continues to rise. I thought I spotted a flat bit there, but no, I think it's downhill straight into an uphill there, Hannah. But a good rhythm being set now. 12 seconds it's saying the lead is, but I think that's constantly growing. But she's got real fluidity in her pedalling strike here, and she's actually looking pretty good.
She's always maintaining a really nice smooth cadence as well, and so she always seems to find herself in a good gear. Once she gets onto a part of the course where it starts to rise, she's never overgeared, meaning she's using a lot of energy. She's always well prepared just ahead of climbs, and constantly taking a little glance around, seeing the situation behind. But for Geraint, this gap continuing to grow here, the rider from Brother UK Orientation Marketing.
Yeah, it's a good little move. Certainly getting herself into a good position ahead of the first proper ascent, or the first full ascent of Saltburn Bank. They're approaching halfway around this circuit now as they swing back in essentially a northeasterly direction, and that's along Kilton Road, and that in turn takes us into Kilton Thorpe Lane. We drop back down, kick up Lawn Terrace, and then we're heading back in a northwesterly direction towards the finish. We drop down and then kick up Saltburn Bank with its fearsome slopes of 22%, but she's worked herself a good lead now, 18 seconds. The thing is, a course like this, we've described how much energy it takes to ride. There's not a lot of benefit of riding in the wheels, given the gradient of these climbs. But even solo out on your own, you've got to push on to establish that lead, but you've also got to be very mindful of moderating your effort and not going too deep too early. It's easy to get that little bit of an adrenaline dump. You're in the lead in the national championships, but it's all about discipline here, isn't it? And making sure she just holds a bit back and settles into that rhythm.
It's managing the effort, but also managing the excitement of going too early. You feel good, you've got good legs, you're early on in the race. It's sort of, you find yourself with this gap, and it's easy to sort of overreach yourself, and you know, towards the back end of the race you are quite depleted in your stores, and when the main moves maybe start to go, you don't quite have what it takes. But at the moment, you know, Geraint, she seems to be managing this well. You can see her clicking through the gears into the big ring, taking a little glance around, seeing, and at this point probably hoping that a couple more riders might come across. She wants to try and initiate this move, but a couple of riders come across to her. You can just see at the front there Natalie Grinzer on the right hand side with the yellow and black jersey of Stade Rochelet. Hannah Barnes on the far left in the yellow as former national champion. You can just see on the cuffs of her sleeves there.
Yeah, just saw one of your picks. Well, a lot of people fancy chances. Claire Steele's just on the front there as well. But yeah, Geraint. Yeah, just a reminder, these pictures are being beamed to us via 4G technology, so there might be a little bit of picture breakup, but it is exceptionally impressive that we can actually bring you flag-to-line coverage. And again, a reminder of thanking the British cycling members here of essentially funding this. It is wonderful to see. We've had it over the last couple of years, of course. We will be seeing racing actually on the 1st of October again on this circuit, and that's thanks to the big support of Redcar and Cleveland Council. So BC will be returning here to the borough for the final round of the National Road Series on Sunday the 1st of October in the newly named East Cleveland Classic, previously the Klondike Grand Prix. So as well as battling it out for the jersey and the medals and a good position, you could also argue it's an opportunity to a bit of a rehearsal for the race in a few weeks' time, well, in a few months' time, should I say, right at the very back end of the season. So more racing to come on this circuit. And one rider just went the wrong way around that little roundabout there. But for the first time now, as we approach this low signal area, there is a little bit more pace being set about at the front. So the first time in this race that we've seen any real significant activity at the front of the peloton. So Geraint plunging down, slightly narrower roads here. We turned left off that big main road into more of a traditional country lane on this beautiful coastline. You can just see the sea out in front, absolutely gorgeous, but quite Couple of technical bends here, Hannah, but this is the way you want to be. On the front, you can pick your line.
And hence why the shape in the peloton has completely changed, as opposed to what we saw 2, 3, 4 kilometres ago, where, as you said, the peloton was as wide as it was deep. There was so much room on the road for the peloton to make their way. But when you go onto this narrow descent where it twists and turns, you want to make sure that you're up towards the front, you're staying out of trouble, but essentially you're not getting yourself caught out on as the peloton starts to string itself out. Lizzie Brooke again just starting to lose 10, 12 bike lengths, and that was the moment at the start of the head of the peloton where you saw Alice Barnes so tactically astute, knowing exactly where she needs to be in order to conserve her energy. Sitting second wheel, the rider for Human Powered Health, as we see Graham continue to pursue down this part of the course.
Yeah, Graham looking good. This is where they'll pick up a bit of a cross tailwind actually. When we swung left into Milton Thorpe Lane, that's where they're picking up the tailwind. So they are moving, as well as the elevation loss, gravity's on their side, they've got the weather on their side, the wind gently pushing them along this section. And there'll be a right-hander. They'll then swing a sharp left, a 90-degree left is coming up into Lawn Terrace, and then we'll plummet right back down to the coast. But definitely the place to be out in front, or at least near the head of the peloton. And as you were saying, Hannah, that's why we saw the peloton completely change shape as riders pushed on, investing a little bit of power to put yourself at or near the front, just so you can keep an eye on this descent, because there was quite a few technical corners there. No chevrons, it's only country lane.
Consequently, spending a little bit more energy before you get to the narrow part of this part of the course, you end up saving so much more energy, making sure you're up towards the front of the peloton and making sure you're well positioned and well placed. And it's really apparent. You can start to see the UCI Continental teams, the riders who ride for the Women's World Tour teams, just how astute they were to that part of the course. And this time gap now to Graham starting to whittle down because of the injection of pace in the peloton here, led by the Loughborough Lightning team in the purple jerseys. Just behind that is the duo of Uno X. Just starting to be distanced here is Eva Callin.
Yeah, they were very active, Loughborough Lightning, the other night in the Circuit Race Championships, just down the road in Saltburn. Sorry, a little bit further. We're in Saltburn now, but we were just down in Redcar the other night. But again, this is this real tight left-hander, but dry conditions. You can just see that the windmill generating the power on the right-hand side, moving pretty swiftly. 124k to go. Won't be too long before we drop back down into the finish line to complete our first lap. But before they do complete lap number one, we've got the fearsome climb off Saltburn Bank, and I'm wondering what will happen on that climb. Will we see riders go early? Will we see some of the riders who want to thin this group out a little bit start to press on? But still Graham out in front on her own. She's only got a handful of seconds now, and it is one of the most active riders from the other night from the aforementioned Loughborough Lighting team, Francesca Hall, who's happy to do the pacemaking. She was very active, but happy to try and bring this back together as we look towards the back of the bunch. And it is still Lizzie Brooke ploughing a lonely furrow, trying to get back in contact. But both of the Barnes sisters at or near the front there, and also another rider who was recently been doing some heat acclimatisation, Eleanor Barker, also there as well, Olympic champion of course, but looking good. Also the first sighting as well there of Pfeiffer Georgie, who's had an absolutely tremendous season so far with DSM, former under-23 national road champion of course. And watch out for her today as we look a little bit further back. One or two of the riders who were distanced on the descent and are now trying to get back on. So difficult when you get dropped on your own here, Hannah, though, isn't it? Especially with this wind, to get back in contact, because they are moving very quickly up this long drag. And Graham still persisting with this effort. Undoubtedly, you would imagine, hoping for at least one or two riders to get across to it.
She'll just be hoping, praying at some point that the riders will come across, but I think any moment now then this is all going to come back together. But we've seen in the past, haven't we, Matt, where when riders are in the breakaway and they still have a handful of seconds, they still are persistent with their move in that breakaway, it almost brings the peloton into that false sense of what's going on, and then next minute the gap starts to grow out again to the breakaway, and Graham, still persisting with this move, takes that sweeping right-hander, wind onto the right-hand shoulder now. You can hear the buffeting of the wind.
You certainly can. Sorry, it's really blowing quite strongly here. But for a lot of the riders, you would imagine, having been here a few days, they would have at least ridden one lap. But anybody who hasn't seen the circuit, it's now almost complete. Real fast main road as we drop down in, moving from the sinuous, twisting country lanes, traditional country lanes, of course, which North Yorkshire is famous for. But still Graham on the front, and they're going to be doing probably at the best part of 70, 80, 90 kilometres an hour as we look at a great shot of the wind. The Union Jack there flapping around in a very strong breeze, and this is a good ride here by Graham. She was almost caught, they could almost reach out and touch her, but she has persisted with this effort, and this is something we see quite commonly, isn't it? It's just the last few metres that often riders don't really want to pull them back. But Graham here, it's going to be a hard opening lap for her, but she will be hoping to maybe provide a catalyst for some riders to come clear, because this is going to have been quite a taxing opening few kilometres for her.
Excellent performance here, a little shake of the head there where you start to see the gritting of the teeth, but for Graham, it's also giving yourself that potential sliding room as the race goes on, and putting yourself in a position as another handful of riders start to lose distance, and that's the damage being done at the back of the peloton. Several riders finding themselves in difficulty. A couple of riders from St. Piran. Lizzie Holden just down the centre of the road, the rider from the UAE Team ADQ, the newly crowned national time trial champion, and what a performance from the rider from the Isle of Man.
Yep, she, I think, will be a big threat today, that is for sure. One of the clear favourites, hails from the Isle of Man, knows hilly terrain, but that was a superb performance to win that title. She is the elite national TT champion. Those races took place on a fast course on a Wednesday. Josh Tarling taking up the senior title for the men. As we look at Graham with only a 6-second advantage, and you're quite right to point out the fact she shook her head, because essentially it looks as if this brave effort is going to come to nothing, and indeed her hopes have been snuffed out. But we need riders to do that. The very nature of bike racing, and it wasn't a bad call, it just didn't quite come to pass. I did think we might see a little break going, but on a course like this, as well as it's trying to strike the right balance, isn't it, Hannah? It's sometimes on a course like this you can race it from the front, but also if you don't need to, you need to hold back, because once you get to a third distance, half distance, you'll really start to feel the pain in those legs. So you need to just hold things back, be patient, and just almost let the road do the work on a course like this. It's so hard. Okay, racing it even harder will make it worse, but this, just riding this course and doing 7 laps is hard enough.
It's very taxing, but as you say, Matt, it's about biding your time, being patient, and not getting too carried away, because a lot of these riders, they'll come into this national championships with their peak form. This being a big target for all of these riders, these teams, that they want to try and come home with the national stripes, and they want to come away with that national jersey. So when you've got, and there's been a number of riders who didn't take to the start this morning, we've got 104 riders here, all vying to try and take the national stripes. And so you can see many of the teams so active up towards the front. Danny Kahn sitting in second wheel, the rider from St. Piran, former junior track sprint champion. That's back 10 years ago now, when it was held in Glasgow. She's had a number of years in the endurance side of the sport. You see there on the left-hand side the sole representation from Team SD Works, Anna Shackley. If there was a course that was going to suit her in the national championships that we've seen over the last couple of years, today is going to be the one. And she's gone from strength to strength. Of course, represented Great Britain at the Olympic Games in Tokyo in 2021 alongside Lizzie Deignan. But for Shackley, a real opportunity to try and take the stripes.
Yeah, I think when you look at the assembled field here and you really drill down and look at the type of rider that would function well on a course like this, Anna Shackley might actually be the preeminent favourite, because she is one of the purest of climbers. That's not to take anything away from the Barnes sisters or the likes of Pfeiffer Georgie of their undoubted class, but this particular course in extremis does suit the purer climbers. Although we've got some big sweeping downhills, we've got the wind blowing as well. I think if there was a course over the last few years that was going to suit Anna Shackley, this would be the one. Not to put too much pressure on her young shoulders, but she's been climbing well this year. She's fitted in perfectly with, let's say, SD Works. It's the biggest women's teams in the world. It is the big super team, isn't it? There are lots of course strong teams in the top level of women's cycling, but that team is just packed to the rafters with stars, and she has fitted in so well.
She has, and she had a really strong start to the year at the UAE Tour in February, where she finished second overall in the youth classification. She was fourth overall in the general classification. And Matt, just take a look at this on the road now, because we're starting to see significant groups start to open up on this fast, wide part. It's still being pushed on by Frankie Hall of Loughborough Lightning in the purple jersey, just on the middle of the road at the moment. Also Awal O'Shea starting to come to the front with a number of riders, and never too far away is Hayley Simmons, one of their protected riders for today.
Yep, also noticed Eleanor Baxter as well for Trek Segafredo, also in the mix. A lovely shot of the group as they plummet down, edging ever nearer towards the finish line as they disappear. Looks like they're actually disappearing into a large hedge. They're not. Do not worry, folks. But a great shot here. There you go, 116.9 k's to go. It won't be too long before we complete the first lap of 7. And we've got a real sense of what this course is all about. But I think we are right. There is no flat at all, but a wonderful shot of the peloton as they speed down this descent, rapidly heading towards this coast. This is a beautiful part of the world. It is absolutely spectacular. Just look at that. A dramatic, wonderful setting here for the British National Road Race Championships. A real showcase location, I think. And here we go. They sweep left, and we are now on the lower slopes of the fearsome climb of Saltburn Banks, with a couple of twisting hairpin bends, and that's where the gradient really starts to rear its head.
It's where it really starts to bite on some of these hairpins, and that's where we see the gradients of a staggering 22%. And the average gradient of this climb, 12.2%, but you can just see how the road starts to ramp and rise, and it's really apparent when you see where the sea is in the background here, and once we get to the top of that climb, just how much elevation you have gained in such a short distance. Just at the front here, Claire Steele's coming to the fore for Israel Premier Tech in that blue jersey, just wanting to try and take control, but Anna Henderson in the yellow jersey for Jumbo-Visma just getting onto the wheel of Steele's.
Yeah, Joe Tindley also not too far away as well, in the red jersey, just behind the Jumbo-Visma rider in the yellow. And they're looking very comfortable. Lizzie Holden as well in the blue and purple of UAE.
And also there is Zoe Langham in the red jersey. So a real prolific climber that, Matt, you and I know Zoe Langham very well, having seen her race in esports on Zwift at World Championship level, combining her aspirations of professional cycling alongside being a doctor. You can just see her sitting in the top 10 there. A brilliant performance to be mixing it up with those riders who spend their year racing on the Continental and World Tour scene.
Yeah, she's up in Nottingham, isn't she, in the hospital up there. A very likeable character, ridiculously talented, but she's looking good at the moment. But these, of course, are the early stages. That is lap number 1, 6 laps to go now. And as we predicted, that a move has been brought back, but now it's some of the cream has already started to rise to the top. I think I can just see Alex Maurice as well from Canyon SRAM, and just on the left hand side there, the Zwift Academy winner, just bedding herself in for the first of a couple of seasons with the World Tour outfit. But already, look at this, Hannah, we've got a selection. Okay, we started with a big field, but there's probably about 40 or 50 riders. I'm sure that a few will get back on again, but a lot will never see the front of this course again, and that was primarily due to that injection of pace by Claire Steele's. The big riders wanting to try and whittle this group down in the early stages, and that is the damage that's been done. Remember, that group was primarily all together at the bottom of the climb, and there's our early leader, Graham, just rolling through. Just shows how much that initial lap, the effort of that initial lap has taken out of her, but maybe indicative of the fact she wanted to try and buy herself some sliding space as well.
Have that sliding room in the peloton and test yourself. If this is not a course that suits your capabilities and your attributes as a rider, well, why not try something different and try and force a move? You never know how that could go, who might come with you, and what type of riders will be up there with you. But I think with that fantastic effort that she put in, and also with that injection of pace up the climb by Claire Steels, it's done a lot of damage to a number of riders as teams start to formulate themselves together. You can just see the team of Pro Noctis, Heidi Kjelsken in the red jerseys, just got a number of riders up towards the front, Zoe Langham, Joe Tindley, and they've been having a superb season already this year. They're at club team level. They've been doing a lot of their racing out over in Belgium thanks to the gateway scheme of the Rayner Fund and the Rayner Foundation. And so they've been having some brilliant results out there, the likes of Robin Clay, Joe Tindley. They've been winning the Kermesses over in Belgium and having a real standout season, I think, going from strength to strength. Next year, they're hoping to, you can just see Tindley there sitting in second wheel just behind her teammate, Amy Gornall. They're hoping to secure the funding to try and make it to the UCI continental level. So huge aspirations for this team in red.
Well, that's great. They've all, over the last couple of seasons, they always ride the national championships and indeed the national series with real discipline. They ride as if they are a team that's on a higher standing base. So they're just very well organised. Primarily in the crits, they look after the Joe Tindley, of course, but they really ride with discipline and they're happy to sacrifice themselves for others. Today might be a little bit different, as we've talked about before, but no, that's great to hear. I didn't know that. That's great to hear that they're a team with aspirations and they've got plans for the future.
But I think where we'll see today go is their protected riders, whereas normally, like you say, Matt, in the crits, it's going to be Joe Tindley, and Amy Gornall also thrives in those types of races as well, is they'll be turning themselves inside out to protect Zoe Langham and Bexy Dew. And so they're the protected climbers within the squad. And it's all about having that strong bond, trust, that unit within a team. And it's something that they do so well. And you can see it in the way that they race.
Yeah, definitely. Always prominent at the front, was riding in a good position. And always happy and active to get in moves and also to set the tempo at the front, which is being done by O'Shea, the rider just behind. One of our favourites too is Claire Steele, 36 years of age now, so experienced. Recently, to give you an indication of the form of Claire Steele, just sat in second position there, just unsighted at the moment, with the white shoulders and the purple body to that kit, that distinctive kit of Israel Premier Tech. Recently 6th overall in the Tour of Switzerland for women, just showing. I mean, she's always been a good climber, but again, she is in good form heading into this national championships. And again, for her, could be one of the biggest opportunities of her career at a proper tilt for those with the magnificent red, white and blue stripes.
She could be, and taking her first professional victory earlier on this year as well at the Revolta over in Spain. It was a one-day race, and so she's had a lot of racing and a lot of racing kilometres in the bag already this season. 42 race days Claire Steele has had.
So
it's a lot, and we're only sort of halfway through the season, but I think what Claire Steele has shown, the rider who sits in third place currently at the moment, is that she's able to manage that race load and the training load so well.
Yep, you can see that just by the consistency of the results. It's not as if they'd started off and then dropped away. They have been consistent all through the season so far, highlighted of course by the win that you just mentioned. So we can just see a few riders have managed to get back in contact, swelling this group a little bit more, but as you can see, there are groups all over the road already. And although that was a little bit of a nudge and a slight test, it certainly wasn't a ferocious acceleration by Claire Steels, who's now slotted down in to third position. Also still looking good. Never very far from the front at all is Francesca Hall there, just put her bead on back in with the purple kit. Just behind her, the former champion from a few years back, that's Hannah Barnes in a very distinctive livery of the Uno X Pro Cycling team. Two riders from Uno X here, of course, the incredibly decorated Eleanor Barker as well. Eleanor Barker MBE, just sitting behind her teammate. Alice Barnes just sat in the middle there in that orange kit. Herself a former national road race champion as well as elite circuit race champion. So Barnes exceptionally talented, and also just moving through several other riders, just giving themselves a little bit of extra pace, also moving through as well, who rode really well the other day, Millie Cousins and Sophie Wright from Phoenix de Koning as well. So watch out for those two in that distinctive blue, navy blue kit.
Well, they've just come off a huge training camp as well with their team. It was the Phoenix de Koning World Tour squad, the Phoenix de Koning development team, who were over there with the men's pro team of Alpecin de Koning. They were over in La Plagne, and they had one big altitude training camp, so they're going to come into this with great form. And Sophie Wright, we've seen in the past what a brilliant climber she is, former mountain biker, really going from strength to strength.
Yeah, a few more riders now getting on. Again, it won't surprise me, or it shouldn't surprise people, that we might see this race have its moments where it settles down a little bit, because it is so hard, and riders only have a certain amount of energy. There's a finite resource of which to pull upon, despite the fact that these riders will be constantly fueling, topping themselves up with fluids all day for the duration of this race, and of course getting those carbs on board. You cannot ride every single one of these climbs hard. It's all about the conservation of energy, and making sure you do save yourself to be effective in the final stages, whilst at the same time making sure a dangerous move doesn't go clear. So it's just constantly tempering and never stopping paying attention.
You talk about feeding and fueling and making sure that you're keeping on top of your reserves and keeping on top of your fueling strategy. The feed zone doesn't open until lap 3, and that will close at lap 7. They can't take bottles or any gels until 30 kilometers into the race from their team car and the convoy behind. So you've got to really make sure that you've come into the first part of the race, the first 30 kilometers, just over an hour of racing, just less than, with sufficient amount of food. Make sure that you can see each rider with 2 bottles on their bikes. I think as the race goes on, you might perhaps see that riders will go down to 1 bottle and just do 1 bottle per lap, because that's half a kilo, or just over half a kilo every time that you're dragging round. Whereas if you're going to take a bottle each lap through the feed zone and have the opportunity to go back to your team car, again, it's all about saving weight, power to weight.
It is, yeah, that's something that a lot of riders will bear in mind and have a plan for that. But it's an interesting point, because the National Championships is an event like no other. We've got lots of very well organised teams. Some of the finest riders in the world are here, and there's also riders who aren't doing this full time, riders who are part time, who don't have quite the same infrastructure. So they'll have friends and family out on the road. But what we also see as well, a good colleague of ours, of course, who co-commentated with me on the British Circuit Race Championships, is on the ground as part of a team where I think she's driving the team car, but there's several different teams that she'll be feeding for, and that's something that you see. It's something unique at the National Championships, as there is it was nearly a crash. It's clearly somebody dropping their chain.
Mia Evans, by the looks of things.
Yeah, spins the back wheel, just checks everything's in order. No panic there from Evans. But again, on these, once the pace knocks it back a little bit, and if you do try and change gear under pressure, even with the gearing system that we have now, they're so finely tuned. But if you do if you get the gear change wrong on a climb like this, you will suddenly grind to a halt, and there's a little bit of a touch of wheels. But thankfully, on this occasion, Hannah, nobody actually properly hit the deck. I just think it was what we colloquially call a gear grind.
A gear grind, but you can just see that even when the pace and when you're not on a technical part of the circuit, when a rider has a little mechanical, you just saw the rider from Awol O'Shea there doing very well not to almost touch wheels, because sometimes those slow crashes that you can see and that happen right in front of you, and you can almost feel they happen in slow motion, don't they, Matt? Sometimes can be some of the most hard-hitting. Everyone fortunately okay. Mia Evans just getting that gear sorted out there, spinning the wheel and back on a bike.
Yeah, no panic at all. Very experienced rider, as we get a good shot of the road rising upwards in front. Yeah, just back to that point, they're quite often the riders that will they'll be, as one of the smaller teams, might help out some of the local riders, and they might put some bidons in, a couple of spares. There'll be neutral service as well available to the riders here, where riders will offer up a wheel or two, and some bidons so everybody in some in some capacity will get service, and there's quite a nice collective feel to the National Championships. It's like a race like no other, where some riders will come in unsupported. They will get a little bit of help from a team car that they can identify. So it's quite friendly in that sense.
It is, and it's something so unique about the National Championships, isn't it? And team cars, you can have a team car in the convoy if you're looking after 3 riders or more. So for Danny Christmas, and of course looking after Alice Towers and Alex Morris, but she'll also be looking after other teams
which are essentially rivals.
Yeah, essentially rivals on the road, but for the likes who are sole riders and sole representatives from their team, Anna Shackley, Eleanor Backstead, Claire Steels, also Abby Smith from EF Education, Tivco, Silicon Valley Bank, they might perhaps form an allegiance and have their spare bikes on the roof of the car.
Again, of course, that doesn't necessarily extend over into the tactical side of the race, because they will be certainly at each other's throats later on in the final stage of this race, fighting it out for the jersey, the medals. I see a couple of riders just starting to drop back now. This one is Gemma Mitchell from the Boom Pods team, and several riders starting to struggle 2 laps into this race. And this beautiful climb here. Well, it's not beautiful for the riders that are suffering, but I do love the dappled effects you get on the road surface here, with that canopy above, the trees almost joining at the top and forming this green roof, allowing a little bit of sunlight through. It is quite beautiful, but I think the riders out the back here certainly won't be thinking about that.
It's probably and I say warm welcome, it's probably a cool welcome to have a little bit of shade on the road at this point, because it is very warm out on the roads. It's walking 23, 24 degrees at this point in the morning, so keeping your body temperature as cool as possible as you see
this is
groups
up,
start to go away.
Yeah, sorry, we're starting with the back roads, we're moving through, and this is, look at the pace. There's already an enormous split. That was Alice Barnes in that little group out the back, so somebody's accelerated to clear, and it's Claire Steels. Claire Steels using that climbing experience, that climbing form. She's Anna Shackley sensing that this could be a good time to just inject a little bit more pace, because the selection has been made. Most of the big world team riders, the real superstars of women's cycling, British women's cycling, are at the front there. Most of the jerseys you can pick out, but look at that. That one acceleration that we didn't quite see has formed a selection here of about 30-40 riders.
And 2 notable names were in that second group, Hannah Barnes and Alice Barnes, both missing this split here. The damage being done by Claire Steele. Shackley's there, Natalie Grinzer is there from Stade Rochelet. Anna Henderson just coming to the back here. This is Abby Smith. And this is impressive from Abby Smith, because she's had all sorts of injuries, illness throughout this year. It's been a real up and down year for the rider from Harrogate. You can just see her there, number 32 in the pink jersey.
Yeah, she's managed to just latch back on the back as Steels continues to ride on. Shackley in her slipstream. Eleanor Backstead, jersey unzipped, just showing you how warm it is. It's only going to get warmer. Started off relatively early today, 10 to 9, but they will be riding into one of the warmest parts of the day, just past lunchtime. It's going to be a good 3.5, maybe nearing 4 hours for today's race, but it has been a good pace that's been set so far, and already a relatively significant selection. But as you were just talking about, or you did at the top of the show, look at the groups behind. The racing, there's these pace injections at the front, but it's just riders falling away from the back rather than moving off the front at the moment. That will change later on, but this is the attritional nature of a circuit like this. It's just riders just cannot hold on the pace, and then the bunch just thins out by the process of natural selection. So three or four rider group as we just approach this low signal area again. Worth reminding everybody we are using 4G to bring you these wonderful live pictures from sunny Saltburn. And another acceleration by Steels. Steels is keen to continue with the aggression here. She's
keen to continue with the aggression, but she's also keen to make sure that large group who was distanced on the previous ascent don't come back here, because that was a large group of around 20 riders, and she wants to make sure that nobody's able to come back, nobody's able to almost have that free ride to get back on. And look at the damage that she's doing again in this leading group, where it all starts to go into one long line. Just at the back here, Hayley Simmons, number 15. She's been doing a lot of work up towards the front. She's just alongside her teammate Lucy Harris, number 12. Just in front of her in the blue jersey, that's Amelia Tyler, one of our under-23 riders for the Alba Development Road team from Scotland.
Shackley now takes over at the front, happy to work with Steels. And they've both got the same thing in mind. The last thing you want to do is do too much work on the front, and then it comes to nothing. But just continue with this tempo is putting a few more riders out the back and making quite a definitive split now. All they need to do is continue this for a few more Ks on this part of the circuit, and it is lights out for the vast majority of the field. Look at the gaps here. Several hundred metres gap on this climb on one of the far points of the circuit. Alice Maurice is still there.
This is a really, really impressive performance from Alex Maurice. When you see that she won that professional contract with Canyon SRAM thanks to the Zwift Academy in the winter time, and the way that she is able to progress and learn so much from her experience of the races that she's done so far this year. Really impressive from the young rider.
Yeah, I was talking to Danny Christmas again, because it is relevant bringing in Danny Christmas, being one of the DSs of the Canyon SRAM team. As she said that over the last couple of months in particular, as we do get sights from the rear there, number 2 of Alex Maurice is her rate of progress. Remember, she's only been riding for a couple of years, so this is all new, and the way she's adapted, not so much physically, although she has there's a very steep learning curve, an adaptation curve physically, but it's more the technical side of things. From riding in esports, getting picked and not riding for very long, the skill set she's picked up and the learning over the last couple of months in particular, she said she's been overwhelmingly impressed.
And I think that's the one thing that the selection team were able to take away during that week of the Zwift Academy finals, and Magnus Backstead in particular, was saying that the way that she was able to take on board all of the information, really soak it up almost like a sponge, and take on all the tips and take on that knowledge that she was learning and willing to learn. That was a real plus for the team, and of course that potential that she showed during that week.
No, certainly, which is putting that to good use. She's in this group nice and comfortably. We just saw a shot a few moments ago of that group containing 2 former national champions, the Barnes sisters, in between, and they've actually put the cars in the gap now, so neutral services have just been dropped in behind this peloton. And we can also see the teammates of Maurice, Alice Towers, who of course isn't wearing the national champions jersey today because she'll be looking to win it again. And now of course to run the kit of Canyon SRAM now, so 2 riders from Canyon SRAM in this field, both look very comfortable. As the pace just eases a little bit, it looks as if the rhythm that we're settling into now is just sharp accelerations on the climbs and then easing off on the descents. And this is going to be the pattern possibly for the next couple of laps. But again, you never know. The National Championship is predictable. There's so many ways that this race could go. There's so many ways that this course can be ridden. But to go early, you need to be super strong. But the way it's been ridden now is just, let's get this group down to a real selection, and then the race will fall quite naturally. And then aggression takes over, tactics take over a little bit later on. But right now, this is just all about strength.
All about strength, all about trying to do some damage and whittle this group down. And you already start to see some riders feeling that fatigue, just from the sheer nature of the course, but also the speed that's being set at the head of the peloton. And these, every time we get to an ascent or a little climb, the acceleration and the injection of pace that we see up towards the front. And for the last 10-12 kilometres has always been the same riders up towards the front. Pro Noctis, Heidi Kjelsten have always been present, Claire Steels, Anna Shackley, always been the teams that have been doing that damage as well, and especially on the short steep climbs, the sort of 700 metres, 800 metre climbs when we see gradients of 12%. That's where Claire Steels is really able to do damage to those who are struggling at the back and to try and shake some of these riders out of the peloton. Yeah,
she just looked super confident. Doing efforts like that with 3 hours of racing still to go, you've got to be supremely confident about your ability. But a couple of riders managed to get back on as the pace has eased. Olivia French from the Stolen Goat race team, probably one of the finest names for a cycling team in British cycling, if not the world. Stolen Goat, I love that. She's just about to get back in contact. And also a rider who's been yo-yoing, but clearly is riding strongly. Lizzie Brooke from Wahoo Lacole. She's got back into this group, so clearly she's riding strongly, and has just latched back on, swelling this group to about 45 or 50 riders at the moment.
Lizzie Brooke, she's combines road racing whilst being a triathlete as well, so she's exceptionally strong, exceptionally powerful. Also does a lot of esports with her team there, Wahoo
She does
Lacole.
indeed, yeah. So a little bit of pitch break up here as we move through this wooded area, this narrow country lane. And after a couple of kilometres of these twisting yet beautiful country lanes here in North Yorkshire, we'll head onto this wide open main road and plummet back down into Saltburn-on-Sea and take the climb for the second time. And already a relatively good selection has been made. Most of the main names you would expect to be here on a course like this are indeed here. And there is the defending champion, Alice Towers, now on the left-hand side, looking really comfy. In fact, it looks like, well, it's certainly not Barnes. It looks like the teammate of Hannah Barnes, Eleanor Barker, is actually in this group, just sat in the centre there.
Monica Greenwood at the front for Das Hangsling in the blue jersey with that little bit of pink on the right-hand shoulder. Real opportunity now, as you can see on the far right-hand side of your screen. April Tacey taking an opportunity to rehydrate herself at this point, as there's a moment of calm within this peloton. A little lull, which we haven't seen for a number of kilometres.
A few riders have been more than happy to just back off the pedal a little bit. But April Tacey, exceptionally fast sprinter. Oh, it looks like, I think that was Daisy Barnes of the Alba Development Road team, had a little bit of an issue. Not too sure what that was. Hopefully she didn't crash. It looks like it was just a mechanical, but she's back on board. No, they really have knocked it off a little bit now. As you can see, 104.2 kilometres to go. It won't be too long before we complete lap number 2 of 7 here in Saltburn. A little bit of a shout out as well today for local clubs, Stockton Wheelers and the Cleveland Wheelers. They're up at Marine Parade, just near the top of Saltburn Bank, with their club gazebos, and there's fun activities all day here across both men's and women's races. As we get our first shot today of some wildlife, a couple of very are horses hairy? They're not furry, they're hairy, aren't they? They're not furry. There's some hairy horses.
With a lovely mane.
Oh, there's a small horse there.
A Shetland or a pony?
It should be a Shetland or a dwarf horse. So there is a particular name for that sort of horse, but maybe you can get in touch. Any equine experts out on the field. We had a lot of fun with cows last year. Please forgive us, we're going to be talking today for the best part of 9 hours, so we will refer to occasionally other things apart from the cycling.
It's good to learn a little bit about wildlife too,
It
isn't
is.
it?
It's very limited, rudimentary wildlife knowledge there. But no, it's a beautiful part of the world though, isn't it? Another one of these little steep climbs here. High hedges either side, protecting them to a degree and bringing them up and adding to this quite ridiculous elevation we've got today. And again, thinking back to the British Championships of the past, I'm just going to do a bit of a deep dive to see who actually won the British Championships back in 2010. In fact, it was Emma Pooley who won. And that was the last time we had a course similar to this, inland, over in Lancashire. I remember riding myself. I think I finished just in the top 20, but I was a lap down, and towards the back end of my career. So that was won by Geraint Thomas. But it was on that day, Emma Pooley took the national title there, and one of the purest climbers that you could that we've had. Silver medalist in the Olympic Games, of course. Still active in sport. There's a lot of running now, but I think that gives you an indication. So Pooley won in 2010 ahead of Armitstead and Nicole Cook, three of the most preeminent cyclists of their generation, or of any generation, in fact, in women's cycling in the UK.
It was an exceptionally demanding course, and very similar conditions like we've got today, where the temperatures are very hot. When it was over in Pendle, hard to believe that was 13 years ago.
It is. I don't know where the time's gone, Hannah. I really don't. But no. And the winners last year, just to go through a few previous winners of this title. Of course, Alice Towers, the defending champion, took this last year ahead of Pfeiffer Georgie and Anna Henderson. The previous year it was 5 for Georgie, who took the win ahead of Josie Nelson and Jess Loudon. Of course, we didn't have a national championship in 2020. So Alice Barnes, who won this title in 2019, had the luxury, as did Ben Swift, of wearing the jersey for the best part of 2 years. But Alice Barnes took the title in 2019 ahead of Henderson and Lizzie Holden. And then it was Jessica Roberts who won in 2018 ahead of Danny Rowe and Ellie Dickinson. So, another sight of a group trying to get back in contact. This is group number 3 on the road. Looks like we've got about 15 or 20 riders here. Again, this is the tough thing about cycling on a circuit like this. When you've been dropped naturally, you know that the inevitable is just around the corner. You'll always fight. The natural instinct of a cyclist is to get back in contact, but you'll know that you're going to get punted again. So it's quite strange to get your head round, but it's just the very nature. Cyclists are just tenacious, and they will never give up until they just can't do anything else.
They certainly will, and you can see there that two groups have merged just from the pure nature of that lull that we saw in the peloton. So now Hannah Barnes is back in this group. She's sitting in front of her teammate Eleanor Barker. Alice Barnes is also back in this group. So we've had a swelling in the group. As you can see, just how many riders have been able to rejoin. Alice Barnes here on the front in the yellow and purple kit of Human Powered Health. And I think for a couple of riders, they were caught out on the wrong side of a split, and I think now it's almost that wake-up call, knowing that this race isn't going to go in the final 20-30 kilometres. The race is going to start to disintegrate from a long way out. So now have your wits about you, be prepared for moves to go early on and for splits to start to open up. All it takes is for a couple of riders who are struggling with that pace, large gaps start to open up, and before you know it, by the time you crest the top of a climb, the time gap is 15-20 seconds. Look at this wide open road, brilliant road surface.
Yeah, it's super fast, isn't it?
It's exceptional, this part of the country, for road racing. I mean, you can have a little bit of everything, can't you? And when you see the different races that are put on by the cycling clubs and the region, and particularly the council, that have real support in road racing at this part of Redcar and Cleveland Council.
Yeah, I mean, we have to be really honest. We have to lay our cards on the table. Road racing in Great Britain has gone through a couple of really difficult years. It's increasingly more expensive for race organisers to get races on. There are many reasons for that. The roads are busier in certain counties. Of course, there are certain issues with the car lobby, although we won't get into that particular discussion. But fundamentally, it's hard. So when you do when we do have councils who get behind British cycling, they forge these relationships and they put these races on. And although there's money needed, a lot of the people on the ground are volunteers. The vast majority of the people here ensuring that this race goes underway are volunteers from local clubs and from British cycling as well. So we have to doff our cap to volunteers who, without them, we wouldn't have racing. It's a constant battle to get races on, and we're doing it, but we're going through a bit of a difficult period here. But we do have to, as you quite rightly said and pointed out, thank the council, because without their support, this race would not be put on. As we look at another group just trying to get back in contact, this is Cecilia Heim at the back from Paradigm Cycles. And looks like there's some support on the right-hand side. It looks like a rider's got a bit of an issue on the right-hand side, just behind the green support vehicle there.
Chancres in this group, as well as the rider in the almost plum purple jersey. That's Elizabeth Sanders of the FTP Fulfill, the potential racing team. Mechanical there for the rider of Hess Cycling Team, Alice McWilliam.
Yeah, that's looked like a pretty long change, unfortunately, but this group's still trying to get in contact. And there you go, that's an example of that. So you've got the Israel Premier Tech team car, and they've only got one rider here, Steels, but also looking after other riders. They clearly have identified some riders they're going to look out for, and that's Cecilia Heim. And again, that just shows, although this is such a competitive race, so much at stake, the team spirit, the sporting spirit within cycling that exists and always has is massively important. As we see Alice Barnes now chip off the front. As you say, she got caught at the wrong side of the split. She doesn't want to do that again, does she?
She doesn't. She knew she'd made a mistake at that point on the course where Claire Steels was the real protagonist on that climb. And it's not because Alice didn't have the legs or didn't have the form. I think that was a pure mistake, knowing of being in that peloton. And perhaps, quite what we've been saying, Matt, is being efficient, keeping yourself within the peloton, following the wheels, but perhaps just a little bit too far back. And once a couple of riders start to lose the wheel, her and her sister Hannah, they did a very good job of not panicking, that they bided their time, efficiently got themselves back to this group. And it's just worth pointing out as well the assistance there for the rider from the Paradigm Cycles. You've got a club team being helped by a top-tier Women's World Tour team. It just shows the mutual respect across the board, and I really love to see that.
Yeah, it's important. It's part of the fabric of sport in this country that holds it together, especially the very idiosyncratic nature of cycling. It is flourishing. There's more and more people on bikes than ever, and it is worth mentioning as well that British Cycling are the organising body, and they are the national governing body of British Cycling, and it is their membership, their important membership, that helps fund the pictures that you're seeing today. Remember, you're getting flag-to-line coverage. The pictures are magnificent. The day is it's been a magnificent week of racing so far, but without that support we wouldn't be able to put these races on. So if you are interested in becoming a member, and it's not about racing, of course, it's about they offer a lot of insurance, access to events, and if you do pop to the gazebo at the top of the climb, and where the clubs are situated, Stockton Wheelers and Cleveland Wheelers, as well as joining a club, they'll give you information on how you can actually join British Cycling as well. It's a couple of clicks online, and away you go. And their support, if you're out and about on a bike for various reasons, is unrivaled, really.
It's also the membership benefits that you get, and discounts from different partners that have a partnership with British Cycling, lots of different brands, bike brands.
And also as well, it's just to continue the theme of British Cycling there. This year they launched their new Limitless programme for disabled and paracyclists, with local club Stockton Wheelers, who we've already just mentioned, being one of the first Limitless clubs. And this year the Stockton Wheelers will be running around, or the Stockton area will be running around the National Para Series, and that's towards the back end of the summer. That's on the 29th and 30th of July as well. So lots going on in this area. But
you mark your calendars, and you can go and see some real top level racing there.
Indeed. Well, this is one of the chase groups we're looking at. It's been led by Sean Batterley of the Hutchinson Brother UK team, and this is this lovely shot. We're on the bottom of the climb. The race is already spread all over the roads of Saltburn, but Alice Barnes has done, she's not a pure climber, we know that. She's a great TT rider. There we go, look at that, 25%, that's a 1 in 4 if you're working in old money. 25% climb here for Alice Barnes, but she's put herself, she's not going to make the mistake that she did before, and she looks composed here, so she's not, going too deep on this climb. She's riding it in a really measured state. Remember, this steep section only short before we hit the finishing line, so this is a good bit of riding, a measured, smart bit of riding by Alice Barnes. Essentially, over the top, there's no doubt she'll be caught, but she'll be in the front of the race, and that's what her main objective is here.
But again, riding well within herself, she's not overreaching. You can just see how calm, cool and collected Alice looks, and she had a brilliant start to the season. But then, having had that really nasty crash in Bruges de Panne in March, it took a long time for her to sort of course, come back from injuries, have that rehabilitation, and then back to racing. Been on an altitude training camp over in Andorra with a team of Human Powered Health, so it's great to see that she's back on the bike and been able to come back relatively swiftly from those injuries, because it was a nasty crash.
Yeah, it certainly was. Well, her form's not too bad. 8th place in the Time Trial Championships just the other day. But she's put herself in a good position. In fact, she's saved a bit of energy by going clear on the descent. Doesn't actually take as much energy as trying to attack on the flat. So smart riding, and it's all about intellect and racecraft on a day like this. And racecraft just isn't the way you handle a bike, it's the way you think about the parkour and think about how you distribute your energy. So there you go, she's essentially ridden that climb slower than everybody else, therefore needing to put out less watts, spend less energy. But she broke clear on the approach, which didn't take a lot of effort. So that's just smart riding. It just shows how intelligently, after making a little mistake earlier on, she wouldn't have wanted to have been caught behind with several other riders. She's essentially ridden that climb for free. She's
always been tactically very, very astute ever since she was sort of in the youth ranks. Very, very smart. So we're inside the final 100 kilometres, 94 kilometres to go. So we see another move going over the top there.
This does look like it might be one of the Loughborough Lightning riders. Although I get confirmation in a minute, but an opportunity taken as the shape of the peloton changed. And people ease off that. Many riders find that an opportunity, quite rightly, to attack as we look at the remnants at the back end of the field labouring over these brutal steep slopes here of Saltburn Bank. Wonderfully placed sign a little bit lower down on that hairpin bend, overlooking the sea of 25%. 7 ascents of this climb, remember, and then the other climbs punctuating the other part of the circuit. This 18.8 kilometre circuit, looks like a sawtooth profile. It really is difficult, but 2 ascents now done and dusted, and a real atmosphere building here on the climb as well, Hannah. More and more people as the morning comes on, getting their place where they'll be situated for the day. So as we get lap by lap into this race, expect this crowd to really build, because it really is a celebration of the national championships, isn't it? Whether you ride the bike, whether you don't ride a bike, whether you just ride the bike for fun, getting fit, whether you race, coming and watching the national championships, there's nothing quite like it.
There isn't, and especially it's the best of British, isn't it? And when you take a look down at the
British
start,
greatest hits, isn't it? It's like a greatest hits compilation album, isn't it? The British Championships.
It certainly is. It certainly is. And I think it always provides the thrill, the excitement, real unpredictable racing. And I think one thing that I always love is the riders who race on the domestic scene. They're not afraid to take it to the full-time professionals. Some of these riders within here have a full-time job. They train outside of working hours. They race on their weekends all up and down the country, whether that's in road races or circuit races, regionally as well. And they're not afraid to really take things on. We see one of the riders here, handful of seconds at the moment. This is the first time that we go through the feed zone, so the first opportunity that riders will be able to replenish their stores.
There you go, look at all the reaching arms there. This is going to be a mixture of swan years from teams, but fundamentally as well, just friends and helpers. I mean, it always has been the case. Basically, it's friends and family out to feed the riders here, but it can be quite busy. So they're nicely spread out, but that's the official feed zone. And as we get into this stage of the race, this is where riders, because of how hilly this race is, the elevation, carrying the extra weight, 2 bidons is a kilogram. Roughly, the normal size bidons, that's right, we're full of normal liquid as we get the first sighting of the rider in front, or our ability to identify. Thank you very much to our moto rider there, that is Ellie Parry, under 23 rider for the Watersley R&D cycling team. Smart move, wasn't it?
Very smart move.
Sensed a lull, easier to attack. She didn't need to go full throttle, she just floated off the front quite nicely and is now building up, well, what looks to be one of the most handsome leads we've seen so far today.
And also now that we're into laps where you can take a feed either from your team car or the feed zone, she's discarded of 1 bottle. She's only going to race around now this lap with 1 bidon. That's half a kilo of a saving. Constantly eating, drinking.
Yeah, making sure she's getting the fuel on board. Like you say, most riders would have started with 2. It just depends how warm it is. I mean, but you certainly won't want. Fundamentally, you don't want to be carrying around any extra weight than you need to on a circuit like this. Last year's circuit, you could happily carry around 2 bidons, wouldn't have really made much of a significant difference, negligible, say for the final few little climbs. But on a circuit like this, you really need to think about when you feed. But conversely, there'll be some riders who might not have the same sort of support. There'll be some riders who might not even have somebody at the side of the road here, so they're relying on feeds from the team car. But yeah, the smart riders will just be taking 1 bottle per lap, and if you look at the lap time, so let's say it's just over, we're looking at probably around half an hour per lap, give or take a few minutes, and that's probably enough just for 1 bidon, but can't really afford to miss it. That's the only thing.
You can't afford to miss it, but I think also it's, I mean, you mentioned before perhaps some riders might not have taken 2 bottles from the very start of the race. That almost is on a borderline of huge risk, because
that's risky, yeah.
if you start to really deplete your stores and you almost start to bonk, and the damage is felt towards the back end of the race, and that's when it's too late to refuel.
So good
Great ride here from the rider from the Wattersley R&D team.
Yeah, she's looking good. Got herself in that front group. Remember, half the field are now out of the back on this lumpy circuit in Saltburn, in and around Saltburn. Again, a few of these riders will know this course from the Klondike GP. Many of them were riding it again at the beginning of October, the final series of the British Road Series. And this looks like it's a group that is detached, trying to work together to get back in contact. But just look at how hard they are having to work on these little drags here. And they've got nobody in sight either. It's not looking good for this group, because I think the bunch in front is moving pretty swiftly. As that group were moving up, this rider is going down. So Ellie Parry moving really smoothly. And as you said, Hannah, she's got a nice technique on board. Looks to poised on the bike. Let's just see how she takes these sweeping descent. Yeah, she looks pretty poised. Looks pretty good here. So 2 and a bit laps now done in the British Elite Road Race Championships for 2023. 132 kilometres total distance today. An eye-watering elevation gain, the most in over a decade, of 2,825 metres. Now please forgive me if you feel like I'm repeating myself, but I think it's just worth stating that this is going to be a real war of attrition. But at the moment, Ellie Parry has built a nice lead, and that's the biggest lead of the day so far, Hannah, 25 seconds.
Really nice lead. The rider who races for the Dutch club team, Wattersley R&D, done some good racing this year, stage races over in the Czech Republic, racing in the Netherlands and Belgium. Previously used to be of New Zealand nationality, changed to a British licence in 2021. Only 20 years of age, but had a great performance in the individual time trial a couple of days ago. She finished 6th overall in the under-23 category. So not a rider that you want to give too much leeway to.
No, she looks good in the bike. Real poise there, actually. Some riders, I mean, we're all limited, aren't we, when we sit on a bike, as well as having a good bike fit the right bike size to what our body can do skeletally. But there are some riders who just look like they were born to ride a bike. But it's amazing how adaptive the body is. But I tell you what, Ellie Parry there does look like she's got great style and is looking efficient on this drag. And it's amazing what 25 seconds looks like on a steep climb. It doesn't look like much at all. In fact, it's only around 100 metres. This is the back of the main field, which has swelled again, the pace knocked off, and this will be the pattern. We'll see selections as riders invest a little bit to thin things out and riders get dropped, but inevitably the riders that get dropped first are the riders that will get dropped again. It's just a matter of holding on for as long as you can.
This is impressive. You can just see down the centre of the road alongside the broken white line, Lizzie Brooke, number 121, in that blue jersey of Wahoo Cole. She's been yo-yoing her way on and off the back all day, never really taking use of the slipstream of riders in front of her, using the peloton to her advantage. It seems to me that she doesn't quite enjoy being surrounded by a big and a large peloton of riders, but the way and the strength that she's showing is really, really impressive. You can just see her there, 121.
You're quite right. There's some riders that are far more comfortable riding in the bunch or riding on descent, or most of these riders are happy riding in a bunch, of course, at this level, but some riders just aren't quite as comfortable on a descent, and that can be for multiple reasons. Quite often it could be something that they're working on, that they've never been overly confident at, or it could be they're coming off the back of a crash quite often. So, and these are skills that can be nurtured, that can be tuned, that can be finessed. But she certainly, as you said, is strong, but she's making it hard for herself. But that is clearly, she's riding within
exceptional
her comfort limits, and that's what a rider should never do. Once you push beyond where you're comfortable and where it's safe, that's when it gets dangerous. So if she thinks it's safe just to hold back on the descent and is willing to spend a bit of energy getting on, but she's still there, that's completely up to her. But I think it's just worth pointing that out because it seems to be quite unique in this particular field. But yeah, she's clearly
incredibly strong.
riding one. Yeah,
incredibly strong. Just alongside her there, number 94, that's Hannah Fadden of Team Boom Pods in the green jersey. They've got a number of riders within this group, and they've always been very, very active from the very beginning. JT Hine, number 95 within this group. Gemma Mitchell has always been a huge protagonist as we go onto this narrow climb. Great to see little signs being made for the riders by the locals too.
Well, the folks and the fans of Yorkshire are used to big cycling events, as well as the Klondike GP we talked about. We've had the tour just down the road. We had the start of the stage, the Tour of Britain last year. The Tour de Yorkshire, of course, regularly comes to this neck of the woods. The Tour de France visited Yorkshire too. An incredible heritage for this beautiful county. So many good bike riders have come from this area too. It's one of the hardest areas of England, of Great Britain, to actually ride in, but it's provides the setting for some hard racing, that is for sure. And if you just ask the riders from the Tour de Yorkshire and the Women's Tour de Yorkshire over the last few years, a race that isn't with us anymore, but I think that was, especially for the foreign riders that came across, what's Yorkshire? They might have heard of it, the Tour de Yorkshire, but that gives you a sense and a real sampling of how hard it is to race in Britain. And our roads they're just unique.
And when they see a race profile and think, well, when we're only going to around 200 metres, 250 metres above sea level, yeah, the climbs are manageable. There's nothing too difficult. I think a lot of them came away from that Grand Depart in 2014, and then of course subsequently from the Tour de Yorkshire, saying, well, there's some of the hardest roads I have ever raced on.
Definitely, but some of the most fervent support as well, and I think it's fair to say, just reflecting on those couple of years, and also extending out to the Tour of Britain, the crowds we get on British roads, not just Yorkshire, although Yorkshire is a hotbed, as we know. Some of the crowds were like we'd never seen before, rivaling those or even exceeding those of the Tour de France, and that support that we saw then is still there now. There are many cafes, little buildings, pubs in villages that still have the polka dots, or they have the white or the green or the yellow there. They're still there now, and the bunting's still out.
It is, and there's one standout cafe just sort of near Home Moss that, as you're saying, Matt, still with the polka dot. They painted their cafe especially for when the Grand Depart came through, and for a long time, a lot of the road painting, the support for the riders was on the road. As you can see, a little bit has been done on this part of the climb as well. You can just see support for a rider within this Peloton, Sophie.
Well, this is where the wind, we're talking about the sport, she won't be getting the support of the wind at the moment. She'll have to wait to the back part of the circuit to get the wind in her back, because it's blowing a hoolie right into her face. It's even worse when you're climbing into a headwind. So it's bad enough on the flat, but there you go, look at that, how many gels in the back pocket there of Philippa Draper of the Loughborough Lightning team. Not taking any chances. 30 seconds now for our solo rider out in front, as we see another rider just get detached, but it looks like she still has a good chance of getting back on. That's Tess Lawson of the Martigny VC Excelsior squad. Getting a closer look at her. Finds the gear over the top of that nasty drag, and she should be able to winch herself back into contention. But that's going to be the theme of today. There's going to be so many riders fighting their own personal battle just to survive, to stay in that bunch as long as possible. Now, although we talked about earlier on the natural selection, the cream rising to the top, on a race of this distance, there are different phases for different riders. I mean, I used to quite often really suffer and often get dropped early, but then I could come around near the end, and that, although if you get dropped on a course like this, it doesn't augur well, but there are some riders who actually struggle in the early stage and then really come round and are almost a completely different rider in the closing stages.
It's true, Matt, and especially when you take a look at the race starting at 9 a.m. this morning, so you calculate backwards of when you have to have your breakfast. Some riders, their body clock just doesn't really work so early in the morning. They're much more suited to sort of racing later in the day, and we know that some riders really thrive racing later in the day, and others, it takes them, maybe an hour and a half for the engine to really start to warm up, and when they really start to to come into their own, and that's when they start to come round. And we've often seen riders who start the day and they say, oh, I had terrible legs this morning, or I had terrible legs at the start of the race, and then there was at one point where almost the switch was flicked, and then I felt great and I was able to really be a protagonist within the race. And it happens very often, but I think sometimes when riders have those types of days is when they're on some of their top and their best days.
You're
and
right.
they have to ride really conservatively, protect themselves, they have to ride efficiently, and doing so because they haven't felt so great early on in the race. And then they come out and they say, well, I didn't think I was going to be able to win today because I felt awful at the early stages.
It's almost as if, I don't know if I'm sure there's a science behind it, but it's very hard to actually explain. It is almost as if the body, so on a subconscious level, because you are in good shape, and it's similar to the way when I was going okay, generally, it was if my body just went, don't do anything early, just hold back, hold back, hold back. And holding back was basically going to make your legs feel bad. It sounds like an oversimplification, but the principles are the same. When you're in good form, quite often, you just hold back, and then suddenly your body's like, right, now we can go, because it's about that. It's that energy conservation mode, isn't it? Because otherwise, if you feel a bit fruity in the opening stages, and you let loose a little bit, and that can really have a detrimental effect on later in the race. But
it really
it's
plays
an
an effect to
interesting
the later on the race, Matt, because as you see,
Oh,
another problem
another
here for
chain.
Alice Barnes.
Yep.
This is a real shame for the former national champion. This is the second time that this has happened, and perhaps that was the reason why she was distanced the lap prior. Perhaps she did have a mechanical problem.
Yep.
It wasn't the fact she found herself on the wrong side of a split. But every time this is happening, Alice is going to have to chase back on, use the convoy to get back, and it's using and wasting the energy that she really doesn't want to. She clearly has good legs. We saw that from the way that she was able to just efficiently roll off the front going up Saltburn Bank, or in the approach to Saltburn Bank. But
Yeah.
a huge problem, a huge shame as well.
Yeah, it's again, I don't know what, I'm not going to pick out any one particular brand, but the reason that we'll see this, just to explain to anybody, well, why has that happened? Well, sometimes, and this is across component brands, it's not picking out any component brand, and that's the drivetrain on the bike, the front mech, the rear mech. On a climb, a steep climb, especially coming with speed on a steep climb, quickly changing gear, there's the spring mechanism on the front mech can actually fire quite aggressively the chain from the big ring to the small ring, where you've got the lower gearing options, and it can actually slip off and down into the bottom bracket area. You can have a chain catcher to catch it, but also if your chain alignment's there, if you're running the chain high up the block, nearer the spokes, nearer the centre of the wheel, and you go for a change under load, it just flicks it straight off. So it can be multiple reasons, but it does happen, and it happens to the best riders. Something like infrequently, but it is something that happens in racing. But no panic here from Barnes. Look, she's back on. She's looking composed. She's coming back into shape as you were describing before. But look at that, no panic at all. Just spending a little bit of time behind the cars in the convoy and just drifting back up with minimal effort here. That's what it's all about.
You can see just that experience and that calm and composed way and manner in which she's riding back through the convoy, just taking 10-15 seconds to sit behind the freewheel Shimano neutral service car, just reset herself, then make her way to the next car. No rush, no panic. I think that really comes with the experience of racing at the top level.
Exactly, it is very easy to panic. This is Dame Sarah Story, actually. We saw her a little bit distant on the previous lap, but has come into her own. Dame Sarah Story, multiple Paralympic champion, of course, national champion on the road and on the track. She is a real important figure, a talismanic figure in British cycling, an inspiration to people of all sports, in fact. But a real strong campaigner as well. You get her in the front. You remember the amount of time she spent on the front in last year's race, just driving that peloton. There's not many riders who have the kind of that capacity to ride hard for so long as Dame Sarah Story. And of course, the team bears her name, and it's a team that have been around for several years now, offering a stepping stone for young female riders to go to the next level. And they've got several very talented riders here today.
And for several years, they were one of the top club teams within the UK, of course, having a stint at UCI level before there was this dual tier in UCI racing, in the women's calendar of UCI Continental teams and UCI Women's World Tour teams. That was when they were formerly known as Boot Out Breast Cancer, the likes of Gabby Shaw racing for that team, Claire Galloway.
Commentating with yourself years ago on some of those circuit races back in the day. And that's the best part of 5-10 years ago, isn't it, what we're talking? But yeah, the team in various iterations has been around for a long time. So good to see Sarah Story. She's dropped back a little bit now. 5 for Georgie on the left-hand side. Again, apologies a little bit for the picture breakup. And we are running a 4G broadcast here. And great shots are from the moto of the front of the peloton as they descend, heading towards the far end of the circuit here. I think we're actually we'll be heading into Kilton Thorpe Lane very shortly. And the familiar figure just at the back there of Lizzie Brooke again of Waiahula Cole. That's clearly where she is most comfortable. And meanwhile, it's the O'Shea team who are on the front at the moment. So AWOL O'Shea, the team of Hayley Simmons, a former British champion, of course, and a very good esports rider as well, Hayley Simmons. But although she specialises in the TT, I tell you what, she can climb really well. Give her a hard circuit.
Absolutely.
She just keeps on going. She really does.
She does. And also dabbling into a little bit of gravel racing this year with her Movistar E-team and the Movistar gravel team. So she's got a real combination of different types of races, and where for many, many years she had a real strong focus on time trials, whether that be sort of 10 mile, 25 mile, 50 mile time trials, and then of course the British cycling time trials, and for a number of years was the British time trial champion. She's been a bronze medalist in the time trial at the Commonwealth Games in 2018 over on the Gold Coast. She's really started to open up her avenues in different disciplines in cycling, and I think that's really playing into the hands of Hayley Simmons. You can just see on the front here with the blue bike, came off the back of the Tour of the Pyrenees, which unfortunately was curtailed short due to some safety issues, but she was really looking forward to a race with so much climbing, so much elevation in last preparation for the National Road Race Championships.
I remember back in 2017, 2018. Of course, you'll be watching this on either on GCN Plus, or you can watch it on Discovery Plus. And I was working with GCN, and we went down to Taiwan to do the KOM Challenge in Taiwan, and rode part of the climb with Hayley Simmons before she left me for dead. Thank you, Hayley. Put the best part of 10-15 minutes into me, and we climbed from sea level to 3,750 metres, and it was a 4.5 or 4 hour climb, and Hayley Simmons was ripping up there. So
wow.
But yeah, she's very versatile, and as you say, unusual as well, because we've got esports over the last few years has really come to the fore. As we'll just step away from that for a moment, because it looks like Claire Steels fancies another little bit of a go. A little acceleration over that sharp rise. Anna Henderson just there as well in that very distinctive Jumbo-Visma kit there in third wheel. Multiple medalists, of course, in the British Championships over the last few years, and just getting better and better. She really is a class campaigner. And look who's on the wheel of Henderson. It is Anna Shakti, then 5 for Georgie. It is all the A-listers right at the front of the moment, isn't it?
It is. And let's not forget Anna Henderson wearing the red jersey as the leader of La Vuelta in the start of May. So she's had an exceptional season. She was a part of that Jumbo-Visma team who won the opening team time trial over in Torrevieja, just close to Alicante. But she's a rider who's so consistent as well. She's had a brilliant Classics campaign. She's, of course, had some great results in La Vuelta over in, as I say, beginning of May. Ride London, ever so consistent, just off the podium there. Second on the first stage into Lords of the Tour of the Pyrenees.
And a rider as well that comes from a skiing background as well. So well, this is April Tacey. Again, April Tacey, we talked earlier on about esports. This is a rider who won 2 stages in the curtailed, strange season we had in 2020. This young woman won 2 stages of the inaugural Tour de France on Zwift. Absolutely astonishing turn of speed. I think she's a really underrated rider. She's so talented here, and she is looking good, and she's decided to go clear. Seated effort And again, she's now going solo on her own. But yeah, it's a very talented young woman.
Very, very talented. Great all-round rider as well. I think that was really where she showed to the world what she was capable of, showed that promise. Tacey always spent her professional racing career with different permutations of drops, and then into Le Col Wahoo, and now into Life Plus Wahoo.
Yeah,
Again, another rider who is able to be consistent, Matt, as well.
Yeah, no, definitely. Well, she's up in a good gap here, and she's looking strong, actually. Just again, minded of still what's to come in this race, but also you have to speculate to accumulate. So of course, if you're going to attack in this race, you have to put an effort in. There is going to be a commitment. There is going to be a cost. There's always a trade-off. But getting yourself up the road in this sort of race is not a bad thing to do. She will, I think she'd prefer some assistance, but what she is doing is buying herself some sliding space, just like we saw Alice Barnes do on the previous lap, although her attack was a little bit later and came on a downhill. And there we go. Now we're only doing 10 miles an hour here because the gradients are so steep. They've got a little bit of a tailwind here, but that's a good move by Tacey.
I think it's also anticipating what's to come. So she will have seen that move on the steeper gradients from Claire Steele's, and perhaps thinks, well, I can't match the effort of Claire Steele's on these steeper gradients. If I can get 20, 30, 40 seconds, it forces riders to have to bridge across to me. It gives me that sliding room, but also it's anticipating what's to come later on in the race, and putting yourself further forward at that point. And it means that on all of the climbs you can go at that little bit of a steadier rate. You're not having to overreach yourself at this point on the course as we approach 80 kilometers to go.
Yeah, definitely. I think the word of the last couple of seasons across both women's and men's cycling has been anticipation, because we've seen this new era of racing which is a bit more unpredictable, and sometimes to get ahead of the game, or more often to get ahead of the game because things are happening earlier, is to go earlier, and this is happening earlier and earlier and earlier, and it's becoming a pattern within itself. Is this anticipation? You need to be smart. It is a slight gamble, but increasingly it's paying off. If you go early and are willing to invest a little bit, and then the race comes to you and you're at the front of the race, okay, then you can then it settles a little bit. So we get in this new rhythm, like an active start, steady middle and hard end, rather than steady, just gets harder and harder. And understanding the nuances of modern racing is something that you have to be attuned to. And clearly Tacey is, I don't think this is just sliding space. I think you're quite right, Hannah, to point that out, that it is anticipating a move that may come from some of the big favourites from this race.
And it's not unusual to see moves go so early on in a race in a national championships. We saw it last year with Alice Towers, and nobody would have thought that she was able to hold off. Lots of chasing behind. Then there was a moment where you didn't have that cohesion with the group behind, and so it's not abnormal to see in a national championships for moves to go quite so early on. For Tacey, she's able to ride well within herself, the 22-year-old.
Yeah, she's looking good here on this steep climb. We've got another a little drop. It's a big main road. We get that rather fancy camera angle as we see the peloton spread out, shooting down the descent right into the little bay here at Saltburn, then kicking up again. So this is one of, actually, when you think about the climbs, there's probably 5 climbs on this circuit. There's 3 significant ones, but they're only short. But 5 climbs multiplied by 7, well, I mean, that's 45 climbs. 45 ascents, 45 descents. It's a hard day. The gap close a little bit here to Tacey. She's continuing with this effort. Let's just see what she's got. She's probably only got about 10 seconds. It looks at Lizzie Holden now on the front for UAE, just in that orange and the blue kit. So Lizzie Holden, first time she's really got on the front and pressed on. Remember, she is the reigning, or the newly minted National Elite Women's Time Trial Champion. Pfeiffer Georgie also happy to relay on the front. Henderson there as well. So all of the world team riders, or many of them, are doing the pace setting at the moment, and that's bringing down the lead of Tacey as we look to the back of the field. And this is Francesca Morgan Slader of AWOL Oshie. Yeah, Hannah Barnes not having a great day today. Just getting distance on the climb here. Former British champion, riding for the Uno X team. I think there's only so many times you can get dropped on this circuit. But yeah, Barnes not maybe having the day, but again, it's not necessarily a course she would like perhaps, but yeah, not a day so far for Hannah Barnes. But look at this group. And again, it's almost an imperceptible increase in pace, but again, it's just shredded this field.
It's totally disintegrated, hasn't it? And now we're starting to see a real select group of 25 riders here, maybe a maximum of 30. It's really great to see how Tacey has been able to turn her week around, because she'd said during the time trial it wasn't the performance she was hoping for. It just wasn't happening for her on the day. She didn't have the legs, but was really looking forward to the road race. And sometimes, quite like what you were saying before, Matt, is you just don't quite have the legs. Sometimes you also need a race to really open yourself up, open up the lungs, open up the engine. Great to see that. You know, she had a couple of days just to come down from that National Time Trial Championship, really put her focus and her eggs into this road race, and now finding herself in this select group, which again is being driven on the front by Claire Steels.
Yeah, you're quite right. There's about 25 riders here, give or take. It looks like, I think I can see Alice Towers just at the back of that group in that Canyon SRAM kit. It's that lime green shoulders there for Towers. With that multicoloured top, and also a teammate as well. Both the riders from Canyon SRAM are here. Alex Maurice, should I say, coached by a good friend of ours, Dean Downing. And there we go on the left-hand side, Eleanor Baxter as well. Such a talented family. What a family! The DNA in that family, quite incredible. Of course, her sister Zoe.
It's probably worth pointing out as it goes down this fast descent there, a number of riders not taken to the start. So if you are looking for Zoe Backstead in the standout colours of EF Education, Tibco, Silicon Valley Bank, Zoe Backstead not taking to the start this morning. Likewise, Grace Lister, Emma Matthews, Katie Archibald, Harriet Evans, Ellen Inglis, Harriet Dodd, Eleanor Bolton, Elena King, Kate Richardson, both of those riders from Life Plus Wahoo, Sophie Holmes, Ella Barnwell, Lucy Elmore, Robin Clay, Mary Wilkinson, and a number of other riders. So 104 riders taken to the start this morning, but a number of riders racing for UCI Continental teams didn't take to the start.
Nice bit of timely housekeeping there before I misidentify anybody else. But no, Eleanor Baxter there, riding for Trek Segafredo, of course, in that white and light blue kit. And that's some selection there, isn't it? There we go, 20-25 riders, a couple trying to get across the gap, and there's another group of 7 or 8 also trying to get in contact as we head towards the back of these groups. That is Freya Rawlins, the solo rider from the Soltec team, trying to get in contact. That looked like the figure of 5 for Georgie now driving on the front. Again, apologies occasionally for these pixelated pictures. Only happens from time to time. 4G images for these British Road Race Championships. As they start the descent and then they kick up again. So there we go, real good shot here of the speed that they're going to carry. We've got different, this is the first time we've actually seen them coming down this descent from this angle, just give you an impression of the speed that they're carrying, and also how important, even coming into the final lap, how much, we always talk about positioning is key, and I often laugh with Ned Bolting about it's a bit of a cliche, but it is. You're just buying yourself space, aren't you? Shaki now takes it up on the lower slopes of this climb of Saltburn Bank. Next time through will be 4 laps to go. Halfway through this next lap will be half distance. A lot of racing still to go, but already we've got a distinct selection of some of the finest riders Great Britain has to offer. And Steels again moves through to the front.
Steels with another acceleration. Anna Henderson is glued to the rider from Israel Premier Tech. She hasn't lost sight of Claire Steels for one moment during this race. You just saw Anna Shackley take a look over her right-hand shoulder, start to see that injection of pace from Steels. She knew she wanted to move across the road and follow this injection of pace and this acceleration. Number of riders starting to find themselves in difficulty at this point. You saw Monica Greenwood start to be distanced from Das Hansling.
Yeah, also in the mix there as well, it looks like Millie Cousins is comfortably in that group as well, in the blue of the under-23 team. April Tacey just about holding on to the back of that group, her face contorted with pain as she tries to hold the wheel, but Thankfully for her, she just latches onto the back of the group. This is where the gradient just lessens ever so slightly, but Steels continues to pile on the pressure here in the 2023 British National Road Race Championships for elite women. We have 75.6 k's to go, and that equates to 4 laps of this brutally hard circuit.
Every time that Steels makes an acceleration on these steep climbs, another 2, 3, 4 riders start to be distanced, and every time, with every injection of pace, that group becomes more selective, starts to dwindle down, and it's almost that at which point is it going to be a severe move start to go up the road. You just saw in the back there, Megan Barker, the newly crowned National Circuit Race Champion, has been distanced as well in the colours, almost that racing green colour, isn't it, of British cycling, team inspired.
Yes, completely different, which is a completely different effort today, isn't it? The circuit race short and punchy. This is long and punchy. And Shackley there has just latched onto the wheel. Another road's gone clear, but I tell you what, Henderson doesn't want any of that. We're not letting Shackley go on the road on a course like this. Immediately shut down, minimal effort. Henderson attentive as ever. Fight for Georgie in the navy blue of DSM just on her wheel. And then we have Claire Steels from Israel Premier Tech as we continue to see riders passing through the finish line here. The top of Saltburn Bank. To an appreciative crowd. I think a lot of the crowd that we'll see later on are actually lower down. They want to see the agony on the faces of these riders. And there was the pop-up stand for British Cycling. So if you're not a member and you're intrigued or just interested about what you're seeing, and you fancy getting involved with cycling, whatever capacity, just getting on your bike in any capacity is what it's all about. As we look at another rider struggling up these slopes, that's Geraint Castle, another one of the under-23s, an unattached rider, but go up the pop-up, pick up a leaflet, have a discussion, and get on your bike. That's what it's all about. Or maybe join one of the local clubs if you are a local as well. So riders continue to file through the finishing line here, and just another bit of a shout out for racing in this neck of the woods up in the northeast. The racing scene up here has really accelerated since COVID, and the next regional road race is on the 16th of July up in Northumberland, run by one of the region's oldest clubs, and that's the Barnsbury Cycling Club, who this year are celebrating their centenary. So if you're in the area or near the area, you fancy watching some grassroots racing, which is enormously important to the scene, part of the lifeblood of the scene, head over there and show some support to that race. There's a good toss there by Alex Maurice. As we look at a local rider, I can assure you this gentleman is not in the field. He's just enjoying riding his e-bike up this climb. He's probably heading to the pub, I'd imagine, for maybe a cheese and pickle sandwich, a decent ploughman's. A nice cheese and pickle sandwich on a day like this, with some cherry tomatoes just on the side. I'm just waiting for my order from our production team here. So back to the racing. Anna Shackley driving hard on this group, and this is Alice Barnes. They've got that group just in front, 100 or so metres away, almost within touching distance. So Alice Barnes, after clipping clear last lap, now finds herself distanced ever so slightly, but if they continue to back off on the front, she has a good opportunity about getting back in contact. Of course, Alice Barnes got a contract through to the end of 2024 with the American team. Dropped it down onto the small ring there in the middle of the block. Amazing ratios that we have on modern bikes now. It's completely changed in the last decade or so. Now, the last 5 years even, the amount of gears that riders have at their disposal and the ratios as a reflection of that, just the pedalling dynamics have changed, or the opportunities to look at different ways of generating power, force, and also saving energy. So if you go back 10 or 15 years, the riders will be looking like they were doing weight training up a climb at this steep, but the gearing options available means you can just sit there, pedal away, almost like a mountain bike sort of technique. So on at the front at the moment is Hayley Simmons. Again, just back to her talking about her earlier on, riding the gravel with the Movistar team. She's riding a Canyon bike. It's quite unique, isn't it? Because when she's riding gravel, when she's doing esports, she's riding a different kit.
She is. Different kit, different team, different equipment as well. You see on her gravel racing, and when she's racing esports, and on Zwift with her Movistar E-team and the Movistar gravel team, always racing on a canyon. And of course, different team setup with AWOL O'Shea. You see our continental level team, that second division team, or second division teams of cycling, and that the professional category. Riders just taking an opportunity during this lull to try and get back on here. Here's Alice Barnes, who has been yo-yoing on and off the back here. She's made her way through the convoy one time already after that mechanical, finding herself chasing again as she makes her way back towards the freewheel Shimano neutral service car. It's been a real shame for Alice Barnes, because clearly she's got the form. Having been on an altitude training camp with her trade team, Human Powered Health, having two mechanicals that we've seen of during the race so far on a course like this is really not brilliant news for the former national champion. She's staying calm, she's staying patient, but every time that she has to do this chasing back on, it's eating into her energy reserves, eating into her ability to try and come back on, using this descent, trying to get herself as low as possible. Take a moment, and as we've already seen on these laps, that there's never that opportunity for any respite or recovery. She's incredibly smart tactically. She knows exactly where she can save the energy, where she can keep those reserves left for later. Using the free speed of the road there, makes her way back onto the peloton. Incredibly smart riding from Alice Barnes. There she is, just making her way through on the right hand side into that peloton, and look how efficient and easy she made that look.
Yeah, but she's also using all that free speed. There's no point. Why would you put the brakes on after doing that? So go through to the front, hit the bottom of the climb. This isn't an attack, this is just Barnes being smart. And now she can make sure she gets the gear change right as well. She's clearly having an issue with her front mech there, that's thrown it off a couple of times. But look at that, free speed. If you're on a road like this, on a race as attritional like this, every single little bit of energy you can save over a course as hard as this is massively important, especially if you're not climbing brilliantly, which she's clearly not 100% on the climbs as we've seen. She doesn't have the physiology to match the pure climbers, your Shackleys of this world, your Steels. So she's got to do it in another way. And just carrying that free speed up the outside, rather than braking and getting in the middle of the bunch, just shows that she's absolutely switched on. Okay, the course is against her, I think, but she's going to just ride this, stay in the mix as far as she can, but she's riding smart.
She's riding smart, but she's making use of the road. She's using that to her advantage, using it to her benefit. Slips her way back into the wheel of Eleanor Barker in the yellow jersey there from Uno X. There's a handful of riders from Wahoo Lacole get themselves back on. There's number 12, that's Lucy Harris of AWOL O'Shea. And every time there's this moment of lull, Matt, this also gives the opportunity for any riders who've been distanced earlier on to get themselves back on, and again, using that road to their advantage. There she is, Lucy Harris. You can just see in the little ring. And there could have been changes for riders on a course like this in terms of their equipment, their gearing choice, taking a smaller chain ring, inner chain ring, but also a larger variation in the block and the cassette at the back, sort of upwards of using a 30, perhaps even a 34 on the back.
Yeah, just give yourself the ability, especially in the earlier laps. They haven't exactly gone up easy, but in the earlier laps, just knocking it down a couple of gears, even using a gear that's hyper low, just to rest the legs a little bit, trying to mitigate the how horrible that climb is. So just
which climb are we talking about?
Every single climb, actually, they're all horrible. There's a lot of mitigation is needed on pretty much every single climb on this circuit. So that's why we're seeing this rhythm, ebb and flow, because the smart riders here, the strong riders here, know that you have to save something. Even if something goes now, even if a brake went now, they're still going to have to ride relatively conservatively to hold back because there are so many places you can go on this course. There really are. And I really don't think it's going to be, unless we have a group to come to the finish. Although that climb is steep, the climb of Saltburn Bank, I don't think it's the hardest climb on the circuit. It's not very long. It's worth reminding people that it drags over the top ever so slightly. Some of the other climbs on this circuit are longer, and you need to ride harder for longer. So if there's riders that don't maybe trust that punch, because the climb of Saltburn Bank's only around 45 seconds to a minute of flat-out effort. The other climbs offer more of an opportunity, I think, for the pure climbers rather than the puncheurs.
You think about the climb that goes through Skelton and Cleveland. That's one of the longer climbs. That's the climb that's 1.8 kilometres long, with an average gradient of 6.4%. But you've got parts of that climb where you're touching on double figures of upwards of 13, 14%, and that's consistently throughout that climb, with a few little ebbs and flows, rises and falls on the climb. But I think it's the accumulation of all of the climbs put together across the 132 kilometres that's doing the damage here, that's doing this whittling down process, combined with several riders that we've seen so far who are very willing early on in the race and to do some damage, to do some accelerations, but what they need to make sure that they don't do is too much too soon. And let's not forget, we've still got 70 kilometres remaining of this race. We're not even really halfway.
No, we'll be approaching halfway soon, but it'll be down the back end of the circuit when we reach the halfway point. Remember, the total distance of today's race, 132 kilometres. So half distance will be 76 k's. No, it won't be less than that, won't it? Oh God. Oh, Hannah Barnes, unfortunately, has retired from the race. So yeah, clearly Hannah Barnes wasn't potentially at her best. I don't think this course necessarily suited her, but she's still got a teammate in there. You can just see her now getting out of the saddle. That's Eleanor Barker, just there in the yellow helmet, the yellow kit with the big X on it, Uno X. So Barker heading to the Giro in the next few weeks.
Well, it'll be... When does it get underway? On Friday.
Oh, Friday, yes, sorry.
Friday
yes, it runs
night.
during concurrence
Yes.
before the Tour de France Femme avec Zwift, sorry. You're right. So another shot of the speed that this moto is doing. I would imagine it's going to be in a pretty low gear, probably in first gear up this climb. Again, just shows how steep it is. As we look at the back of the group, heading back to the front as well. And Shackley, that's a big acceleration by Anna Shackley. And it's marked quickly there by Millie Cousins. So Cousins now on the wheel of Shackley, and the seated effort by Barker as well. Barker looking very sharp there, using that track craft.
It shows that Barker's on extremely good form. If she's able to seated acceleration, close that gap, keeping in a really low gear there, high cadence, just being able to respond to that acceleration there of Shackley, the rider from Mungai. Zoe Langham just trying to move herself up for the Pro Noctis Heidi Kjellsten, and here is Alice Barnes, number 43, starting to be distanced again on this climb. Just in front of her is the rider in the yellow and black kit, a rider from Stade Rochelet, Shannon Maritime. But Shackley, she's been persistent with this acceleration, and she knows that if she can continue and maintain this type of effort, there's going to be several riders who won't be able to contend with this type of effort here.
Oh yeah, definitely. Well, it's thinning out the group again, but what it's doing, she's having to invest, but on a climb like that, the rider just behind, there's on a fast climb, okay, there's a little bit of slipstream, but what it's doing is slowly but surely wearing out the legs of her opponent. She's happy to do that. It was more of a testing run. She continued with the effort just to see who was going to respond. She was immediately brought back. There's still a lot of freshness, relative freshness, should I say, as we head ever nearer to the halfway point of this race. But no, that was more of a testing attack as riders continued to look around. We're going to see a few more of those later, but those little testing attacks have a consequence to everybody else as well, because they do have to follow, and especially when it's on a steeper climb. And the steeper the climb, the more effective it is in terms of people deploying a similar resource than the person actually doing it. If you're riding it into a headwind on a gradual climb, you're spending 50% mental energy, even more. But on a steep climb, everybody has to match them, because it's gravity that they're fighting against.
Absolutely, but not just that, Matt. It's that mental, the psychological effect that it has on your opponents, perhaps those who are really finding themselves right on the limit, who are really having to overreach to maintain and stay in the wheels. At some point, mentally and psychologically, it's game over, and you can't follow the wheels anymore. So having that advantage, being the main protagonist in this group, and that's sort of how Anna Shackley has been, Claire Steels has been, giving them that upper hand in this group, and we're really starting to find ourselves with a select group. On the left-hand side, just taking a drink in the red jersey, that's Zoe Langham. The front here in the blue jersey, who's kept herself really well tucked in for the majority of the race, Eleanor Backstead of Trek Segafredo. The final time that she'll be racing in that kit, because of course the kit will change for the Giro Donne and the Tour de France to Little Trek. So the
Indeed.
last time in Trek Segafredo colours.
Every time I hear Little Trek, I just think of a very small bicycle.
Likewise.
I mean, apologies to the supermarket chain that will ultimately sponsoring the team, but it's just my observation. But yeah, Little Trek for the future, as you say, for that squad. New sponsor coming on board. But no, Eleanor Baxter, when you look there, Eleanor Baxter isn't a pure climber at all. But what she can get over is these short and punchy climbs. And if she continues to stay with this group, I think even the final climb of that bank, given the acceleration that she's got, she could be in with a little bit of a chance. As we see another group getting back on, another opportunity here, in particular for the former national champion. This is Alice Barnes, number 43 there, of Human Powered Health, getting back on once more, along with a clutch of other riders, including just at the back there, that is Madeline Leach of Life Plus Wahoo.
Under 23 time trial champion, number 62. Just at the front of that group was Lucy Gadd, the also qualifies for the under 23 category in this road race, the rider from Stade Rochelet Charente-Maritime. There's a clutch of riders on the left-hand side here, just starting to move themselves up, and we've spoken at length of just how well the Pro Noctis, Heidi Kjelston, 200 Degrees Coffee team are able to work together. Jo Tinley just moving her teammates Amy Gornall and Zoe Langham up on the left-hand side, giving them that sliding room on this climb. And I think for Jo Tinley, a real great road captain within this squad. She knows that this course isn't for her, but what she's able to do is help her teammates to have real climbing prowess, knowing where to be in the peloton, knowing where they can save energy, where they can sort of which wheels to follow, and just giving them that guidance, that encouragement. Take care of them. If they want a bottle from the team car, Tinley will be able to go back to the team car, speak with the sports director Rick Lister, and get a little bit of information perhaps as to what's going on, maybe a little bit of team tactics. But a great rider to have to give you that guidance. Yeah,
when you look at the numbers here opposed to the world team riders, as we approach this low signal area again, just a slight blockiness to our pictures, albeit temporarily, so apologies for that. But the Pro Noctis team are one of the teams with quite a lot of resource around one of their leaders, and you're quite right to pick out Jo Tinley in particular there, because Zoe Langham, relatively speaking, is inexperienced at this sort of level, but she has the capacity. So what you need, and that's the strangeness often of sport at this level, is you have somebody with far more experience but not the physiological capacity, somebody with the physiological capacity that to win needs to draw on the experience of, and that's why road captains perform such an important function. And of all the courses over recent years, for a rider like Zoe Langham, who's clearly class but a little bit of an outlier compared to Pfeiffer George's, but I think on a course like this, if she plays it smart, she could have a good opportunity, put it that way.
It's knowing where to use your energy, but also knowing where to save your energy. And she's, a relative latecomer to the sport, and so of course, if she can try and take the experience that Jo Tinley has, Jo Tinley's been in the sport for probably touching on 20 years. She's former national criterium champion. She's represented Great Britain at sort of Youth Olympics and Youth Commonwealth Games. Was a rider who was on the early days of the British Cycling Talent Team and Olympic Development Team back in years gone by. So she can try and draw on all of that experience that Tinley has. She really puts herself in good stead.
Yeah, she certainly does. Well, it's Hayley Simmons on the front, as Zoe Langham has just had a little bit of lunch. And just behind her, also eating, which we're going to see quite a lot of in these closing stages, is Francesca Hall of Loughborough Lightning. Very active early on, but still looking good in this group, which has swelled ever so slightly, but looking a little bit further down the road behind that flotilla of support vehicles. Hannah, I don't think this group is going to swell much more. It looks like this group will break apart, come back together, break apart, come back together, but every time it does that, the net result will be a slightly smaller bunch as we head into these closing laps. And also now, race distance and fatigue will start to play a part. Many of the riders who we've talked about, the big superstars of the sport, are more used to this distance, but some of the riders from British teams won't. This will be where they have a distinct disadvantage, and so there will be this natural dropping off the back just due to the pace, the climbs and the mileage as well.
The win is going to come from this group. Anyone who's been distanced at this point in the race with 66.6 kilometres to go, their race, unfortunately, unless something very, very spectacular happens, unfortunately the winner is not going to come from any of those groups who've been distanced and dropped. It's going to come from this main group. That it's a real select group that's formed now, and despite the weather conditions, it doesn't, we've lost that blue sky, but you can see it's still very, very humid out there. You can see with the riders starting to unzip the jerseys, constantly eating, drinking, keeping the hydration, or keeping on top of their hydration. And despite the cloud cover sort of covering the sky, very, very humid conditions, 24 degrees out there, Matt. So, for some riders, they don't necessarily respond well in these humid conditions.
Yeah, it's there are always horses for courses. Some riders excel in the cold. Some riders that don't feel the cold, don't feel the heat, but there will be some riders who aren't particularly comfortable and can't function optionally. But you've got your own optimal range, so that's why it's important to make sure you're hydrated. And on a course like this, although we've got a little bit of a lull in the action here, which is completely unsurprising, we're only at or around half distance now, is that given the humidity here, given the importance of hydration, but given the technical nature, you're either climbing, going pretty deep, or descending where it's pretty technical, it's easy to forget. And although the signal to the body to hydrate is thirst, but if you get to that point as an athlete and you're thirsty, you're wavy and you're basically dehydrated. So that you have to keep thinking. Many of these riders don't need to be told. It's what they do automatically. It's what's instilled in them as young professionals or professionals. But it is easy, even as a top rider, to sometimes do a lap and think, I haven't had a sip, because you're concentrating on the racing so much, and that in itself is a discipline.
When the race and when the course has so much action and so many key points, you're quite right. I mean, you can be one of the world's best riders. I remember seeing the stem of Mathieu van der Poel, and he had his whole fueling strategy on the top of his stem and within his notes of the race notes, and it wasn't necessarily the notes of where climbs are or where the key points are on the course. It was where he needs to make sure that he's eating, drinking and keeping himself well fueled. So even the best, it is something that can, I say, slip your mind, but it is one of the most crucial things during a race, and especially a race of such attrition like this.
Exactly. You might think, you're harping on about fueling and eating, drinking. Well, increasingly, especially over the last few years, there's been so much research. There's a whole new understanding about how many carbohydrates, for example, the human body under stress can take. It used to be around 40-50 grams of carbohydrates an hour. Now riders in the World Tour are taking 130, which really does change, which means that we can process carbohydrates in a different way. So there's really quite stringent and specific feeding and hydration techniques and volumes for these riders, who, especially at the very, very top end, they'll know exactly what they're going to eat and when they're going to eat it throughout the day.
It's not just being able to do it during the race, though. It's training the body to be able to deal with 120, 130 grams of carbohydrates per hour, and doing that in training, and training the body to be able to get used to that, because that's a lot of carbohydrates that you're taking through either fluids or indeed gels and solid food. So you've got to make sure that the body's used to being able to deal with that amount of carbohydrates, and it's quite a difference, isn't it, to maybe not even that long ago, 6 years ago, 5, 6, 7 years ago, where, as you mentioned, Matt, you'd be taking 30, 40 grams per hour, almost 100 grams more per hour that the scientific research has started to show.
Yeah, I was chatting I know he's going to be racing later, but to use a specific example, chatting to Fred Wright a few weeks ago about that, and he said, yeah, it's quite new. So we've gone from 90 last year to 130 this year. And he said, when I finished the Tour of Flanders, I felt completely empty, but my stomach felt full. He said which normally you finish the race and you're empty, you're completely empty. So, but it is an interesting one. So there's as you say, there's the adaptations needed. So riders will be training, but fueling now is always been important. But I think slightly overlooked, and it was more of a one-size-fits-all thing. Just as long as you keep eating every 20 minutes. But in terms of this, it's become far more specific, basically, as we are understanding more and more about nutrition, its impact on performance, performance under strain, performance in cold conditions, performance in hot conditions, and also looking at how many calories is your rider going to spend riding at 280 watts for 5 hours, for example, or whatever the number might be. There's a specific in and out scenario as well.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? I mean, touching on the subject of Fred Wright, I was speaking to the team's nutritionist a couple of weeks ago of Bahrain Victorious, and he was saying each and every rider, they've got their own individual fueling plan. It's not, this is what we're going to do for the whole team, no matter what type of rider you are, whether you're a sprinter, climber, domestique. It's very, very specific, working out, well, what and how much energy have you used throughout today's race or today's training session, being across the board on each and every rider and knowing what their output is going to be throughout the day, their energy output, their power output.
Yeah, the sport has...
It's really evolved.
Yeah, it's evolved and become very scientific, but at the same time, I think people think, oh, well, people are understanding almost too much, and it's like, well, I think we are at the very cutting edge, at the vanguard of understanding and unlocking the potential of athletes in endurance sports. Not just cycling. There are similarities that run across to running, etc. Other sports where you're doing it for a very, very long time. But ultimately, back to cycling again, we're seeing because riders are able to sustain or ride early on, attack, ride for longer at harder efforts. It's the fueling that's allowed them to do that, because we've discovered that as the racing has evolved and become harder in terms of calorific output, because they're so aggressive, because riders are trying to open up the race earlier, the demands in terms of calorie expenditure have become higher. So the racing has determined the new fueling strategies, and off the back of that, recovery as well.
And I think one thing that we've seen, Matt, is as racing's become really dynamic, we've seen almost the script be taken, ripped up. You no longer have the racing coming in sort of that final 30-40 kilometres of racing. It goes really early. Is the fact that we have line to flag coverage, live coverage. You can see just how difficult and demanding it is for riders to get into a breakaway, and it's not just a procession for the opening 50, 60, 70 kilometres. It's hard, it's demanding, and that's very much what we've seen today. The first attack going only a few hundred meters into the race, and almost going in that way all throughout the day. But this duo at the back, I have to say chapeau to them, because Lizzie Brooke on the left hand side alongside her teammate on number 124 Frances Owen have done such a sterling job time after time to get themselves back on. Really exceptional.
Yeah, they have. They've got another teammate in the mix who just walked past by, but look at how quickly these riders pick up the speed here. Remember, they've got the wind coming from the side, but mostly in their back. So as well as gravity assisting with the tremendous speeds that we touched. Let's have a little look at the speeds here. There we go. That's not k's an hour, folks. That's miles an hour. 55 miles an hour, just under, as we lean into this roundabout. Bit of shell grip on the corner there. An advanced bit of road surface information there for you, just to help with adherence of motor vehicles as they go around the bends. Help the cyclists as well. And as we head again into the this little roller before we then hit the climb again. Barnes, you were just pointing at the screen there. Alice Barnes back in the mix as well. She's had a pretty yo-yo sort of race, but she's using that skill, that racecraft. Henderson now goes on the left-hand side. That briefest of lulls, and now the powerhouse that is Ander Henderson, leaning on the pedals and moving clear, and she's got Holden on her wheel. Face there, that biggest, she meant business there. It looked to me as if that was something she had in her mind for a while. She just hit as soon as the road kicked up. She didn't do it on the approach bit. As soon as the road kicked and was steep, that's when she went. And is having a difference here. Pfeiffer Georgie on the wheel of Anna Henderson. Shackley there as well in the third wheel, and look at the look what's happening on this climb. That's one of the biggest continued accelerations we've seen all day so far.
And this group now starting to diminish, and Pfeiffer Georgie coming through, going around Anna Henderson, giving her a turn. Pfeiffer Georgie, Anna Shackley, Claire Steele's just out of the saddle in that blue-purple jersey. Henderson up towards the front. There's Eleanor Backstead. Just moving round is one of the riders from A. O'Shea. I think that could be Connie Hayes.
Well, this is a great move. Pfeiffer Georgie happy to assist with the pacemaking. Shackley just drives straight through with Claire Steele's. Henderson, the protagonist there. Barker also looking like she was struggling a little bit. Back onto the wheel, and we're not even on the climb of the Saltburn Bank just yet. We're going to drop down, then kick up again as another one goes on the left-hand side there.
Just being distanced and getting herself back on was the defending champion Alice Towers. You can see her the last wheel in this group. A couple of riders in front of her is her teammate Alex Morris of Canyon SRAM, but Alice Towers just using the road, using the slipstream of the other riders just to freewheel, get as low as possible, take a moment to get some respite and recovery before it all starts to open up again and we head towards Saltburn Bank.
Indeed. Well, Steele's continuing to be happy with the pacemaking here. Actually, there's a big surge of that little kicker. There's so many little kickers, not a flat centimetre of road on this, well, brutal course. Steele's accelerating, riders struggling on the back there. That's Sophie Wright off Phoenix to Kilton. They've got two riders in the mix there. Millie Cousins is a couple of places further out, but just look at the body language on the bike, the position, trying to get low, trying to force out those watts, trying to remain as efficient as possible, as Towers on the back there trying to get as aero as she can just to save the minutest little bit of energy.
Everyone trying to do the same, even Pfeiffer Georgie on the front here of Team DSM in the black jersey. Keeping things rolling through, but keeping that frontal end as low as possible. Gap starting to open up on this fast sweeping descent here. Take that right-hand corner. There is Lucy Gadd in the black and yellow jersey, just halfway down this group. Eleanor Backstead, second wheel at the back of this group at the moment as things start to open up and real fast racing through here. Another split starts to open up and it's Lizzie Holden, the newly crowned national time trial champion, who's finding herself having to close this gap. Yeah,
it's only a few metres, but in this this cross tailwind, hard to bring back because they're moving so quickly. Backstead there in the blue of Trek Segafredo, second from last in that group. They've managed to sew that little fissure back together again. There's a look around from Shackley there. There's Holden. And Barker in the yellow of Uno X is a rider number 5 on the road there. These gaps should be brought back together, but now we've got Henderson relaying with Shackley, relaying with Steele's also in the mix, Pfeiffer Georgie, and now moving through to the front. Vying for the under-23 jersey is Millie Cousins of the development team of Phoenix to Koenig. So a real elite group of riders in this front split of 20. And when you look back down our pink highlighted riders, it's pretty much the cream of the crop. It's who you'd expect to rise to the surface on a course as hard as this.
It certainly is, and I think all of the riders within this group now all race for UCI Continental and UCI Women's World Tour teams. So after the moves that we saw that was really created by Anna Henderson down that descent, all of our riders from club teams, despite the way that they were riding just so strongly, have been unable to follow any of these moves, and touching on perhaps 15 riders within this group as they take the last few sweeping corners before they'll make that left-hand turn onto Saltburn Bank. And this is a real show of just how much time they've been able to gain in the last 2-3 kilometres.
Well, look at the size of the gap that's opened. It is enormous. So that's probably the best part of 20 seconds out. So there we go. That's another group of about 15 or 20 riders as they drop back. So yeah, about 20 seconds. That was quite an emphatic. So Pfeiffer Georgie on the front, on the first of these brutally steep hairpins, continuing to pile on the pressure of this elite group of riders. Next time through the finish, which comes in only about 300-400 metres time, there'll be 3 laps to go, and already a pretty definitive selection has been made as riders continue to struggle on these fearsome slope. That was Jessica Finney of the AWOL O'Sheen just trying to hold on. But another big acceleration now by Claire Steels, who's determined to make this as hard as possible. Pfeiffer Georgia looks strong, the previous champion from 2021. And Anna Henderson now getting back into contention too. Looks like Holden and Baxter starting to struggle now.
As is the defending champion, Alice Towers. Alex Morris just on the wheel of Pfeiffer Georgie. This is really impressive from the rider who is racing in her first year as a professional, having won the Zwift Academy finals, getting that pro contract with Canyon SRAM. Just at the back of this group is Natalie Grinser in the yellow and black jersey of Stade Rochelet Maritime. You can just see her at the back of this group. Just on her wheel is Sophie Wright of Phoenix de Koning in the blue jersey. Two riders from that team, you can just see there. Number 34 is Sophie Wright. Millie Cousins in this group, and Pfeiffer Georgie just taking a look around, assessing the situation within this group.
Yeah, this is a real selection. Baxter trying to get back in contact, and just at the back of that group with Baxter, they're about 50 metres off, is Alice Towers, who said the defending champion. That's the elite group of riders that's gone through. 56.8 k's to go, 3 laps. 9
riders in this group now.
Well, this is the remnants of the bunch behind. I think it's going to be hard for these riders to get back in contact. I think that group is just the right size for them now to just keep working together. Still a long way to go. And it is the figure that we saw earlier on, attacking of April Tacey, riding this group in. So many riders starting to struggle now. Their faces a picture of pain. Well, we knew this course was going to be hard. We knew it would be selective, but it has proved to be that, hasn't it? There's just too much climbing in this course, and there's too much firepower at the real top end, and they've made a significant difference.
Lap by lap, it's been this wearing down process. You've seen the deterioration of the peloton, and it's been so leg slapping, but it's the way in which it's been ridden as well. It's not been at a steady pace throughout. We've seen so many different accelerations, so many attacks from various different riders, from the club teams to continental teams to the World Tour teams, and this is really a showing of the damage. Maddie Leach just crossing the line there. In that chasing group behind, we had Hayley Simmons, Abby Smith, Zoe Langham. You've got a real combination of riders within this group. We've got 2 riders from Phoenix de Koning in the blue. Alex Morris, the sole representative of Canyon SRAM. There alongside her at the back is Claire Steels, Anna Shackley, Eleanor Barker, Anna Henderson, Pfeiffer Georgie. Just doing her turn and moving off to the left-hand side is Natalie Grinser.
Yeah, it really is a strong group. Shackley now rolling through. Now the thing for we just saw Alex Maurice looking round. Now she is, I wonder if she's just try and slow things down to let Alice Towers get back in, because Alice Towers isn't too far behind. Might be a good idea if she just eased off a little bit on the front, just to give an opportunity for her teammate to get back in. But that was a natural selection. That's the thing. It wasn't just a tactical move. That was pure power. They just could not keep up with the pace at the front. And that is Alex Maurice, number 2. Good riding, as you just pointed out, by number 90 there, Natalie Grincher, riding for the French squad.
Flora Perkins on the back here for Phoenix de Koning Development Squad. You can just see number 35 there, through the feed zone on the wheel of Pfeiffer Georgie.
Yeah, Eleanor Barker is looking good as well here, isn't she? Just at the back of that group. She's taken a little bit of ice, I think, just to put under her. What they basically do is you get an old pair of tights, don't you? And just
keep it old school with all the technology and innovation.
Cut up the tights, put some ice cubes in and stick them under, or a sock or something like that. That's generally what they use. It will just stay there, gradually cooling the body in these sorts of temperatures. But this is a solid group of riders, but significantly the only team with 2, although they are technically on different squads. One rides for the development team, one rides for the full world team or World Tour team, are the women in blue. Sophie Wright and Flora Perkins. But of course, despite being on technically different teams, they'll be riding as a unit today, that's for sure, because they outnumber the rest. Unless, of course, the defending champion Alice Towers can get back in contact with Eleanor Baxter, and also significantly Lizzie Holden. But we need to have a look back to see what that gap is. But the way that this group of 9 are riding now, it might be too far a bridge to cross.
The gap when they came through the line was just touching on 11 seconds. And they came through the line, so if they can try and get some cohesion between Lizzie Holden, Alice Towers, Eleanor Backstead, they can try and get themselves back on, but immediately this group of 9 have got themselves rolling through, sharing the workload, sharing the turns, doing this through and off. Flora Perkins just missing a couple of turns here, but everyone else within this group sharing the workload. Oh, and it looks like Flora Perkins not feeling too well during this race here.
Yeah, just giving herself a little bit of an opportunity for a rest, and also being one of the under. Oh, so I didn't notice that. She might have. Well, she's gone that deep. It's not common, but I think she actually vomited on the bike. So there we go. I don't know if we necessarily need an action replay of vomiting, but we shall see. But that happens quite often, goes that deep. And one thing it's worth saying, when it's hot and you're trying to get these carbohydrates inside, which are essential, you can often have a bit of a nasty patch. Let's hope that she passes through, because it can be something that passes and you can be okay.
And sometimes it's when you're having, and in these hot conditions, you're having cold drinks, and it really upsets the stomach as well. And,
Totally.
and I think it's just a real showing of just how difficult, just how demanding this race has been, and still with over 50 kilometres to go, this race is far from over, and we've got a select group of 9. Everyone taking this opportunity. Pfeiffer Georgie just looking for some more food.
I'm sorry, I was just going to just run the rule over this group just to let us know exactly who's in there. So we do have Alex Maurice of Canyon Stram Racing. She just rolled through at the front there. This is uncharted territory for the Zwift Academy winner. She really is a talent, and look at the way. I mean, she's riding with some of the best riders in the world here, and she's looking good technically as well. She looks great on a bike.
Superb.
Also in the mix, both in blue, Sophie Wright of Phoenix de Koning and Flora Perkins, under 23, riding for the Phoenix de Koning development team. Riding just rolling through at the front now with that purple and red kit is Claire Steels of the Israel Premier Tech. Also in the mix is Natalie Grincher of Stade Rochelet Charente Maritime, just at the back there, number 90. Pfeiffer Georgie, former champion there, with a gel in her mouth in the navy blue and black of Team DSM. Also there, Anna Henderson of Team Jumbo-Visma in that bright yellow. Anna Shackley is there for Team SD Works. Well, there we go. It's on the screen for you. And Eleanor Barker is the final rider in that group. This is a very, very strong group indeed. And they're riding as a cohesive fighting force at the moment. Well, next time through will be 2 laps to go. But right now, they're just going to just get the job done here, aren't they? Just keep on going. I'm wondering if anybody will be minded to attack early, but I think because of the attritional nature of this course, they might just do a lap of just keeping this as a collective and establish a big lead just to snuff out any hopes of anybody behind coming back.
It's really in their interest to have this cohesion and work together and share the workload within this group, that you want to make sure that this select group stays away. The moment you start to see riders missing turns or start to look at other riders doing the workload, that's when you really start to lose. It's almost a brief moment of collaboration and allegiance. Almost, you become a team, you become a unit to work together before we really start to see the tactical games play out. But I have to say, the way in which Phoenix de Koning have ridden here, having Flora Perkins in this group as she takes on more food, takes on another gel, and Sophie Wright, is really, really impressive. And Flora Perkins, a bronze medalist in the individual time trial championships in the under 23 category, really showing that she is on good form, really having a good performance. She had a really good consistent performance over in the Czech Republic at the Gracia All Over stage race. Had a few top results there. So I think for Flora Perkins, starting out her professional career with Le Col Wahoo, moving across to the Belgian team.
Just trying to work out to the... yeah, she has had a tremendous season. She's one of the few under 23 riders in this breaker. Remember, it's all about the elite win, of course, but integrated within this Women's Elite National Road Race Championships are the under 23 championships as well. And with that comes a lot of prestige. The only other under 23, well, there's only one, and it is Anna Shackley. But both of the riders, I don't think the under 23 title will be the forefront of their minds at all. It's about winning this bike race, and with that, an extra jersey, really, isn't it? So we'll see. But also, you could argue that Shackley has the right to sit on a little bit. She's the younger rider, she's the least senior, but this is the next group on the road, and they are really in no woman's land, aren't they? It's defending champion Alice Towers on the front there with Eleanor Baxter, and the brand new time trial champion of Great Britain riding for UAE, that's a Lizzie Holden. But 30 seconds with the way that they're riding is going to be very hard. All they can hope is that they start to stall and maybe one or two riders sit on and just the pace dip. So they need to keep on going, but the best way to do it is to just, on a course like this, don't give up. Just keep tapping, because you just don't know what's going to happen in front.
You never know what's going to happen, especially with such a select group. And I mean, you say about Anna Shackley, and perhaps, you know, she's one of the younger riders within that group. Perhaps they won't be looking to her to do too much of the workload. But when you've got such a prestigious jersey on your shoulders as Team SD Works, one of the best women's teams in the world, you can just see her there, number 108, the rider from Milngavie, keeping a really nice cadence, a really nice pedalling style, the rider from Team SD Works. She's going to have to contribute, and I have to say, you know, even Flora Perkins, only 19 years of age, to find yourself in such esteemed company here, a real, you know, head-turning performance that we're seeing here. And you know, she rides for the development team of Phoenix de Koning now. I don't think it'll be too long before the management within that team, notably the team manager Heidi, will be signing her up for the World Tour team. Yeah,
this is a superb performance. But she's riding it smart as well. That little moment of sickness wasn't exactly what you'd like, but just look at, she looks all right. It looks like it's something that's passed. It isn't uncommon, as we see another acceleration from Claire Steels. She's not wanting to keep this group together. She just wants to make this as hard as possible. It's Anna Shackley shutting her down, but Steels is looking like one of the strongest riders here. This is a massive acceleration from the 36-year-old. And Shackley struggling to stay on the wheel. And who is starting to struggle here? With both Phoenix de Koning riders are out the back. Also, Grinch starting to struggle. But it's the Olympic champion and 5 times world track champion Barker managing to get back onto the wheel of Fight for Georgie as Steels really turns the screw here.
The way that she's able to throw the bike side to side with real injection, real prowess on these short, steep climbs here. Look at the damage that acceleration has done, and Grinzer just pacing her way back on. There's one of the riders from Phoenix de Koning.
Perkins, that's just Perkins just off the back there. Yeah, both of those riders have now been dropped. Fight for Georgie swings over. That's the thing. When you ride in a disruptive manner, there's clearly Steels is feeling good. She wants to thin this group out a little bit, but immediately after an acceleration like that, riders need to take a moment before they ride through. And this is Sophie Wright a little bit further back down the road, just struggling to get the gears back again over the top of that nasty climb, back onto the big ring, back onto the power. But Claire Steels, to my mind at the moment, although she clearly is happy to show her hand, appears to be the strongest. But aside from the accelerations, the rest of them look pretty evenly matched here. It's really quite difficult to pick between these riders right now.
Evenly matched, but every time Steels makes a move, whilst they might not be the riders who are the protagonists and they're doing these attacks, they're able to match and ride back onto the wheel of Steels. So perhaps showing her hand a little bit too early. We're still sort of like that 50 kilometres to go marker, still with a number of laps to go, 7 laps in total this race. But I think there's a number of riders within this group here, notably Barker, Henderson, who just want to keep the cohesion. They want to keep things rolling through. They don't want all these attacks starting to fly, and you can see immediately Barker rolled through, tried to get almost that through and off, going back within this group here.
Yeah, totally. It's just, well, let's keep this rhythm. Let's have a little look. Is anybody going to get back on? Indeed. Good riding there. Yeah, Grinch gets back in contention, and now she doesn't need to work for a bit. Well, if you just attack me, I was happy to work with this group. If you're going to attack me and I'm going to get dropped, unless she's feeling pretty good, the wise thing to do, and I'm sure she will sit on, and there you go. She just sat on the back of the wheel, trying to recompose herself, save a little bit of energy. As a little bit further back, this is Flora Perkins, second place on the road in the under-23 competition.
And it's still within her.
Oh, it's totally doable, isn't it?
It is. It's still totally doable, but it's also in her best interest that she knows if she's in second place at the moment, getting another podium, another medal in the under-23 category here at the National Championships, of course, is a brilliant, brilliant performance. Already a bronze medal in that time trial on Wednesday.
Well, Eleanor Barker's class on a bike. And talk about these warm conditions. I bumped into her, Eleanor, the other week at a cycling event in Surrey. And I was asking her what she's up to. She said, as I said, she was down to ride the Giro Donnet. The starts very, very shortly, and to prepare for that, she'd been heat acclimatising because in Italy this time of year it's hot enough in the Giro in May, but in July it's a different kettle of fish. So she's been going out training with base layers on and a full thermal jacket out in the sunshine just to get optimised, and she clearly is in good form. Okay, it's hot here, but it's certainly not Italy hot, but it's a warm day. But right now she is looking very, very strong. That real fluidity, conservation of effort, but also sharpness, and clearly more than happy at coping with these warm conditions too.
But we've seen how riders, they do the heat training, the heat acclimation, and just how much of a difference it also has to your performance. You know, it's... See Barker take a look around, but yeah, it's really interesting that almost being akin to altitude training, being able to do the heat acclimation.
No, it's massively important. Anything that you can improve on now in elite cycling, they'll look at and try and see where these improvements can be made, and acclimatising to cold conditions as well. Riders going out, obviously wrapped up and making sure they can breathe and perform. But heat acclimatisation is now very commonplace, as you mentioned, Hannah. If you're not doing altitude training and you want to win Grand Tours, you're not going to be in the game. So many days, cumulatively weeks and months over a career are spent at altitude. Lonely miles training, but it gets these riders into the place that they need to be at. As we look at Shackley, what a season that she has had so far. She is looking so sharp. And what about this woman riding through now, Alex Maurice? We've talked a lot about her. I'd imagine back in the team to our Danny Christmas is very happy, but now it's all about making sure that she's doing the right thing, and that includes doing what she's done there, keeping fueled. And so Danny Christmas will be in the car constantly. They're not on radios here, but they will be dropping back, but she'll be as much as she can having a bit of an influence over these riders. But and just got the salt encrusted there on the shoulders of Pfeiffer Georgie. Easier to see with the black kit there, but these riders are going to be losing a lot of salt, a lot of minerals, and they have to be replenished. Otherwise the performance, it will just drop off a cliff toward the back end, won't it? It will,
and you can see all of these riders just taking this opportunity to take on gels, take on more fluids, keep on top of the electrolytes, and we've seen a lot more than usual, and especially in the last couple of months, how riders are starting to cramp into races, especially when it's been just quite so hot and the race has been demanding. And I often wonder, is that because you're taking on so many carbohydrates, you're not taking a lot less electrolytes, and you've got to try and find that balance of taking on the salts and not just taking on the carbohydrates that you need throughout the race. So important to make sure you've got that fine balance, but also training the body. And it's really apparent to see, isn't it, especially on a black kit of Pfeiffer Georgie, just how much salt you are losing as you perspire on a day like today, sort of touching on 24-25 degrees. Whilst it is a little bit of cloud cover, the blue sky has started to go away. We started under the blue skies and sun, but it is still hot, it's still humid, the wind is still blowing.
That added bit of cloud cover can quite often add to the humidity, can't it? As we see a couple of rather enthusiastic local residents cheering on the race, which is great to see some local club cyclists out there as well. As Flora Perkins from the Phoenix to Koenig development team continues to plough this lonely furrow in between the group of three just behind, which includes her teammate Eleanor Baxter and the defending champion Alice Towers. As long as she keeps them in sight, that does give her hope, but it's going to be hard to actually get across. So she just needs to be patient and not worry too much about this group. She needs to focus on her own race now, because measuring your effort over such difficult terrain solo is enormously important. course, the riders in front now, they're moving quickly. They're having these micro breaks. They sit on the wheel on this fast section of the road. But for this young lady here, it's just the chains tight all the time. She's spending far more energy riding at the same speed as the riders in front. But there's a medal in the balance here, isn't there, as well? She's in a very good position. She just needs to keep on doing what she can. And who knows what's going to happen out in front? Let's assume that one or two of these riders might get their pacing strategy wrong. They might get their fueling strategy wrong. And they just blow in the final stage of this race. On a course like this, in the final stage, you often see quite a lot of swapping round as riders completely capitulate.
The deeper we go into this race, perhaps, riders start to think, well, how am I going to be able to win this race? I'm not going to be able to win. I don't want to keep making lots of short, sharp attacks. I want to make sure that I've still got some riders around me, follow wheels, preserve as much energy as possible. And the way that Flora Perkins is fighting her way back through here, it'd be good to try and get a time gap on this 19-year-old rider. She'll want to try and hold off the chasing group behind of Alice Towers, Eleanor Backstead and Lizzie Holden. Of course, Eleanor Backstead and Alice Towers both eligible for the under-23 category. Real show of determination and grit from Perkins, keeping fighting on, and we saw that already earlier on today when she's clearly feeling a little bit ill. We saw her with a little bit of sickness on the bike, but all it takes is for the cohesion to be lost within this group. Nobody really wants to take it up at the front. It really plays into the hands of Perkins.
They seem to be working well as a unit right now, though, don't they? There's no sense of anybody really sitting on. Even the rider that was dropped in the yellow and black, Natalie Grincher, just on the front right now with the black arms. Similar colour kit, of course, to the rider just at the back, Anna Henderson. But no, she's now starting to work through. There's we're going through Stilton Thorpe, I think that is. One of these numerous little villages that pepper this beautiful part of the world. And a little ripple of applause as we go through Old Farm School.
Stunning, isn't it, this area? Absolutely beautiful.
And some bunting. It's always good to see bunting out on a bike race. In all seriousness, it's great when the local communities embrace the national championships or any bike event that comes through. It's so important that there's this bond, this relationship between the local councils, the communities and the race organisers, because it's not just a celebration of bike racing. We're riding through one of the most beautiful parts of the country, if not the world. It is absolutely stunning, and you're showcasing this particular neck of the woods as we see another very small pony. Still waiting for the answers on a postcard. Well, that's what they used to say in the multicoloured swap shop on a Saturday morning. But maybe answers on a tweet instead, if you can just name that variety of equine beast. So, we're coming towards the closing stages of this British Elite Women's National Road Championships. Next time through the finishing line, there will be 2 laps to go. And we have a real class selection of riders now out in front. Alex Maurice wearing number 2 there for Canyon Schramm. New at this level, but I tell you what, she has adapted so well, and she looks to be riding super strong. Also in the mix, we have Claire Steele from the Israel Premier Tech team in that blue and purple kit. The rider just at the back that we're focusing on her aero socks at the moment is Natalie Grincher of the Strade Rochelet Charente-Maritime group, team, should I say. Eleanor Barker, MBE, is at the back there for the Uno X Pro cycling team. An Olympic team pursuit champion, 5 times the world champion on the track. And has a very long contract with Uno X that takes her all the way through the next Olympic cycle through to 2027. Anna Shackley is just rolling through as well in this group. And she's, of course, riding for SD Works. Again, another fetching kit. And then Pfeiffer Georgie rounding out the group of 7 riders it is now out in front. So still difficult to pick between the two, or between all of these riders, should I say. Although Grincher had to fight to get back in contention, but the rest look pretty evenly matched. And because some have attacked and some have just followed, haven't they? And that's that could be because they're playing a tactically conservative game and know that some other riders will attack, and so you follow. And I think it's fair to say that Barker, I think, is in that category. She's watched, she's equalled everybody else, she's never seemed to be in too much trouble. So why attack?
I think she's really assessed the situation well. But equally, I think so has Natalie Grinzer. While she's been distanced on after some of the attacks, which have predominantly come from Claire Steele's, she's not just sitting on and almost becoming an annoyance within that group. She's almost using that little bit of energy coming through, keeping the peace within the group, making sure that she doesn't really stand out like a sore thumb. You know, making sure that she's doing her workload. She'll want to make sure that she can try and keep the cohesion within this group for as long as possible. Perhaps just went through a little bit of a bad patch. She's come through feeling good now. The legs have come round. And especially as we near ever closer to the finish line, as we see a nice little band at the top of Saltburn.
A lot of ukuleles. I think let's call them the Ukulele Enthusiast Club. There's a nice bass there being played. So now real festival atmosphere on the finish line here. And make sure you head to a couple of the pop-ups. I'm going to give them another shout out again. We couldn't do this race without them. So head to the little pop-ups if you're there of the Stockton Wheelers Club and the Cleveland Wheelers. They're just at the Marine Parade. And there's also a British Cycling gazebo up there as well. So ahead of the race finish, pop up, get a leaflet. If you're not already a member, join British Cycling. And it's the funding of all of the members of British Cycling which enable us to have flag-to-line coveraging of such an important championship, as we look at Flora Perkins trying to get as aero as possible, offering up that little bit of recovery, but getting a position like that, it's just quick, isn't it?
Really making use of the road, trying to get herself as aerodynamic as possible, well within the rules, of course. Lots of changes over the last couple of years.
Riders now, won't they? As you say, the rules have changed for a couple of years now, isn't it? About no sitting on the top tube. I think it's a good move, wasn't it?
Absolutely.
It was the right thing to do, but yet making sure she doesn't fall foul of the UCI rules. But right now, as well as making sure they're moderating their effort, they're trying to keep for as long as possible this group together. Nobody wants any attacks to come unless, of course, you're planning one yourself. It's maybe now, Hannah, at this point, coming up to 2 laps to go very shortly, that they'll be looking at each other and just trying to get a sense of because most of these riders will have raced against each other a lot, that they know each other very well, that they're respected, but they'll also understand the body language as well. What's the breathing like, and maybe taking a sneaky look at the heart rate, for example, just the way they're positioned on the bike. Are they missing turns, and just getting a sense of who's strong and who's starting to weaken in this group as well.
It's really weighing up your opponents within this group, and also starting to think, well, if I want to try and win this national title, if I want to go home with the national stripes, how can I win? If this person is stronger when it comes down to a head-to-head sprint, how can I try and distance them? How can I try and drop them? Do I need to go from the very low slopes of Saltburn Bank? Do I need to go a little bit further out? Do I need to go along a long range attack, sort of in 20 kilometres to go? It's really weighing up your opponents within that group, looking at their strengths and weaknesses. But also, these riders are racing each other week in, week out on the professional circuit over in mainland Europe predominantly. So they know exactly their strengths and weaknesses. And also, for some of these riders, they play as a domestique for the majority of their professional racing career, for their main captains within their professional squads. So some of the riders might not find themselves in this position very often. Natalie Grinzer, for example.
Totally, yeah. No, you are quite right. The British Championships, or any national championships, is a race like no other. As we were discussing previously, it has its own particular set of team dynamics, and also throws up a unique opportunity to become British champion. Whoever wins that coveted red, white and blue jersey today will wear it for the next 12 months on the international circuit. Looking at one of the riders here, because they all are top class international riders, one of whom has been the champion before. She's just rolling through there on the left hand side. That is Pfeiffer Georgie, took that title a couple of years ago, and she's had a magnificent year, probably her best year as a pro, isn't it?
It is,
and she's still only young, but I think this year she's really hit her stride, and is actually amongst this group of riders one of the leaders in that team now. She is a protected rider. She's a great lead out rider. She can climb, she can win solo, but she's deployed to lead out the likes of Charlotte Cole earlier on in the year. I mean, some of the most devastating lead-outs I've seen because she's just got so much top end.
I think one of the striking things for me about Pfeiffer Georgie is 2 years ago when she came as the road captain for Team DSM, still at sort of 20, 21 years of age, and you've got that responsibility. But I also think it shows the maturity of Pfeiffer Georgie and the way in which she's able to read the race so well. She's able to make big decisions on the road. For at that time she had Lorena Buibis on the team, she had Juliette Lebeau, Floortje Mackay, Liana Lippert, and she was the rider who was making all of the calls on the road. So it shows her knowledge as a rider. She's been racing ever since she was through the youth ranks, through the junior ranks, of course. Won Game Wevelgem as a junior.
Yep.
Won her first World Tour race this year at Ruga de Bana, and that's a race that notoriously is one for the sprinters, almost that sprinters classic, and she just took that race into her own hands, winning solo.
Awful
and it was
weather,
incredible.
wasn't it, as well?
Awful weather.
Attritional weather. So again, she's a rider that's versatile. She can turn her hand to most sorts of parkour weather conditions as well. But as you said, it's that intelligence that makes her such an impressive professional cyclist, that's for sure. She had a win just the other week, so 2 wins. She won the Droit d'Or de Westhoek as well on the 4th of June, en route to 3rd in Elmos Droits d'Or at Hageland. So she's in great form, and she's certainly looking good today. Again, along with Eleanor Barker, she hasn't actually attacked. She's just followed. She's just waited. She's just bided her time. But when you look as well at the finish that Georgie's got and the finish that Barker's got, perhaps that's why we've seen the likes of Shackley attack. That's why we've seen Steels constantly attack, and Henderson too. So we know that Georgie and Barker have both got a pretty good finish, and they'll be wary, and they'll know that there's a way that they prefer. Anybody who's got the capacity to win, wants to win it, will have their own way of winning this one, because this is a complicated finish.
It is, and whilst this climb probably has steeper gradients, the distance and the time of that final climb is probably akin to Lincoln Grand Prix, and Lincoln is where Pfeiffer Georgie won her national title.
Yeah, it's
so
around
you think
a minute,
you're talking
isn't
around
it?
a minute's effort.
Right from the bottom, about a minute, yeah.
And yeah, as I say, whilst the gradients are much steeper, she's got those capabilities to go and have that high and maintain such a high power and high intensity for that minute duration.
Yeah, as you say, it's thinking about the effort. It's a hard climb, but it isn't like a long sort of 3 or 4 minute climb. They're on the lower slopes of the climb again, of Saltburn Bank, and we're getting a nice camera angle here, which gives a real sense of how steep this climb is. Going on the inside, the apex of the corner, is Natalie Grincher. Nobody's done a big acceleration here. They'll know as we head deeper into this race, this is just going to get harder than harder. So I think the group right now, they're all pretty happy just to keep this one moving right now. We shall see. Eleanor Barker, real efficient pedalling style here as Anna Shackley hits the front. As we just see these gentle waves breaking on the beach. An appreciative crowd has assembled. The crowd continuing to swell ahead of the final lap, where the winner of the 2023 British Elite Women's Road Race Championships will be crowned. But who will it be? And I'm pretty sure, unless something very strange happens, it will be one of these 7 women out in the front group. But look at the composed visage, countenance here of Anna Shackley. She looks completely and utterly in control of this effort.
Exceptional the way that she's able to maintain this effort here. Almost looks like she's out for a leisurely ride, as we start to see a couple little grimaces come onto the faces of Alex Morris. And there goes a little smile as well from the rider from Canyon SRAM. First chance that she's been able to be in this situation, and what a performance she's having. They come into the line, that Saltburn Bank complete. They'll see the finish line in front of them. It's the wind coming onto the left-hand shoulder of the riders at the moment, and this is still the chase for Flora Perkins. Still with a bit between her teeth, with 38.1 kilometres to go. Brilliant performance from the 19-year-old as the leading 7 cross the line, 2 laps remaining, and after 2 hours and 49 minutes of racing, this is the situation on the road. We started out with 104 riders this morning. They're rolling out at 9 a.m. from Saltburn. It's been a real race of attrition. Perkins putting it into the big ring. Maintain this effort for the next 2 laps, and she could be in a chance with securing the silver medal in the under-23 category. And at 19 years of age, if she finishes within the top 10, what a sterling performance that would be. Already had some really good racing so far this year. She was 3rd at the Cycle Classic. Also a number of standout results in the Britannia Ladies Tour. That was sort of mid-May. 6th place on the final stage. Put herself up there in the general classification. All about that learning process within Phoenix de Koning, the development team. Trying to learn as much as possible before hoping and wanting to try and make that step up to the World Tour team. The Belgian outfit.
Yeah, she's riding well. And at 1 minute and 11 is the gap, so it's going out. There's no real surprise given the firepower here, and also right now given the organisation. A double turn there being done by Alex Maurice. As we look a little bit further down the road, no sign just yet of the next few riders on the road, and that should be Sophie Wright of Phoenix de Koning. The defending champion Alice Towers, or the hopes of a repeat are fading fast. It's looking inevitable, in fact, that this group will stay clear. And also Eleanor Baxter in that group behind, but the gaps are sizable, and they will only be accentuated, and they will increase dramatically as the class of these riders out in front and the nature of the course start to really tell. It'll be like hyper focus now, won't it? This is such a difficult course that the gaps will continue to extend, and I think we might get only a small clutch of finishes. So we pass through the feed zone. A couple of riders not needing to take bottles because we just saw the support vehicles coming through them. We just saw Jumbo-Visma passing through to look after Anna Henderson, just taking a drink herself, shakes the bead on, gives it a toot, and also the Israel Premier Tech team car looking after Claire Steels as well, moving up. So most of the riders now should have support from behind.
Hayley Simmons has broken away from the group that she was in pursuit of trying to limit her losses. It's also worth pointing out, Matt, once groups are riders are 10 minutes behind the leading group, they will be pulled out from this group. So it's also making sure that you can, if you're still feeling like you've got something left, to try and go and pursue it and keep yourself within that time, as Monica Greenwood or Das Hansling tries to go clear of this group. Really about the placings, isn't it? Because you're still talking, top 10, top 12, top 15 places on the road.
Yep. No, there's a lot up for grabs, and that was definitely a good move by Hayley Simmons. She'll be okay, not happy she's on the back foot, but she won't be really worried. I think she's heading towards a very good top 10 place, but giving her time trolling prowess and her ability to ride against the clock with this Alice Towers that was just a little bit further back, was dropping right back down through that little group. So Hayley Simmons now, I think she will be looking at the group. I also saw being reabsorbed was Sophie Wright. So I think the next place on the road after Flora Perkins is indeed, well, we've got to see if we can see. I don't know if her timing chip's working, because Hayley Simmons is definitely looking in a good position. She's definitely in between that bunch and the breakaway anyway.
See Henderson just taking some ice, putting it down the back of her jersey.
I've got an update on the time check for you. So we've got Perkins at 1:11, then we've got Sophie Wright at 2. I think she's come back. I think she's gone back a bit further. Elizabeth Holden and Baxter are just with Hayley Simmons at the moment. So they've got that little group behind as the riders continue to request a bead on. Very polite thank you there from Claire Steels, who's looking very good. There we go. It's just calling up the team car to receive a much needed hydration as we head into the final couple of laps. So deep now, or relatively deep shall I say. This is group number 2. So Lizzie Holden and Eleanor Baxter have caught under 23 rider Flora Perkins, and this is good for Perkins, in fact, isn't it? That's going to keep the hope alive of a top 10 spot. We've got 7 in front now and 3 behind, and the rider just behind this group is Hayley Simmons on her own, and she's about 30-40 seconds behind. So Eleanor Baxter flicks the elbow. It's now Flora Perkins who rolls through. Lizzie Holden just on her wheel, but they are the best part of 2.5 minutes behind this group. And then your new national champion will come from one of these 7 riders. And you know what? I'm trying to. Quite often you can ascertain clearly who the favourite might be, somebody who's just looks the best, but still, although Claire Steele's is looking strong, her accelerations are good. Henderson's also look good. Shackley's look good. Again, a rider who hasn't really shown, but been attentive is Alex Maurice. Certainly Grenadith there's never been any big gaps for her to close. I think they're relatively evenly matched in this front group, but all riding it in an ever so slightly different way.
You've got to ride to your strengths as a rider and your attributes as a rider, and they'll each be starting to plan out, well, how can I win from this group? In which way do I need to make a move? Who is the fastest in this group? Who can we, or do we need to really try and shake within this group? And I think everyone will be really, at this point, keeping their cards very close to their chest. Pfeiffer Georgie just looking for a team card to come and assist her. You can see that Jumbo-Visma, they are the team that are looking after the sole representative of Team DSM in the black jersey. You just see, looks like Ollie Moore's in the car for Pfeiffer Georgie and for Team Jumbo-Visma here. Getting some ice, and you can see just the experience there from Pfeiffer Georgie, not waiting with the car and losing distance on this climb, getting herself back into the wheel, waiting until the team car's completely ready to assist her, and then dropping back and getting the ice.
Yeah, she got enough beat-ons. It clearly was the ice, so they waited. And as you say, you often see it, don't you, that a rider drops back and they're talking to the team car, and they look, then suddenly there's a 150-metre gap opened up, and they can't at that point drop behind the vehicle and get towed back, because that's their own error. So it's keeping that discipline, making sure the vehicle, within the safety constraints as well, is as close to the group as possible. When they're moving slow like this, it's not a problem. But again, another illustration, to go back to what you were talking about before, of every single detail is covered off for Pfeiffer George. She's always thinking, always alert, and never slacking off from a psychological perspective. She's thinking all the time, and those small details, no stone unturned in terms of doing the right thing. So she is totally dialed, and at the moment she's keeping herself as cool as possible. As we look at the sign for Skelton, and a very well whittled and carved ornamental owl.
We like our nature, man.
We do like our nature. We've
also
got
our
nice
sculptures as well.
And an even spread of nature. We've had miniature horses. Actually, I think that's it. Miniature horses.
Miniature horses.
That's
It could
what
be a
they're
pony also. It
It
could be a pony. Anything under, is it 14 hands is a pony?
Wow, that's good knowledge.
I think.
That's good equine knowledge there. Maybe you've got another career at hands doing show jumping or horse racing. So great stuff. We just saw Flora Perkins. It looks like Flora Perkins has either accelerated clear of the group she was with, or she's starting to fade.
I
and
think
Elizabeth
the rider
Holden,
that was with Lizzie Holden and Eleanor Baxter.
Was it a teammate, was it?
That was Sophie Wright within that group.
My
Flora
apologies.
Perkins still at 1 minute and 5 seconds. So she went through the line at 1 minute and 11. She is making inroads slowly but surely. She's taking off a handful of seconds here as soon as this group started to, of course, wait for the team cars, take on some assistance through that feed zone as well.
She'll see
She's
them on some of
gaining
these
back,
climbs.
and she will, and you can just see.
Ooh.
She comes through this corner, she will see the convoy of cars, and that's another motivation.
And there is Danny Christmas, who was commentating with me on the British Championships, the circuit race on Friday. You would have heard her dulcet tones, and now she's controlling the ship, looking after several of the riders in this breakaway. And importantly for her, it is Alex Maurice who is riding superbly there in this break for Canyon SRAM. What a year she is having, finding her feet, and now she's in a position for an exceptionally high placing. When she's in a position to win this championships right now, what can she do? She just needs to be very smart and hope for the best legs she's ever had on a day like this. Coached by a good friend of ours, Dean Downing, who has a real roster of riders under his tutelage. as she opts for a water on this occasion, hopefully straight out the cooler. And right now, there'll be a mix, won't there, of getting some water on board to cool yourself down and electrolytes. Quite often the rider will have a water in one bidon and electrolytes in another.
Yeah, absolutely. And, important that you are getting some just water over you to try and cool yourself down, and especially that will really come into its own once you get into some of these faster descents where you can just cool the core body temperature down as much as possible. But Flora, I'm mightily impressed by this 19-year-old rider. She has not given up in the fight and in this chase to try and bring herself back to this group. 1 minute and 5 seconds was the deficit. As Alex Morris takes another bottle.
Yeah, this is getting awfully hard now. As you said, she's falling away. I think the gap's gone up now to about 1 minute and 54 seconds now, but she could be joined shortly, and she'll get that information. Well, she won't get that information. She'll have to make a call herself because they're not on radios, of course, but she could be joined by Sophie Wright, Elizabeth Holden and Eleanor Baxter. As we see, this is one of the BC, this is a local rider. This is what it's all about, is getting young kids on bikes, just to get a sense of what it's like, become a British cycling member, join a local club, two of which have got pop-ups at the top of this climb. Stockton Wheelers and Cleveland Wheelers have teamed up, and there you go, that's a member of the Cleveland Wheelers Cycling Club and perhaps a star of the future, being inspired by these women on the roads here today. So as I say, if you're watching this on the GCN app on your phone, head over and have a chat with the folks on the British Cycling Stand, and of course the two clubs that I have mentioned. And maybe just pop to a local pub and get yourself a shandy and a bag of cheese and onion crisps. That's my order anyway.
Why change a winning recipe?
So from shandy to cheese and onion crisps to our 7 riders still out in front. Anna Henderson out of the saddle, looking very strong. No real indication of stress or fatigue on her face. Slight grimace there, but retaining composed. And also, because of what we talked about earlier, we talked about these riders now will be looking at each other, sensing a weakness, and quite often, based on that information, that will inform your tactics. Okay, clearly that they're struggling on the steeper part of the climb, or they're struggling on this descent. This is where I'm going to try and exploit and profit from things. It's also now not giving too much information away. So if you can, it's like starting to wear a mask, isn't it? And if you're strong, looking like you're struggling. Or maybe, and this is what I remember my French manager back 20, 30 years ago would say to me, Mathieu, faire un peu de cinéma. And it's basically act. Don't show your colours. Don't show how strong you are. If you're feeling good, show them that you're bad. Even lose a wheel every now and again. Just rock and roll. These are exaggerated ideas, but in a more nuanced way, the riders will want to try and read as much as they can from other riders, but then the riders will be trying to not give too much information away. And on a course like this, it's so hard.
Absolutely. But I think also you take a look at what has been going on so far. Well, every time that the road has been on that steep ascent, and on several occasions it's always been on the same climb, and especially the climb Saltburn Bank up towards the finish, Claire Steels has made a big injection of pace. She's made a big attack. Well, if you can anticipate that happening and know that that's where she's going to be able to get a gap, you wait for that moment, and you know that she's going to have to make that move again, that perhaps she doesn't have the punchier kick like Eleanor Barker, for example, or Anna Henderson. So you know that at some point on the course, when it's those steeper gradients and you start to see double digits, that's where Steels is going to make her move. You see other riders who've been very, very patient and haven't shown their face, they haven't shown a card at all yet, and so they're biding their time. So it's really hard to predict or hard to know what kind of race are they having. But I think in a smaller group like this, where it's so intimate with 7 riders, you can look into the eyes almost and see, well, are you playing poker here? Are you really feeling the fatigue? What have you got left in the tank? And I think for Flora Perkins, as she takes a look round her right-hand shoulder, the tank is starting to deplete, and she can see that chasing group behind her, the teammates Sophie Wright, then also Lizzie Holden and Eleanor Baxter within this group.
Yeah, she's
almost might be in the best interest to wait up and then just take a moment to follow the wheels, because this has been a long, hard chase over the last lap.
Yeah, and just giving herself a minute of easing off. She'll have a teammate for company then, and 2 other riders to sit in the wheels, and maybe as much as you can. All things are relative, of course. Freshen up to head into the last lap. But although saying that, she might be confident enough just to ride these off, because they're still the best part of a minute behind her. So that's the leaders, 2 minutes 33 seconds in front of young Flora Perkins. So 7 riders in front. She's on the way to 8th place at the moment, as things stand at the moment, and a silver medal possibly in the under-23 championships, which isn't too bad at all, along with the medal she's already got in the under-23 time trial as well. So that is Flora Perkins ploughing this very lonely furrow on this difficult course here in North Yorkshire, just on the coastline in Saltburn, in the Redcar and Cleveland district. We're actually in the North Riding part of Yorkshire. Most of this course just enclosed within that particular region. A real hub of cycling as well, and what a course we've had, and what a show these riders have put on. We knew it would be a difficult race, and it certainly turned out to be the case. And in about a lap and a half's time, well, exactly in a lap and a half's time, we'll know who's going to be crowned the winner of the Elite Women's Road Race Championships, as we continue to focus on the rider in 8th position on the road. So Flora Perkins on this downhill section continues to ride hard, freewheeling a bit on these corners. But when you do get the sight of the riders behind, it just changes psychology slightly. She's in a bit of a dichotomy, because the road's so hard, they could actually start to slow and drop away. And maybe right now the right thing to do is just to keep on riding unless they do close up. So yeah, I mean, yeah, so it's a difficult one, but I think right now, I mean, we don't know exactly what she's feeling, although we can assume she's going to be pretty tired. She's doing glancing around again. There is the police outrider, leading what will be group number 3 on the road, but she's kept the same distance. She hasn't really capitulated at all, and that's probably nearing a minute in front of that group.
If anything, potentially has grown her advantage over that trio behind. The way that she's just been able to persist with this chase, I think really tells a lot about Flora Perkins as a rider, as we go back to our 7 leaders out front here, who still maintain all of the workload in this front group.
Yeah, all still reeling pretty well, aren't they, in this faster section. Anna Henderson on the hoods, rolling through. Fafa Georgie, remember, the 2021 National Road Champion, and as you mentioned earlier on, that took place in the Lincoln. Big kick up the slopes of the Michael Gate. Claire Steele's also looking good, and looking also pretty fresh. Natalie Grincher happy to keep doing her work after being initially detached from this group. It was 8, then she was dropped, clawed away back on. Well, so it was 9, wasn't it? Because we saw Flora Perkins get dropped from that acceleration. But they're clearly happy to keep this group going at the moment, as we head ever nearer our final lap. So Grincher leads this group of 7 riders. A reminder as we head into the closing stages of the 2023 Elite Women's Road Race Championships. The group is composed of Natalie Grincher on the front, running for Strade Rochelet Charente-Maritime, if I can get my words out. Also in the mix as well, Anna Shackley of Team SD Works, who, as things are at the moment, if she stays in this front group regardless of position, will be the under-23 road race champion. Just at the back of this group is the incredibly decorated on the track Eleanor Barker, MBE of the Uno X Pro Cycling Team. She has looked like she has ridden a very conservative, smart race so far. Claire Steeles is there in the purple. She's just swung off. Also on the right hand side at the top there in that white, purple and blue kit, and that is the last rider of 7. We're number 2 there for Canyon SRAM is Alex Maurice. So they are your 7 contenders, trying to get a hold, trying to get a read on each other, but also hoping that their legs hold out, because on a course like this, given the severity of these climbs and the steepness of these climbs, it can often come quite suddenly. You can feel okay, you want to lay down the power, and then the legs haven't just got it, and that's and quite often that on on gradual climbs you can feel it, you can just feel it coming, but on steep climbs sometimes you just, oh my god, I haven't got anything left.
And sometimes once you start to cramp, as you can just see Pfeiffer Georgie just shaking out the right leg there, left leg. That's when you put the power down, you're onto these steep climbs, and then they just say no. And it's, if you take a look at the profile of the course, I mean, you're touching on sort of 8 peaks, 8 climbs per lap. And if you times that by the 7 laps that we've got here, every time that you're making an effort, every time that there's been an injection of pace, and that's only the climbs, we've seen moves go on some of the non-classified peaks on this course. Every time you're making that effort, you're eating into your energy stores, you're eating into your reserves. If you think you start with a full cup of water, and every time that you make an effort, you're tipping a little bit of water out. If you start with a sugar cube, every time you're just chipping away at that sugar cube. And as the race goes on, you're ending up with less and less and less. But you want to make sure that you come into the finish as fresh as possible, with the most amount of energy out of everyone in this group, but also being efficient, being smart, tactically playing it right too.
Totally. Well, playing it tactically smart helps you save energy, doesn't it? You know, using other riders, not doing a double turn, putting pressure on, doing a turn on the front, leaving a gap if someone doesn't close it. There's that brinkmanship, that poker game as well. And the reason riders play that game of poker is because what they don't want to do is unnecessarily expend a little bit of extra energy. And as you say, if you're a rider that maybe gives a little bit too much, because there are different characters, we talk about the physiological attributes of these riders, but some riders are inclined to be a bit more generous in the way they ride in a group, maybe do a little bit too much. Others could be perceived as a bit selfish, a bit of a glass cranker. That doesn't happen. There's no like this in this front group at all, but that reason is because they're conserving an effort. There are so many different tactical plays dependent on your characteristics as a person, which extend into bike racing. You could be generous, a little bit selfish, super smart, or overly aggressive and enthusiastic, and that comes to play in the way you ride a bike as well.
It absolutely does. And think back to the Giro d'Italia a few weeks ago, when you had the rider from Israel Premier Tech, Sebastian Berek, in the breakaway, and his team director Sam Bewley said 7 kilometers to go, with some choice words, choice language, but had said, you're a nice guy, but for these 7 kilometers you can disrupt. You don't have to force.
You need to be a killer.
Yeah, you need to be the one who. You need to be selective. Don't be generous here. This is your stage for the taking, and it's about not being overly generous, thinking about yourself.
It's a balance as well. It's everything is about balance, of course, but it's particularly complex because there are so many different component parts to bike racing. There really are. Gentle hand on the back there for Claire Steels. To Natalie Grincher, and that simply wasn't to say hello. It was like, well, I'm the last woman in this group, it's your turn to come through. Quite often you'll just say up as you go through as a reminder, because as you drop down the outside, especially in a bigger group, when there's only 3 or 4 of you, but when there's a slightly bigger group of 7 or 8, 9, often a little call or a tap on the shoulder is a reminder that it's your turn just to press on the pedals a bit more, just to bring it round again, which often can be quite helpful. Otherwise you have to do slightly more aggressive one to shut the gap.
Certainly does, and I think it really keeps that respect within the group as well, that at the moment they are one unit here, from 7 different teams, but form an allegiance at this point in the race, keeping that cohesion, looking after each other, almost in the best interest to keep this group rolling through together.
It certainly is. Well, they're doing a good job at the moment. We haven't had any attacks for the best part of a lap now. We saw Claire Steels. I think Claire Steels, it's fair to say, from the opening lap has been the rider that's maybe delivered the most telling blows. Also the rider on the back there as well, Anna Henderson, has had several hard attacks, but this has settled down now a little bit. Riders assessing how much they've got left on board. That little sugar cube, or that cup of water analogy, is exactly right. Does illustrate the point. They're now like just holding on to that sugar cube, making sure they don't lose any, but still doing enough. They have to give a little bit. They have to give a little bit of water. They have to give a few grains of sugar every time they roll through on the front. They have to do that, but they're doing it sparingly, because that resource, as we head into the final lap, the final few Ks of this lap, knowing the climbs to come, will be diminished until they'll be utterly spent when they cross the line. And it's about the right, or as correct as it can be, distribution of your power, which ultimately delivers the win. Over 100 riders starting this one, but only one rider will get it ultimately right.
7 riders in this select group, and I think whilst we've not seen any attacks for just over a lap now, it's because the race has gone into the way that Claire Steels has wanted it to, the way that Anna Henderson has wanted it to make this select group of riders. They didn't want to let a group of 20, 30 riders almost have that, I say free ride, but it's not really because of the difficulty and demands of this course, but it's to make sure that nobody is a passenger within this group. They've done the work that they needed to do in order to get the race into a situation where they want it to be. And in this 7-rider group now, it's in a real manageable state. As you see, Hayley Simmons has bridged across to Lizzie Holden, Sophie Wright and Eleanor Backstead. This is a really impressive move from Simmons.
Yep, this is the sort of rider that Simmons is, though. She has that capacity probably to ride harder and further than any of the riders in this group. She doesn't have quite that explosive power, but she can time throw really well. And what she's doing is, when she's bridged across, she closed the best part of a minute to this group, and she is being generous because she's pulling herself back into top 10 contention, and they are about to catch the rider that has been in no woman's land for a long period of time, and that is Flora Perkins. And there she is, that solitary dot in the middle of your screen will briefly disappear out of sight, but Simmons is going like a train here as Holden sits on her wheel, and just behind her is Sophie Wright, and then at the back there, Eleanor Backstead.
All aboard the locomotive of Simmons.
It is indeed.
Wow. She's not even asking for a turn at this point. She's doing really long, drawn-out turns to try and whittle this gap down. If she can try and get Perkins on board, they'll have that 4-rider breakaway, and almost, rider for rider within this group have that strength. Great to get a time gap of what it's coming down to, because by the looks of things, whilst they're on different parts of the course here, it certainly looks like they're making some inroads to this group of 7.
Yeah, with the addition of Simmons in this group, and the fact that how quickly they've shut down to Perkins, because the gap was holding, wasn't it, between Perkins and the 3 riders behind, including her teammate Sophie Wright. But now, with that additional firepower, clear firepower, because the order of this group has not changed since we've seen Hayley Simmons be a part of this quartet now. They're about to be joined by another, or they're about to catch another, should I say, but I think it's probably the best part of 2 or 3 minutes, because the leaders are well over the brow of that climb and down the other side, and in fact onto another climb, and maybe, we've got about 22 kilometres still to go in this race, but what Simmons has done now is bring themselves back into contention for a solid top 10 place. Although they might be moving quicker right now, I think it's going to be hard to shut down that last bit, but you just never know. So there were 4 and now there were 5. 2 riders from Phoenix to Koenig in this group, albeit 1 from the development team. So Perkins, after a stint, chasse patate as the French would say, is now back safely in the clutches of this very respectable group that are now battling for 8th place on the road, and still led by Hayley Simmons, who, as you say, is going like an absolute motorbike at the moment, not looking for any assistance, which says to me she's still got a lot left under the hood and is mightily confident of her ability at the moment.
Exceptional performance. I think she's closed over a minute's gap from the group that she was initially in. To bridge across to the trio that were in front of her, she's done all the workload. She's still not asked for a turn from any other rider within this group now. Now that 5 riders in this chasing group. Backstead very happy to let Perkins in front of her, and Simmons, I wonder if this is her now riding really into her own. She's been doing a lot of these longer gravel races. We're talking sort of 180, 200 kilometre gravel races where perhaps just didn't quite have that sheer explosivity, but the stamina, the endurance is really now starting to come to fruition.
I totally think you're right that those gravel rides of that length will be the best part of 6-7 hours. So okay, this race isn't anywhere near as long as that, but the effort is similar. So yeah, not the same explosivity needed, and she's essentially smoothing out the climbs here, isn't she? She's riding hard on these false flats and downhills, and then just dieseling up these climbs. So the way the race is unfurled naturally, as we got deeper into the final part of the race, it suited her attributes. As riders start to fatigue, she just can keep going.
And she's always a very scientific rider as well. That, you know, you take a look at data, and she is very data driven. She knows how she can maintain her power, her watts for a long sustained period of time as the team car just comes onto the right hand side to give her some assistance. It's worth noting that the feed will close with 20 kilometers to go, so the last opportunities for riders to pick up any refreshments from the team cars.
Yeah, that's correct. Although we don't know, sometimes when it's very hot they might leave it till 10, but I'm not too sure. But you're quite right to point that out, that maybe because we are heading with about 20k to go. Remember, it's only an 18.5 kilometre circuit, so Hayley Simmons making sure on this occasion that she's getting the final feed. But if you do see riders feeding deeper into the race, it'll be because they might have actually relaxed that rule because of the very hot conditions that we've got today. So Simmons still on the front of this chase group of 5. And there we go. It is a big gap. It's a big ask. But in doing this, she's certainly going to wear out the other riders. I don't think they could even offer up any assistance. None of them have actually even tried to go through. And conversely, Simmons has not asked for any assistance, but she can just keep on going, can't she? Just turning the pedals metronomic-like. And certainly making the rest of the riders suffer. Second, third wheel there is Lizzie Holden. We've got Sophie Wright in second wheel in the blue of Phoenix de Koning. Phoenix, should I say? Or Phoenix. Also in this group, Flora Perkins. And then just behind, riding last woman in this little counter group, is Eleanor Baxter. So total distance today of 132 hilly kilometres, 7 laps of this 18.8 kilometre circuit here in Saltburn-on-Sea in North Yorkshire, and a quite whopping, eye-watering 2,825 metres of elevation as we head back to the first group on the road. This is where the battle for the championships is. 3 minutes and a half is too much for the other group to pull back. I'm 99.9% sure of that. But for the penultimate time, our lead group of 7 riders heads onto the fearsome slopes of Saltburn Bank. When they pass through the finish line on this occasion, they will get the bell for 1 lap to go. Are there going to be any moves on this climb? Well, in the next few seconds you'll find out, but it's Pfeiffer Georgie leading them through at the moment. On the front for Team DSM, the rider just at the back in the yellow there is Natalie Grinchett. And Pfeiffer Georgie, it looks like she's accelerating here. Big acceleration into that corner. Alex Maurice struggling to stay in contact with actually holding the wheel, should I say. Claire Steels is there too, as Grinchett just falls away on the back. Shackley now looking like she is starting to struggle. Wow, this is a move here, an incredible move here. Strong move by the former champion back in 2021. Maurice starts to drop away now. Claire Steels struggling to stay in contact with Pfeiffer Georgie. Just at the back of this group now, Natalie Grinchett winching her way back into contention just at the back as the gradient starts to bite. And Steele just about to latch on to the wheel of Pfeiffer Georgie as Anna Shackley starts to struggle. We've still got a couple of 100 metres to go to the finishing line, but we've got a distinct split now. Pfeiffer Georgie looks around in the black and navy blue of Team DSM, and she's got Claire Steels for company. Good move by Georgie, who went from the first hairpin at the bottom of the climb.
Exceptional move there from Pfeiffer Georgie, and very similar in ways. You know, you look at the attributes and the style and the way that in which she won that national title back in Lincoln as they go through the finish line. 1 lap to go, just over 18 kilometres remaining of this race, and it's can they get themselves organised behind here? Henderson on the front, she takes a look around. Morris in the wheel of Henderson. There's Barker, there's Shackley. Handful of seconds to Grinzer, who is ploughing her way back to this group. But for Georgie, exceptional way to try and break this group up. She's obviously and clearly feeling good. She's been waiting for that move. Yep,
she's been waiting for that move, and I think Steele is happy to work with it. They've only got a handful of seconds there, but look who is on the front. It is Eleanor Barker of Uno X. Swings over, looks for some assistance. She's getting it from Anna Shackley. I'm sure Henderson will ride through to the front as well. Maurice, I don't think she can do any more. She did well to hold on to the wheel. She was in P2, just on the wheel of Pfeiffer Georgie at the bottom of the climb, but did get dropped, but certainly didn't explode. She just lost a little bit of ground, but that's going to have taken a lot out of it. And as you can see, no real descent over the top of the climb, no descent to freewheel and recover. You've got to keep the pressure on over the top.
And it's ever so slight rise, isn't it? This drag, it's brutal.
Yeah, your heart's, there's no real chance to clear any of the lactate from the legs or for the heart rate to drop at all. But Henderson knows the danger of the two riders in front. I think that selection there, that acceleration by Georgie, has given us a real indication of who's the strongest on the climbs, because everybody wanted to follow but they couldn't. It was only Steele's that could match the pace of Georgie. But it does look as if this might come back together as Maurice just drops off the back of that group, loses a couple of metres into that corner, and she needs to try and get back in contact before the gap goes out too much. We do feel for Maurice on the back here. Looks like she's really starting to tire. But again, this has been a stellar standout performance from the Zwift Academy winner back at the back end of 2022. And still, she's got those last couple of metres to close. This is agonising.
Do you know what, Matt? As a talent identification programme, Morris, who was racing at club level, hadn't raced in the professional ranks before, picked up through that Zwift Academy finals, won the Zwift Academy finals, won that professional contract with Canyon SRAM, and now is finding herself battling it out for the national title here in the national championships. And I think showing, as you can just see, she's desperately searching for a bottle there, going through that feed zone. She's looking for some fuel. She's looking for some fluids. At the moment, though, the feed zone technically, I believe, is closed.
They are holding some bottles out. She's trying to get a bottle from anybody. The guy. Wow.
This is not what you need in the final sort of closing 17 kilometres of the race. She's obviously starting to feel the effects of such a hard, demanding race. And again, you know what we spoke about before, the fueling strategy of the riders, just how important it is. You get yourself into a potential winning move, but the damage is done due to your fueling.
It's not uncommon to admit, especially this deep into the race. Of course, we're getting, what is it now, 12:30 local time in Great Britain. It's getting very, very warm, and it did look, it was almost like you could sense a little bit of panic there, as if she might have missed the last feed. It's got an empty bead on, but because of that ruling, the last 20 k's to go, she might have fallen foul of that rule. Although there were a few people handing bottles out, they were withdrawn, weren't they? Because they'd be looking for their other riders to support. I mean, it's not as if some of these individual riders have got a lot of resource at their disposal, but we'll see. Because if she doesn't drop back to the car, that suggests that they're keeping to this rule of the no more feeding within the last 20 k's. Now, the only hope that Maurice has got, and I don't know whether she'll get it, is she can just have a sip of a rider from another team. You often see that, and I've done it myself in the past. You do see rivals just from a sporting perspective, look after each other. But if everybody here has only got half a quarter of a bidon left, they're not going to give too much away. Yeah. So we shall see. But they are all back together again now. Alex Maurice has got back into this group. There she is, stretching out her muscles there, number 2 for Canyon SRAM. We're well into the final lap now of the British National Road Race Championships for elite women. Anna Shackley there is on at the left-hand side. Claire Steele's also in this move, number 52, with that multicoloured white, blue, purple and a pink kit of hers. Also in the mix, Piper Georgie in that dark blue kit of Team DSM, the national champion in 2021. 2 wins already this year, and with a decisive attack on the bottom of the climb, split this group, but it has all come back together. Then we've got Natalie Grinter in the yellow, currently on the front. Anna Shackley just at the back there in the yellow of Jumbo-Visma, and also in this group, rounding out the 7 riders en tête, to coin a French phrase, Eleanor Barker of Uno X Pro Cycling Team. So it's all back together. Time to take a breath, because the next 15 k's are going to sting. Talk about this is the interesting one here. Barker, for example, what does she do? She's clearly going well on the climbs. Does she go on the flat? This is the thing. It's not just about the climbs. There's these false flats. There's these descents where a rider might try and do something a little bit different.
I think what we've seen now, especially between Henderson and Barker, and I think Henderson has really noted this one, that Barker's been very, very clever here in where she uses her efforts. She's managing these efforts. She hasn't been a rider who's made any of these attacks so far or accelerations. She's constantly been following, and she still looks so poised and so strong. There's no weakness starting to show for Eleanor Barker. And so I think for her, she has a real high power threshold. She knows that she can sustain that high power for a long period of time. But one thing that we've not been able to take a look at is how she fares on this course. She, of course, distanced on that previous lap and the penultimate lap and penultimate climb of Saltburn Bank. But does that tell the full story? It's very different when you're going into a finale of a race when you know that the finish is maybe a few hundred meters away. It's a very different affair, isn't it? And you're really able to use all of your resources, dig deep, knowing that the national title's on the line.
Oh, totally. And but you can't do that. You can only do one effort like that, and you've only got a couple of really hard efforts in you on a course like this. But you're quite right. Definitely do not rule her out, because if she finds something special, it could be all in for the final climb. Happy to not push yourself too deep on the climb, just to save everything for the back end, or try something a little bit different on the flat, on the approach, on the run-in to the climb. So as we talked about before, different riders will need to employ different tactics here, but Eleanor Barker is one of the riders in this group who has not launched an attack yet. Anna Shackley has earlier on in the race. Fight for Georgie just tried as well. Claire Steels, I think, is the rider who's attacked the most. As we look a little bit further down, this is going to be a group that's probably about 6, maybe even 7 minutes behind here. And there's one rider who's slid right back down through the group. I think that's Millie Cousins, I think, who's just in that group there for Phoenix to Koenig.
The final peak before the descent starts, and it's almost that false flat, isn't it? You are descending, but it's for the major part of that, you have to continue pedaling. That comes with 4 kilometers to go. And so you reach the bottom of Saltburn Bank with around 600 meters to go, 500 meters to go, and that's where the road really starts to ramp and rise, and that's where you see those double digits, the gradients of 22%, and there's been a crash. Alex Morris has touched the wheel.
Well, there was a yell, and it looks like that was just a wheel overlap. So Morris has clearly clipped at the back wheel or done an overlap, and that happens, especially on climbs, when you're riding very, very close to the back wheel. So Henderson has been delayed ever so slightly, but looks fluid on the pedals, but it's Maurice that's hit the deck pretty hard, and it's been a slow change as well. The chain may have come off. She's back and riding, but that's a big gap to shut on this long drag, and that's very unfortunate for Alex Maurice, for Canyon SRAM. What can she do? It looks like they might be waiting. Well, they're certainly not pressing on. They're not adding any additional firepower to the front of the group, but on this flat section she might get an opportunity to get back in, but that's just, she's clearly just touched wheels there. Let's have a look at this again. Oh, we're not going to quite see it, maybe. Might
just be out of shot here. Where is there's Shackley at the front. Just on the wheel is Grinzer. Coming around the outside is Georgie. The touch of wheels with Barker there by the looks of things.
Yeah, it's I think, yeah, Henderson was behind. Unless you got caught on the inside with that curb, it could have been either a touch of wheels or you get caught on the inside. The rider moves in front and you've got nowhere to go. Probably something along those lines anyway.
You say, well, there's no reaction from this group, but it's in their best interest. There's no real reason to make any injection of pace at the moment, and if they do wait, you know, we've already started to see that Morris was perhaps struggling a little bit with the distance, with the effort that she's made already so far. So you can't change your strategy, your game plan, just because of that one thing. We've still got 14.9 kilometers to go, or just under, as Morris starts to make her way through the convoy here, past the British cycling car, onto the wheel, onto the bumper, of the freewheel Shimano neutral service car. Keep calm, keep cool and collected here at this point.
It's so hard, isn't it, to do that? But I tell you what, we'll be on her side to try and find a positive from that. She'll get a big adrenaline dump, that is for sure. At the sharp end of the British Championships, she's clearly going well, and I think she's going to get back on here. So she hasn't panicked, and the way that she was slowly winching her way back, inching her way back, shows that she certainly wasn't panicking. So there she could just see her helmet just behind the lead car there, or the following car, should I say. And she'll emerge from the side of that vehicle in just the next few seconds, although she is grimacing. Remember, although she's slowly getting back in contact, she has to ride, it sounds like an obvious thing to say, faster than the group in front. So she's going to be using a little bit more power, and this late stage in the race, that's a big investment.
A huge investment that you just really don't want to make at this point in the race, and especially when we're now getting to that crunch point of needing all of the effort and energy that you possibly have left in the tank. But as you mentioned, Matt, you have that big surge of adrenaline, and if you're going to have that, now is the time to have it in the race, especially at the back end of a national championship. She's made the junction, a valiant effort there from Morris.
Yeah, brave, battling, tenacious effort by Morris as the road continues to tilt upwards, steepens. Look how steep the apex of that corner is. Morris just taking the longer line now round there, just to try and flatten this out, and she's starting to lose contact again. That was probably the worst time to get in contact with a group, because you get no shelter, and at these low speeds, it's probably only about 9 or 10 miles an hour. There's pretty much zero benefit from sitting in the wheel as well, so that additional push she's had has now, well, cost her dear, and she's starting to drop away. So unfortunate for Morris.
If she can just keep the group at this distance and try and limit the loss and get herself over the top of this climb, that's where you get almost onto that false flat, and she has a number of kilometres to try and close the gap to this group. But so unfortunate for Alex Morris after such a brilliant ride from her. 22 years of age, racing in her first year as a professional, only 6 months into that professional life, and what a way to have such a performance in the national championships.
Well, this is Dame Sarah's story a little bit further down. Probably a good couple of Ks back now. A popular figure, of course, Dame Sarah's story, not just an important figure in cycling, but a well-loved figure as well, grimacing at the effort, having to toil up that climb, also doing the same thing, but further up, is trying to salvage something here, trying to keep herself in the frame. Alex Morris of Canyon SRAM. A picture of determination right now. Crashed, was detached, almost, she was on the wheel, she was nearly on the wheel, but then as the road went up and the gradient really started to bite on that little climb about a kilometre or so ago, she dropped away. But as you said, I think, Hannah, she's an opportunity now to get back in contact here, although the gap was opened up a fair bit. But behind, all they're doing now is rolling through, and that might fall in the favour of Morris, who just came around the corner just then.
I think we're touching on 10 seconds as the deficit for Morris here to this leading group of 6. And if she can continue with this effort and performance that she's currently being able to maintain, once she has them in the sights, hopefully she can get herself back on. But with every part of the road, as it starts to ebb and flow, rise and fall, and the kilometres start to dwindle, time is running out for Morris.
It certainly is, but she won't give up. She is made of stern stuff, that is for sure. But they're continuing to relay here on the front. Anna Henderson now taking the inside line as Eleanor Barker moves towards the outside. There it is, yeah, 11 seconds it is. Ashley Grincher latches on to the back wheel. 7 riders now out in front. We're in the closing stages, the closing kilometres now of this British National Road Race Championships for elite women. It has been a super attritional race. So much elevation to contend with today. Almost like an alpine stage of a grand tour in terms of the elevation. 2,825 metres in total. And there is Alex Morris. The only reason that she is detached from this group is because she was involved in a minor crash. She seems okay. I can't even see a scuff to her shorts there, but she has them in sight, and all she can hope is that they start playing a little bit of cat and mouse, backing off the pressure, but it does appear that she's slowly bringing herself back into contention. But I really do feel for her, this is such a brave ride.
A brave ride, real showcase of tenacity from Alex Morris. And she's definitely making inroads to this group. There's a little lull within that group up ahead. She can just try and maintain this effort here that she's putting out. A strong performance, but such a shame for Morris.
Yeah, it certainly is. She'll be bitterly disappointed here, but let's not rule her out just yet. She looks across. She's not going to get any help from anybody. It's about finding that spirit inside, pushing yourself. And this is what happens at this stage of a race. This sort of nature, with this amount of climbing, you will find that you can push yourself beyond, and then especially when you're thinking about those national stripes as well. It's about the ride that can go the deepest here, but still no attacks from the group in front. These riders riding their own race. They won't be interested well, it's no disrespect about Maurice. They're riding their own race. She'll get back in if she needs to. Barker just on the back there. Shackley also looking good as well. Couldn't quite respond to that attack of Five for Georgie as we continue to focus on this lone pursuit behind. Desperately wants to get back into this group, but the gap has, I think, has gone out another little bit as we are on one of these other climbs. Not an inch of flat on this circuit, I think it's fair to say. We've seen enough of it now. 7 laps in, it is quite literally up and down.
It's a taxing, exhausting circuit for the 2023 National Championships. I think the winner coming out of this National Championship, whoever gets to wear the National Champion bands for the next year, the next 12 months, is going to be a well-deserved winner of this title. And when you take a look down at the makeup of this group, Claire Steele's, she's never been on the podium of the National Road Race Championships. Anna Henderson, she's had a silver and a bronze medal at the National Championships in the road race. She's never won the national bands, but it looks as though Alex Morris is making inroads. She is starting to catch this group, Matt.
Yep, it certainly looks like it. In this headwind section here, they're actually easing off a little bit. And in fact, Five for Georgie is on the small ring here, so looks relatively easy, or certainly conservative, as Morris comes back into view. Slightly out of focus there, but she needs to use that momentum, try and find something special, because I tell you what, if she does latch on, what she would have bought the right to do is to sit on for a while and have an opportunity to recuperate. We've only got about 6 or 7 Ks to go now on this circuit, not much more than that, but she's trying to get low, and she's not labouring on that gear, rather she's spinning and turning the gear beautifully as the road just rises ever so slightly.
Really maintaining a lovely pedalling style, a really nice consistent cadence. Just see the wind
just in the face.
favour.
That's why it's so hard.
It's all into the face of the rider, so they're going into this headwind at the moment. You saw as well Anna Henderson, she's really trying to make sure that this group still continues to work, that nobody can be a passenger within this group of 6 here. As I say, Henderson, a medalist, she's never won the National Road Race title. Ellen Barker, she's never been on the podium either.
Yeah, this Ellen Barker is more renowned in terms of Palmares on the track, of course. 5 times a gold medalist at a World Championship level, and then of course a gold medalist at Olympic level as well in the team pursuit. She is a real force to be reckoned with, and I think this is one of the best examples of her road prowess, because she's a very slight figure, but she's got an enormous engine, and well done there.
Well done.
Maurice
Chapeau.
is back on board there, as we see some stars of the future riding alongside briefly, trying to get themselves on telly, and they've done just that, and that's great to see. It's so important, isn't it? These kids come out, watch these riders, but they aspire to be like. This is all about inspiration, and the National Championships domestically is a pinnacle of that, isn't it? You see the best riders in the country battling it out in a completely unique way, and it's so motivating to see.
And especially with such strength and depth within this part of the country, with so much racing, both at youth level, regional level, hosting rounds of the national paracycling, national rounds of the what was formerly the Premier calendars over the years, the national circuits as well. So a real strong force within the cycling world, hosting so many races, and all big thanks to the council, Redcar and Cleveland Council. Really got the support here, and chapeau Alex Morris. Got yourself back on, pure grit, determination, and you're back in contention for a national title there.
Definitely. Well, she's now going to sit on for a bit. She won't need to be told to do that, that's for sure. She'll be resting up, because that was a hard fight. That's the best part, a 5-6 minute effort, pretty much flat out. So she's bought herself another chance. She's climbing well. She certainly wasn't last in that group over the final climb as we enter into this low signal area. So briefly, you might see a little bit of picture breakup. We're running a 4G broadcast today as Ellen Barker heads onto the front. Such a good bike handler as well, really good crit racer, but has saved herself for this National Road Championships. Drifts off to the front, doesn't do too much on the front, just enough to keep this cohesion here. But I tell you what, this cohesion, as we get ever nearer the finish, will become ever more brittle. The cooperation will fall away, as they can almost, if you can, smell that gold medal, taste that red, white and blue jersey. One rider in this group has experienced the joy, the elation and the privilege of winning that jersey and then carrying it and riding it internationally, and that's the rider who's dropping into third place. The rider that caused a lot of damage on the previous lap, that is Piper Georgie, 22 years of age, riding for Team DSM. Just rolling through now, Natalie Grinzer of Strade Rochelet Charente-Maritime. The most experienced rider in this group, 36 years of age now, is Claire Steele. She's put on a big show today. She's looking super impressive. Also there, Anna Henderson of Team Jumbo-Visma in the yellow and black jersey. Anna Shackley is also there for Team SD Works in that primarily orange and purple kit. And rounding out our 7 riders in front, the aforementioned Alex Maurice, who's now sitting just at the back of this group to try and just save the last little bit of energy for the final haul up to the line here in Saltburn. So around 5k's to go on this winding country road, this beautiful terrain here in North Yorkshire. Very soon, very shortly, this will give way to a big, wide, open road, almost a dual carriageway in fact, a sweeping fast descent where we've seen speeds in excess of 55 miles an hour. That in turn takes us to what I'll call the preliminary climb, that in turn drops us down again. It is a real roller coaster. I'm just trying to imagine and get the picture of this final last few Ks in my head, because it is up and down and there are still many opportunities for riders to go clear. But it appears to me they're all fearful of that final climb, and that's right now while they're holding back.
It's knowing what they know, what they've got left in the tank. They know how they can try and win this national title now. And if you know that you've got a real good turn of speed, you've been saving your energy, you know that you have the capabilities on that final ascent of Saltburn Bank. You know, it's only what, 300-400 meters from that finish line. And if you've got the power to be able to accelerate and react to any of the moves, but take it up early. And that's what we've seen with Piper Georgie and Claire Steele. They've shown their card of what they're able to do. For some others, we're still yet to see what they can do when they unleash that power. And Eleanor Barker is the main rider that I'm talking about, because she's ridden so efficiently, so smart, so incredibly intelligent. The rider at the back here in the red and yellow of Uno X Pro Cycling.
Yep.
It's really shining through that experience.
Yeah, everybody's thinking here, but I think the way that she has ridden this one, as you say, just to echo that sentiment, it seems as if all her eggs are going to be in one basket, just using that explosivity, but also that ability to go hard for just around a minute. That's what we're talking, give or take a few seconds. This last effort from the first hairpin, as you hit essentially the wall of Saltburn Bank. Remember, it's a 12% average, and that includes the flatter section towards the line, but it kicks up at a maximum gradient of 22%. And at the point they hit the climb for the final time, they would have roughly done about 2,700 meters of elevation already and 131.5 kilometers. So the legs will be tired, the lungs will be burning, and it's about how much you can tolerate. Of course, how much have you got in the legs, but also how much pain you can feel before you just pull the pin and cannot tolerate anymore. So there's the ability to punch and take yourself up that climb, but there's the ability for a minute to tolerate pain that's almost unimaginable. So this freshly tarmacked little strip of road which takes us up this next little section, that then will give way to this wider big drop downhill before the penultimate climb. It is a complex, hard run into the line as Maurice sits at the back. Alex Maurice suffered that crash and resting up. A couple of shakeouts of the thighs there from Eleanor Barker, but she's still looking pretty fluid. Looks so well poised on a bike. She's ridiculously efficient, isn't she? And all of those little energy savings that have accumulated throughout the day, she's hoping to just throw into one big attack on the final climb. Well, that's what it appears like from me as well, because she's a different sort of rider than Piper Georgie and a different sort of rider than Shackley. So as you said, and Steele's, arguably out of all these riders, she is particularly good at one thing, and that's riding on the track. Although she's versatile, she's lightweight, she's built like a climber, she's got the engine of an endurance track athlete, hasn't she?
Engine, but with very, very high power. And I think to the way that she's won points race world titles in the past, or even in the Madison, when she's won world title in the Madison. Her sprint and her top end and the top end of her power threshold is quite exceptional. She continues to shake out the legs.
Yeah.
Moving her way through here. Alex Morris just sitting on the wheel.
Morris has done exactly the right thing here. That was a ride of maturity. I'm sure she would have been rolling through had she not had that crash. Now moving to the front is Grincher, dropping back. Anna Henderson slotting into position number 5 in this group on the wheel of Steels, who in turn is on the wheel of Shackley, tucking low behind the wheel of Viper Georgie. Taking this corner at high speed onto the shell grip, back onto the tarmac. And this is the penultimate drag they have before the drop back down to the line. So this is no easy climb. This is in fact longer than the final climb to the line. It's a horrible little drag, not super steep, but it does go. Oh, there we go. Big attack there from Eleanor Barker on the right-hand side. And that's a sharp, sharp move by Barker, and she's countered immediately by the 2021 champion, Viper Georgie.
She was biding her time, waiting, sitting in that 6th position there in that group, and launched a real damaging attack there on the right-hand side of the road. Georgie's able to respond, as is Steels at the moment. Here goes Anna Henderson from the back of this group to try and close the gap, because if the gap isn't closed here, this could be it. This is the national title riding away from you, and the podium positions too.
Well, that was a sharp acceleration, a stinging acceleration to get across the gap from Henderson. Going straight over the top is Viper Georgie. That has made a real selection in this group. A couple of riders that will have been dropped, including Alex Maurice. That's no real surprise, but she's ridden at a super high level. She'll be riding, it looks, towards a very solid top 10 position, but we need to have a focus of what's up in front, because that was a stinging acceleration. But it looks as if it's all come back together again. I must admit, I didn't expect, and that's a good thing, I didn't expect Eleanor Barker to try and go there, but neither did anybody else. So
it's how much she's got left and how many more of those efforts she's got, because that was a lot in one go. I mean, that was an all or nothing attack there. That wasn't just a precursor to perhaps what's to come. That was giving it her all on that explosive attack on the right-hand side. But immediately, you can see Viper Georgie, she's just anticipating, waiting. Where's that next move going to come from? Taking a look around at this group.
Exactly, like you say, although she had to invest deep in that one, so did everybody else. Have a look at that again. Big acceleration just towards the back of that group, only cited by one rider, in fact, Natalie Grincher. But the rider who responded as soon as she was aware that a rider of the calibre of Barker had gone clear, Viper Georgie was straight on her wheel. Anna Henderson at the back, laying off ever so slightly, which could be interesting. Is Henderson going to try something? Just laying off ever so slightly, and laying off gives her the added momentum should she wish to attack, but also it means that everybody that she fears or respects is in sight. And
she's also got the overview of everyone in front of her, so if she's slightly off the back, if they start to roll through, she's not going to be forced into doing another turn. A couple of bike lengths off, she can take a full assessment of the riders in front, really start to plan her next move. And here goes Shackley on the right-hand side, and she attacks out of that right-hand corner.
Yeah, Shackley goes, taking that momentum onto this little kicker. It's not a very long one. And down the other side, so an attack from 2nd position. She had everybody in there, everybody could see her when she did that though, so Shackley has not managed to move clear. Viper Georgie straight in her slipstream, Steels too, and as you said, surveying the scene from Primer there, straight from the back is Henderson, using that momentum, again,
nullified.
Immediately picked up. Viper Georgie got sight and immediately moved to the right. She just didn't quite have enough momentum there. So it is as you were. 6 riders now in contention, as Alex Maurice is way off the back of this group now. This is where the descent really starts to pick up. Long sweeping descent into the town of Saltburn now as they pick up pace. 6 riders out in front, Anna Henderson on the front, Viper Georgie in second wheel, Henderson descending like an absolute demon, speed on wheels as she almost outmanoeuvres our moto camera there. Took that corner at real pace.
It's like she's on wheels, because she's on rails, because the way that she was descending there, and she is one of the most prolific descenders in the peloton. And here's another attack from the right-hand side from Anna Shackley. Straight onto the wheel is Henderson. There is Georgie and Steels on the wheel.
Well, Shackley He's attacked a couple of times already on this run-in. And meanwhile, trying to get back into the clutches of this group is Natalie Grinch, who's just off the backs. Look like she might actually do that. Will she use that momentum to carry straight over the top? That remains to be seen. It's still 6 riders in front. Pfeiffer Georgie rolls through. And again, another opportunity for Natalie Grinch. Latches back into this little group as the tension starts to mount. The nerves are going to be jangling, but everybody's attentive. No one true dominant rider here. We've had one singular attack from Eleanor Barker. Now that was nullified. It was a strong one, but to me, the rider that's been responding the most actively is actually Pfeiffer Georgie. She's been the one that's responded first, hasn't she? Everybody else has then followed, and they are looking to her. And the fact that Pfeiffer Georgie did some serious damage on the penultimate lap means that the other riders were looking for her to potentially close the gap. To me, on paper, if they hit the bottom of the climb together, Pfeiffer Georgie might be the favourite as Barker hits the front now. But as you say, it's a different effort. That final effort, that all-in effort, is different than 18 kilometres beforehand. It's a different psychology. It's when you recruit absolutely everything you've got.
It certainly is, and this is that last little effort of this national championship as they take this right-hand corner full speed. Georgie leads things down this final part of the descent. Henderson on the wheel at the moment. There is Claire Steels. Grinzer still finding herself a couple of bike lengths off, but for me, Pfeiffer Georgie looks to be one of the strongest. And when you take a look at efforts and this type of climb, you know, she's a real classic specialist, Pfeiffer Georgie. She really thrives on these short, sharp climbs. And just look at how many bike lengths have opened up, Matt, into the lower slopes of Saltburn Bank here.
We're on the lower slopes of Saltburn Bank for the final time. What a race this has been. 2,825 metres of elevation. These are the 22% slopes of this fearsome climb. As we see the rider at the back there, Grincher trying to get back in contact, but the action is happening here, and it's Pfeiffer Georgie who accelerates on these brutal slopes. She's moving clear, but she's only got a couple of metres here, Hannah.
At the moment, she's putting in all of the damage at the moment, Pfeiffer Georgie. She wants to try and take back the stripes that she won in 2021. She's going to have some fierce contention here from Claire Steels behind and Anna Henderson. But at the moment, another acceleration here, man. She puts it into another bigger gear here, and Pfeiffer Georgie going for glory.
Pfeiffer Georgie off Team DSM's looking like she's going to do it again. Claire Steels moving clear for the silver position. Anna Henderson there in third, but it is going to be Pfeiffer Georgie. 2 wins already this year. She's in the form of her life, and she's ripped this field apart, and she will be crowned the national champion in the next couple of 100 metres as she rounds the corner. The crowd here in Saltburn beat the boards of just under 4 hours of racing. She looks round one last time. She can savour the moments. She raises her arms aloft. For the second time in her career, it is Pfeiffer Georgie of Team DSM who takes the national title, and with it the coveted stripes. Steele's there in second place, and Anna Henderson will finish in the bronze medal position, with Olympic champion Eleanor Barker there in fourth for Team Uno X.
Exceptional performance there from Pfeiffer Georgie. She gave us a glimpse a lap ago of what she might be able to do on this final climb, this final ascent. The way in which she took that descent into the lower slopes of Saltburn Bank opened up and did the damage, opened up the gaps to the riders within that group. They lost considerable distance going into the bottom of that climb, and the way that she was able to take that on. Several big explosive moves from Georgie, and at 22 years of age, now a 2-time winner of the National Road Race Championships.
That's not bad. That isn't bad at all. A great ride. They just saw Alex Maurice finish there, a very respectable 8th place on the day. So Barker in 4th, and then I think it was Shackley there in 5th. But this is the moment that for the second time in her career, Pfeiffer Georgie was crowned the winner of the elite national road race, and she was clearly the strongest there. And the big smile there, the shake of the head, and she can soak up the elation, that special moment that only comes when you're crowned the British national road race champion. I think we're going to savour it one more time as she, oh no, that's a live picture, should I say. I thought we were on a slow-mo again. But no, what a race. I mean, such a difficult race today. This field has been torn asunder. They're spread all over these beautiful country roads here in North Yorkshire.
Oh, it certainly is, and it was taken up so early in the race. The first attack's coming only a few hundred metres into the race, and that's really been the story of the day, the way it's just whittled down. Riders have attempted to go off the front, but consequently and essentially the race has kind of gone from the back, riders losing contact just from the sheer attacks and sheer acceleration, that we've seen throughout. I think a real protagonist has been Claire Steels. I mean, what a performance she's had. Exceptional year, carrying that form through into the national championships. Gets herself onto the podium for the first time in her career, the 36-year-old. A silver medal. I think, initially perhaps might be a little bit disappointed after such a wonderful performance not to come away with the national stripes. But honestly, a silver medal for Claire Steels, and such relative newcomer to the sport, only been racing in the top level for sort of the last 3-4 years, and the way and the trajectory in which she's gone with has been outstanding. And I think also for Anna Henderson there. Yeah,
definitely. Henderson rounding out the podium. I think, as you said, upon reflection, although she'd be disappointed because she was in there fighting for the win, Claire Steels, when she reflects on that, she was beaten by the better woman on the day. Fight for Georgie is one of the finest riders in the world, and remember, these British Championships are to crown the British champion, but these riders function at the highest level. We've got riders who've won big world tour races, Olympic champions here. These riders that you've seen racing here today, as well as being the best of British, they are the best in the world as well. So, but to be crowned champion in that company is why this championships remains so special. And shortly, the crowning moment of the day will happen, and that's when the jersey is awarded. Only one jersey, of course, well, two in fact.
Camp 5 also has to go to the podium soon.
So 2 jerseys, the national champion for the elite and the under-23. As we look at the moment that Fight for Georgie accelerated on this climb, and there was nothing anybody could do, and she did it right. She made it a long effort. Rather than wait and risk being followed by somebody, it was not just the force of the effort, but how she sustained it. That was key here, wasn't it?
The way that she was able to sustain it, but also at this moment, it seemed that she had another acceleration to be able to put in. And this was really the damaging moment, the moment that Claire Steels was no longer able to respond, to close that gap, to do anything to that damaging move from Fight for Georgie. And exceptional being able to hold that intense effort on such steep gradients for such a period of time.
Yeah, definitely. Well, there's a confirmation. Fight for Georgie is your new national champion for 2023 for the elite women. Claire Steels takes the silver medal, a career best for her. Anna Henderson in the bronze medal position, and it will be Anna Shackley who takes, of course, the under-23 title. So there'll be 2 podium ceremonies for us, as we're still waiting, in fact, for the second group on the road to cross the line. They were the best parts at the last time check of around 5 or 6 minutes behind. And these are classy bike riders. That just shows how hard this race is. Even just these women were racing over this today. Just to ride your bike 7 times around that circuit, I'll be there all day and into the night and maybe into the following day.
Absolute brutal course. I mean, Matt, we spoke at length earlier on in the race of, I think the last time we saw such a hard attritional race was 13 years ago in Pendle, 2010, when we saw such a demanding course. And this is really, I think, I said also earlier that I really like the fact that we're on a circuit. You've done 7 laps of this route. It's attritional. It's a really open race. It was quite unpredictable. We saw many riders not afraid to take things on early. But in the end, a well-deserved winner in Fight for Georgie. And perhaps with the Giro, I'm not quite sure of the team of Team DSM going to the Giro Donne, but certainly I'm sure that'll be her ticket to the Tour de France Femme avec Zwift at the end of July. And what a way to be able to see the national champion colours of Great Britain on the roads of France for that Grand Tour.
Yeah, I must admit, I will be very surprised if she's not taken or picked for part of the Team DSM squad, because she has ridiculous versatility, strength, and also she's shrewd, she's intelligent, and she is a bona fide road captain at the relatively tender age of 22. So she's the real deal, and she's proved it today by taking her second title in 2 years. The 2021 title she took in Lincoln, and she's taken it here on the roads of Yorkshire in a race hosted by the Council of Redcar in Cleveland. here in sunny Saltburn, very sunny Saltburn. In fact, it looked like we were going to get a little bit of rain. It was quite occluded for a while, but the sun has come back out and is currently beating down on the remnants of the field, and I don't think we're going to get too many finishes of this race, as Hannah was talking about earlier on. Only 10-minute gap. Well, this is the next group, and this is Lizzie Holden coming in for 9th place, and at 10th place there, I think that looked like it was Flora Perkins, I think, or is that Flora Perkins? Anyway, one of the two. Backsteered, just finishes there. Explode
The top, but also those
£26 for the year. I think National Road Race Championships is.
and the flag is waved into the car.
Wahoo. Just looking back at a few highlights of the day. So, what a day it has been, yep. Okay, so highlights back of the day. These are the early stages of the race, Hannah, and it was, again, first few laps. The first real acceleration, I think it was on lap number 2, was actually by Claire Steele. So I think it was one of the main protagonists early on. A little coming together there too. A couple of riders coming down, but it was a real wearing down process, and most of the racing, in terms of splits, came out the back, didn't it?
And Claire Steele had made countless attacks earlier on to really do a lot of damage. The 104 riders started the National Championships this morning, and it really came down to a select group dwindling down process, going down to sort of 50 riders, then again down to around 30, 25, and then finishing with that select group of 7 riders. That was the moment when Ellie Parry, the under-23 rider from Wassley R&D cycling team, wanted to go on a lone escapade, and April Tacey too of Life Plus Wahoo.
Yeah, she was away for the best part of a half a lap. And again, Steele's next time through, continuing to force the pace. And the group out in front got smaller and smaller and smaller. But folks here in Saltburn certainly enjoying the day and taking their own attempts at climbing the fearsome wall of Saltburn Bank. And again, it was the irrepressible Claire Steeles who put in another big move as the group split again, coming into Saltburn with around 2 or 3 laps to go. And also in that lead group was a Flora Perkins vying for the under-23 jersey. She was ultimately dropped, and we had a group of 8 riders clear in the last couple of laps. First big acceleration again with a couple of laps to go was made by Claire Steele. She was followed by this rider, ultimately went on to win, of course, a fire for Georgie, and then heading to the back end. The attrition, it just kept being attritional, didn't it? So through Broughton, the penultimate climber of the day. A little chasing group in between, containing the 2 riders from Phoenix to Koenig. But then, with a lap to go, coming into the bell, it was Pfeiffer Georgie who put in a big acceleration, and she took Claire Steeles with her.
Look in the way in which confidence Pfeiffer Georgie went up that climb with, just taking a look over her right-hand shoulder, looking at the damage, and this was the moment where Alex Morris, the touch of wheels, she came down, but what a valiant effort for the 22-year-old fighting her way back on for Canyon SRAM. She made the junction. Sterling performance, then it started to go out again on those steeper gradients, but she always had that carrot to chase along this top part of the course.
Yeah, she certainly did. She yo-yoed, but eventually she did manage to make contact with that front group again. It was a brave performance as Anna Shackley continued to pile on the pressure. Then coming in to the closing kilometres on the penultimate climb of the day, it was Eleanor Barker who attacked for Team Uno X. It looked like a good move, and it drew an immediate reaction from Pfeiffer Georgie, and she was caught again. Then, on a little kicker, we saw a move from Shackley, another abortive attempt on the left-hand side there by Anna Henderson, but it all stayed together until that long, quick descent into Saltburn, with Pfeiffer Georgie continually looking around. But in the end, there was only one winner, an emphatic, devastatingly powerful attack right at the bottom of Saltburn Bank. And all the way up this length, 12% average, Georgie just continued to open up the gap 2 wins already this year. She was the winner in the 2021 of this national title, and she's done it again. Finally, she could see the line, taste victory, a little bit of a shake of the head, a double check round to see that the coast was clear, and she could savour the moment because she was crowned the British champion of 2023. So it's confirmation of your top 10. Fife of Georgie is your new champion from Team DSM. Superb performance by Claire Steels, a career best in the championships for Israel Premier Tech in second. Anna Henderson rounding out the podium for Team Jumbo-Visma in third. The rest of the top 10, Eleanor Barker in fourth, Anna Shackley fifth, but the first under 23. Natalie Grincher in sixth, Alice Morris battling performance by her in seventh, Lizzie Holden in eighth for UET Team ADQ. Flora Perkins in ninth, the second under 23, and Eleanor Baxter rounding out the top 10 for Trek Sigafredo, and she'll be your final podium rider in the under 23 classification. So there you have it, breathless stuff, a tough day. I'm tired just sat in my chair here. I don't know how those riders are feeling, but next up is the podium. Do you know what time the men's race starts? Is it 2:30 or 2:45? Just so we know, so we can get some food in. So riders continuing to finish here. So riders continuing to finish. This has been a lonely ride. It's a borderline an ordeal, isn't it, finishing this race. I think every single finisher who's classified in the British Championships this year needs a pattern of that. That is the final wagon through. That's the broom wagon. That was the last rider home who wasn't withdrawn from the race. So all of the riders have now crossed the line, and I think that gives us the green light in the next couple of minutes to go to the podium protocol. But Hannah, just as the dust is now settling, we know who's won. What are your big takeaways from this race, apart from the fact it's very conky?
I think when you take a look down the select group that have gone, I think in general the British riders are in a very, very good position. And I think we're starting to see that real combination, that mix of the younger talent who are still able to mix it with those who've been in professional racing for a long, long time. I think we're also seeing that the club team ranked riders are performing excellently. When you take a look down at those teams who were really in the mix until only a couple of laps to go. Teams from Pro Noctis, Heidi Kjelston, 200 Degrees Coffee was still there. We saw brilliant performances from Hayley Simmons, who was coming back into some great form, having had her surgery last year for her iliac artery surgery. So I think we're in a really strong position. I think the future's really bright. I think the way in which the race has unfolded today has been brilliant, and I think this course has provided some excellent racing. And I think Fife of Georgie is going to do the band's absolute justice. But in saying that, I think Claire Steels, despite coming to the sport relatively late, the way in which she has excelled in the past year is wonderful to watch, and I'm sure as she heads to either the Giro d'Onni or the Tour de France Femme avec Zwift, or indeed both of those Grand Tours, she's going to be a rider to watch out for, especially on those long climbs, difficult stages. Take a look to sort of the penultimate stage at the Tour de France Femme avec Zwift will really play into the hands of Steels.
I think you're right. I mean, Claire Steels, as you said, not just a relatively late bloomer, a very late bloomer, has only been riding at the top level since 2020, and now has got a place on the Israel Premier Tech team. And looking at the riders they have available at their disposal, the way she's climbing, especially that performance, not just here, although it's very instructive and informative, is she's been consistent all year, has won as well. She's had a big race win on a very hilly circuit, but she has to be seriously considered for a place in the Women's Tour de France.
And even when you take a look towards the World Championships in August in Glasgow. So I think this is a real showing of strength and depth that we see here in British racing and in the British scene. And so I think a lot of riders will have shown just what they're capable of for trying to reach national selection.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, a lot to take away from this race. The men's race will be in around 45 minutes time, but first up we have a double podium celebration. So double podium celebration, the under 23s will be awarded as well. Of course, it's Anna Shackley who took the title there, so she'll have a rather fetching jersey to go with her gold medal. The riders clearly just making sure they're cooling down as much as they can. Quite often in Great Britain, riders are warming up at the end of the race because the weather's so grim, but we've got a proper summer's day here. Beautiful seaside day here in Saltburn. And thanks again, of course, to British Cycling, whose members, by their annual fee of just £26, help pay for this race to be televised. Flag to line. It's, as we were talking about before, Hannah, it's absolutely fantastic, isn't it? It's something that's very rare, and to see a race unfurl and unfold, and also to get to see some of the riders that wouldn't ordinarily get an opportunity to talk about. I think it's just great for the sport, isn't it? Especially some of the riders who are here and just, well, I'm here at the National Championships riding with the likes of Pfeiffer Georgie and Eleanor Barker. That in itself is inspirational, and to be able to talk about that's just great, isn't it?
My big takeaway is they're not afraid to challenge these riders who are racing on the professional circuit week in, week out. And they're not afraid to dare and try a move. It's all, of course, smiles and camaraderie. Just waiting for the podium presentation here between Pfeiffer Georgie, Anna Shackley and Eleanor Backstead. I think really the future's bright. Here's Claire Steele's. Very different to when you've normally got your swan years, your full team support at professional races. National Championships is very, very different.
Of course, her boyfriend Ben Turner will be racing this afternoon. Of course, for the Ineos Grenadiers. I wonder if he can bring the title home as well. So she's put the pressure on him, that is for sure, which is great. And there is Anna Henderson. I think ultimately on a course like this, although you're always going to be disappointed with the silver and the bronze, everybody wants that title. It was fair and square. There was nothing tactical about that. That was just raw strength, and they had nothing. I don't think anybody that in that group did anything wrong. Barker tried to go clear early, which was quite unpredictable. That was good because it was at a place I didn't think. So there was definitely the air of unexpected. That I don't think anybody would have tried that. So she tried something, and that's ultimately all she had. Good enough for fourth in the end, but just wasn't quite to be for her.
Ultimately, that was the catalyst for a flurry of attacks after that move from Eleanor Barker, because it meant then that Anna Shackley went. Then we saw Anna Henderson tried to make a move on that descent, but this woman here, Pfeiffer Georgie, she kept calm, cool and collected. She didn't respond to any of those moves in terms of a counter-attack. She just followed the wheels there.
So we're at the top three for the under 23.
So we've got the under 23 podium coming up in a few moments' time.
Development team and bronze medalist for the under 23s will be Eleanor Backstead of Trent.
There we go. I think you hear that quite clearly. Eleanor Backstead in the bronze position.
Backstead, the riders required for the under 23 podium.
So we wait with a bated breath for the first of the podium presentations. The 2023 National Road Race Championships for the under 23 women. A race run at the same time as the National Championships. The same will be happening in the men's race as well. So Anna Shackley, again a real star. A star today, not just of the future. From the superstar team of SD Works. So we'll be there very shortly. But we can look forward to as well the men's race. It starts in around 40 minutes time. 10 laps of this brutal circuit, 189 kilometres the elite men will be facing, which totted up using rudimentary mathematics means 4,000 metres of elevation for the blokes. And so the women now can sit back and sip on an iced tea and watch the men suffering over the next 10 laps, can't they?
A well-deserved brew. Exceptionally demanding course. I think worthy winner.
Wet wipes all around it. I mean, one of the finest inventions, I think, of mankind was the wet wipe. I did a gravel ride yesterday, and I had a wet wipe wash before I drove back to the studio. But yes, and I think these are probably bamboo ones as well. They can be recycled. As you look at Eleanor Baxter having a natter, Anna Shackley to her right. So there you go. That's the cream of the crop here, isn't it, for British women's cycling? All of them function at the very highest level there, and on a course like this, there was never really going to be any surprises in terms, not just of the winner, but of the riders who are really going to be in contention. This course, there's no other way to slice it, is there? There's sometimes on the more tactical courses, flatter courses, we can see not a surprise winner, but far more riders in the mix.
Hide.
Yeah,
You've got places
exactly.
to
If you ride
hide.
smart, if you ride shrewd and smart, but today was just ridiculously selective, and so just the best riders, the strongest riders, are going to rise to the top.
You can almost feel the pain, the fatigue that they've gone through on this during this national championship. So many stories, discussions behind us. I want to listen in.
We should get our production team on the ground just to stick the microphone underneath and see if we can have a chat or just listen in to this post-race debrief. Anna Henderson in full flow, arms folded there. For the silver medalist, Claire Steels adopts a slightly more relaxed pose now before placing her hands back into her lap.
Let's not forget as well, Anna Henderson having that crash during the time trial on Wednesday. Luckily didn't seem to affect her performance too much as well, because could have been carrying injuries.
No, definitely. You crash at high speed like that. She was lucky to get away. Lucky she could actually participate in this race, like you say. As the conversation continues in the little pop-up tent as riders await the green light to get onto the podium. So the glamour of backstage at a bike race. But in a few moments' time, it'll be time for these three riders to take the gold, silver and bronze medals. And here
The
we go.
medal ceremony for the 2023 British Cycling Under-23 Women's National Road Race Championships. The medals and jersey will be presented by Bob Howden, President of British Cycling.
President of British Cycling. No stranger to the podium is Bob. He's been around the scene for many, many years, and he'll be presenting the flowers and, of course, the jersey and the all-important medals.
Winner of the bronze medal, representing Trek Segafredo, Eleanor Baxter.
So the bronze medal, Eleanor Baxter in the Under-23 Road Race Championships for Trek Segafredo. I'm sure she would have wanted more, but on a course like this, I think she's got to reflect on a solid performance.
Place, and winner of the silver medal, representing Phoenix Taconic Development Team, Flora Perkins.
Flora Perkins in the silver medal position. Another battling performance by her. Distance, chased the best part of a lap on her own, and was rejoined with the group with
And
Eleanor
in
Baxter.
first place, your
But Anna Shackley,
2023 Under-23 Women's National Road Race Champion, representing Team ST Works, Anna Shackley.
Anna Shackley is your national champion for the Under-23 women here in Saltburn. Glasses off and a jersey on, and look at that, it is a lovely jersey, and the one that would be hung somewhere with pride and be worn in Under-23 races specifically for the next year. But you won't get too many opportunities to wear that, actually hardly any, unfortunately, because she rides at the top level of the sport anyway.
Rides at the top level, and there's no real Under-23
no,
races
I'm actually
for
trying
the
to think.
women's. Take a look down.
It's only World Championships, isn't it? There's no separate.
And even at Under-23 level, you're combined in the elite category. I think it's only from next year onwards where you'll have a separate Under-23 and elite World Championships.
If I were her, then I would get one designed just to go to the calf.
Absolutely.
So that one hung above the mantelpiece somewhere nice, and then a cafe jersey, because it is a glorious one. And there it is. There's your podium for the British Under-23 Road Race Championships. Anna Shackley.
Now the
Laura
real
Perkins.
race is on, man.
Yeah, this is it.
Backstage.
A sterling performance from Flora Perkins.
Perkins is away. Perkins first. The photo finish for second, but I think Perkins got that. You're quite right. Well spotted there. So Perkins takes the jersey for the first popped champagne.
Bottle of champagne, just what you need to,
But all round, I mean, I have to say, I doff my cap to Flora Perkins because that was such a valiant grit and determination. The way that she persisted with that chase to the leading group of 7 riders, despite being tailed off, and then in the end still coming through to take the silver medal in that under-23 category. Really, future's bright for the 19-year-old.
Certainly is. It was a cracking ride. It's built by the raw power and experience of Pfeiffer Georgie. And when you think about what Pfeiffer Georgie was doing just in the closing kilometres as well, pretty much it showed how confident she was. She knew that they were looking to her. Maybe they sensed she was the strongest after the attack on the penultimate lap. But she shut down every single move and still had more than enough in the tank to destroy everybody else with that violent attack at the bottom of Saltburn Bank. So next up is the elite podium. Just making sure that the labels are facing forward. We don't want to see barcodes. Pre-unwrapped, as you can see. Finally prepared. And here's Bob Howden.
Ladies and gentlemen, the medal ceremony for the 2023 British Cycling Women's National Road Race Championships. The medals and the jersey will be presented by Bob Howden, President of British Cycling.
So here we go.
Third place and winner of the bronze medal, representing Team Jumbo-Visma, Anna Henderson.
Anna Henderson takes the applause from the crowd. The bronze medal today for her. An exceptionally strong performance.
In second place and winner of the silver medal, representing Israel Premier Tech Roland, Claire Steele.
So Claire Steele smiles, and that's a genuine smile right there. I think she can be more than happy with that. Maybe disappointed initially, but when she looks back on the riders she put away and the riders she was beaten by, she must be very happy
your
with that.
2023 Women's National Road Race Champion, to receive the jersey and the gold medal, representing Team DSM, Pfeiffer Georgie.
But it is Pfeiffer Georgie, for the second time in her career, steps up to take the red, white and blue stripes jersey from Bob Howden, which she'll wear proudly for the next 12 months at the very pinnacle of the sport as well, showcasing that national jersey in the biggest races in the world to inspire, as she has done over the last couple of years. So she takes the jersey again. And next up, we'll see how she copes with the champagne.
CEO of British Cycling.
So flowers all round. And then it's their photo opportunity next. So this is what it's all about. Can Pfeiffer Georgie match her prowess on the bike with the champagne bottle?
National Road Race Champions.
Pfeiffer Georgie is your national champion. Claire Steele's in second place, and Anna Henderson in third.
We'll have a quick word with our
Here we go. Got a free interview.
Pfeiffer Georgie at the end of an incredible day on the road. Going on to get that champagne on court, but Pfeiffer, just talk us through that course. What a tough day, what incredible temperatures out there. But you had a little go with a lap to go to test the legs on the climb. Were you confident of the win?
That's because I wasn't confident actually. I kind of just wanted, the other girls are really strong on the climb, and I thought, I need to kind of see where I'm at, see if I can pull switch the last lap.
mate.
And then, with a lap to go, I saw that I was quite strong, so then I just tried to keep it together and then do the same thing at the finish.
Champion course in 21 in Lincoln. How hard was this course by comparison?
Yeah, this was really hard actually. I think it was more traditional, longer race, hot weather. It was a very hard day out.
Second time National Road Race Championship, you must be very proud.
Yeah, really, really happy. I'm going to enjoy this one.
You are going to enjoy this one, you're going to enjoy the champagne as well. Please feel free to uncork the bubbly.
Here's the big moment, Matt.
Talk us through. Hannah, I know you've got a mouthful of rap.
Anna Henderson,
Oh, Henderson.
she gets the trophy for the first popping of the champagne there.
Well,
She
Anna
won
Henderson,
that title.
a clear winner, and silver medal again for Claire Stills in second place for the champagne jersey. But fun and games on the stage, and a real moment to savour.
I think a real proud moment for each and every one of these riders, because they all tried their hand to an attack to try and break things up. They all really wanted to break things up early on. Real protagonists of the race, and I think a fantastic worthy podium there.
Get back to where they need to be. I'll advise you of the revised time of start as soon as I know. But do stay with us, folks. Here at the start finish line, you'll see the riders lining up for the start of the men's national road race championships very shortly. In the meantime, I shall shut up and allow our good friends from TV to do their work.
Are you recording this as well, Chris, please? Yeah, recording.
Anna, congratulations on the bronze medal. That was, I mean, it might go down in history as one of the hardest nationals courses ever.
Yeah, it was really, really hard, but I kind of liked it because the course kind of made the made the race a little bit, so you had to use your brain a little bit less. But no, I'm really, really happy with how today went. I had quite a hard crash on Wednesday, and it was kind of going to be a bit hit or miss how I went today, and I was really happy to be in the mix for the win.
Bronze, was there anything else you could have done, do you think, to get a different coloured medal, or was that about the limit of it against this quality of opponent on this course?
I mean, when Pfeiffer hit it with 1 lap to go, I was like, oh, she's going to win today in my head. She did the same thing when she won in Lincoln, and I knew that I needed her wheel to give myself the best possible chance to finish as high as possible coming into the last climb, and I did that, and she just was like a class above the rest of us today, and I'm really proud of her, and I'm also proud of myself for putting myself in a position to be able to get a medal today.
100%. Well done, Anna. Cheers.
Thank you very much.
Thanks. All right, thank you. All right. Claire, many congratulations. That was a hard race, wasn't it?
Thank you. Yeah, it was a really, really tough race. I really enjoyed the course though, but all the climbing and with the heat as well, it was a really tough day out.
Is silver as good as it could have possibly been for you? Was there any way of beating Pfeiffer today?
Did you see the race? I don't think there was any way of beating her. No, I'm delighted with silver. Obviously, everyone comes here with the goal to do the best that they can, and everyone wants to win. But no, I'm really, really happy with the silver.
And that selection, when it was made, was there much communication in that group?
Yeah, a little bit. Sort of. We tried a few times. Several riders tried to make the selection, and then it sat up. And when we really committed, it stayed away. So then there was quite a bit of encouragement, I would say, to keep working and keep it going. And then once we had that selection, we just kept working together, really.
Brilliant. And finally, what's next for you in the programme?
The Tour de France. So I've got a little bit of rest and training time, and then off to France.
Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Cheers. Well done, Pfeiffer.
Yep.
Okay.
She's off to the Tour de France.
Well, Pfeiffer, win number 2. Second time you got that stripy jumper. How do they compare, the two victories?
Yeah, I kind of used a bit of the confidence of how I won Lincoln, actually. I wanted to test the waters with it, the 1 lap to go on the climb and just see where I was at, see if I needed to attack or if I could trust the sprint. Not really a sprint with this climb, but I was strong with a lap to go, so I thought I'd just keep it all together and then go full gas the whole way up the climb.
One of the differences from 2 years ago is that you went into this race as most people's pre-race favourite as well, so you had a lot of pressure on your shoulders today.
Yeah, I think I wasn't expecting to win Lincoln at all, and I think no one expected me to. Last year I maybe felt a bit more pressure as defending champion. This year I was just really hungry for the win, and I've been focusing, looking at the course for quite a long time. I wanted to target this, and I'm so happy that I could pull it off.
And what were the race tactics ultimately? Keep yourself in the mix and then wait for that final climb because it suited you down to the ground. Was that always your plan?
It was a bit unknown because the course is so hard, and I think I wasn't sure whether it was going to be too hard for my rider type, whether the other girls were going to be strong on the climbs. So I kind of didn't go in with a definitive plan. I wanted to always be at the front, like in the front move, never on the back foot. And then if I felt good, that I would attack, or if I felt like I could wait until the last climb, then that. And and then a bit of both.
It's devastating when you did it. Well done.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Cheers.
Oh, wonderful words there, interesting words there from Pfeiffer Georgie, who is the new, but for the second time, British champion. So the men's championship starts at 10 to 2 local time. But briefly, go and grab yourselves a cup of tea. Make sure you come back. But for now, from me and Hannah Walker, it's a temporary goodbye. We'll see you in a bit. Hello and welcome to the British Cycling National Road Race Elite Championships for men from Redcar and Cleveland. It's the culmination of a week of national championships here in North Yorkshire. This morning we had an attritional, challenging, spectacular race for the elite women and the under-23 women, and now it's the turn of the elite men and the under-23 men. They face a course of 189 kilometres over 10 laps of a brutally hard circuit, and the accumulated elevation gain on today's laps mirrors that of an alpine stage or a Dolomite stage in the Giro d'Italia or the Tour de France, well over 4,000 metres. And the finish line comes at the end of the climb of Saltburn Bank. 12% average gradient, 22% maximum gradient, wonderful crowds out. A temperature approaching 23, 24 degrees as we look to the seaside. Sunny conditions and lots of people out supporting this event. Of course, we couldn't do it without the support of British Cycling. As we look to last year, and it was the Manx Missile who tore this race apart. Remember, he went away after just 10 kilometres in a breakaway, and in the end, he took the second title of his career. Special one it was. Cavendish winning in style last year. He was the 2022 National Road Champion, ahead of Sam Watson and Alexander Richardson. Unfortunately, Mark Cavendish won't be here today to defend that title. Not really the course for the Manx Missile. So he'll be handing over the jersey to somebody else. And it could be one of the gentlemen either side of him last year. So no Mark Cavendish, but still a host of other stars to consider for the British Elite Men's Road Race Championships. Multiple World Tour stars are here. Lots of riders from the Conti teams in the UK as well. Significantly St Piran, I hear. Lots of riders from the Ineos Grenadiers. Let's have a look at the course. This is a tough and rolling course. 18.8 k's around the picturesque Saltburn roads. Not one for the faint-hearted, with the final charge up Saltburn Bank. Absolutely brutal and attritional, averaging 12%, maxing out at 22. There's that little kick up to the line. No less than 6 separate climbs on this circuit, the steepest of which takes us through to the finish line. And there is the profile of Saltburn Bank itself, with its 3 hard hairpin bends before it slightly flattens out to the line. And that is Saltburn Bank, where the winner of the Elite National Men's Road Race title for Break Britain will be crowned in probably over 5 hours' time. A relatively short distance for the men, but given the amount of climbing, it'll be a slightly slower average speed, but a long day in the saddle and a hot one too. And alongside me, as she was just earlier on, to talk us through what should be an intriguing race, a tough race, I'm expecting this field to explode, is Hannah Walker. Hannah, we saw a great race earlier on for the elite women and the under-23 women. I'm expecting the same here for the men.
Very much the same, and I'm expecting the action to go very, very early on in the race. There's a number of riders who will be wanting to try and get into those early moves. A number of teams who will be wanting to challenge the World Tour riders, the Pro Continental riders, but also those who are sole representatives from their trade teams. So we take a look down on the ones to watch. Fred Wright from Bahrain Victorious, Harrison Wood of Cofidis, Simon Carr coming off some brilliant form after the Route d'Occitanie, Jake Stewart, Samuel Watson, podium finisher last year, Connor Swift, the only former champion in the race, Ben Tullett, Mason Holloman, Stephen Williams and James Knox, all ones to watch. As the countdown is done and they're underway, Matt, for the 2023 National Championships into this neutral section.
They certainly are. We've got a neutralised section of about 2 or 3 kilometres before they then start to kick things off good and proper. So an opportunity briefly before the attacks no doubt will come. Now in a field of this size, we've got around 140 riders here riding today, well actually just over. A couple of non-starters here, a few significant ones which I think it's worth mentioning first. Unfortunately no Ben Turner, no Geraint Thomas, and no Ben Swift. Ben Swift of course twice a winner already of this race, and that leaves us with only one previous winner of the British Road Race Championships amongst this large field today. Could be quite an unpredictable race in the early stages, and that is Connor Swift, a man who's in fantastic form at the moment, and I think a man who could do well on this sort of course. I think Connor Swift, the form he's in, the type of rider that he is, although this is a different sort of course to the one he won a few years back. I think he'll be not exactly confident, but I think they've got options, haven't they? Connor Swift should be in the mix near the end, you'd imagine.
I think they do, and within the Ineos Grenadiers, they're also missing Leo Hayter, who would have qualified for the under-23 category. So they still have Luke Rowe, Connor Swift, Josh Tarling, who was in supreme form in that time trial. I mean, with such a great margin. Ben Tulip, as I mentioned before, Ben Turner not taking to the start, but Ben Tulip could be a real one to watch, because you think back to the way in which he had that top result at Flèche Wallonne 2 years ago, finished 12th at Flèche Wallonne, sort of those short, steep, punchy gradients that we see in Flèche Wallonne will almost mirror the type and style of racing that we'll see today.
Of course, and that was when he was with the Alpecin de Koning team, wasn't it? A couple of years back, got picked up in Ineos Grenadiers, had a superb debut season with the British squad last year, and recently won the Tour of Norway as well. Took the opening prologue time trial, which was, unsurprisingly, a hill climb, or a hilly T2, should I say. So watch out for Ben Tullet on a course like this. But as soon as the flag drops in, and there's the, as soon as the flag drops, I think there's going to be some attacks here, because teams that don't have World Tour riders amongst them, they need to really put it to the World Tour teams to chase. And of course, the biggest World Tour teams here in terms of number is still the Ineos Grenadiers. Despite losing several riders, they've got relative strength in depth. But then you've got the St Piran team, for example, who've had a stellar season so far, 3 big wins on the continent. They've got Alexander Richardson amongst their number, who's just sat behind the team car there. Big wins already this year for him, including his second victory in the Lincoln Grand Prix, one of my favourite British races. He's all in black and took the bronze medal in this race last year. So there's a couple, just a few names. We'll discuss them a little bit more as we go on, but we should expect some attacks early on this hard, difficult course, and already they're starting to come. So the race is underway, only 189 kilometres time, give or take a few metres. The new National Road Race Champion will be crowned. But as we saw in the women's race, this is going to be super attritional. It'll be run up at a slightly quicker pace, but I think it's going to be a long day on the saddle. Could be upwards of 5.5, maybe 6 hours potentially, maybe near 5.5 hours for the guys today.
It certainly is, and when you take a look at just over 4,000 metres of elevation, of course, depending in the way in which it's raced, but already, you know, at high speeds, riders wanting and teams wanting to try and get themselves into a breakaway, especially with the wind and the weather conditions. As you see the the road rise and fall. Some parts on the course you've got these fast sections, and the wind is roughly around 24-25 kilometres per hour. We see gusts of upwards of 50 kilometres per hour, south-southwesterly. Some parts of the course you are quite protected by the hedges, just the nature of the roads and the countryside here. Other parts you are very exposed, and the wind, you know, in parts, a block headwind, really slowing things down, and especially when you start to see the gusts pick up as the weather conditions have been changing as the day's gone on, Matt. We started off this morning with blue sky, sun, still quite humid.
Yeah, it is still pretty humid. It's around 24-25 degrees. And as you say, yeah, we've got this strong wind blowing from the southwest, which means that a lot of the circuit they'll be riding into a little bit of a headwind. But as you say, it's such a choppy circuit, so many ups and downs, and are relatively sheltered in parts, exposed in others. And as we saw in the women's race, hardly a flat stretch of road. And I mean that quite literally. I'm not over-exaggerating. You're either descending, gradually descending, climbing steep climbs, or gradually dragging upwards. It is a real roller coaster of a course, a real creative course, and it's just worth thanking British Cycling and their members. If you are intrigued by what you've seen, or just intrigued about getting a little bit more involved in your local community, or just riding your bike, having the support of a club and the benefits of being a British Cycling member, head over to the website. And if you happen to be watching this on a mobile device and you are in the location of Saltburn Bank, head to the pop-up stand, grab yourself a leaflet, get some more information about how you join British Cycling, because it's the members that have funded the membership of those British Cycling members have helped fund this flag-to-line coverage that we've seen for both the women's and the men's National Road Race Championships. So settle in, make sure you've got some snacks, put your kettle on, because we've got 10 laps of attritional racing to come. Already a few little skirmishes, but nothing managing to go clear just yet, although this little two-man move looks like it's starting to move clear. Definitely one of the riders from St Piran on the wheel here.
And St Piran with one of the strongest teams within the race here, in terms of strength in numbers. You take a look down at the riders. They've got Harry Birchall, who qualifies for the under-23 category, Rhys Britton, Josh Charlton, Lucas Jowett. So Josh and Lucas both can race for that under-23 title. Zeb Kiffin, Adam Lewis, Leon Mazzoni and Tom Mazzoni, the two riders from the Isle of Man. Alexander Richardson, Will Roberts, the man from Wales. Jack Rutkin Gray, who's been on supreme form over the last few weeks. He's over racing with with the Great Britain cycling team. Took a stage victory only around 2 weeks ago over on the mainland, on the continent. Bradley Simmons and Will Tidwell. So really coming with strength and depth, St Piran. Steve Lampier, the man in the car as their sports director.
Indeed, the team run by Richard Pascoe, of course, down in Cornwall, and they've got the biggest team, as you said, by far. Just counting them up, it's taking me the best part of 10 minutes to do it. 13 riders they've got here, so they're going to have to ride. What they have as well, when you think about it, and when you look at the way this race is ridden, how do you take it to the World Tour riders who have the advantage? They definitely have the advantage from a strength perspective, although one rider is already suffering a mechanical, and we saw a couple of riders earlier on drop their chain. So this is number 74, and this is Ben Miller from the Primera team, just starting to move clear. Primera team jobs. He hasn't had a turn for the rider with him. It's clearly the rider from St Piran. We'll identify him as quickly as possible. But no, the smaller British teams, although St Piran have been racing a lot abroad, they've had a solid race programme with the DS of Steve Lampier, a former sparring partner of myself. And we raced together many times back in the day and rode for the Sigma Sports team that I was the manager of. But it's passing on that experience now to this team, who've had several big wins at a very high level in Europe. So we'll see. So that group going clear. That other rider just managed to jump across. So look at the back of the peloton here. There's Alexander Pritchard from the Harbour Watch Shop team based in London. And look who's coming across the gap here. Yeah.
This is really impressive. The duo from EF Education trying to come across, and it looks like potentially Toby Perry, the EF Education Nippo development rider, is coming across, and it looked to be the figure of Simon Carr.
It's definitely
Simon Carr's here.
Yeah, this is Simon Carr. Wow. Who would have thought? We talked about the smaller teams taking it to the World Tour riders. Well, Simon Carr already with a couple of big wins this season, already socking it to this field very early on in the race. I did not expect this, but he's clearly trying to force a selection already. Ben Tunnett I can just see moving up for the Ineos Grenadiers. So this is a real statement of intent, and I didn't expect Carr. I expect Carr to be up there at the end, but I didn't think he'd try his hand so early. But we were talking about it earlier on in the women's race, weren't we? The best place to be quite often in a race like this is at the front end, and then it starts to settle down. It's
always can be a hard one to control, the national championships. It can always be unpredictable, and for EF Education Easy Post, they come here with Simon Carr, Owain Doull, James Shaw. They've also got the rider who we just saw there on the fluorescent Cannondale, the rider from their development team, Toby Perry, who a brilliant team job there to launch Simon Carr up the road and to try and go into this select group. And this is where we start to see the action go from the very beginning and not wait until we get deep into the race. Simon Carr, of course, coming off the back of a stage victory in the final stage at the Route d'Occitanie in the south of France. Came away 6th overall in the mountains classification. He was up there in the Mont Ventoux Challenge, where he took 3rd place. That race won by Lenny Martinez of Groupama FDJ and Michael Woods in 2nd. So Carr, he wants to make use of the good form that he's on. Totally. Man who spent a lot of time living in France.
Yeah, he's a French speaker. I mean, as you say, speaks fluent French over the last couple of years. He's had a really steady trajectory. 2 wins. He also won the final stage of the Tour of the Alps this year, which is a very strong performance. A think he might have actually won earlier in the year as well. He hasn't had 3 wins. He's had a good couple of wins, but a rider that will excel over an attritional course like this. And I have noticed the little group coming across to him looks like it contains the imposing figure of Josh Tarling. He's got somebody with him for company. That is indeed Tarling, unmistakable from a distance, thundering across this gap. And the rider who we've yet to identify on the wheel of Simon Carr hasn't been able to give him a turn.
It looks like a rider from Lotto Destiny who's coming across with him. Could be Josh Giddings.
We'll find out, but look at the gap behind, of course. Lotto Destiny have a couple of riders here, don't they? But they've opened up a big gap here. Well, this car still driving hard in the very early stage. Remember, we are on a lap number 1. Thank you very much indeed, wherever in the world you are joining us for the British Road Race Championships. There was no settling to a rhythm on this course, was there? Simon Carr is ripping this one up. They're a good 20 or 30 seconds behind the bunch, and it is Tarling, with definitely from somewhere from the Lotto Destiny development team coming across the gap, and it looks like they're about to latch on. But the poor chap on the wheel of Simon Carr has been unable to contribute at all to this real turn of speed, which has, I think, caught a lot of teams unaware.
Look at the way that Tarling's able to close this gap here.
He's just pacing himself, isn't
Remarkable.
he? Even on these climbs, he's a imposing figure, isn't he? But you touched on it earlier on when we were discussing the women's race. We're talking about the national championships this week, but the fact that Tarling, it's not just the victory that Tarling had, and he did say he expected to win, but the margin, 1 minute and 9 seconds ahead of the rest over that sort of distance, and we do have some pretty decent time trialists.
And when you see, second and third, Fred Wright, and just over the 1 minute and 3, Connor Swift at 1 minute and 11, Charlie Tanfield, Ethan Vernon, very, very good time trial riders. Also John Archibald, 2 minutes and 3 seconds down on Tarling. And Tarling still 19 years of age, world junior time trial champion, and it's hard to believe that he's only 6 months into his elite career. Technically is still qualifies for the under-23 category as well.
I know, for the next 3 or 4 years. So we can identify the riders now. Number 65 is Rowan Baker. No, it isn't.
Chris Lawless.
Chris Lawless. Chris Lawless, of course. Interesting one, Chris Lawless. Classy rider, but it's been given another opportunity to ride at this sort of level. Of course, rode for Total Energie last year. He's ridden for Ineos for a couple of years, winner of the Tour of Yorkshire, Chris Lawless, but has been given an opportunity quite late in the day to get a ride with this development team. Now, it's quite rare. Most of the development teams of World Tour squads are under 23, but now and again, and we saw Michael Volgren with that awful injury go to the EF Education Easy Post development team when his contract expired, just to give him another opportunity. So normally there are places where young riders go, but also they give some riders an opportunity to recuperate and to re-establish themselves as well. So I think that's great that they've signed Lawless.
I think so as well, and I think it also gives the development team of Lotto Destiny that opportunity for Chris Lawless to be almost that road captain within the development team to help bring along those under-23 riders, give them, almost act as a road captain within the squad and during the race. Try and help bring on those riders. He's got a teammate in the race as well in Joshua Giddings. He is an under-23, but for Lawless, of course, starting out this season with what was formerly being known over the years as Pedal Heaven,
then the
Canyon,
team folded,
and then of course the team folded. So with, as we see,
and there's a confirmation of the leaders. Simon Carr, the initial protagonist, it's fair to say. Josh Tarling, Josh Tarling, who's an under-23. Harry McFarlane is the other rider there, and then Chris Lawless, who has joined that group, and is a man who has had success in this part of the world. But yeah, I think it's worth mentioning. It was coming down from World Tour, or Pro Conti was the team of Total Energie, riding as a teammate of Peter Sagan, of course, but then was with the British squad, which folded, leaving many riders without any place on any team. But he's looking good at the moment, and is driving this group clear. And this is a real select group of intriguing riders of completely different attributes. And the one rider at the back who's just trying to hold on, it's done well to be there. That is Henry McFarland of the TAP Endura team, and so far hasn't been able to give too much to them. And I don't blame him, because this is a superbly formed Breakaway. And remember, this is a man who hasn't ridden at World Tour level like everybody else in front.
This is a rider who's racing in a club team surrounded by 2 World Tour pros, one rider who's ridden at World Tour level, now in a Continental Development team, in Lotto Destiny Development team. But it means that a number of those riders have missed out to this move. It'd be great to get a time gap at the moment on where these riders are. 13 minutes into the race.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to get a gap. They're probably nearing halfway around this circuit now. Still got several little climbs to go. The shot that you're seeing at the moment is the last big plummet down into the bay at Saltburn, before the road then kicks up again, and we take in the fearsome climb of Saltburn Bank with its 22% average gradient slopes. And we shall resume pictures as soon as we can. But yes, and I think the first lap through will be quite instructive on roughly how long this race will be on for as well. Of course, things might settle down at the end, but this, I'd expect, the first and second lap, or the first lap anyway, may actually be one of the fastest.
It's a real indicator of how the race will go. Calculate just roughly how long the race will take. Feeding will open after lap 3. That will close just before the final lap, lap 9. And it looks like a couple more riders have come across here. One of those riders being a rider from Trinity. There's Jacob Scott of the Bolton Equities Black Spoke team in the purple jersey with the fluorescent bands on the sleeves. Also Sean Flynn's there for Team DSM.
Yeah, this is a good move. Very, very good move. We thought it might be, took a little bit to warm up, but look how quick these riders are going here. They are absolutely rocketing around this course. Still 180 kilometres to go in the British National Men's Road Race Champion. That is one long line. That's not the place you want to be at the back, is it? I mean, just holding on for grim death here. This is super, super fast. Riders completely aware that on a course like this, and also historically, the British Championships, it's a tough, not just a tough race, it's a tough one to read. The dynamics are like nothing else at all. And the way to race the British Championships, as everybody knows, is from the front. And when everybody's thinking the same thing, the riders in form, of course, a lot of riders are just holding on for as long as they can, then that just makes for a fast race, because people are repeatedly trying to be in the front.
I think one thing that we saw in the women's race, and it's something that, again, has been talked about a lot, especially this year, with the racing getting harder and harder, and the way in which races are raced, it's not just being left to the final sort of 40-50 kilometres for attacks to go. It's taken up a kilometre into the race. It takes a long time for the breakaway to go away and settle down, if it ever does. And the National Championships is a very different kettle of fish, because you've got solo riders who are coming over from the continent racing for their World Tour teams, who don't have any teammates. They're in a new scenario. As you see, one rider here, number 154, Oliver Winwood Bratchell of Primera Team Jobs, just starting to lose the wheel, and this is harsh, demanding roads here in the north of Yorkshire.
It certainly is. Well, this is Jacob Scott. We're used to seeing him primarily, my experience anyway, on commentating on bike races, is up the front in the Tour of Britain. That's where he's made his name, isn't it? Vying for the mountains classification points. He's a very good mountain biker as well. Oh, this is an unfortunate. Oh,
James Shaw there.
That's unfortunate for Shaw, the man from Derby. That is unfortunate, especially at this stage. The racing is fully on, and James Shaw came to this race full of focus. He's in great form. He's had a good year so far, and ordinarily, with 180k to go, would say, well, it's no problem going to get back in. But the racing, this is absolutely full chat.
Well, you can see just the gaps that are starting to open up, and riders already, we're only 10 kilometres into the race. Just see there Ben Peace of the Monglou race team, who's starting to be distanced. Another handful of riders also finding themselves off the back at the moment, and you can hear the wind blowing as well on this descent, and you can see on this descent where other gaps starting to open up, wide roads, smooth road surface, but this is where we're heading towards the ocean and the sea.
Indeed. We've got this tight left-hander off this roundabout, as we saw on 7 occasions in the women's road race. And then the road starts to tip upwards. And then it drops down, tips up again, and then it drops down. There's Josh Charling in this group. So yes, good to see Lawless there in 3rd position. Simon Carr is still there. Jacob Scott takes his turn on the front.
Look at the way that Paul Double of Human Powered Health has just been able to ride his way across from the peloton
Well done.
in the orange jersey. He's a supreme climber, the man from Winchester. Came off the back of an exceptional Queen stage at the Tour of Slovenia only 10 days ago. Or in fact, not even that, 8 days ago. A week ago yesterday was racing at the Tour of Slovenia.
And as well we're on, and they expect him to figure a little bit later. So Luke Rowe has just got on, is in this group as well. So Luke Rowe, I don't know whether he's got across or it actually meant it was in that group straight away. So Luke Rowe is also there, but it's a happy birthday to Paul Double anyway. He's the only rider from Human Powered Health in this team, and also getting across the gap as well. I think it's Mark Donovan. Mark Donovan at the back of this group for Q36.5, and it looks like Stevie Williams as well has managed to get across just at the back of the group for Israel Premier Tech. So already this is an incredibly strong group. It really, really is. There's some big hitters who've missed it, but this is solid, and this group could start to take some serious time. 15 seconds it is to the chase group, but it's fragmenting all the time. It really is. A couple of riders not willing to work with these World Tour riders, and I'm not surprised. You just get carried along by the coattails, and that's the group just behind. So they're only a few seconds off, but this is a super fast opening few kilometres for the British Road Race Championships. It is supremely quick.
There's been a few riders who've missed this group, but some of those, Lewis Askey, Samuel Watson of Groupama FDJ. Lewis Askey having a little bit of illness over the last week. He opted to miss the Criterium National Championships on Friday night just to recover from the illness and make sure that he could come into this Road Race Championships with full health, full fitness. As we see one of the riders there, Rhys Britton, tremendous track rider, but the rider from St Piran, the Welshman, just starting to be distanced here at the back of the peloton.
Yeah, there's a few riders that won't like this pace, and we talk about the attritional nature of this race, but this is the pattern quite often in the early stages of the British Championships, and it's the pattern that's been dominating the pro scene on the continent, should I say, is this extremely quick start, and the riders are training in a slightly different way, adapting to this new way of racing, and it often means that they're adapting their fueling strategy as well, so they can tolerate this amount of punishment, and also tolerate the amount of calories they're going to be expending. So and we touched on it in the women's race, and when things settle down, if they ever do, we can perhaps elaborate a little bit on that. But when you have this amount of kilometres in front, this amount of climbing, it takes its toll on the body, especially when you're riding the early stages absolutely flat out to establish this lead. So there we go, 173 k's to go, but this gap looks like it's been chased by one of the riders from Groupama FDJ or Groupama FDJ Continental team. So they're the big squad, I think, the collective squad, if you factor the World Tour team and the development team together, with the most to lose here, or the most to try and bring back.
Absolutely, and just to touch on that, you've got Lewis Askey, Jake Stewart, Sam Watson, Ben Askey, the brother of Lewis. Also within that team is Noah Hobbs and Joshua Golica. Those three riders part of the Groupama FDJ La Conti. Almost got 6-rider team, really. You've all got, I'm sure they've got
it was funny,
a game plan, a strategy.
Yeah, I was looking at to stick with the Groupama themes for just a while. They in the French National Championships, which is run today. I don't know the result, don't know if it's still underway or was taking place this morning. I think they had nearly, I think it was 20 riders in there amongst their number. Anyway, back to British roads. That is the split. That is Group 1, containing Luke Rowe and the rest, and there is the bunch. In fact, so it's drastically reduced. Few riders trying to get on. It has been frantic, to say the very least, as they plummet down this twisting descent, lose all the elevation they've gained earlier on, and then they'll end up at the foot of Saltburn Bank, which is a tough climb, but they'll go up it pretty quick. It's short, isn't it? It's a hard climb, but it's a climb that's over and done with in a sort of 50 seconds to a minute, isn't it?
It's a real leg stinger, isn't it? And when you do this on 10 occasions and you see that climb itself, average gradient of 12.2%, maximum gradient of 22%. You've got those 3 hairpins that you can take a look at now. Just take a look at how much the road rises. One thing's for sure is the crowd that is forming and been forming nicely all day will try and drown out the pain within the lungs and the legs. And it's Stevie Williams on the front for Israel Premier Tech, who is wanting to try and do some damage to this group and also make sure that the chasing group behind from those in the peloton who've missed this group aren't able to bridge across. The man who has had 3 weeks off the back of finishing his first Grand Tour, or completing a Grand Tour for the first time at the Giro d'Italia, coming through with really good form. And take a look at the gap being closed by Groupama FDJ behind.
There's a few riders struggling in this group. And there we go, Stevie Williams just at the back there. Paul Double sat on the wheel of Jacob Scott. Luke Rowe, Josh Tarling, there's 2 of the heavier figures in that group. Also just off the back there was Chris Lawless. So, well, pick the bones out of that opening lap. That was nothing short of spectacular. Super fast racing. And a selection has been made, but there you go, 23 minutes for 18 kilometres with that sort of elevation. They are absolutely flying around this circuit. Let's have a look at who that rider was. I think that is definitely one of the riders from Groupama FDJ. It looked like it
Lewis
might
Askey.
actually be Lewis Askey. Meanwhile, the bunch behind, not too far, strung out as expected.
James Knox, one of the riders who's missed this move so far for Soudal Quickstep. The man from Cumbria. This is a circuit, this is a national championships, which for the first time in a long time really suits the pure climber.
Totally. I think the first time since way back in 2010 in Pendle was the only circuit we could compare to this one. The circuit was slightly shorter, didn't have multiple climbs. It was just basically one climb, one descent, then back up the same climb again. So it was a different sort of climb, but in terms of total elevation, it was certainly along similar lines. As Simon Carr rolls through on the front, still with a real urgency to that pedalling style of his. Stevie Williams straight over the top, and dropping into third wheel there is, or fourth wheel is Josh Tarling. Paul Double there in the orange of Human Powered Health. I've already wished him happy birthday. What a day that would be if he were to pull on the national champion stripes. Rode for a long time for some of the smaller teams in Europe, and it was consistent in some of the second tier races, but it's that consistency and that ability to climb well in races like the Giro Sicilia, where he really opened a lot of people's eyes, and ultimately has been picked up at pro team level by the American squad Human Powered Health, and as you were talking about earlier on, is in very good form.
And rightly so as well. I think he's shown his capabilities and his cards for a number of years now, racing predominantly for the MGK team, a Polish team. It was, had some exceptional performances in the likes of the Tour of Slovenia, Tour of Slovakia, those sort of Point Pro Series races, point 1 and point 2 races. The man on the far right hand side. Just to give you a rundown in this group, on the front at the moment in the grey is Mark Donovan of Q36.5. Just on his wheel is Sean Flynn of Team DSM. Just behind that is Stevie Williams, Simon Carr in this group, Jacob Scott. Jack Rutkin Gray has made it across, the stage winner of the Peace Race over in the Czech Republic. Dom Jackson, Callum Thornley, Luke Rowe and Josh Tarling. And one of the early riders within this break was Harry McFarlane.
Well, one big rider who has missed it, and not so much in stature, but in terms of his talent, is Fred Wright. And it's Fred Wright that actually was trying to bring this back together. Fred Wright goes straight over the top. He was leading the bunch and has just chinned his way across this group, and he's got Knoxie on his wheel. So James Knox is on the wheel of Fred Wright, and they are snuffing out. I think Fred Wright might actually try and go over the top of this one with Stevie Williams. The World Tour team straight to the fore. So Fred Wright, the silver medalist a couple of years ago, to Ben Swift. Had a tremendous season so far, well, actually a tremendous season for the last couple of years. He is a real campaigner now, still searching for that first pro win, and could it be today? But came almost from back to front there with James Knox to swell this group to almost unmanageable proportions. This group's just a little bit too unwieldy for me.
I think it's swelled in so many numbers that you won't really have the cohesion that we saw earlier on, because there's now a number of riders from one of arguably the world's best development teams in Trinity. You can see in their standout jerseys, they've got a handful of riders. Jake Stewart is there by the looks of things for Groupama FDJ.
Yeah, Ben Tullett is there just on the inside as well. So Tullett is, after being caught on the back foot, has managed to get across to this group. There's a Jacob Scott in that rather fetching kit. It's grown on me, that kit for Black Spoke. Of course, they're a New Zealand team, but riding at Pro Tour level. Picked up quite a few British riders who didn't find contracts at the end of last year. So let's have a look at the damage that's been done here. Wow, look at this. This field is scattered all over the roads in just lap number 1. Wow.
If this is anything to go by, and we're into just over a lap into the race, it's going to be disintegrated, and with such intensity in the way it's been ridden so far. Sam Watson on the left-hand side in the blue jersey for Groupama.
Yeah, so Ollie
just
Wood.
patrolling things at the front. What a performance he had on Friday night.
Yeah, it was a fantastic performance. Well, Ollie Wood, yeah, but just on the front there. Basically rode, I think it was, from memory, well, my memory isn't quite as good as it used to be, but no, it's about 35 minutes he spent off the front, half the race to win by about 30 seconds in the end. Multiple national champion on the track, medalist at European level on the road. In fact, he's the European champion on the track at the moment too, but his first ever road senior championship win, and took that in fine style. In the evening race in red car the other day, so he's already got a nice stripy jumper to take home with him following the commencement, or the closure, shall I say, of these brilliant championships. So Ollie Wood clearly in wonderful shape and is a part of this. Well, we can almost call this the Peloton. It's that big. It is a break, but it's that big. It must contain maybe 30 or 40 riders, this front split. So Ollie Wood looks over his shoulder, and he'll look and see a big group behind him. Again, the size of this group just means they won't be working together particularly well. So Askey now goes clear with one of the riders up from Trinity Racing, a squad that has performed so well again this year in, year out. They deliver at under 23 international level. It's a real conveyor belt of talent. I think that might be Nurika actually, who recently took a stage of the Baby Giro. And Luke Rowe in this group as well. So Luke Rowe on the left-hand side, such an experienced campaigner. He is a road captain at the Ineos Grenadiers and getting stuck in. Has never won the British Road Race Championships, but he's certainly looking good at the moment.
One rider here looks, number 132, looks to have lost some air out of the tyre. 132. Kind of front wheel puncture. That's Max Stedman, and he's a rider who's had some brilliant performances over the last few years. Found himself without a team for this year, but one when
Good
the
climber,
road
isn't he?
starts to rise,
Oh,
Matt,
yeah.
he's exceptional at climbing.
Certainly is. We're just getting back in contact. That was Harry Birchall, one of the St Piran numerous riders. So this is an interesting little move that has gone clear. It really is. James Knox is the rider in second position, and the rider from EF Education Easy Post also in, slotting just at the back of the group. Askey there too. This is the group they left behind. This was never going to go anywhere, this group on its own, but moves being shut down there. Josh Tarling just at the front of that group, making sure that they neutralise any attacks, just to try and let this race potentially settle down as we look and get confirmation of the number of that rider from Trinity. And that's Oliver Rees actually of Trinity Racing, and my mistake, misidentified there, but Rees is the man from Trinity Racing in that group. I think it might be Toby Perry from EF Education Easy Post Nippo Development Team, because it wasn't James Shaw and it wasn't Owen Dool, I don't think. Or was it Dool? Let's have a look. Anyway, they've definitely got a rider out in the front.
I think the way in which we
Oh,
can
it's
see
Dooley,
it's
isn't
Dool,
it?
because with
Yeah. It's Dool.
Toby Perry, he's on the fluorescent Cannondale
Good
as
spot.
part of the development team.
Yeah, it is Owen Dool in the front. So this is a good breakaway. James Knox on the wheel of Owen Dool. Owen Dool also a track specialist as well. He's really found after several years with the Ineos Grenadiers and moved across to the American outfit. The next teammate of the man on the back, Luke Rowe. And Luke Rowe is not offering too much in the way of support to this group. It clearly is a man on the limit at the moment over this sort of terrain. This really is. It's almost a pure climbers course. It really, really is. And James Knox continuing to accelerate hard on the front. He's had his problems with injuries, James Knox. So this year he's come back. Nearly got his first pro win in the Tour de Basque Country, finished second on the stage, didn't he? And it was so close.
I was just going to say, if that performance in the Basque Country is anything to go by, and on roads and terrain that's very similar to the Basque Country, where it's very unforgiving, really should suit the man from Cumbria. This man just being distanced here at the moment. This is Callum Thornley, one of the riders who was in that early composition in that breakaway.
Yeah, Lewis Askey all over the bike here, just sat down trying to force that gear round. Oh, blimey, look at the comps there. James Knox come out, it says. Well, he's out here and he's out to play, that is for sure. James Knox clearly full of confidence and feeling good. Gave them a little bit of a wave there, but oh, watch out, the gentleman just strolling across the road there like with ridiculous insolence. Somebody have a word.
Don't underestimate just how fast these riders are travelling.
Well, there we go. Meanwhile, this is a Mark Donovan on the attack. Yeah, Hannah to my right, and our commentary booth is just doing the Italian sign for what on earth was that all about. Yes, please respect these riders. That could have been pretty nasty. Anyway, Mark Donovan from Q36.5 Pro Racing has attacked from the remnants of that group that went away initially. And also Sam Watson now uses the width of the road, drifts right. That's quite a good tactic when the roads are really quite wide. As well, attacking in a straight line is obviously what you want to do, but you can actually weirdly use the width of the road, and it makes you create distance by just steering the bike slightly differently rather than accelerating, and it's quite a good method to use every now and again. Remember, he's got Askey in the move. Both of those riders in the blue of Groupama FDJ riding for the World Tour setup, not the development team, although both riders came from the development team. And they really do have quite an amazing development team. It's the not exactly the envy of the world, but it's produced the most World Tour riders. I think in the last 3 seasons, give or take, about 22 riders have moved up from the Continental Development team of Mark Madio to the World Tour squad. As we look at a few of the riders jettisoned, spat out of the back. All of these good bike riders, but cannot stay in contention with such frenetic, ferocious, rapid racing. And there we go, we just have a look at some of the gaps that have already opened up, that have been prized open by the ferocity of the racing in these opening stages. This has been, Hannah, this has been nothing short of breathless stuff. I mean, they are rocketing around this circuit.
It's incredible, isn't it? Because when you take a look at this profile, it's very harsh, it's very demanding. But they've wanted to try and take this up very early. We had 150 riders start the race this morning. And what we're going to be left with is a very select group who are going for this national title. The 5 riders out front, Ollie Rees, James Knox, Owain Doull, Lewis Askey and Luke Rowe. 2 riders who are bridging across at the moment. One of those being Samuel Watson. Mark Stewart in this group at the back here for Black Spoke. Bolton Equities Black Spoke in the purple jersey. He's been having a brilliant season, having stepped up to that Pro Tour, that 2nd division. And the junction's made for Sam Watson and Mark Donovan.
Yeah,
the group swells.
Yeah, good ride in there. But that has brought another acceleration here. It looks like it might come back together yet again. Just the back of that group, that's Mark Stewart. Again, 3 riders from Great Britain in this field riding for that squad. Matt Bostock, of course, the previous elite circuit race champion. Bostock 2nd the other night. Had to settle with a silver medal. As James Knox looks across and he sees the figure of Mark Donovan. Both Mark Donovan and Knox from Lancashire. Both know each other very well. But as a little jive, quite often James Knox does all of his Instagram posts of the hashtag Cumbria, regardless of what the context is about. He's a proud Cumbrian.
He is.
That is for sure. As we move into this low signal area, We're running on the 4G network here, just in case the picture gets a little bit blocky. So this group moving pretty nicely. There are lots of grimaces, but it's swelled again, isn't it? It's just keeps forming, expanding, forming and expanding. How much longer can they continue with this frenetic pace?
You see how the race continues to ebb and flow. You have the big surge, a select group goes away, but there's too much in it for the riders behind to let them gain any substantial gap at all. Luke Rowe just presses on, a little acceleration. Dool trying to close the gap at the moment.
Yeah, Luke Rowe trying something. Seated acceleration there. As you said, Dool on his wheel. Knocks just a couple of riders back. Just at the back of this group is Josh Tarling. I'm just trying to imagine the kind of numbers that Josh Tarling is having to put out to ride at this pace on these climbs. He's a ridiculously powerful rider, but as a bigger, slightly heavier rider than the rest, he's having to produce a lot more power. So, you know, it's... but when there's a big attack on the left-hand side here, Fred Wright countering that one. This is just attack after attack. It's like we're in the closing stages. Well, this reminds me of one of the opening stages of the Tour de France in the past, or of the Giro d'Italia, where it's just relentless attacking until it finally settles down.
We could be looking towards maybe even more than an hour of racing before we might see something or somewhat of a settlement within this national championships here, because until we get to that point, there's too much in it. There's too many fresh legs at the moment. There's too many riders who are missing out, who still have the legs to be able to close the gaps and regain the lead at the moment. But what we're seeing already into lap 2, that dwindling down process from 150 riders. We must be only looking at now, Matt, sort of 40 riders who are still within contention, and I think the gaps behind, with no real cohesion in those larger groups, you know, the winner's going to come from this group, this larger group of around 40 riders that we see here.
Yeah, definitely. This is Max Stedman, who had that puncture earlier on. As you said, ordinarily Max Stedman, you'd have thought, would have at least had an opportunity to be in the mix. He is a good bike rider and very light, quite a diminutive figure, but goes uphill exceptionally well. As another little group is pulled across, and nobody wants to let the likes of Tullett and Wright go clear. So it looks like it's Simon Carr in the pink of EF Education Easy Post, closely followed by Stevie Williams. And again, it looks like the road captain for the Ineos Grenadiers is there too. Oh no, I think that looks like it might be Connor Swift for the first time, actually. I didn't see Connor Swift. Let's have a little look if he's got those flashes on his sleeves. The only former British road race champion amongst this field. Or is it Josh Tarling? Again, it's no, I think it is. It's Connor Swift. So Connor Swift makes an appearance for the first time in the 2023 National Road Race Championships, and a man who knows his way around this race, trying to restore a little bit of order, and for briefly becoming the road captain of this big group of riders. But it's just too good. It's just too big. As Luke Rowe does the complete opposite and finds himself down the other side of the road. This again, it's worth mentioning. There's no radios here, so riders are having to do things themselves. It clearly would have been a chat at the start of the race, but when there's no radios and the racing's that dynamic, you've got to make decisions very quickly and take things up.
It's a very different way and style of racing than what they're used to. It's only the national championships during the season that these pro-continental or pro-team riders and world tour riders won't race without radios, or race with radios, sorry. So it's a very different way of racing. You've got to physically communicate side by side to each other, as opposed to just being able to talk into the race radio. And that goes for speaking to your sports director behind in the team car as well. That at the moment, the team cars won't be behind this group. They'll be a little bit further back behind maybe several groups, just because the gaps aren't large enough for team cars to come into that gap, and there's no sort of convoy form behind here now. So there's no opportunity to go back to your team car to have a discussion at this moment in time either.
Yeah, that's why the few riders we've seen who've had a puncture will be out of action for quite a while, because they're, as you say, for exact reasons. You do not want to get a mechanical at this point in the race, and normally in most races, puncturing early on, you'd be safe, especially in a normal stage of a stage race, unless it's a particularly fast and furious one. But the early stages of the British Road Race Championships, although it's finally settled down to a degree, This is more like a small peloton than a breakaway. I'm certainly not going to get my orange highlighter out just yet and mark the breakaway riders, but it is a good one. Sean Flynn rolls through on the front. Also in the mix there, Oliver Rees, just rolling through there for Trinity. I quite like their new kit this year. They always have
nice,
good kit,
isn't
don't
it?
they? It's like almost like TV interference. I really like that kit.
I think they call it something, the calm of the chaos, I think they call it. But it's something special. I like when teams kind of design something different for their kit each year. Something that's, not like the standard look of a cycling kit. Almost, sort of Canyon SRAM-esque, always changing the kit up. Something really stand out.
It certainly is. Luke Rowe doesn't give anybody a chance. He wants to be last man. Don Jackson from the Fioran CCC is the man in the penultimate position as Luke Rowe actually goes round him again. That wasn't the wheel to get. I think that lad was suffering there. So Luke Rowe accelerates onto the back wheel of the last rider in this group, which is, well, it looks like it was about 25 riders, I think. Just also dropping back Owen Dull, number 25 there. The pink kit on.
Also really nice to see there, Luke Rowe going to the back. It looks like the rider, number 38, Don Jackson, just starting to really feel the fatigue and the intensity in this race. And Luke Rowe just taking care of him there, just giving him that ability to follow the wheel, really looking after the rider who races for a club team as he searches for a gel, taking that opportunity to get some recovery, get some respite, get some food into him. A really nice little gesture there from Rowe.
Yeah. And again, so experienced now. He's only 33 years of age, but it feels like, I'm sure he'll give us some flack for this. Maybe he won't. He's got a good sense of humour. It seems like he's been around forever, does Luke Rowe. Of course, on the squad on numerous occasions of Team Sky and Ineos Grenadiers when they've ultimately won the Tour de France, well, as Team Sky, of course. This is Group 2. Mason Holliman is one of the riders in this group. Now, Mason Holliman, again, has been caught on the back foot, one of the riders from Israel Premier Team. He's got Stevie Williams in the front. Might be, again, with there being no radios, Stevie Williams will probably still keep riding through in the front there. He won't. It's so chaotic, this race, that you just got to do what you think is right, and you're basically relying on visuals.
And not necessarily
nothing,
knowing what's going on up ahead
no.
of the road.
And it's such a big group as well. He'll continue to ride through until the race settles, and if this gap drops a little bit and we start to get a little bit of information passed from the side of the road or from the team car, that's when you can react. But right now, Williams doesn't know that Holliman's in the chasing group behind. Ooh, they're taking that one really wide. I thought they were going the wrong way there. I think they're just cutting the corner, swinging right and going left.
Also in that group there from St. Piran was Adam Lewis and Harrison Wood of Cofidis. Now, I read something yesterday, Matt, and I'm not quite sure I can believe it's true. Cofidis won the Women's French Road Race Championships with Victoire Bertone.
Yes.
It's the first time that Cofidis...
What an example of nominative determinism as well. Victoire, what a first name.
Yeah, incredible. Took it... she's with two riders from FDJ Suez, really outwitted them. But it's the first time, and I read this stat and I thought, surely it can't be, that Cofidis have ever won the French National Road Race Championships, men or women. Can't be true, surely.
Wow. No, well, yeah. We've had a few problematic years, and another had a bit of a reshuffle and a change of management, but that's great stuff. And yes, it was Montcassel, wasn't it? The climb of Montcassel, which she won atop. And another cool thing, they turned the jersey around in a day. The following day, she had the jersey. They made it overnight.
I think even within a couple of hours, because they'd posted photos of it last night. It's quite incredible. Well worth a rewatch. The French National Road Race Championships currently taking place today. Thibaut Pinot said if he wins, he might prolong his career for another 6 months. Come out of retirement for 6 months.
Well, we're not going to give any spoilers away, and I'll be honest with you, even if I wanted to, I couldn't, because I've got no clue. Meanwhile, Sean Flynn, well, it's not Sean Flynn, Sean Flynn follows the little move. It's just gone by one of the Black Spoke Bolton Equities team. Again, I think it's maybe 35 riders in this front group as we start to descend, and we pick up a small little climb, and then we've dropped down Josh Tarling at the back of this group. That's not Josh Tarling, sorry, it's Luke Rowe, and it's also the tall figure of Connor Swift. He's had another solid season with the Ineos Grenadiers. Well, it's his first season with the Ineos Grenadiers, but it's gone well. And another big attack here. Stevie Williams on the wheel of Mark Donovan. Simon Carr getting back. This has not settled down. And the reason being, it's just too big, isn't it? It's just, there's going to be too much dead wood, too many riders wanting to be carrying along, so...
too many riders, there's not enough cohesion within this group, but also riders who know that they need to try and get rid of some of these riders within this group, those who are perhaps just having a little bit of a free ride, sitting on, following the wheels at the moment. Stevie Williams, the only rider within this group of Israel Premier Tech, of course, his teammate Mason Holliman is in a chasing group a couple of minutes behind. Several riders from the Ineos Grenadiers in this group, and here goes Stevie Williams.
Yeah,
he came into this national championships, Matt, only a couple of weeks ago saying, well, I'm probably not going to ride, I'm not going to take race in the national championships, and then going to, well, I am going to race, to I'm not. And now I think, you know, the way he's been such a protagonist so far and been such a force in the early parts of this race.
He's up for it.
He's up for it.
You can tell his head's in the game. And to go this hard this early, your head has got to be in the game. Otherwise, you just switch off and you haven't got the legs. And the two go hand in hand. You can have good legs, but if you're not motivated, you can't apply yourself. But Williams, clearly, and maybe that was a bit of a distraction tactic. Willie won't see, because he had a great Giro d'Italia. In fact, his team, despite not winning a stage as well, Premier Tech, as well as the rider Sebastian Berwick getting a podium on a day, 4 times at the second place for Derek G, and multiple other good rides by Frigo. They had a fantastic Giro d'Italia, and on many occasions we saw Stevie Williams up the road or trying to get into moves. So he's clearly in good form. As we see another move, this is again Tarling using that big engine up here to try and force a group clear. Looks good in a bike. He's like a I don't know, like a mini Ganna, isn't he? Can he have a mini Ganna?
Oh, absolutely.
I'm sure.
He's in the right team to learn from Ganna, isn't he? But I think for Tarling, you take a look at the start to his professional career, being able to race Paris-Roubaix and be an integral part there, and when you take a look at the way in which you've gone from a junior at 18 years of age, winning the Junior World Time Trial Championships, to then racing for one of the best teams in the world as a first year under 23, but the way and the progress and the upward trajectory that he's made in such a short space of time has been nothing short of breathtaking.
No, it's amazing. He's adapted not just to the physical side of it. We are seeing riders not quite fully formed, but who can function exceptionally well at the physical level at the World Tour, but also the way his roadcraft is picked up very quickly.
Absolutely.
And that was a good example that you picked out. Paris-Roubaix, firstly getting picked for that, he's got the physical attributes. He's a big, powerful, slightly heavier rider, good TT rider. But the fact he was riding at the front in Roubaix, and that's a stressful, difficult place to ride. So you've got to ride with a lot of confidence. You've got to have the ability. Yeah, you've got to have the ability to put yourself in that place. But surrounded by the figures that he has in management and the teammates, he's clearly found a good home at the Ineos Grenadiers. It's a 3-year contract he's got with that squad, and he's rewarded them already with a national title, probably the first of many, as Owen Doull accelerates on the left-hand side. So Doull goes, Oliver Rees follows for Trinity. Sam Watson looking good, a little bit further back down as well, looking pretty comfortable too. There's a James Knox, Fred Wright still there. Again, the cream has risen very slowly to the top, isn't it? It really has. Ben Tullet now on the front. Again, look back at his career. Twice the Junior World Cyclocross Champion. You know, there's year 2 at Ineos Grenadiers, but even his year 1 last year, 2 top 10 places in the Giro time trials, 5th place on both of those stages. When you look at the Ineos Grenadiers team, as we look at one rider who's been dropped, they obviously want to win the Tour de France in the next few years again. I tell you what, Tullet for me, Pidcock, yes, but right now they've got nobody that's going to really win the Tour de France. We have to be honest about that. But they're looking to reconfigure the team, look to the younger riders in their squad. I think Tullet is in the nascent stages of having the attributes at his disposal would possibly win a Tour de France in the future. But anyway, that's just my thoughts.
It's very, very interesting, isn't it? Because the style of rider, as you just mentioned, he's got a brilliant time trial on him. He can climb very well. Still only 21 years of age, but it feels like he's been around for so many years, because he's always been at the top level in his youth days, his junior days, into under 23. And I like I say, I always think back to his performance at Flèche-Wallonne 2 years ago, where you finish in 12th position.
Would have been 18 or 19, wouldn't he? Would have been
18,
super
19
young,
years old, and to be performing at that level. I think it was Julian Alaphilippe who had won that year. Roglic, I think, was on the podium, and probably Valverde too. But to be performing alongside that calibre of rider for such a prolific race, as you take a look through the leaders: Ollie Rees, Ben Tulett, Owen Doull, Sam Watson, James Knox, Fred Wright, Stevie Williams in this group, Paul Double, Mark Donovan, Connor Swift, Matthew Kingston of the Zappi Racing Team. And Zappi Racing Team, they've always produced some great riders.
James Knox came from Zappi, didn't he? Yeah, they spent a lot of time with Zappi. Zappi himself, the mastermind behind the team, was a professional back in the day, and has set up this team that's been around actually for the best part of 5, 7, 8 years, something like that, approximately.
Absolutely.
I mean, I know that they've been racing the Tour Series, the domestic calendar in the UK, as we see riders continuing to press on up this climb. 8 laps to go now, as Fred Wright moves through to the front, jersey fully unzipped, and this is the first opportunity, a welcome opportunity for many, for an icy drink. I've just been given a cup of tea, a steaming cup of tea, but there were no cups of tea enough for these riders. They'll be wanting cold icy drinks.
And you've got a nice little biscuit compilation.
You can have
there.
a biscuit if you want. I've got
some Maltesers, and I've got a Kit Kat, a good old Kit Kat.
Yeah, you've got a classic staple. Other snacks are available, of course, but you've got a Kit Kat Maltesers. I've got some McVitie's original digestives, one of the finest biscuits alive.
Are you a biscuit dunker in your tea, or are you not?
I do both. I'm 50-50. I dunk and I don't dunk. Just depends on my mood. I don't think I've got the mental capacity to dunk while this is going on. This race is so active. There's so much kicking off. If I dunk, that biscuit's breaking, and I'm going to get a slushy, digestive bottom to my cup of tea. Right, moving on to the racing from my snacks. Still active at the front. Ben Tulett drifts over to the left-hand side of the road on this very wide section. And this cream has very quickly risen to the top on this attritional circuit here. A lot of riders have been left on the back foot. And then for the first time, there's a slight lull in proceedings. But I think it's only going to be a brief one, because this group is too big for a couple of riders, as Mark Donovan goes again. Followed by the man Sean Flynn from Team DSM, the only rider here from Team DSM. Of course, Mike Donovan did ride for Team DSM last year and the year before, and now they've started to move clear. As soon as there's a lull with a group that big, it's not going to stay that big. When they start slowing down, there's always going to be accelerations, because people aren't going to want to stay in that group for too long, that's for sure.
I think one thing that we're seeing when riders go up the road and groups start to form is it's not necessarily slowing down at the front, it's riders who are accelerating from this group, bridging across, and then we start to lose ones and twos. And now, already into this part in the race, we're seeing a real select group of riders. There's a handful of riders just trying to bridge to themselves across at the moment. Looks to be one of the riders in the pink jersey of EF Education Easy Post. Not sure if that could be James Shaw, Matt, because of course he'll have had a long chase after that mechanical. Yeah, definitely. Well, I think he's with Josh Giddings as well from the Lotto development team as well as with him. So they've got a couple of good riders. They need to, as I say, crossing it immediately is going to be hard. But all they can hope for is that it settles down a little bit and they get across to that big group, and then the racing kicks off again. Oh, James Shaw is in this group already. Well, bridging across behind. I thought he was in the group chasing behind. There's that many riders in this group, but so James Shaw has had to ride like an absolute demon. And he came through the line at 30 seconds behind this leading group. So he is on sublime form. Having had that mechanical so early on when the race was really starting to hot up and starting to disintegrate, the way that he's been able to ride through each and every group, have either a bike change or a wheel change, and then ride himself back on and bridge himself across to within 30 seconds of this group. And Matt, it's been active throughout. There's never been a lull. So for me, James Shaw is on top shape, and it's good to see. We've seen him really been in that domestique, that helper role while he's been at EF Education Easy Post, and never has been quite able to show his promise for himself and get results for himself since he's been at that World Tour team.
Yeah, he's been, like you say, he's been consistent. And what impresses me about James Shaw is that he rode for Lotto Soudal for a couple of years, had his problem with illness and injury, was left out of the squad a lot, and went back down to ride at continental level, again for Swift Carbon Pro Cycling Team, then went up to pro team level, then dropped down again to ride for Ribble Weldtite. But his tenure with Ribble Weldtite, he performed so well in the Tour of Britain and the Tour of Norway, a couple of big races that they did. He got a contract with EF. That's a rider with unshakable belief in his own abilities. He's still only 27 years of age, but I know that he struggled, and he was a rider that rode through the Rainer project initially, went to Lotto, didn't he? And then those ups and downs, he's come back from each one, and is now the best version of himself from a riding perspective that he's ever been. And clearly, as you say, he is on scintillating form at the moment, and his best result this year, second overall in the Settimana Internazionale Coppi a Bartoli, which is a big race.
It's always good to see as well when a rider is rewarded for the hard work, the results that they've put in, and sometimes, and very often, riders' performances going unnoticed if they spend the majority of their time as domestiques helping other riders within their teams. You think back to when he first joined what was Lotto Soudal, riding the Dauphiné in his first year as a pro, as a neo-pro, doing all of that work for Andre Greipel, almost protecting him throughout those races. On the back here, still Matthew Kingston, the rider from Zappi Racing Team. I think Paul Double was also a rider who was on the Zappi's team.
Yeah, Paul Double was indeed for that team, I think earlier on in his career. But no, I'm trying to get a sense of when me and you and the rest of our viewers at home can actually just start to relax, because this has been electrifying. It really has. But finally, we have something resembling things settling down, although this is going to be a long ride out in front for these two, but two riders that are more than capable. Sean Flynn on the front there for team at DSM, out of the saddle, and Mark Donovan, a man who revels on these sorts of climbs, ridden the Vuelta before, has been up there on stages, and has found a home with a newly formed team, Q36.5. They're a clothing brand, and if you're wondering what Q36.5 is, what it signifies, should I say, it's the optimum body temperature of the human body. So, and that clothing apparently keeps you warm and keeps you cool. We could do one now, couldn't we? We could do with a bit of 36.5 in here, because it's about, I don't know, it's about 56.5. Yeah, yes. It's a warm day everywhere.
I just picked up my chocolate biscuit, and it's totally melted, so that's the end of that one.
I know it's all kicking off. We've got a long way to go, but poor old Hannah Walker might have to be a DNF, because her Kit Kat has basically melted and turned into a biscuit gel. So Sean Flynn checks the gap. Mark Donovan on his wheel, continuing to try and prise open the lead here. Donovan rolls through. Superb climber. And Sean Flynn himself, not a bad climber at all, and has been very active actually. Soon he's been one of a handful of riders to keep attacking this group to try and finally go clear. And they'll be doing pretty long pulls on the front. Still on the small ring there, flick it straight over to the big one. This is where there's a headwind section as well. This southwest wind, although it looks like we're on a bit of flat, you can still see the riding on the small ring there, back onto the big one. But this is a particularly tough section in terms of the wind direction.
You can see at this point on the course, block headwind as three riders start to be ejected from this group. Number 51 there, Josh Tarling, after all the work that he's been doing, also is the man number 150, Matthew Kingston. And just in front of him, number 134, that's Oliver Wood, the newly crowned National Circuit Race champion. Of course, the World Team Pursuit champion as well, Ollie Wood.
Yeah, he's not bad, is he? I was going to attempt to list his results the other night on Friday, but I would have needed a separate podcast. He's that decorated on the road, on the track, should I say. 27 years of age now. As we look at Sean Flynn for Team DSM, a young man from Edinburgh, 23 years of age, got a 2-year contract with Team DSM. He was racing for the Swiss Racing Academy back in 2022, and then SEG Racing, one of the big feeder teams, a good under-23 team back in 2021. And he's had a solid season, come off the back of the Tour de Suisse, also had the Tour of Norway. And his best result this year is the Breakaway Coxside Classic. I think that just gives you an indication of the type of parkour that he will go well on. Quite a punchy rider as they continue to open up this lead here.
You can see there's some discussions and talk and cohesion going on between these two. They're having a little bit of a chat, little nod of the head there from Mark Donovan. They formed a great alliance between these two. Of course, they wouldn't have raced together whilst on Team DSM. Mark Donovan leaving Team DSM at the back end of last year to join Q36.5. Sean Flynn into his first of 2 years as a neo-pro. Sharing this workload ever so nicely. Donovan looks supreme style on the bike. Really smooth pedaling style, keeping it and maintaining a really consistent cadence.
Yeah, both look pretty good, don't they? They've settled into this rhythm, but they're still having to press on. But this hasn't settled down yet. But these two riders are both experienced, one a little bit younger than the other, but they know what it's like to race at the highest level. Although Mike Donovan has dropped down to pro team level, which is second division, it's still a very good team who has an exceptional and a very good race program. And Donovan, of course, a bit more seasoned than young Flynn in front, and they are both two riders that would have seen the shift in racing over the last couple of years and been part of it, and adapted, and they're probably more adaptable than some of the older riders in the 30s, the sort of mid-30s, who are not struggling to adapt but finding it very hard to wrap their head around, I think, as a concept.
I think the racing has just totally changed from when they first turned pro, but totally. I think one thing that for Mark Donovan, you mentioned that he's dropped down from a World Tour level to the second division into a Pro Tour team, is I think the opportunities of which races you do open up a lot more for those riders. I mean, you take a look at Stevie Williams, for example, spent his days from racing for SEG Racing or SEG Racing as a development team, went to Bahrain Victorious, or what was Bahrain Meridia at the time, to Bahrain Victorious, spending a number of years there. The early part of his career has been marred by injury, but now he's going to Israel Premier Tech. He's had that opportunity now to race in the Giro, to race in different races and get opportunity to get race days in, whereas you might not find that if you're racing and sort of competing against your teammates within a World Tour team. Totally, that's a really, really good point. Stevie Williams last year had a win. Just took the opening stage of the Tour de Suisse, went into the Giro, World Tour win, but wasn't retained by his team. And again, it was quite a late call when he got picked up by Israel Premier Tech. But Israel Premier Tech are a team that were relegated last year from the World Tour, as Ollie Wood continues to try and get back in contact with Josh Tarling here. This last 50 metres have been brutal for these two to try and close, especially into this headwind. Makes it so much more difficult. Josh Tarling, this Pinarello underneath him, will almost be straining with the effort, but it does look like this group might be moving away. All they can hope for is a little bit of
easing in the tempo here, and there's no sign of that happening whatsoever, Hannah.
We'll just be hoping at some point for a lull. For Josh Tarling, had done so much work earlier on, and you know, this type of course, it doesn't necessarily, and it certainly doesn't meet the demands of his attributes as a rider for Josh Tarling. So much elevation,
It's
so much
pretty
climbing. It's you know, the way in which he's been able to do something early on and be a part of the opening part of the race and do so much of the damage earlier on.
I think you can almost say that for Luke Rowe
Set
as well.
things up.
So both Luke Rowe and Tarling would have been looking at the lineup they had, like, you make sure we've got representation in these early moves, shut any gaps down, because it's really going to be, you'd imagine, the race suits Ben Tillett down to the ground and Connor Swift. You're looking at the riders that are remaining for that strong. They're for me, could win this. As well as a raft of other riders. Fred Wright just coming across the gap as well. And also Sam Watson. I think we've got a real nice balance of experienced riders, younger riders who could take this type. So the air is Connor Swift. He's got the aforementioned Stevie Williams on his wheel. But like you said, from almost staring retirement in the face, Stevie Williams has now been given more opportunities than previously. So there's no disgrace whatsoever in moving down, even in James Shaw's example, down to Consular. But if you want it, if you're hungry and you believe in yourself, and you get those results with the opportunities that are given you, and the smaller teams will give you that freedom to bounce back again.
And it's about getting those results again and trying to vie and fight for victories. And you know, see so many riders who spend the majority of their career as domestiques, then they never get that opportunity to race for the win. But I think for Stevie Williams, having made that step down, of course he was supposed to be going to what was the Big Beat Hotels team, and then of course when that didn't come to fruition,
well pointed
it was
out,
a last-minute contract, almost a lifeline sent to him by Israel Premier Tech.
Yeah, definitely. That was a good reminder there. That was indeed the case of several other riders. Several riders have actually retired. Pierre Rolland. Of course, Mark Cavendish was due to go to the ill-fated squad, but that's all in the past. The here and now is what we're looking at. But that group has been neutralised and they've come back together. So Fred Wright now takes his turn on the front. Again, just an interesting stat to illustrate the way, the frenetic pace, the frenetic tempo, the demands on the human body in modern professional racing. Chatting to Fred the other week, just before the Giro, post Flanders, and he said that his normalised average power for Flanders was around 340. So anybody that understands power output, I mean, if any of you don't, and you've got access to a gym bike, hop on it and try to get up to 340 watts, and imagine holding that for just under 6 hours. That's basically, and it was around about 7,000 calories that Fred Wright expended. But again, was fueling right. Is still learning how to ride those classics, but starting to understand them well, and for the second time in 2 years finished well inside the top 10 in the Tour of Flanders. But that's the demand, and that's a quantifiable demand. So that takes a lot of resilience, and it takes getting everything right. Your rest, importantly. Riders are having to recover more between these efforts, so they're able to fuel for these efforts, they're able to train for them, but increasingly they're noticing that riders are going to have to just back off and have a little bit more rest, because there's no real rest in the big one-day races and in many stages of the Grand Tours anymore.
I think we talk about, you know, what has changed in pro cycling over the last few years and why are riders racing faster. I don't necessarily think it's just because of equipment. Of course, you know, equipment, skin suits, bikes, wheels, everything is becoming faster, more aerodynamic, but I think one of the main changes is nutrition and fuel, and that's not just on the bike, but that's off the bike as well, and making sure that on your rest days you're replenishing the body, and that's what the body needs in order to recover and to get stronger and to repair itself after all the damage from racing and training is the big change in fueling. And we touched on it in the women's race of just how much riders are eating and drinking during each hour of a race, and you're touching on 120, and you even mentioned, Matt, even 130 grams of carbohydrates
That's
per
the upper end,
hour.
yeah.
And so you're taking those carbohydrates through hydration through your fluids, but also through gels and solid food. And to be able to do that, it's just that constant eating, and it's something that you need to train the body to do. You can't just come into a race and then suddenly find yourself, well, I need to eat 120 grams of carbohydrates now each hour, because the body just wouldn't simply be able to manage that. So throughout your training sessions, you're having to train the body to be able to meet the demands of trying to, and the stomach, to be able to digest that amount. As you just see a few riders starting to stretch themselves out. Joseph Blackmore there in the racing green jersey of Team Inspired.
Some demon descending there, or demon descending technique from Connor Swift, who had his first big gravel win a few weeks back, won one of the World Cups, didn't he? Just thought he'd turn up and just wasted everybody, just smoked everybody.
Certainly did. But
he's such a swag lad,
big thing, isn't it, Matt? Where you're starting to see riders have a little bit of a combination of discipline.
Why not? Yeah.
When they're not doing their main road program, touching into doing some gravel racing, maybe some local time trials as well, just to keep things fresh.
James Knox did a local TT, pinned on a number of his local club the other day and rode the Club 10. Again, this is going back
to the roots.
Back to the roots. This is the ridiculously, well, wonderfully democratic nature of cycling. You've got these young kids we've seen at the finish. We'll maybe talk about them a little bit more when we head through to the finish and we do our third ascent of this climb. But there's kids at the side of the road who will be inspired. And when riders who reach the highest level of the sport go back to the place that they've grown up in and hang out with a club, do local events, that's when things come full circle. And that was a wonderful, he posted it on his social media, and I thought that was absolutely fantastic to see another group trying to bridge across this one.
Harrison Wood in that group for Cofidis in the red jersey. Josh Tarling just at the back of that group. Be interesting to try and get a time gap on that group, because, Matt, I think they could be coming and making their way back. Just trying to take a look down the road.
Yeah, it looks like they are slightly closing here. And
this will be impressive.
Yeah, it will be. Well, I've just the two riders from St Piran in the move, Zeb Kiffin and Jack Rootkin-Gray. So they're the two from St Piran in there. So they've done well to get in this move. It is a big one. You'd expect them to have at least one representative, but they've managed to have two. Jack Rootkin-Gray is a serious talent, as Fred Wright adopts the position of patron. Fred Wright's such a likeable fellow. He really is. I think the whole nation was willing him on at the end of the Vuelta last year to try and win a stage. Ended up, was it second or third in the points classification, didn't he? so consistent.
I think not even just a nation willing him on for a first pro victory. I think worldwide, he had so many fans who were wanting and willing him on to try and take his first professional victory. Today could be the day.
Certainly could. And I think this must be the group. This is group 2 with...
Trying to see, I think that probably is James Shaw's group that you were talking about before, Matt. Harrison Wood in this group, who's on the front here with the red and white jersey.
I think this is Shaw, yeah. I think he's coming across here. Mason Holliman is in that group as well. So Holliman and Shaw, the two key World Tour riders in that group. And again, it's weird. You look at this big group and think, oh, this big group's going to go quicker. But actually, it's probably going to go now. Now we've settled into this, slightly slower than a smaller group behind, where nobody's sitting on. Everybody's eager to try and get across this gap. Luke Rowe has a conversation with a man 10 years his senior, a vastly experienced road captain, has a word with Ben Tullett, and meanwhile Mason Holliman, it is James Shaw, that's the figure of James Shaw just behind. So Holliman absolutely riveting it down this descent.
This will change the dynamic. If this group gets back into contention with this leading group, it will mean that Stevie Williams has a teammate. It means that Simon Carr has another teammate in James Shaw.
3 up there in the front, weren't they? Yeah, because they had the whole squad in front, weren't they? So it will definitely change the dynamic. So there we go, 14 seconds. Here's the lead now as Holliman continues to press on. Meanwhile in front, this group, they're not hanging around. There are a few riders, understandably, sitting on. And you'd expect that, because the National Championships, again, is a race like no other. There's a real range of abilities in here. Clearly all the riders in this group are good, but there's a couple of club riders, there's a couple of continental riders, there's some pro team riders, and also World Tour. And riders have been at World Tour and dropped back down to the second division, so we have the whole gamut of riders. And there's some in here that are going to be pretty exhausted already in the early stages of this race because of how fast it went early on, and they're not going to give too many turns to the World Tour riders, so probably a third of this group are just going to sit on. And do you know what? Quite rightly so.
Absolutely, but it's also worth pointing out that we've got a number of under-23 riders in this group, so
Totally,
they want
yeah.
to race it out and battle out for the under-23 national jersey, because they'll be able to wear that jersey in the under-23 races, the Nations Cups that we see, Tour de l'Avenir, what was formerly known as the Baby Giro, now known as the Giro Next Gen. So it's almost two races within one here that they're racing for in this leading group.
Now, I've just got information through that there's a little bit of rain on the course. You did mention earlier on you got your Hannah Walker Meteo out, the weather woman for the day, and he said there could be rain later, and it's starting to fall a little bit. Doesn't look like it's too heavy as we just enter and pass through this low signal area as a Connor Swift runs them through to the bottom of the fearsome Saltburn Bank for the third time. Next time up it will be 7 laps to go, so a fair bit of racing done in pretty rapid order actually. There's a few stormy looking clouds over the sea there, and Connor Swift continues to press on these lower slopes. And the Ineos Grenadiers here, the 3 riders that they have in this group, they won't let off the gas at all. They want to be mindful of not doing too much, but they want to try and make this as hard as possible. Every single time the road rises, without being reckless, they want to make this tempo hurt as many riders as they can. This is a big acceleration by the rider from Trinity Racing. I think that is Oliver Rees. Although they've got a couple. No, it's not Oliver Rees. They've actually got 2 riders in this group, haven't they? The Trinity Racing team. And I think that group has got on. That James Shaw group. Now I can just see Shaw right at the back of this group. So Shaw has got on. There's Paul Double on the inside there. Owen Dool, and there is James Shaw just at the back of this group with a run rider from the Cofidis team. That's Harrison Wood. So another World Tour rider is up in the mix. Watch out for Harrison Wood. He's a neo-pro with Cofidis this year, and another classy rider. So
another rider who's come from the Rayner Foundation,
indeed,
being supported by the Rayner Foundation.
Now that looks like it might actually be Nurika who's rolling through there.
Yeah, or Max Walker potentially.
Oh, Max Walker. Sorry, we've got it's swelled. Well, there is Mason Holliman, and a rider just riding last man here. That, I believe, is Sam Clark, another under-23 rider riding for the Train Sharp team. He's in all sorts of pain here, isn't he? Trying to just keep on the wheel, and again, just the body language there. I mean, this is a good bike rider, and just holding on the wheel of the pace of this group is starkly illustrated there, isn't it? Well, what the effort it actually takes to ride at the speed that these riders are sustaining. It is impressive, and it does give you an insight to the levels of fitness that these elite riders have.
And especially going into this part of the course where you're going into almost a block headwind. So if you are distanced, you've got no shelter at all to try and protect yourself at the moment.
Yeah, you want to be on the wheels, and once you do latch onto the wheels, you actually save a lot more than in a crosswind. This is one of the riders from the...
It's like Lewis Askey.
Askey. Yeah, I think that Askey's race might be over, in fact. Looked good early on, but not got the legs. And it happens from time to time. Lewis Askey is a classy bike rider, but today isn't going to be his day.
And he did say, he sat out the National Circuit Race Championships because he was feeling and struggling with a little bit of illness all throughout last week, and he didn't want to make such an intense effort and potentially put detriment to his road race today. However, if you're not being on top form, top health, a day like today is going to be incredibly difficult to try and manage, and there's no hiding on a course like today.
No, not at all. Yeah, you get... I mean, a lot of riders are not... I think getting found out is the wrong word. Maybe it's a little bit too slang, but yeah, there's nowhere to hide, is there? And sometimes on a flatter course you can bob and weave, use your head a little bit, don't push your body too far. But a course like this, many riders for these opening couple of laps would have been pretty much riding at around threshold for the best part of 30Ks, and things have settled down. We knew they would, ever so slightly though. It's taken the best part of 3 laps, so 6 and a bit laps to go now. So we've just started our 4th lap. So there we go, Lewis Sutton, Joseph Blackmore, Stevie Williams, he is the rider on the front, a Welshman. There's a Fred Wright, takes some a beat on from the left hand side of the road. Stephen Williams requests something and didn't get anything.
Searching for a bottle. Seems nobody in this feed zone to try and service either Holliman or Stevie Williams. You can see both of the riders from Israel Premier Tech here searching for a bottle. Nobody willing to hand one up to the 2 riders from Israel Premier Tech.
They need one, and they need one quick. Okay, these riders are pretty resilient, they're pretty well trained, but on a day like this, it's fundamentally important to make sure your fluid levels are topped up. And if you do, we're talking about it in the women's race, as soon as you start to get thirsty, it's way too late. But I did see, I think there was a couple of stragglers in between, so they just need to bring the convoy up, or at least get a bottle from a neutral service vehicle. Most of the neutral service vehicles on a day like this will have a cooler in. It'll be a generic powder mix of carbs or just water, just something, I think, to get them through.
The most important thing is you're not waiting until the next lap through to try and take a bottle from that feed zone, because 18 kilometres later, after the way that the race is unfolding here and with such intensity.
Yeah, a slight grimace there from Sam Watson talking to Sean Flynn and Simon Carr. The first rider really to attack. There was a tentative attack from 1 or 2 riders, 1 or 2 club riders, but the first serious move came from this man, and it was serious. It provided us with the ideal catalyst for some super aggressive racing, which has finally settled down. And it is now, as you can see from the moisture on the screen, that it is now raining, just cooling the riders down ever so slightly. And I'm sure the riders won't mind too much, but what it will do is make some of these descents not exactly treacherous, but sketchy. I think the best way to put it. They won't want to be turning on the white line, that's for sure, when it starts to rain like this.
Especially as it doesn't seem to be a heavy downpour to wash the grease off the road. That's when actually the roads are at their most dangerous, when it's just this top layer of wet and grease starts to come out from, of course, the diesel, the oil on the road. The white lines become really, really dangerous. We've got some real treacherous descents, well, not that I say treacherous, but fast descents that you can carry so much speed through.
Yeah, definitely. It's just one rider's actually chipped off. It's a rider all in black. I'm not too sure who it was. There's as we know, it's Imperial on the team that ride mostly in black. As this man just gets back on, Connor Swift just latches himself onto the back of this group. But there's definitely one rider that just chipped off. And again, it's all about anticipating, isn't it? Is this route, for a lot of people, this group is just too big. This group isn't going to go to the finish. And there will be a natural selection from this group, but there's also opportunities, if you're not comfortable about your climbing ability, or you want to try something a little bit different, to go clear early, just to anticipate. So one rider has done that, but the riders here have just got to be attentive that they don't miss a split, because that can be one of the most frustrating things, because it might get a little bit tactical now, and moves might go on the slightly flatter little bits of road, some of the minor climbs, as we slightly lose focus because of the water on the lens there. But yeah, it's definitely one of the riders there from St Piran who has now gone clear. It's either Zeb Kiffin or Jack Arutkin-Gray. So they've opened up a nice little bit of a gap, just putting themselves in a nice position. Looks like the rain has eased on this part of the course. We had that last year in Scotland, didn't we? One part of the course was dry, and the other part of the course, only 2 mile away as the crow flies, was in sunshine.
It changes things up so much, doesn't it, when you're going from wet roads onto those dry roads, you're never quite sure, especially, and it's more so the descents, Matt, to be honest, where you never quite know, well, how much speed can I take around this? How much can I rail myself around this corner here or on this descent? Because if it's dry or if it's wet, you never quite know, and it's just obviously hard to race. As you can see just in the background there, the Israel Premier Tech car has come up to service both Stevie Williams and Mason Holliman finally.
Yep. Relief for those guys. They might even play it safe and get 2 on board, or neck 1 and just and then put another one on the bike. But we discussing that, the strategy of actually making sure that you're fully hydrated, but also not wanting to carry an extra bead on around. If you've got the team car behind you, only need to ride with 1 bottle and then just drop back when you need it. But the risk is, if you then move off the front and get isolated, it's a funny one, isn't it? But taking no chances there, Mason Holliman, an exceptionally good climber. Came to prominence a couple of years back when riding for the Israel Startup Nation development team. Took a stage of the Tour of Portugal in some super hot conditions and won that stage.
It's always hard racing over in Portugal.
Super competitive over there. They've got their own almost isolated scene. You've got a couple of big Pro Tour, one World Tour event over there, and then several smaller races. But within that, their national circuit, they've got, I think, nearly a dozen continental teams that race regularly, and the only good living as well. It's popular in Portugal, but not that many Portuguese riders actually come across and ride internationally because they can earn a decent living riding on the domestic circuit. Oh, the rear mech has lost its tension there, and that is indeed, that is Zeb Kiffin. So he needs a bike change because his rear mech has not taken up the slack, and that will mean the chain is going to fly off. So there's a little spring mechanism in the rear mech to keep it tight regardless of the gear, but as you can see, the rear mech, Hannah, isn't under tension.
And I wonder if it potentially gone into crash mode at this point, Matt.
Might have done.
We're going to have a quick swift bike change from the team car there at the side of the road, and if any point is a good point to have a mechanical, perhaps at this moment in time in the race where there's a little bit of calm within this group here.
Totally. It's settled to a degree, hasn't it? And again, getting a change when they're going slightly uphill rather than a really super fast flat section when they're out of sight. But he should be able to keep them in sight here if he gets his bike, or he's not. There he is. He's just come round the corner, so he's about 20 seconds adrift. But this break now has established itself. I can't see anybody else getting across to this one. I really can't. It is a solid move. There's the 3 riders from the Ineos Grenadiers. Connor Swift, Ben Tullett and Luke Rowe. And I'm not too sure actually if Josh Tarling managed to get on. I don't think they made it, did they? Doesn't look like they've got back on just yet. They might be just behind the convoy as they go up another one of these steep little ascents that pepper this brutally hard circuit. Hollywood just at the back there, just next to him, a rider we'll know very well, Jacob Scott. They were formerly in the same team, weren't they, for a little while before unfortunately that team folded. It really was a shame. It's the sign of the economic times across the globe and also within the cycling industry. But he does deserve to be picked up. He's too classy a rider to remain unattached and have no sponsor. But it was just a very poor, difficult set of circumstances that have left several riders on the domestic scene without a ride.
A huge shame, and some of those riders did go on to find teams or clubs that were able and had space and the ability to take them on, but unfortunately Hollywood was one of those who hasn't or hadn't quite been able to, and perhaps that could have been through choice, Matt, you know, with a big focus on the track. World Team Pursuit champion, winning his first world title earlier on this year, and especially with Paris 2024 looming, perhaps it was almost under his decision to just have a bigger focus on the track and then start to think about what he could potentially do. But one thing's for certain, an incredibly strong, promising talent, has been through the Olympic Academy program, spent many years now on the Olympic podium program, and he's been a real mainstay within that track program.
Yeah, he's been around a while, still only 27 years of age, but these days that's it does seem, I know it isn't, I need to keep reminding myself he isn't old at all. He's got a long career ahead of him, but it's just because of the sort of riders that are riding so well. And you might forgive us for talking about it so much, but it is definitely a part of the scene. This, over the last few years, we've got riders hitting the ground running across the men's and women's disciplines, been able to function at the highest level, whereas a few years ago, maybe 10 years ago, it would take a little bit longer. And that's why we got this, the under-23 class. It looks like there's a bit of a discussion going on. Or there's a couple of... No, we're hearing there was a crash. Didn't actually see that. That looks like that's Josh Giddings at the front of this group.
By the seams of things, the Ineos Grenadiers car wants to move up the road to go and assist their riders. The regulator there just saying that they've got to hold back and wait. That gap not large enough for a team car to go through by the looks of things.
Yeah, I mean, I think the gap is big enough, but as you say, it's the gap physically on the road when there's riders in between. They've got to be very mindful. So the Israel Premier Tech team car is behind. Or let's put that. I think they've actually pulled them out. They have, because there's a little group behind. So there's that group trying to get on. So they put up a little barrage. And meanwhile, we've got Ben Tullett going clear. And this little group getting back in contact. I think it is indeed Giddings just at the back of this group, as the aforementioned Ollie Wood has gone clear now with Ben Tullett, and it's Paul Double in the orange trying to bring them back. Yeah, just Giddings in the back there for Lotto Destiny. Also with them at the back of this group as well, that's James McKay of Cycling Sheffield. And another one of the riders in that group was Jacob Smith for the Wheelbase Castelli team. Interesting little move here. Two completely different riders with they both excel in their own disciplines. And a great climber, great all-rounder, great time trialist, Tullett, and Ollie Wood, the newly crowned National Circuit Race champion. Can't hold the pace of Tullett. Did you see him shake his head? It's just, I cannot match the pace of Tullett here. So Tullett's so strong a rider within himself, but Wood could not quite hold the wheel as the four more riders get in contact.
Jacob Smith's got a teammate up in this leading group as well, in Thomas Armstrong. You can just see him halfway through that group in the fluorescent jersey. He'll be happy for some company as a teammate within this group. The two riders who race for Wheelbase Cabtech Castelli club team.
Oh, this is an interesting move here. Ollie Wood drifts back, Tullett presses on, but the Wheelbase team had a good day on Friday. Tim Shawman took the bronze medal in the Circuit Race Championships, just behind Ollie Wood and Matt Bostock. But now, well, this is an interesting one. On this long drag, Tullett is just riding away, but they're not too sure who that's coming across from EF Education Easy Post, or whether it's Simon Carr, or whether it's Owen Dool or James Shaw. But it's definitely a man in pink trying to bridge across, because this is quite dangerous. Just look how, and not easily, this is obviously costing him something, but look at the distance in such a relatively short period of time that Tullett is putting into the rest of the field here. This is impressive.
And looking so efficient on the bike as well. You know, he takes, every now and then, takes a little glance around, sees what the situation is on the road. It's a dangerous move, because Tullett is in some great form over the last sort of month or so. We won that overall general classification at the Tour of Norway, sort of mid-May. Winning the opening stage in that prologue, going on to take third on a stage, and then that overall GC. It's a dangerous move. He's a rider that you don't want to give an hitch on the road to, and the rider from EF Education Easy Post just sensing that move. When you've got the class of Ollie Wood just unable to follow the wheels, admittedly not on his preferred type of terrain, but of course he's shown he's in good form. And Tullett very happy to go alone here.
Yeah, classy rider, as it said there, still an under 23 as well, but look at the fluidity, the efficiency of that pedalling. Sits relatively low, forward on the saddle, tucked down, but I tell you what, he is absolutely motoring on this circuit. And has hardly looked round, just shrugged his shoulders when Ollie Wood decided to pull the pin. It wasn't as if Ollie Wood was dropped. Ollie Wood is an intelligent rider. You just know you're with them. They were, it's fair to say, quite incompatible, really, weren't they? On a circuit like this, the way that Tullett can ride on a climb, even sitting on the wheels of Tullett on a climb, you're just going to be into the red. And do you know what? Ollie Wood did the right thing, actually.
And fair to say, it's not the terrain that Ollie Wood really thrives on.
Not at all.
But the fact that he's found himself into such a select group, which is predominantly climbers and those who are pure climbers, shows he's on the good form. Perhaps just going to try and follow that move of Ben Tulett was just an ask too much. As Tulett looks around, he's got, by the looks of things, this is Owain Doull coming across to Tulett.
Ooh, a little bit sketchy there, wasn't it? The rain has started to fall, but luckily for these riders, you've got this really grippy surface, and it's a pretty tough road surface they've got. Yeah, it is indeed. Owain Doull, I think, has come across there, number 25 there. So Doull, actually Owain Doull OBE, because he is an Olympic champion, of course, comes across the gap. Well, he bridged well there, didn't he, Owain Doull? Straight across to Tullett. Now, this is an interesting one, because the EF Education Easy Post have got Shaw behind. This is the sketch. Watch this. Just there. Actually, the wheel didn't lose grip. He just almost hit a divot. The front wheel just went inwards, didn't it? As if there was a little rolling section on the inside of that corner. So he didn't actually lose grip at any one time.
But look at how the road has changed with the patches of water on the road here and on the road surface. The way it's not raining hard enough to really give the road a wash. It's just this light sprinkling of rain that we're having. And it was scheduled, or I say forecasted on the weather forecast, that from sort of 1 p.m. onwards we could have potential thunderstorms and a big downpour. But until then, I mean, we're talking now sort of upwards of nearly 3 hours later, we really haven't seen that big downpour.
No, it's a little bit later, as you say, than predicted. But there's wet and dry bits here, as you're talking about. Some of the road here sheltered by the canopy of the trees and bushes. But this grippy road surface means there will be slippery bits, but you get a little bit more confidence even when it's wet, when the road is quite grippy. It's not nice on one hand, because it actually is harder to ride over, or it's less efficient to ride over, is probably a better way of putting it. But it does offer up, even when wet, that little bit more of a grip. But let's have a look. There's a little bit of action behind, as we see a couple of local riders tackling the fearsome slopes of Saltburn Bank. So we're actually going to do a little bit of a reshuffle of our motorbikes at the moment. Of course, we've given coverage for safety reasons. We've given coverage, of course, the entire women's race. You get the entire men's race. We've got a real hardy group, keen, classy group of motorcyclists and camera riders out there. So we're just making sure that everybody gets the right amount of rest. But that little attack was just a little bit too good. So linking into that group as well is Connor Swift, and also coming across the gap as well, several other riders, including Sam Watson, and another 2 riders just cannot keep with the pace. I mean, it's just relentless, this, isn't it? So Connor Swift with this little bit of a switch, stamping on the pedals here, just making sure they take this little group clear. Because if we get a group of 7 or 8 and a lot are left behind, this could be a good split. So Connor Swift absolutely burying himself for his teammate here. In fact, he's nearly dropped Luke Rowe. Luke Rowe and everybody else just struggling to stay on the wheels of the flying Yorkshireman, the former British champion, the only former British champion in this field. Fred Wright's happy with that. Also Sean Flynn as well, the Bahrain victorious rider in those blue socks, drives hard on the front now, trying to establish a gap, and the gap really starting to open now. James Knox also in this group, Sam Watson also there too in the blue of Groupama FDJ.
And trying to bridge across here is Stevie Williams. He's the rider who's missed this group for Israel Premier Tech at the moment. The real select group starting to form here. This is good news for Ben Tulett, because he's clearly on that good form. We know from his results that he's been able to obtain over the last month and a half or so. Having Connor Swift in this group, at the back of the group, Luke Rowe, Williams almost about to make the junction. One rider from Trinity just with gritted teeth. Is that Ali Reese, the rider who was a part of a couple of these initial breakaways already?
There you go. Fred Wright just saying come through. I think they will. The use of the rider, I mean, it's great team riding that, wasn't it? Okay, there's clearly a gap here. We just need to make sure we force this split. And so that was an all-in effort, and really was an all-in effort. With the effort that he made there, you're wondering if there maybe are riding for Ben Tullett today. It's an interesting one. I mean, you can still make efforts like that and go for the win, especially when there's only a handful of riders you've got at your resource. You can't just float around a national championships without making a move. You can have a plan, but that one was clearly an all-in effort to invest, because the other riders will be looking to the Ineos Grenadiers to be the primary drivers of this group now. But that was a superb effort. He is a very powerful rider. Remember that title that he took, was it back in 2019, wasn't it, or 18 even?
2018.
2018, yeah.
What is the Beaumont Trophy course?
That's it. With the climb of the Riles, wasn't it? But solo to victory then when riding for the British team Madison Genesis. And then went on to ride successfully for 3 years with Arkea Samsic. He's already got a couple of Tour de France's under his belt. We haven't had the selection news yet for the Ineos Grenadiers fully. I think we're going to wait till the early part of next week, unless I've announced it in my while I've been commentating. But it'll be interesting to see the full composition of the team for the Ineos Grenadiers for the Tour de France. Meanwhile, it's Paul Double, who knows that he cannot rest up. If he wants to be a part of this elite group that's now moving clear, he needs to accelerate and bring it back together. But at the moment, he's dragging. I think somebody's crashed. So we are going to take a look at that. That's come unsighted to us. No, it's just something's come off the bike here. Let's have a little look. It's not a crash, sorry. Something falls off somebody's bike. Let's have a look. Can't quite see what this is at the moment. I think it's just a gel wrapper. Yeah. Or is it?
It could be a head unit.
It could be a head. It's something. It's a maybe. It might be his head unit.
Head unit, perhaps.
It might be his head unit. They sometimes do bounce out. So.
Although looks perhaps a little bit small. It could be a gel wrapper.
We'll see.
Fred Wright, though, very intent on trying to make this group work and keep that cohesion within this select group. He doesn't want that larger group to come back at this point. You see the way he was trying to get them motivated.
He's happy with it. He knows in this group to have gone with that move, you've got to be going well. Paul Double has managed to get back in. It looks like he's got I think Jacob Scott in there as well at the back.
Also, Connor Swift is wanting to try and get them to work, but the problem is, Matt, is the Ineos Grenadiers, they've got 3 riders there with Luke Rowe at the back. Other riders, other teams are very happy with this situation to say, well, you've got the strength in numbers. You do that workload at the front. If you want to try and make this group stay away, well, you can stay at the front and do the workload. I'm a solo representative in this group. I've not got any help or assistance.
Yeah, the interesting one for me of the World Tour teams here is the presence of solely Owen Doull. So clearly Owen Doull, the way he bridged across to Tunnett, to Ben Tullett, although Doull isn't a pure climber, he's a very versatile rider. He's got a really devastatingly quick turn of speed at the finish as well. He is an Olympic gold medalist to the team pursuit. But, and it's fair to say, I think Shaw and Carr are the superior climbers. So that's an interesting one here for the rider from EF Education Easy Post. So I think for me, the team that's missed out the most is actually EF, despite having a rider in the front group.
I think also they've always been on that front foot since the race has gotten underway. They always have had someone up towards the front, Simon Carr predominantly being that rider. Of course, the start of the race didn't go according to plan for James Shaw, but what a mighty effort he did to try and bridge across and go through each and every group after that mechanical. I think with the change in weather conditions now, some riders will be almost licking their lips. They'll be thriving in these conditions where it could be a little bit sketchy, a little bit slippery on the road surface. Others, they won't be willing to take that risk and take as much speed around some of these corners. So again, that whole dynamic changes too.
It certainly does. Well, they've opened up a nice little gap here, and the longer this goes on, the harder it is for, I think, anybody else to try and get across this gap. Haven't quite managed to quite identify the rider on the back from Bolton Equities at Black Spoke. It's either going to be Mark Stewart, Jacob Scott or Matt Bostock. Haven't quite managed to do that. think this is this.
This rider's Jake
Yeah.
Scott. He
This
was a
is-
rider who...
Simon Carr isn't trying to bridge across.
Simon Carr in front of him. Just in front of that is one rider from Trinity.
Yeah, I'm wondering if that rider has to... I mean, they've got a lot of ground to make up. If you just look at the top left of your screen, the group is out of sight, although they're on this section now where they pick up this tailwind, so this is a really fast section of the circuit. Slightly dropping, still not quite flat. I can assure you there's not much flat, if any, on this circuit at all, but this is now the chase group of 3. And we're talking about the lack of EF Education Easy Post riders in the front. They've got one, but they want, given the fact you've got 3 Ineos Grenadiers there, and the fact that you've got your better climbers behind, I'd imagine there might be a point where Owen Doull actually sits on for a bit if he knows, but again, he won't know that Simon Carr's coming across the gap.
And again,
this
to
isn't a
retrain.
World Tour race, so it's like, well, he won't know. Unless he looks round. He's not going to look round at the moment on this sketchy bit of road, not sketchy but fast bit of road. So this is where a rider making decisions on their own comes into play, and again, people criticise race radios, but what they do give is just information for the rider to react to. There's obviously, they get given instructions, but it's more information about what's going on behind, which can be crucial. But I find it fascinating that Doull might be riding and he's got a teammate trying to get back in contact. Oh, that is slippery at the bottom there, isn't it? Safely navigated again by Connor Swift, who's clearly been instructed as part of the plan here to just ride up this climb as fast as possible, and he's doing a really good job.
Keep the chain tight, keep the pace going. Sean Flynn on his wheel as he takes a look over his right hand shoulder to see what's going on just behind him, using these hairpins to his advantage. James Knox also there for Soudal Quickstep, and Ben Schuler just in the saddle, biding his time here. And you can start to see and feel that the road is becoming slippery here on some of these hairpins, especially that bottom corner.
It certainly is. Sean Flynn moves right. It looked as if briefly he was going to take up the pace, but he doesn't need to. Doesn't need to panic. He's in a good position here. They've got 3 Ineos Grenadiers, and clearly Connor Swift has been put to task. And there's this little group. Looks like this group has actually split. Luke Rowe still looking good in this group. It's on the wheel of Owen Doull, former teammates, of course. And then just a little bit. Actually, I think Shaw. This is really chopped and changed, isn't it? So
There's Doull and Shaw on the back.
Yeah.
It's Simon Carr who's the rider who's chasing. So there's 2 riders there for EF Education Easy
yeah,
Post.
I didn't catch the first one of those. Yep. There we go.
And I think Simon Carr, perhaps not overly confident in these weather conditions, as opposed to Shaw and Doull. We know that they thrive in the bad weather conditions.
Yeah, definitely. One of Doull's best results came in second in Kuurne Brussels Kuurne on opening weekend a few years ago when riding for Team Sky. So can perform well. As part of the Classics lineup, alongside Luke Rose, there are 2 riders that know each other very well. This is Simon Carr here. He's got a bit of a gap to make up, and he's on his own at the moment. He's left the other riders behind. Also in this group at the back there, still Harrison Wood. So this group has split. It's constantly evolving, is this race. We just saw a group pass by. This is Josh Giddings for the under-23 Lotto Destiny team. Starting to struggle. It's got a big frame to haul up that steep climb. There's a Fred Wright, gives somebody a wave on the right-hand side of the road. We've got a topless spectator.
I'm glad to see that these weather conditions aren't putting off any of the crowd on the climb,
Well, they're from Yorkshire, aren't they?
Indeed
They're made of stern stuff.
giving them giving them the encouragement.
They love it. It's not. I tell you what, a spot of rain isn't going to dampen any
It's no
Yorkshireman
bother.
or any
No,
Yorkshire woman
absolutely.
at all. So the rain starts to fall pretty heavily here at beautiful Saltburn-on-Sea in North Yorkshire. They've hosted a fantastic championship so far. We've had the time trials, we've had the circuit races. In fact, that was the face, or the top of the head of Ollie Wood just passing by. I think his tenure at the front of the race has probably ended now, but he can go home proud because he won his national title on Friday night. But today's all about the road race. We had a spectacular, attritional, difficult women's race earlier on this morning. I won't spoil the result in case some of you want to watch it on catch-up, which you can do on the GCN Plus app. You can watch it on there, so I won't spoil it, but all I can say, it was a wonderful race. Exemplary, exciting, tough racing. and we're seeing that today. This race has not let up whatsoever. Fred Wright back on the front. There's a few names of the riders in this group: Blackmore, Rowe, Walker, Knox, Flynn. But Fred Wright seems to be the rider that has adopted the road captain status. So eager, so keen. He's just got to be mindful of the fact not to get too carried away, not to get too stressed out, relax a little bit. He's got to keep a cool head, because he's certainly got the legs, certainly got the shape, certainly got the capacity to be a British champion. So is James Knox, so is Sam Watson. It's difficult to pick between any one of these riders. I think it's fair to say this is the beauty of this championships. It is very open, isn't it? And there's I would say 10 of these riders could win this, and it wouldn't be a big surprise.
Early on, but who's your money on? Who are you thinking of? I'm going to put you up early.
Ben Tullett is my favourite.
Absolutely.
But then my heart says James Shaw, because he doesn't live too far from me in Derby. But then James Knox I'd love to see win. I like all these riders. They've all got
their own
and also Fred.
somethings.
I'd love to see Fred Wright in the national jersey.
Absolutely.
You know,
imagine that if he gets the selection for the Tour de France, having the national champions colours there over in the Tour.
I think he is off to the Tour. I think that was all, unless he was ill. I think he was always going to be part of the Tour team. I don't know if Bahrain have actually announced theirs yet, but I'll be surprised if Fred wasn't in there. But yes, it'd be amazing, wouldn't it?
I think the form in which James Knox is on.
Yeah, James Knox has had a good year so far. Back into the sunshine. We might even see some rainbows. Oh, the changeable weather of England, eh? It's time for a little bit of lunch. Hope everybody at home has got your snacks to hand, because we still aren't even halfway in this race. Make sure you keep your nutrition topped up and your hydration as well. Put a kettle on, get yourself a bit of cake, even make some cheese on toast. Whatever you've got in the larder or in the fridge, whack it together, sit yourself down on your favourite chair. Don't relinquish the remote control and stay focused on the British National Championships, because this, well, it's not even simmering, it's not even hotted up, it's just been fast and furious from the off.
We've been on the boil since kilometre 0.
We have. If this was a saucepan of potatoes, it would have bubbled over, and it'd be a nightmare to clean up after you'd finished having your roast, wouldn't it? Just turn it down.
I think that's what some of these riders who are in the chase are saying as well. Just turn it down a notch, and Matt, just take a look at it further up. That larger group just going, making their way around that left-hand corner. I'm trying to see if that might be a lapped group, actually.
I think that's a lapped group, because nobody's chipped off. All of the main protagonists are in this group. Yeah, they're all there.
I think that just shows this speed.
Oh, unless this is a group. It is. Or is this the chase?
No, this is a group off the front here.
This has
Mark
gone off the
Donovan
front.
on the front.
It is.
One rider from Group Armour. There's Harrison Wood in the red and white. Paul Double is in this group.
Yeah, the Ineos Grenadiers have missed that one. So have EF Education Easy Post. So there's a couple of riders from Trinity here. Harrison Wood, as you said, from Cofidis in the red and white. But it is indeed the man from Lancashire, Mark Donovan, pressing on. This is a good move.
Ollie Rees and Max Walker, two riders from a development team, finding themselves in that select group of 6 riders, both under 23s. Both will be searching for that under 23 title.
Yeah, Harrison Wood rolls through to the front. Birthday boy Paul Double sat on the wheel of Sam Watson. Sam Watson, the silver medalist in last year's National Road Race Championships, just in front of Alexander Richardson, just behind Mark Cavendish. So this
in the blue jersey there, that's one of the riders from the Groupama FD Sheila Conti team.
Yeah, it's
Joshua
not.
Golica.
Yeah, it's my mistake. I thought it was Sam Watson, but it's not. So he was one of the riders just at the back of that group, not doing too much work. But again, it's about being smart here. So there you go. Ben Tullett has been forced to take things up on the front to try and bring this back. And again, another illustration, if you want to win this championships, you can't just let your teammates do that. You have to invest. You have to. It's flipped around with both. We've seen Tullett pulling this group along now because they know it's dangerous, and that they have missed this split. But great riding by the men from Trinity Racing. Both of the representatives in this big group of about 25 riders, as you say, Hannah, have now forced this split, and they're opening up a decent lead here because they're working as one. And I reckon the rest of the riders, or the vast majority of the riders in the group behind, will look to Ineos Grenadiers to bring this back.
They will. They are the team who've got the strength in numbers, and of course being the most represented, but also one of the strongest teams here. Why would any of the other riders in this group want to try and do chasing? I mean, you've got Sean Flynn on the front here. Here's Tom Armstrong in the fluorescent jersey of Wheelbase Cabtech Castelli. Luke Rowe rolls through with Joseph Blackmore on the wheel. There's James Shaw. Most represented teams are a team of Ineos and EF Education Easy Post. Just sitting back and biding his time, being patient, is James Knox. Sam Watson on the wheel for Groupama FDJ.
Well, Sam Watson doesn't need to ride here. I'm sure that despite him riding for the World Tour team, Groupama FDJ and the Groupama FDJ under 23 riders will have a little bit of alliance, and he's sat on the back there, so an ideal play there by the man who was a silver medalist last year. Now the rider number 8, that's Conor McGoldrick of Richardson Trek, so a good ride there by Conor McGoldrick. That is absolutely superb from him amongst a pretty esteemed company here. Harrison Wood, first real good look at him from Cofidis, and Mark Donovan just at the back.
Currently within this group, Matt, all the podium placings in the under 23 category are taken as well, because you've got the man here, number 43. This is Joshua Golikar of the Groupama FDJ Le Conti under 23 team. Then you've got the 2 riders from Trinity, so it means that all those placings are taken as well, with the 3 riders over 23. But of course, those who are under 23, they can still take that elite jersey.
Yeah, definitely. We've seen that in the past in the women's as well. And meanwhile, this is Group 3 on the road at the moment. This is Zeb Kiffin. He's got his bike changed. He's on a different machine, on a spare machine, after having a problem with his rear mech. And these guys aren't too far down.
Mark Stewart in this group.
Yeah, Mark Stewart, exceptionally gifted rider. There he is in the purple. As we continue, they're just fighting for as long as they can here. Now this race is split to bits. Remember, we had the best part of 150 riders starting off, and we are now back to the front of the race. Max Walker looking good, glances briefly at the camera. That wonderful, provocative, disruptive kit of Trinity Racing wreaking havoc with my eyes. I do like it, but if I look at it for a long time, I start to see things. Yeah, it's more than disruptive, but it certainly gets us talking, doesn't it? And that's what it's all about. But it's not just the kit and the rather fetching specialised bikes, it's the way they ride. They are unafraid. So many good riders have moved on from that team. Most notable of those riders for the last couple of seasons, it was of course been Ben Healy. There's Tom Pidcock as well. Thomas Gloag, who sadly didn't take the...
Tom Gloag, sadly he didn't take to the start, which is a real shame, because I kind of marked him down as a potential not just to take the under 23 title, but take the elite title outright as well. It's a real shame for the rider from Jumbo Visma, of course, a very late call up to race in the Giro d'Italia. Just 6 weeks ago.
Well, the group in between, seen for a little bit, but they're going to keep this one, try and keep this group at bay. Next time through, there'll be 6 laps to go, so this is a long attritional race. After it couldn't keep up that frenetic pace. It is a long day out in the saddle. We should be finishing roughly, I would estimate about 7 o'clock tonight is when we should be crossing the line, give or take a few minutes. I've got a good 3 hours of racing still to go. So the rain has abated ever so slightly, under slightly more brighter skies, as we head towards the back end of the circuit. group. This is still group number 3 on the road. A couple of the big teams missed out this split at the front. But you never know what might happen. I think over the next half of the race, once we go through the finish line and we approach the halfway point, there's still a lot could happen. So if you, again, more than ever, because of the amount of the calorie expenditure here, the energy requirements of a race like this, if you do pace it well, if you keep the gaps down a little bit, and you keep riding, that I think is the group, that is I think the bunch in front of them, with the Ineos Grenadiers in. So this group 3 are looking like they get back in contact with group 2 on the road. So they're keeping on going. So yeah, it looks like if they continue this rate, that they may actually get back in contact. So solid rider there. That's Will Smith just at the back of this group.
Fresh Prince coming back.
Indeed. It's great that he is able to double up in Hollywood and race the British scene as well. So the best part maybe, soon out of sight around that little bend, weren't they? But yeah, the gap is definitely foreshortened on these climbs, isn't it? It's probably the best part of 30, 40 seconds as we move ahead and we look at who's doing the most of the pulling in this front group. So yeah, it is still the Ineos Grenadiers. James Knox out of the saddle. Stevie Williams also there as well. Now one rider who I haven't noticed, unless he's up a little bit further up, is Mason Holliman. Where is... He's not there, is he? And he wasn't in that front group either.
He's not. I think being distanced on the early part when we started to see a lot of a flurry of movement going on. He was distanced early on, he bridged across, of course, so perhaps not firing on all cylinders here, but I get the sense that there's a couple of riders in here who are just waiting, biding their time before they're going to try and make a really big move.
Yeah, Stevie Williams just moving up. It looked like he was going to launch an attack, just basically to latch onto the wheel of Ben Tullett. But there's still a lot of firepower here, despite that group that's gone clear. We haven't got a time gap yet, but looking at the gap in front, and they've got the best part, 30 seconds to a minute, quite possibly. And they're putting the neutral service car in between.
If it gets to a bridgeable gap though, Matt, and you have that time gap at around a minute, these riders, Sam Watson has been sitting at the back for a period of time now, likewise Owen Dorr, James Knox, Paul Double. You force all the other riders here who are willing to contribute to the pace, almost tire themselves out, and then they'll try and make one large attack, try and bridge across to that leading group up towards the front. Almost just use the resources. Sometimes it doesn't pay off, but it's being able and wanting to try and take that gamble and that risk.
No, totally. So Watson on the back there, happy to sit. He's being helped out by Joshua Goliker, who's managed to infiltrate that front move. We didn't actually see when it went clear. We just flicked back to this group and they just clipped off the front. But there are plenty of very good riders in this group behind. I think it's fair to say, not taking anything away from our leaders, that still the vast majority of the race favourites are actually in this group. They do have resource at their disposal, and also they have the hardest part of the race still to come, and it's that ability to go deep when the racing gets very hard, when everybody else starts to fade. The class of riders that we have in this group, I think, are still able to snuff that out, but they've got to be careful they don't let it go too much. As we get back in contact, that is a good ride there by Zeb Kiffin, now on a spare bike. It's the first of Group 3 to make contact back again with Group 2. So Kiffin off St Piran gets back in contention.
We're just hearing from news on the ground as well that Mason Holliman having back trouble. So perhaps carrying an injury, and on a course like this, if you do have an injury and especially a back issue, then it's incredibly difficult to keep yourself within contention. We saw him earlier on when he went through the feed. Actually, he was kind of adjusting something and stretching his back.
He had a bit of a stretch. That's clearly. I mean, even if you come into a race fresh, a course with this much climbing, it's not uncommon to get a few little twinges on your back. That is for sure, especially as you get a bit older, like me. But no, these riders highly conditioned. And these days as well, they do a lot of core work, a lot of strength conditioning as well. Something that when I was racing, and maybe even 15 years ago, was something that was left generally to the winter. Then you just focus on riding. But now these riders have been making sure all the core is up to scratch. You can gain so much from looking after your core and other strengthening work that a lot of riders will carry out several times a week.
I think one thing that's changed a lot in riders' training programs, Matt, is the fact that it's not just something they're doing in the winter of strength and conditioning.
Totally.
It's something that they've found you should maintain and keep doing throughout the racing season as well, and combine that into your training program on the bike as well as doing training off the bike. It's kind of like, well, why would you spend all that time in the gym doing strength and conditioning and then lose it all? And at the key points in the season when you want to try and keep that peak form, all that work that you've done during the winter has come undone before you start to build it up again for the next winter.
That's exactly what I used to do. But yeah, it was.
I guess it's something that was unknown, really.
Was
You'd
pretty,
never combine riding with being in the gym throughout the whole racing season.
No. So lovely shots here.
Seems like that leading group of 6 riders have around 1 minute of an advantage over these 14 riders here, so building their lead nicely.
Yeah, it's a solid little move, and I must admit, quite unexpected. I thought there might be some splits, little groups trying something, but I didn't expect both EF riders and the likes of Fred Wright and all the Ineos Grenadiers to actually miss this one. But I don't think they're going to be overly worried. It's a good lead to have. It's the biggest lead we've seen so far in today's race of any breakaway. But anybody who's not in that second group now, I think the gaps are enormous, and it wouldn't surprise me, Hannah, if we see maybe 30 riders finish this race, because a lot of these riders will eventually drop away in the closing laps. It's going to get so hard. But right now, I don't think there's anything to panic about. But what they have to do is just that little bit of extra riding here. They can't just let this drift. But the riders with experience like Luke Rowe will keep. He'll be the captain here, when he's having a word with Ben Tillett, having a word with Connor Swift, making sure they keep a lid, and also having a little bit of a chat with the 2 EF Education Easy Post riders there, because they're the 2 World Tour teams with the most to lose here if they don't get this wrong. But there's still a long way to go. Still not quite at half distance just yet, but it won't be very long. But no, an interesting move nonetheless. There's Mark Donovan there, moving through. Harrison Wood, his turn now finished on the front, drops in behind the man from Groupama FDJ, and that's Joshua Gollier. Golliker, should I say. And there's your brief glance at the 6 riders out in front, who have, we understand, about a minute's lead, but we can put the clock on them as they go through the finish line.
Considering Harrison Wood found himself on the wrong end of a split early on in the race and had a long old chase to the main group that had started to go. Brilliant ride from the rider from Cofidis. Only the one rider from Cofidis in here, alongside a Groupama FDJ, the Continental team under 23, Mark Donovan at the back. Ollie Rees and Max Walker in this Group 4 Trinity. A really good road programme, Max Walker, this year. Part of the stage victories from his teammate at Trinity, Luke Lamperty, at the Giro Next Gen, second in the under 23 individual time trial only a few days ago. He's finishing outside the top 10 in the Liège-Bastogne-Liège under 23 as well. A really strong composition, a committed composition of riders in this leading group of 6. Certainly perhaps what we didn't expect as they take this fast sweeping left-hand corner. You can just see the road glistening after the downpour. This is that penultimate rise before we get to that descent that heads us down into Saltburn Bank, takes us up to the finish line. Being shown the blackboard. 1 minute and 2 seconds is the advantage for the 6 riders over that chasing group. So it's not a done deal yet, still a bridgeable gap at just over 1 minute. Just at the front of this group, number 82. That's Conor McGoldrick of Richardson's Trek Das as they go into Broughton. And this is a real leg sapper part of the course.
Yeah, it certainly is. This is another little group who are trying to get back on to group number 2, so this is group 3. And they will join the group with Luke Rowe. It's called the Luke Rowe group for the time being, keeps things a bit simpler. As you notice, they're swinging really wide and they'll cut the apex onto the shell grip and back out the other side. Oh, that was a very quick bit of descending from that chap who I didn't quite catch his number, but that was quite a bold bit of cornering. I think that's fair to say. Certainly confident about the ability of his tyres to maintain a hold of the road surface on that corner. Let's give the name, just name check this gentleman. That is Michael Chadwick of the Embark Spirit Club. So this group swells even further now. But no real panic at all. You can tell the fact that this group are moving away. It's almost as if the group behind, being led by the Ineos Grenadiers, obviously several other riders doing the chasing, aren't in full pursuit mode at the moment. They know that they can let some of the road do the damage here. This course is so attritional, so difficult, that they don't need to go full on. But what they can do is just ride the next couple of laps at a tempo, keep this about 1 or 2 minutes, and then go all in on the final part of the race. But they can't let this lead go out for too much, that is for sure. Back on the front, Sean Flynn. James Knox out of the saddle. What's going through his mind at the moment? He's the only rider from Soudal Quickstep in this field. Bahrain Victorious' Fred Wright is in a similar position as well, as is Sean Flynn. But this is the thing about the British Road Race Championships. Some riders come in from continental teams or from club teams with multiple riders to draw on and give options to. Well, some of the World Tour riders will come over and be completely and utterly isolated, so it gives the race a completely different dynamic. And from an individual rider's perspective, it's the only point in the year, save for riding of course an individual time trial, that you're on your own, and you've really got to think about how you deploy your resources. And quite often being aggressive is the best. If you ride defensively as a one-person band, you can end up perpetually on the back foot. So the way to ride the national championships, if you're singular, is to invest a little bit earlier on, so you're not on the back foot and having to chase. And then once the race has established itself and settled down ever so slightly, you can recuperate, rest up, and look at the final phase of the race when it's all about trying to get that win. Back into the sunshine once more as we speed down the furthest part of the circuit now. This is heading into the wind ever so slightly along the Kilton Road. In fact, this is where we get a little bit of a crosswind before we start a few more little rolling climbs heading towards the Kilton area. As you can see, really speeding along here with that tail crosswind and the fact that the road is dropping ever so slightly. With the two Trinity riders having a conversation, they'll be more than happy with this situation. And I think they're more than happy the fact that things have brightened up a little bit as well. Not so much, well, just from a perspective on the descents. I don't think there's too many riders who actually enjoy, they'd like riding in the rain all the time. There's one or two, your Ian Stannards, happy to ride in the rain all the time. But given that there are some quite technical aspects on this course, the last thing you want is your race to be taken away just because you've got wet roads and you get a corner wrong. So I bet most of these guys are happy that the sun's blessing them in the latter stages of this race.
Also keeps the crowds roadside with
Good
that
shout,
support,
yeah.
that encouragement that they'll have at the roadside as well. James Shaw and Fred Wright decide from this chasing group behind, which has swelled in numbers as we saw a few moments ago, wanting to try, as the time gap has started to go up of upwards of 1 minute and 20 seconds, Matt, that they don't want to wait any longer before trying to do something about these six riders up the road.
Exactly. We'll get another clock actually on them as they cross the finish line, just to get an accurate time split. This time through will be 6 laps to go. 5 laps to go. That's my mistake. Well, that's a relief. 5 laps to go. Thank you to Rowan, my producer, for putting me in order there. 5 laps to go.
Doing maths for us.
I'm doing a little. I've got a little tick sheet. A big acceleration through the corner left. Up, Mark Donovan was going to attack, but I don't know if that's necessarily at this stage of the race a good idea. But he certainly looks like he's continuing with this effort, trying to make it as hard as he can for the riders in this group. Maybe just investing a bit to try and buy this group a little bit more time. Again, this is such a hard course. If you're sensing that the riders are slowing you down, that's when you've just got to go. Although, with such a long distance to go, still half of the race still in play. You want to try and nurture these riders for as long as you can. I mean, they've earned a lead of 1 minute and 20 seconds, which is pretty decent. So you won't really want to waste them too early on. Even though you feel you're in a better position, you're slightly stronger, you still need to use other riders as best you can to get you to the point in the race where you can then execute a race-winning move. So, stopwatch on, Hannah. I'll just fire up my stopwatch on my handheld device. 95.1 k's to go. Is indeed 5 laps to go now. So the 2 riders from Trinity in this group. Take them through, and we'll start the clock. And meanwhile, behind, now looks like this is Connor Swift. The unmistakable figure of Connor Swift. Yeah, it's looking good, isn't he? Very, very strong. Tall double is the rider trying to follow, and nobody else can. Well, this is some acceleration by Connor Swift. Clearly he thinks that rather than drag everybody back into contention, we've got to try and accelerate and try and drag a group clear that will start working together. That's the rider starting to struggle. This is going to really thin out this group here. Paul Double looking good. Sam Watson on his wheel. Sean Flynn is there. James Knox as well. Owen Dool there too.
The way that James Knox was able to just get out of the saddle, close that gap there. He's on great form with such an acceleration there to try and get back to Paul Double. Also Stevie Williams doing quite the same.
Yeah, Fred Wright towards the back of that group there. Luke Rowe losing a little bit of distance. Now where is Ben Tullet looks as if he's been dropped.
Tullet's gone.
So Tullet has gone. So Sam Watson now. So that surprises me. That is a surprise. So this group thinned out again. Ben Tullet is now finds himself on the back foot. Strange phenomenon. Young fan having some snacks as we get deep into this beautiful afternoon. And I think it's just worth thanking again the Redcar and Cleveland Council for helping British Cycling put this race on today. And we will be returning to this neck of the woods on Sunday the 1st of October for the final round of the National Road Series. That race is called the East Cleveland Classic. So stick that one in your diary as we get a reminder of the composition of the group out in front. Max Walker is there, Conor McGoldrick, Oliver Rees, Harrison Wood, Josh Golliker and Mark Donovan. They are your 6 riders out in front. I did put the stopwatch on, but there was so much going on I didn't stop it, but I think it's just under a minute now. What? So it's around a minute. Conor took, what was that? That's just my 1 minute and 5. There we go. So that was my so took about 15 seconds out on that group, on that climb should I say, as Mark Donovan continues to press on out in front. And also a final shout out as well. That was 1 second out, 1 minute 6. Oh, there we go. So I'll have to fine tune my mind counting. So an intriguing race so far. We're now just over half distance. 4 and a bit laps to go. Next time through will be 4. As the 2 riders from Trinity drop back and have a conversation with the team manager. They performed so well I mean, it's not even fair to say they're punching above their weight. They're just a good team, aren't they? They're just a very, very good continental team with some of the best young riders in the world in it. So it's no real surprise they're performing at this level.
Continental team, but one of the world's best development teams now. And the talent that they've got within their squad, not just British talent, but riders from the USA, France, Colombia, Brazil. They've got a real wealth of talent within their squad, and the way that they're able to look after those riders and give them such a brilliant race program, not just on the road, but of course they've got riders who mostly dedicate their season to mountain biking over on the World Mountain Bike Series. Really a fantastic, well supported development team.
Indeed. I'm not too sure who exactly is behind the wheel. It's most likely going to be Pete Kenyak behind the wheels, isn't it? You would imagine. Correct me if I'm wrong. If I am wrong, please, those who've got my number, drop me a WhatsApp and I will correct that. But meanwhile, the cries and the cheers of the crowd, the cowbells are out as these hardy souls continue to plug away on one of the hardest circuits that we've had in living memory at the British Road Racing Championships. Last year was a lumpy old course held in completely different conditions, equally as exciting but completely different. And it's always important, Hannah, isn't it, to mix up the courses. We see it in the World Championships, and the National Championships might stay for a couple of years in one particular area and then move to another. But year on year, it's nice to get a course variation. As long as there's some sort of challenge, quite often it makes the racing exciting. And to say that this, although we've got 4,000 metres of elevation here, these climbs are doable by most riders who can climb and have got a bit of a punch, but it's just the accumulation of the climbs that's going to define this race,
I think just managing your effort and not overreaching each and every time. And I think when you take a look at this course, each lap there's around 8 peaks, 8 climbs, so times that by 10 you've got 80 climbs essentially. How many times you're going to be making an acceleration each and every time on the lap and responding to moves, injection of pace. I think the last time we had a relatively flat course was the year that Adam Blythe won in 2016 when we were in Stockton. But again, that came down to it was rolling, it was a very attritional race, and it's always the way in which it's raced. You know, it's never just like a stage of the Tour or any other race where you think, well, this is going to be a dead set bunch sprint. You've got many riders to be able to control the race. The National Championships is so hard to control for one team or a couple of teams. When you take a look down today, you've had sort of the team of Ineos have gotten strength in numbers.
I think it is Pete. Yeah, it's Pete Kenyak. Cheers, Pete. And Ned Boulting. Of course, Bolto is I believe, he's signed as assistant director sportif for Trinity Racing. You've heard it here first. Great news for Ned Boulting, moving from broadcasting into cycling.
And probably, I can imagine, the call has gone from Ned Boulting as he offers up some pizza
is that for me?
To our camera motorbike and our cameraman. I'm sure the call came from Ned Boulting to get Max Walker and Ollie Rees into this breakaway of 6.
Definitely, and he's multitasking. He's not only broadcasting for us and for our production company here, but he's also podcasting in the car. So he's spinning a lot of plates and also eating pizza as well. But no. Well, look at this. This gap is coming down. Look at the top of your screen. Look at the multicoloured riders filing around that roundabout. This gap is coming down. Again, we're on a long drag here. This is not game over at all. A lot of racing still to do. And that slightly thinned out group, slightly more selective. As soon as you strip out riders who are just sitting on, there's a renewed sense of purpose in a group when you know that there's riders that are going to ride through. So we haven't got sight of that group just yet, but definitely I would say 8 or 9 have been dropped away. So I think we've got about 12, 15 riders in that group behind.
You would think so, and it's clear to see that time gap is dwindling fast because the team cars have been told that they have to pull out of that gap now. Team car of Richardson's Trek Das pulling over, as was Trinity with Ned Boulting. So it seems that after all of the flurry of attacks and injection of pace from up in that chasing group and up in the front of the chasing group, eating into this advantage of these 6 riders here, still Mark Donovan on the front of Q36.5. He's happy to be in this situation, man, and maintaining almost a linear effort here.
Yeah. about smoothing out this course as best you can. It's very difficult to do when you've got that much elevation, still around 2,000 metres of elevation still to go in this race. And it's just incredible. But if Donovan, of all the groups, of all the riders, should I say, in this front group, is the most experienced. He's ridden at World Tour level. He's got Grand Tours under his belt. So although this is going to be hurting, he'll know what he needs to do. And you can almost sense now the beginning of this final phase of racing. As we move into the final third, these hills are going to feel like, the road surface is going to feel like you're riding through treacle, riding through molasses or through sand. This is when, like, nothing's changed. This course remains the same, but once you get to this point, this tipping point on the race, because of how attritional it is, it's the course comes into its own. It's not the racing that makes it, it's the course. It's that hard, and just getting over the profile is what remains hard. And you've got to race within that. So this, as you say, the racing is one thing, the course is a different one. But this course is that hard, just riding over it is hard, and you'll get more of a sense of that as we get deeper and deeper into the final laps. And this is where not just explosivity, but the management of effort, but the riders who have got that deep endurance, that is when they will come into the fore. I'm thinking of riders like Fred Wright, who can go deep into a monument, those sorts of riders. Also riders who've got multiple tours in their legs.
I was just going to say, if you've got several Grand Tours in your legs, it's a different kettle of fish once you get towards the back end of such a hard attritional race like today. And this is when you really start to see those riders come to fruition, rise to the top.
No, definitely. It's Owen Doull just starting to lose a couple of lengths on this climb there. You can really sense it, but there's a little bit of a move here. Mark Donovan has gone clear with either Ollie Rees or Max Walker. And it's one of his teammates trying to get across the gap. And so he wants to be careful he doesn't actually drag everybody else across the gap there. That would have felt. And that sometimes can be an interesting one.
I think still in the best interest if these group of 6 riders still remain together, that it's in their best interest that they've got a better shout of staying away from that chasing group, or at least tiring them out some more as they continue to try and bridge across here. See the Ineos Grenadiers car wanting to try and come up and service Connor Swift.
Yep, from 3 in the break, they have now only got 1. Now Connor Swift is one of the riders. I did predict Ben Tullett. That's now been torn up and thrown away. So the rider that's looked the strongest out of everybody so far has been Connor Swift. He's not at the sharp end of the race. He's got to make sure that he doesn't do too much in the closing stages here, or in this mid-section, because remember, next time through we've still got 4 laps to go. So we're in the mid-phase of the race now, where things have settled down. But comparatively speaking, look at the effort these riders are still having to make. They know the gap's coming down, so they're trying to just add a bit more fuel to the fire, add a bit more, but this pressure that's coming from behind is forcing that group out in front who still want to stay there to work even harder, and again they will pay for that a little bit later on. And this is where there's only so much effort on this sort of course that you can put in for a sustained period of time. Some riders were thinking, I'm cooked, I need just to have a bit of respite, but this race hasn't allowed that to happen hardly at all.
But the road doesn't also allow much respite or recovery because of the nature of the up and down ebb and flow of the course. There is no flat part on this course, so when you want to try and get some respite, it's either on those descents, but until now we've never had that let up. We've never had a moment for riders just to take a breather, take a look around, just to reassess the situation. It's also about making sure that you're not making those unnecessary bits of moves and injections of pace, accelerations, attacks. We've seen for a long period of time that Sam Watson has been doing a tremendous job at the back of his group, not getting involved in the big chasing. He knows he's got a teammate up the road, albeit he's from the under-23 team, but still he's just biding his time. Likewise with Stevie Williams, every now and then he'll come to the back of that group, take a moment just to follow the wheels, just allow the other riders to do that chasing. Thomas Armstrong, one of the riders and the only riders that by the looks of things now, is not taking a look down that group of a club team level. So an outstanding performance from Thomas Armstrong. He spent a lot of his career racing in France, his early days when he was in under-23.
Yeah, it is a very impressive performance Remember, every other one of these riders either rides at World Tour, Pro Team or Continental level, and so he's riding for a club team, but it's looking good. And actually, looking at his poise on the bike there, you know, he's missing 1 or 2 turns, but he looks relatively, I say relatively speaking, comfortable. Just sat on the back there in that orange kit as the 20-year-old just rolls through. Harrison Wood, or 23 years of age, should I say. He's got a couple of years deal with Coffer. This is a good climber. One of his best performances was in the Tour of Alsace. He's a consistent rider. You don't get a contract with Cofidis unless you've got some promise, that is for sure. And then the more experienced Mark Donovan in that silver livery of Q36.5 now takes his turn on the front. So no information on the gap, but as you say, the key indicator for us was the fact that the cars have been stripped out, and generally that's when it's hovering at around 30 seconds. So the gap has come down. Meanwhile, James Knox, Wheelbase are a company that are based in Lancashire, not too far away from where this man is based as well. So there we go. They'll probably know him very well. That's why they're happy to service him.
I think back in the day, his brother Johnny used to race for Wheelbase, and it's various permutations early days, probably even 10, 12 years ago now. His brother used to be a rider who was on the talent team, the Great Britain talent team in sort of 2008, 2009. James Knox is one of the 2 brothers who sort of continued his cycling career and has made a brilliant job of it so far. He's been a real crucial, vital part of many victories at Soudal Quickstep. I always find he's one of those riders, Matt, who is so selfless. He's always willing to fully commit, turn himself inside out for the main leaders within Soudal Quickstep. Just in Grand Tours, and really suits the races like the Tour of the Basque Country at Zulia. So you just see Sam Watson just back to the team car. We've got full support here, Groupama FDJ, for their World Tour riders and their Continental riders. Brought their team car over from France with their sports director, who's actually from Finland, Jussi Verkinen. So it's great that they've got that full support with the team truck, the camper, the team car.
It does make a fair bit of difference getting that full-on support. This is an exceptionally important race. It really is. Prestige of winning it and then wearing that jersey and then getting the tipping as well. There's a reminder of being a British champion, or any national champion, of course the world champion, for the rest of your career as well. There's flashes on the collar and on the sleeves, a permanent reminder of being the champion of your respective country, and that's what they're so keenly fought for. But the group out in front haven't eased up at all. They were settling into the rhythm, and now they're just adding a little bit of impetus just to try and stay away for as long as they can, knowing they're in a good place, because they don't know what's going on behind, but what they will probably be imagining is that the fact the group behind is starting to fracture. So anybody that does come across it could be quite a small group, and this is the way. As long as you don't commit too much, as long as you don't get too carried away, measure your effort, manage your reserves. Importantly today, making sure you're keeping topped up, keeping fully hydrated. Anything could change, but they're putting themselves in a good spot at the moment as we just pass through this canopied area, back out into the sunshine a little bit further down the road. I think it's probably about 40 seconds or something like that as we look at Owen Doull just on the back here. So Owen Doull reaches into his pocket for some sustenance of some sort. Stevie Williams there, just on the wheel of Sam Watson. In turn is on the wheel of Simon Carr. Fred Wright continues to really on the front, James Knox. So they've got momentum here, haven't they? They're doing just enough, aren't they, to really just keep this from being a big problem. And also they know as well that this group in front will start to tire. It's not a group that are going to suddenly go super fast. because of the course, it will start tiring everybody. Everybody's legs are going to start to get painful and to start to fatigue, not function. It is part of endurance sport. It's just who can tolerate the most pain, who can measure their effort to the very last to save something for that final surge to the line. Will it be a break? Will it be a solo rider? I'm not giving anything away from our earlier race.
Well, taking a look, Matt, down the standings so far, we've had 98 riders DNF so far. So we've only got 52 riders remaining in the race. The final on the road at the moment is Joshua Giddings at 7 minutes and 9 seconds. And once riders get to a 10-minute marker, they'll be pulled out from the race and they won't be able to continue. Because we're on a rolling road circuit here, just from a pure safety aspect, just in front of Joshua Giddings is Simon Carr. He's at 7 minutes and 9 seconds. So effectively those two riders are together, along with Jacob Smith, who we saw a couple of laps ago bridging across to this group. That's his teammate in the fluorescent jersey of Wheelbase Cabtech Castelli. So some big riders who are distance. Alex Peters of Richardson's Trek Das, of course formerly rode for Team Sky a number of years ago, and Madison Genesis.
He did indeed. Was at Madison first, wasn't he? And then rode for Sky, then rode Brett. Had a couple of years out, had a few issues that he needed to sort out himself. But good to see him back racing. Also rode for Swift Carlin for a little while, didn't he? But no, prodigiously talented rider. As you say, now riding for Richardson Trek. They've got a teammate up the road. Conor McGoldrick is absolutely flying today. And there's the gap's gone back up again, 1 minute and 7 seconds, although they definitely have stripped out the team car here. That is quite an interesting one. There's the motorbike just at the top of your screen. So it looks to me, Hannah, as if this group have a little bit, they've responded to the gap coming down and they've found something else. They've found a little bit of extra pace as we head back to this reduced group of riders behind. Super riding as well by this Thomas Armstrong just at the back, just behind Sam Watson. And the rest of this group, well, we're looking at World Tour and Pro Team riders, aren't we?
It's a standout performance,
yeah.
Matt. To have two riders who are racing at club level, one in the leading group of 6, another here on the back in the fluorescent jersey, mixing it up with those who are racing on a World Tour circuit, a Pro Tour circuit, week in, week out. I think it's absolute kudos to them, and I think shows the calibre of rider that is able to, when they're on good form and when they find themselves having a good day, just what they're capable of. I think incredibly respectable ride so far from Conor McGoldrick, who just sits in 4th wheel at the moment in that orangey red jersey, just shaking his legs out at the moment. 25 years old, he's had some good results over in Comesses in Belgium.
Yeah, it's clearly he's clearly good, that's for sure. Can't quite believe that many riders have left this race so far, but there it is. We knew it would be hard. We saw that quite clearly in the women's race, and this race exploded into life just in the opening kilometres and has not relented since. There was a slight settling down now. Next time through we have 4 laps to go, as it looks as if a little bit of rain is falling again, and now we're on the lower slopes of what we'll call the penultimate significant climb before the final climb up to the finishing line.
Just feels like you're climbing, you're descending.
Yeah.
Fred Wright trying to take some free speed down this descent.
Yeah.
Little look over from James Knox, 42 miles per hour.
Yeah, they are shifting here. Here we have 55 miles an hour for in the women's race. They bank into this corner. Make sure everybody gets around safe. It has dried up ever so slightly. There's that additional grip on that corner as we head back to the front of this race. Everybody just doing what they need to do. So many riders stretching and shaking things out. This is a race of survival. You know, it's we will have a winner, but I tell you what, we might get only 20 finishes because riders can do, once you pop on a course like this, there's no way of actually, even when you blow on the flat, you can strangely keep quite a big gear just rolling. You just engage a big gear, you lose all your real fluidity, but you can engage all the other muscles you have and just force the gear around. But on a climb, you just come to a halt.
But using that draft, using that slipstream of the riders in front of you on a flat circuit,
You can still maintain forward motion.
You can still maintain that speed, or at least just keep yourself hidden for a while, just to give yourself some recovery. But on a course like this, if you really start to blow and start to feel that fatigue, there's no way of coming back. I think and especially if you've not kept on top of your fueling strategy as well, once the lights go out, that's it, they're never coming back on.
Yep, any big efforts or unnecessary efforts earlier in the race, or like you say, if you haven't eaten and drunk correctly to optimise your fueling strategy, that will come to bite you on the backside at the back end of the race, that is for sure. As we head back to a chasing group, a couple of seconds have been shaved off, 1 minute and 2 seconds, as Owen Doull now hits the front. James Shaw apparently is in great form. A message from a good friend of mine, Bob Rouse, who used to be one of arguably the most renowned mechanic on the British circuit. James Shaw's a local lad, comes from Nottingham, lives not too far in between Derby and Nottingham. Big shout out to Bob. I hope you're well, mate. But yeah, James Shaw is backing himself for this race. He's in great form. He's had a good season so far, and even posted on social media that he's looking forward to this race and feeling good, and also looking in a good position. But right now, he's in a group at 1 minute and 2 seconds. But yeah, a lot can happen. Things could change once this back group starts to accelerate. Anything could happen still. I think there's a lot of change still to happen in this race.
A lot of uncertainty. This is not a certainty that these 6 riders will stay away. The gap comes down to 56 seconds. But most importantly for James Shaw, that this year he's out of contract. So he's looking also for another contract, or whether he's being re-signed is yet to be
He's not signed
announced.
just yet.
But
Yeah,
of course things could be going on behind the scenes. But for James Shaw, important that he has a good ride here to secure a contract, whether that be with EF Education, Easy Post, or indeed another World Tour team. It's important that he has a good, strong showing, having spent a lot of his time within that squad, being a helper, a domestique within that squad. So when you take a look down, no real notable results. A couple of good showings at Coppier Bartley. But as I say, predominantly has always been that dedicated helper, and always willing to commit himself. As we see a real injection of pace from that chasing group behind now.
Yeah, starting to pick up the pace a bit. We'll know exactly what the gap is. As you can see, 56 seconds. And it is Connor Swift, the only rider from the Ineos Grenadiers. Did a great TT the other day in the British Elite Time Trial Championships. 3rd place on the day. Just, 8 seconds behind Fred Wright, who was in 2nd at 1:03. Nobody could hold a candle to Josh Tarling, who obliterated the field, but that was the first medal at the TT level for Connor Swift. And with Connor in the breakaway, of course, is Fred Wright as well. And here are our leaders descending. Another couple of seconds have been taken away from the lead that they built up after floating away, it seemed, out of our sight. But breakaway they did. And this is the chase group behind on the same descent. James Knox now rolling through in the blue and white of Soudal Quickstep. A wonderful climber from Cumbria. Lots of good climbers in this group now. It's a mix, isn't it? I think it's fair to say, although he's a good domestique as well, James Knox, he's one of the purest climbers in this group. More of an all-rounder, puncher, powerhouse is Connor Swift. He's got those stripes on his sleeve, or a segment of the flag rather than the stripes on the sleeves of his BioRacer kit there for the Ineos Grenadiers. But clearly in form. Here they are. There we go, 54 seconds. And this thin group now. They may end up being, these 2 groups on the road, the only groups on the course if they, with a couple of laps to go. Next time through will be 4 laps. 53 seconds is the gap. So on to the climb again. Ollie Rees and Max Walker of Trinity Racing lead them up. Still going well, but each time up now they're looking increasingly more tired. The 22% slopes of this awful climb of Saltburn Bank. It's short, but it is not very sweet at all. The climb in total, including the flat section, averages at 12%. But mercifully, the steep section is over pretty quickly, but it still takes its toll, doesn't it?
It's about the accumulation of everything that you've been doing beforehand to get to this point, and then of course those double-digit gradients of 22% really is a brutal climb. I have to say, the 323s within this group, absolute terrific performance. Max Walker, Ollie Rees, and the man in the blue of the Groupama FDG Le Conti team, Joshua Golica. Sterling performance.
Very good. Mark Donovan takes them through for Q36.5. Again, let's set the clock on them. And meanwhile, it's Stevie Williams. Just under 3 hours of racing now. So a couple of hours of racing to go, give or take. So it's going to be around the 5 hour mark, maybe just under actually. So it's, although you've got 4,000 metres of elevation as Owen Doull drives through, it almost looks as if you're trying to split this one. Might actually be working for James Shaw here, as one more rider just gets taken out of the back of that group. So Owen Doull is flying today. Happy to press on. No panic yet from these World Tour riders as James Knox takes his turn on the front. Sean Flynn rolls through for Team DSM, and Fred Wright rolls through as well. Let's have a look at the gap that's on this particular lap. It's around 50 seconds. I think it's fair to say.
It started to drop after that injection of pace, especially set by James Knox. 41 seconds now.
So there we go. And around 10 seconds of that time was just taken on that climb itself. So a young fan deciding to use Shanks's pony rather than a bicycle to keep up with the crowd, keep up with the riders, should I say. There we go, confirmation. 41 seconds it is for our 6 leaders now. And the best part of 16 or 17 seconds taken off on that last time. So next time through will be 3 laps to go. I've got my crib sheet up to date with the laps. That's one thing as a commentator I shouldn't get wrong. It's a 10-lap race. The fatigue definitely starting to seep in to everybody today. It's been a wonderful day's racing. It really has. The 2023 National Road Race Championships across the whole week has been nothing short of superb. Big shout out as well to this particular area, and in particular to Redcar and Cleveland Council, British Cycling, and the clubs involved, and the volunteers at the sides of the roads helping close these roads, including Stockton Wheelers and Cleveland Wheelers. Of course, we couldn't put this race on without their activities and their involvement. As we roll through the feed, not quite as many taken at the side of the road. Harrison Wood, though, decides to take one. Good catch there.
Good effort.
Gives it a shake.
You can see as well, just from the sheer number of riders who have been unable to finish this race so far, that the feed zone is an awful lot quieter than it was previous, as they're showing the blackboard. 38 seconds is the advantage for these 6 riders now.
Another one of these drags will you counted, I think it was, if you included every single relatively significant rise, was it 6 or 8 climbs?
8 climbs, 8 major climbs, and that's kind of without the drags, the false flats as well. So you times that by the 10 laps, as we see Ben Tulett, who was one of the real main protagonists early on. You have to wonder, was it too much too soon?
Just happens sometimes, doesn't it? You know, he's a classy rider, but he can't. Sometimes you just haven't got the legs, and on a day like this you can't be 99%. You've got to be on it, because any single, even the most moderate of weakness is magnified by a large magnitude on a course as hard as this. If you've got good legs, if you're riding against somebody of equal ability who's got excellent legs, or you'll soon get found out. There's only a finite amount of time before your legs will actually give way. This today won't just be about, you've got to be smart to win this race, but today's all about strong legs. It's just about being able to endure what this course has thrown up, and also how aggressive those first opening stages were.
We've drawn up comparisons of the last time that perhaps the National Championships was quite this difficult and demanding, and we think probably back to Pendle 2010. You were racing there, Matt. How did you manage a course like that, where it's so attritional, so difficult, so demanding, but also it was a hot, humid day that day too?
Yeah. Well, I didn't manage very well. As I say, I think I might have finished I think I was lapped, but again, everybody was lap bar about 15 riders or so. Firstly, you just need good form. No matter the calibre of rider, take Ben Tullett for example, you need good form, and if you're slightly off, it just doesn't happen. But it's basically just settling into a rhythm and a pace that you can maintain. And that race exploded very, very early on, as did this one. I think this has got a lot of faster sections on. That particular course had a flat section leading to the finish, an enormous climb of about 4k, roughly, and then a drop down and back in. So I think it was a shorter circuit, about maybe 15k round or something like that, so a little bit shorter, and probably a similar amount of climbing. But right now, in this final phase of racing, although there's a little launch off the front here, this is interesting. Was that an actual
really
attack?
Intriguing move.
Yeah, unless you just took the corner a little bit faster.
Oliver Rees, he was one of the main protagonists earlier on when he found himself in that leading group.
Yeah,
two riders within that group for Trinity, so wanting to really try and take the race on early, and perhaps feeling, well, the gap starting to dwindle here to that chasing group behind. We saw the blackboard at 38 seconds. Here's Alfie George, the rider in the white jersey, just midway down this group from the Vendée Pays de Loire.
So hard. Look at this. These are good bike riders that have been distanced by the thick end of 5 minutes. There's that sign. 1 in 4, 25% gradients, give or take, on the slopes. And for that one rider on the right-hand side, it's just become a little bit too much. But it is about settling into a rhythm that you hope you can sustain. And this is where experience as well as good legs comes into play. Not getting too excited in the early stages, or even now, because all it takes, it'll be 1 or 2 decisive moves on these steeper sections that riders would go. But there will be a couple of riders who maybe aren't super confident on the climbs, that might look to other points on the circuit as we get towards the back end to try and seize the opportunity, and try and make sure they anticipate anything. But in the process of anticipation, quite often that can actually lead to a victory. So it's thinking a little bit differently, trying to do something that's unexpected. Like James Knox, for example, everybody will look to him to go on a climb. So maybe he needs to think about doing something a little bit differently, unless he's just got the raw power to lead them. So the riders in this second group and in this first group, we've still got another 2 laps before you're going to think about start doing race winning moves, because I think that's a dangerous game on a course like this. Well, unless you're feeling everybody's just getting tired. This course is slowly but surely just sucking the lifeblood from these riders, sapping their strength. So you've got to remain lucid during a process like this. You've got to constantly remind yourself, and not get dragged down mentally on a course like this. But right now, the hope is certainly alive for this group, but it really has settled down into, actually I wonder if another rider, no, it's still only Connor Swift in that group, and the group of course containing the other 2 Ineos Grenadiers is well down. They can just see them in front there, so they're just hanging, and they're probably riding at a very similar pace now, because they've not closed up too much. They can't exactly reach out and touch them, but this race, I reckon, for the next 2 laps will stay quite similar. So the breakaway just rounds the corner.
35 seconds.
35, so it's come down by 6 seconds since we
like this
passed through the finish line.
Slowly but surely, Matt, it starts to come down. Second here, a second there. There's no huge accelerations in order to bridge across. It's almost agonisingly just leaving them dangling out front.
I think the riders in this group now, because they can see them up in front, they don't need to worry overly. They're not disappearing up the road. They're not riding for 7th place. This race is still in the balance. It's anybody's game right now. So right now, I don't actually think they might be necessarily in chase mode. They're just riding at a pace they know they can sustain. And that pace happens to be slightly quicker now than the break, who are clearly starting to tire. So, and at this point, in proceedings, if you start to push a little bit harder than is comfortable, you might pay for that a little bit later on. So right now, apart from physical ability and endurance, patience is now a real virtue. Just holding back, constantly thinking, you know, topping up your fluids, making sure you're eating, getting those carbs down you. But also, if you're feeling good within that, through all the tiredness, you know you're good. It's just holding back, waiting for the decisive moments to come. And there we go, cramp has set in. Well, that's nasty. And that's Max Walker. Is clearly just trying to stretch out those hamstrings, and this course is so hard. That is no real surprise. Getting through cramp is so difficult, but what it's done is taken him straight out of the back, leaving one rider from 22 Racing. He won't be the only rider today, Hannah, that's suffering from cramp on a course like this.
He certainly won't, and yeah, just from the nature of this course, how it's just so unforgiving. But this is the moment where I thought we're going to take a quick little look at that, but he's been able to try and manage that ever so well, but we've seen it time and time again recently, Matt, haven't we, where riders, no matter what level you're racing at, I think, remember it was Donovan Grandon, the French rider, he was in the breakaway only a few weeks ago, I think perhaps Romandy, had cramp, took him straight out of the front of that group, and he was hanging on just to try and make the time cut. And you know, I often wonder, well, is that now because the electrolytes are almost being forgotten about? You're only thinking about taking on as many carbs as possible to make sure you're well fueled, and consequently just not getting enough salts into the body. As the rider there from Team Inspired, Joseph Blackmore, starts to be distanced as the moves start to go off the front here.
Yeah, Zeb Kiffin also starting to be distanced, but he's finding something special. Remember, he's on a spare bike here. Kiffin of St Piran, the last member at the front of this group for the Cornish Continental team, finding something pretty special there. Look at the acceleration of Kiffin to try and get back in contact, to keep himself in the flow. Well, it's a big punch there as he goes straight round at Thomas Armstrong.
And look at this, Max Walker's been caught already before he's only just crested the top of that climb. Yeah. So having lost 35 seconds and now starting to struggle to hold the wheel there in front of him of Stevie Williams, this is going to be a long old slog, and we're only just inside 70 kilometres to go.
Indeed, well, the rider doing a big pull on the front, clearly feeling strong. Just hope for his own sake that he's not doing too much, but clearly feeling good. That was a long turn by the former national champion Connor Swift. Paul Double now takes over. James Shaw now goes through on the front. Fred Wright knows that the gap is coming down. He's more than happy to take a turn on the front, as is James Knox in the white and blue there of Soudal Quickstep. But I tell you what, cramp, you can often feel pain in the legs. You know your legs aren't great, and then cramp happens, but sometimes you can be feeling quite good, and then bang,
all of a sudden
you're like, what on earth? They just take you straight out of the game. So cramp and fatigue are related, but quite often it can. So Mark Donovan now. So we'll talk about cramp another time, because Mark Donovan of Q36.5 Pro Cycling has gone clear. Now, knowing that the time gap was coming down, knowing he's clearly sensed a little bit of weakness amongst the other riders in the group, and has thought, this is such a hard course, I'm going to go clear. I'm probably best off on my own.
Go alone. Use that advantage that he has currently of 35 seconds, making it incredibly difficult for any of those riders wanting to try and bridge across and get themselves back in the game, Matt. Head down, and you know, he's got a number of Grand Tours in the legs. The 24-year-old raced in Team DSM for a number of years, came from Team Wiggins. This group currently being led at the front by Owain Doull in the pink jersey. Just moving up alongside him is Zeb Kiffin. Despite being distanced and struggling on the climb, he's come straight through, contributing to the pace. There's Connor Swift, Sean Flynn in the black jersey for Team DSM, Paul Double, as ever, just waiting, biding his time, following these wheels at the moment. Superb job from the man from Winchester.
I just got some information on the ground from Richard Pascoe, the team owner of St Piran, that Zeb Kiffin took and had to ride back a gap of a minute and a half to get back into contention.
Wow.
So no wonder.
Wow.
He wasn't exactly struggling there, just caught on the wrong side. He's had a good year so far as Zeb Kiffin, 4th overall in the Tour de Pays de Modillard in France, 2nd in the Lincoln Grand Prix, 9th in the Ringerike Grand Prix, a big race there in Norway. So he's a strong rider, powerfully built. But back at the front of the race, it is this man, as you said. He's ridden at World Tour level for several years, climbs well, I think maybe at DSM never really fulfilled the potential that he had, I think, that was placed upon him, but now he's been given another opportunity and given a bit more freedom, which is what we were talking about earlier on, isn't it?
Yeah, and it is, and riders, it's not a bad thing that they make that that step to the level below them, going from World Tour level with Team DSM to Pro Tour level with Q36.5. More opportunities coming Mark Donovan's way, although say about opportunities, he did ride the Tour de France while in the team of Team DSM. He's ridden the Vuelta. He was fourth on a stage at the Vuelta up to Alta de Farapona when David Gaudu won the stage.
Yep.
So he's had
Remember
some
it well.
results while he's been there. It's just sometimes, some riders need a change of scenery, a change of environment, new challenges, new goals, new team members and staff members to work with.
No, definitely. As you say, it's just a whole different environment, isn't it? That it sparks you in a different way.
Absolutely.
That's not to say every single team is different. Different staff, a different ethos, a different ideology, a different feeling, a different way of managing riders. And sometimes you move to a different team and you need a new set of experiences, quite often to inspire you and also try different things.
Absolutely.
So each team has its benefit, has its pros and cons, for want of a better phrase. But clearly, I think sometimes
not a bad time to have a new environment with a newly set up team. Of course, coming from same staff members that were a part of the long-standing Quebecer team with Doug Ryder, of course, the team manager of Q36.5, but some of the other staff members are part of this team, mechanics. But I think, good for Mark Donovan, showing that he's got the strength here at the National Championships. Great to see what his time gap is at this moment in time, because he looks to be firing on all cylinders.
He looks to be going really well.
Looks impeccable.
Yeah, he doesn't look like he's riding through molasses at the moment. He looks to be speeding along this course. And that little attack would have... he would have bought into the pain that comes with attacking a group and moving clear again before settling back into a sustainable rhythm. But these initial few kilometres, as he wants to build up that lead again, he might not even know that the remnants of the breakaway have actually been caught, because we're not on radios. He will have a chalkboard giving him information, but other than that, the available information is relatively limited. So not exactly riding blind here, but what he needs to do, and what he's clearly doing, to see that back on the power. So he didn't need to do that, but clearly wants to get back on the power, and that shows there's still a fair bit of energy, a lot of fight under the hood here for Donovan. So I think at the moment he's in a pretty good place and feeling good.
A very good place, and this almost reminds me of the ride last year of Alice Towers, going from a long range attack, going solo. There was no immediate cohesion behind on that group. Donovan, though, is looking mightily strong.
Yeah, he's looking good here. I think on his own, not taking anything away from the other riders, he poses a more potent threat than when he was with that group, because now he's freed of the political elements that often run through a group when you've got multiple riders there. 58 seconds, so he's actually building this lead. This is looking very good for Mark Donovan.
His lead from that when he was with the 6 riders on that climb has almost doubled now.
Yeah. So where is the chase going to come from? I think a lot of riders are tired. The riders that have just come back from that group that have been caught are going to be fatigued. There's going to be a few riders that are on the edge of their limits. They're going to be looking to the other teams, and there's only one big team now with two riders in there, and that's Owen Doull and of course James Shaw from the EF Education Easy Post. They're the only team that can really combine. So that disparate nature of the group behind will again fall in the favour of this man out in front. What he's got is a ridiculously hard task in front, but also it's quite uncomplicated. All he's got to think about now, rather than worrying about what other people are doing, is focusing on his own effort.
I wonder if at some point a couple of riders will have a little bit of a discussion, albeit on different teams, but almost form that allegiance between each other.
I think there will be conversations.
There's got to be at some point.
You've Fred Wright having a word with Stevie Williams, also having a word with the 2 guys from EF as well. And then of course you've got James Knox. So the World Tour riders here will be looked to. Harrison Wood giving himself a little bit of break at the back, because of course he was in that move.
I think well deserved, just to take a little moment of respite,
totally.
freewheel, save some energy, be efficient. Likewise, James Shaw just in front of him.
There you go, another 4 seconds here for this man. 1 minute and 2 seconds. Again, still a lot could happen. All it needs, as we look at, what did I say that was earlier on? A micro pony. Miniature pony.
Miniature horse, I think you called it, but I think it could just be a pony. Could it be a Shetland?
Could be a regular pony, or a miniature horse, or a miniature pony. I think
is it like a micro pig, but a micro horse?
Yeah, I think so. More of that later.
We did find out, by the way, a pony is classed as a pony if it's below 14.2 hands. So I'd said 14 hands, but it's actually 14.2 hands.
You were ballpark.
So thanks very much to our pony connoisseur. Try and find. It was Kindle DD who gave us that information. There you
Brilliant
go.
stuff.
There's
Well,
your
it's
pony
nice,
chat.
It's nice to know that our audience are happy to interact with our requests. So, and a reminder, thank you. A reminder to thank everybody who's listening here today. If you've been with us all day long, well done. It's been wonderful. Thank you for investing your time with us. It does mean a lot. You're sharing in this wonderful sport. The organisers, the riders and the fans have made this a very special few days here in North Yorkshire, and we've still got 3 laps to go of this men's elite race. We've still got our final 2 jerseys to be awarded, and the jersey of course is the national champions jersey for the under-23s and for our elite men. So 1 minute and 2 seconds, and he's looking good. He's just got to make sure that he keeps everything topped up now, stays hyper-focused on the job at hand, but also holds a little bit back as well. This is where the knowledge of oneself is so important, because he'll be happy that he's out in front, but he'll be acutely aware of the difficult task ahead, and also fully aware of the class of the riders that are still behind, and his lead may break and capitulate at any moment. So he'll be riding at a pace now that he knows he can sustain for the next 3 and a quarter laps, because that's what he needs. So he'll like this bit, rounds the corner, finds another big gear, the wind pushing him along, takes the racing line over to the left-hand side as quickly as possible, and as soon as he can get into an aero tuck when he runs out of gears, he'll afford himself a little bit of a break, a brief rest. But 1 minute and 16 seconds, his lead continues to rise, and there it is, getting to the aero tuck, heart rate drops, and the pain temporarily eases away from the legs. And we get to also listen to that hub.
I'm sat here almost shaking my head, just at pure amazement of just how much Mark Donovan has still got left in the tank, because you start to see the fatigue really set in that group behind, and he's only going from strength to strength here as we go up this penultimate climb before we get to Saltburn Bank, and there's no sign of him starting to tire here or fatigue at all.
No, it's a superb performance. And meanwhile behind, given that this group is still pretty big, so Fred Wright's decided to press on a little bit here. Fred Wright immediately countered by the young rider from Groupama FD Giro. That's Joshua Goliker, straight on his wheel. Connor Swift just behind as well. As we look at a big white horse and a small white horse. On to the small ring. This is what I like to call the penultimate climb of the circuit. It's a longer one, far longer than the final climb to the line. Not as steep, thankfully. It's Harrison Wood at the back of that group, just in front, just behind Paul Double. A little bit of a shakeout of the legs there for James Shaw. Looking round in the blue of his Royal Premier Tech, Stevie Williams there, 57 miles an hour, nearly 60 miles an hour on this descent before they have to rub off a little bit of speed and tilt into this corner. Still carrying a lot of speed, so Connor Swift knows as well. He's got no teammates with him, but he knows as part of this group he's one of the big hitters, that if they want to bring this back and open this race up again, they all need to invest now. They all know that.
Goliker losing the wheel there on that descent as they shaved off quite a lot of speed, taking that left-hand corner. Takes a look around and forcing Sean Flynn to take up the chase just to close that gap. Smart riding from the 19-year-old. Not wanting to take too many risks either and put himself out of contention. 1 minute and 16.
Yeah, Mark Donovan from Penrith. Previously a stagiaire stint with Team Sky, rode for Team Wiggins back in the day. Actually, he would have been with James Knox back in those days, a teammate of James Knox. Then training with Team Sky briefly, back to Team Wiggins, and then on to Sunweb for 2020 and all the way through to 2022, in fact, before finding a home at Q36.5. Still Connor Swift on the front. Appears to be the rider willing to give it the most on these climbs, isn't he? And he is. Well, he was making a difference before, but it has gone up another couple of seconds. 1 minute and 19 seconds now. Still with a, well, I'm almost like rolling my eyes just for these riders of what they've still got to come. Still 3 laps of this circuit next time through. So Mark Donovan reaches into his back pocket, finds a gel, and when he can, sticks it between his teeth, and will get that down his neck as quickly as he can. And a few more of those that are going to be used in the next few Ks, that's for sure. So Owen Doyle rolls through, taking his turn on the front, looks around. It's a double turn for Sam Watson. Connor Swift just behind Sean Flynn, and then getting back in the mix as well for Trinity. I think that's Ollie Rees. I think Max Walker might be having a little bit of a rest after that awful situation when he faced some cramp. Connor Swift using that enormous engine of his to try and keep this lead from going out too far. Stevie Williams on the wheel there of Fred Wright. I think it's fair to say that Fred Wright and Connor Swift are similar in many ways. They look different on a bike, but they've got similar attributes. They're both not pure climbers, but both very powerful. Both pack a decent sprint. Both can time trial well, as we saw silver and bronze. I think out of this group, they're both two of the clear favourites, but they've got to bring back a flying Mark Donovan, who's just increased his lead to nearly 1.5 minutes right now. But they are quite similar, aren't they, in the way they race and the kind of parkour which they excel.
And I think both of these riders really suit an attritional race where it's that wearing down process, and they really come into their own. They only get stronger almost as the race goes on. So Fred Wright, whilst he's probably one of the fastest within this group, he really has to play towards his attributes as a rider, especially as the course to the demands and to meet the demands of the course as well. I think there's still a couple of other favourites within that group behind. Perhaps James Knox is not shown his full potential yet in this race, and I think rightly so. You know, being the sole rider from Soudal Quickstep, there's no reason for him to show his hand this yet and this early.
That's what just to go back to what we mentioned earlier on, patience. It's knowing that this race will soon come to these riders are racing this course at the moment still, but shortly, and it's happening now to a degree, this race is coming to the riders. It's a phrase that I used to use when you didn't have to worry so much. You just need to be attentive, watch that you don't miss any silly moves, and then if you're feeling strong, if you hold something back, then when the race starts to come to the other riders, that's when you can start to make your move and start to stamp your authority. A combination of saving up your energy, hitting the course at the key moments hard, coupled with the fact that riders are fatigued just by the nature of the course. And when those 2 points converge, that's when this race could explode. And it's happening now. But I tell you what, this man is romping up this climb.
It's absolutely an exceptional performance here, the man from Penrith. The way that he's able to take on this climb here, work to his strength as a rider, knowing that he's feeling strong, whilst the other riders behind might be starting to feel that fatigue and not be going quite so fast over the climb. He's using the course to his advantage, Matt. 1 minute and 29 seconds, just in a couple of kilometres. He's taken another 10 seconds.
But what he also did, again, we know he can climb very well. Out of all the climbers in the front of the race, he's up there. He's one of the better climbers alongside James Knox, and they've both battled it out in the mountains in Grand Tours before. We've seen that, Knoxy and this man Mark Donovan. I think were in a move together with Theo Geoghegan Hart back in the day. But what impressed me then, which was smart as well, he carried the momentum for the first few bends. Basically used that free speed, but just gave it a bit of power at the bottom, because you could easily look at that climb and think, well, I'm just going to cruise into it, then start riding it. But then If you do that, you lose all the momentum just remains. So he rode that smart, he attacked it because he can keep that pace high, maybe buy himself a few more seconds.
And I think also the fact that he used the line of the road very, very well. He used the whole width of the road to carry that speed as he crosses the line here.
Well, I'll tell you what, it seems like we've been riding for more than 3 hours, 17 minutes. It's been such a tough day. But 3 laps to go now for our solo rider out in front. Mark Donovan from Penrith, 24 years of age, riding for the Q36.5 Pro Cycling Team. And meanwhile, behind, and not looking quite as quick, although he's pushing a bigger gear there. Owen Doull trying to make a little bit of a difference here, maybe trying to force a little bit of a selection that will reduce this group and make it a little bit more workmanlike, because what you get when riders are hanging on and not coming through, that makes it quite frustrating. So Owen Doull here pressing on at the front. So a good bit of riding here, thinning this group out, but it's at the cost of James Shaw. James Shaw looks like he's being distanced, not panicking, pacing himself, but Doull at the moment is putting Shaw to the sword.
Wood also starting to be distanced here, as is Armstrong. The man who was in the breakaway earlier on, Conor McGoldrick from Richardson's Treks. Das is also being distanced in that orangey red jersey. The 2 riders from Trinity Racing who have been in that large move for the majority of the race, also finding themselves starting to be distanced. It was a good recovery from Max Walker, but I think this time round could be the time that he doesn't see the front of the race again.
Yeah, I think that's the case. So Mark Donovan continues to ride solo out in front, knowing he's still got 3 more ascents of that fearsome climb to come. But the last one would take him to the line. He's got to hold off this group if he can. A lot of talking going on. This group is thinned out by about 5 or 6 riders. It looks a little bit more dynamic as a result. Yeah, 1 minute and 16 seconds is the gap, so they've taken the best part of 10 seconds off, maybe a little bit more on that climb. The lead of our solo rider out in front, Mark Donovan, topped out at about 1 minute and 29 seconds, but that's what happens to the dynamic of the group. What no rider likes to know that somebody's just taking a draft behind and just sitting on, because that frustrates you, and the immediate reaction is to just back off ever so slightly, and that makes it hard to actually keep momentum there, because you're always thinking at the back of the mind, I don't want to give anybody a free ride. But what you've got now, even 5 riders getting dropped from that group, has changed the mental dynamic, and it's just picked up the pace again, hasn't it?
Nobody wants any passengers, especially at this point in the group. Nobody wants, at this point in the race, nobody wants riders in the group to almost just be having a free ride at the moment and just being able to follow the wheels and not be contributing to the chase and the pace within this chasing group here. And so this is why we're starting to see, also with the nature of the course, where riders, you know, we're deep into the race, and whilst the distance isn't exceptionally long at 189 kilometres, you know, we've seen national championships in the past be a little bit longer, but it's just the sheer nature of the course, and with touching on, as we said, almost a Grand Tour stage accumulation of the climbing, it's quite unbelievable really, and such a demanding course. These 3 riders trying to get themselves back on. This is Goliker in the blue jersey.
Yeah, Zeb Kiffin as well from St Piran takes a feed from the side of the road. It looks like they're going to get them back in contact as we look at one of the hardest ways to ride this climb. Unicycle action from a man in some blue stripes and a man in some green stripes, and look at that, it's impressive. They both look like unicycling humbugs. A great display of skill as Stevie Williams again wants to keep that chain tight. They know how classy Donovan is out in front, and I don't think they'll be worried just yet, but if we're headed to the final lap and Donovan's still got a gap like this, it's going to be looking good.
Then you have to start to worry.
Yeah, then you have to start to worry, but they've got they've got 2 and a bit laps, 2 3/4 of a lap to try and put this right. Paul Double, haven't talked about too much about him, but that is probably a good thing. He's looking good, pedalling really nicely, doesn't look particularly laboured. As we can just see the wind blowing there, just gives you an idea of the wind direction. I tell you what, hasn't missed a beat here, has he? And he can only do it's very little that this rider can do now, apart from just maintain this pace that he's riding at. Given how hard the race is, actually finding something else with still such a long way to go is very hard. He's still got around 50 kilometres of riding. He's found another second, 1 minute and 17 seconds.
It's certainly a fully committed effort here, Matt, and the fact that he's almost willing to put it all on the line in order to win this race, knowing that if it does all come back together, he's probably going to put himself out of any chance of even podiuming taking a podium here at this national championship. So I think a real brave, bold move from Mark Donovan to, as you start to see, he's rubbing the legs here. It probably tells that fatigue may be starting to set in. But a brave, bold move.
Yeah, definitely. He obviously thought about it, as Owen Doull just brings back that little fissure that opened up in this big group of riders. I don't think there's going to be many riders left in this field at all. We saw riders at nearly 10 minutes behind, as you were talking about before. Just worth noting that anybody 10 minutes or above that behind the race will be closed, because it is partially closed roads. It's what we call a rolling road closure. So the race directly behind the riders and the directly in front is closed off. Traffic is pulled over to the right, to the left-hand side of the road, so the riders can pass through safely. And it's almost like a vacuum that's created. So we call this a rolling road closure. And again, thanks to the Cleveland Council for sorting that out in conjunction with British Cycling. There's a lot of moving pieces organising a road race championship like this, but it's been great, and importantly, it's been safe for the riders as well.
You can just see that little device on his chest strap there, his heart rate monitor, the little device which measures his core body temperature. All the data, so much innovation going on to riders' performance that they can analyse and make sure that you can keep your core body temperature as cool as possible. You can just see it there, just under the little Q36.5 branding.
That's it. Yeah, there'll be a heart rate monitor on that probably at the front of that strap as well, isn't there?
Yeah.
It's called a core, isn't it? That
core
one.
body core body temperature or sensor.
So again, the only thing you can do to regulate that is to unzip his jersey or to put some ice down, really, isn't it? But it's interesting. And also, they can correlate that with temperature and performance as well. When they look back and after this race is done and dusted, after the jerseys and the medals have been awarded, they'll mine deep into that sort of data. And year on year, there's more and more metrics to pull from to determine and inform how races are ridden, how training is done, how much recovery is needed. So there is, as I say, almost a bamboozling amount of metrics to decipher and to work out, because each rider's individual. There's no one size fits all. There's fueling strategies and for different riders.
There's a real telling now of perhaps when you've had a race and you think, well, I was feeling good at this point, but then all of a sudden, I didn't quite have what it took. I didn't perform to my best of my capabilities. I know I came into it with great form, and then you have this data now, these metrics that can say, well, yeah, the body overheated. That's when your performance starts to decline. Working on ways in which to keep the core body temperature as cool as possible. As you see the Great Britain Cycling Team car come alongside there.
Could be Matt Branier in there, couldn't it?
Yeah, I think also John Herity is in the car.
Can't quite see.
Potentially, but I think within that team you can see the various different bikes on the roof taking care of all the World Tour riders. EF Education, Easy Post.
It's the right selection of bikes, isn't it? Yeah, there's a Scott on there as well, so that is the spare bike. That's the Scott, of course. Q36.5 to ride Scott bikes, but there's a split in the group here. Fred Wright is churning on the front, and as a result the gap has come down. Okay, only a handful of seconds, but a difference has been made. Paul Double starting to get dropped here as well. Sean Flynn from DSM, also Stevie Williams just at the back of this group, can't respond. Now I'll tell you what, if Stevie Williams could respond, he'd try and launch himself across this gap, but it's the Fred Wright on the left hand side for Bahrain victorious James Knox, who's almost, well, it's in the league. Well, Stevie Williams does attack. Wow. I said if he could, he would. He doesn't want to let a group this strong go clear, because that is exclusively bar for the rider from the under-23 Groupama team. World Tour riders are now Pro Conti rider coming across the gap, but all in name really. Israel Premier Tech are essentially a World Tour team in terms of the calibre of riders they've got there.
But the way, the gap that he's just closed within 300 metres and being able to close that, get himself into this group there. I mean, I said before, Matt, it shows he's on a good day. He was umming and ahhing, it was up in the air as to whether he was going to come to this national championships. But again, he's another rider that if he's going to have a chance of winning this national title, this course, and especially off the back of completing the Giro and having some excellent rides at the Mont Ventoux Challenge a couple of weeks ago, where his teammate Mike Woods was very complimentary of the workload that Stevie Williams had done.
Yeah, definitely. Actually, he singled him out as Paul Double just loses contact with his chase group. Harrison Wood has tried to extricate himself from this group as Paul Double starts to struggle on the steep slopes of one of these 8 climbs on this circuit. But still there, Zed Kiffin. He's actually leaving these other riders behind. Zed Kiffin in the black, the powerfully built rider from St Piran, the only surviving member at the front of the race for the Cornish Continental team. Everybody now, riders will start to suffer. They can only ride their own pace. That's another feature of the race that will start to happen on these steeper sections, is that you can only ride at one speed. As Kiffin tries to close the gap, but meanwhile out in front, it's this man. 55 seconds is the lead as Connor Swift, the former champion, leads the chase behind. But there's an extra gear that some of these World Tour riders have started to find, and it is telling. It's probably the best I've seen Owen Dill go in a road race championships. It really is. And again, very experienced rider is Owen Dill. Sam Watson, new to the World Tour this year. Silver medalist, remember, in the British Road Race Championships last year behind Mark Cavendish. But Mark Cavendish, not riding this race, has been very vocal on social media about how proud he was to wear it for another year. But we'll be handing it over, not literally of course, I don't think he's here. We'll be handing over the jersey and the title of British National Road Race Champion to one of these young athletes battling it out on the roads of North Yorkshire today. 43 seconds the lead now, Hannah. His lead isn't exactly capitulating, but it's been chipped away at dramatically effectively.
If you take a look at this last 10 kilometres, 11 kilometres, he was at 1 minute and 29. And just from all of the action that's been going on behind him, now down to 43 seconds. It's not going in the direction that he might have hoped. At what point, once that group perhaps gets him in his sights, are they able to bridge across? And what has Donovan got left to respond if they do?
And it's how he responds, isn't it? I mean, quite often you see riders fighting until they get caught by the peloton. But on this one, it's like, what is it? If it continues to drop, what call does he make? How much? What does he want to salvage from this? Right now, you pointed out that it's all or nothing, and this is clearly an all or nothing effort, because if he does get caught, unless he finds something superhuman, the toll, the cost of this effort out in front for the best part of 30 Ks, best part of 2 laps, it means he won't ordinarily be able to react to the stinging attacks that come after it. It's just, this course is too hard, and that has been so brutal an effort. But that remains to be seen. Let's see what this man has got. But put it this way, if he does get caught, how he reacts, it wouldn't surprise me if he's got not much left at all in the tank. Put it that way.
Absolutely. And it wouldn't surprise me. I mean, the way that he's taken this race on, and just how many kilometres he's been in this breakaway. Of course, originally with those 6 riders in that breakaway. But for Donovan, he's certainly laying it all on the line. And every time that I see this group behind, there's a couple of riders who I just think they're just waiting. They're biding their time. They're being patient. Knox here, not taking a turn, allowing Stevie Williams to take a look over his left-hand shoulder, and James Knox playing a blinder here, missing turns, keeping himself as fresh as possible.
Well, he's good mates with Mark Donovan, but again, you can't play the mates card, but maybe just a little bit, just not doing too much, doing enough, rolling through, but we've not seen any attacks from that man Knox. But an excellent climber. If there was a course that was designed for this man or for Knox, it would be this one here. It is a real opportunity for the riders whose strength is climbing to come to the fore. But because the climbs are quite short, it also swings in favour as well of the riders, the classic specialists, the punchers, in the mould of riders like Fred Wright. So not a pure climber's course, but you need to be able to go uphill well. It's as simple as that. And also have had regular year-on-year, back-to-back years of racing at the very highest level to win a race like this, and that's why we're seeing the vast majority of the riders, although there's a few youngsters here, many of these riders have already got multiple Grand Tours under the belt, including James Knox, including the man on the right hand side, Connor Swift. So we shall see, and including the man out in front at the moment, like you say, he's ridden the Giro, 2 editions of the Vuelta as well, and it's those sorts of things, the muscle memory, just what your body can tolerate, regardless of the teams you move to. If you've got that sort of racing in your legs over the years, you accumulate this very strong resilience.
Absolutely, and even having a Tour de France in your legs, it's incredible. You take a look, he's 3 Grand Tours in, 24 years of age, predominantly being a rider that's either been in breakaways looking for chances, opportunities, or then indeed looking after Romain Bardet, his former teammate when he was at Team DSM. Not done a Grand Tour yet this year, of course. Q36.5 weren't in the Giro.
Of course, Josh Goliker moves over. Owen Dool moves through in front in the pink of EF Education. Easy Post Fred Wright moves over to the other side of the road. Sam Watson in his slipstream, and another few seconds are taken off. 36 seconds it is now for our lone leader, Mark Donovan of Q36.5 on the drops in this section of the course, wending its way to the far corner of this anti-clockwise circuit. Used previously in the past for the Klondike Grand Prix, Premier Calendar back in the day. Connor Swift now takes his turn on the front. Harrison Wood as the rain starts to fall again now. So we've had on and off rain pretty much all day today. And that could make it, again, riders just have to pay attention here, because the red mist exactly hasn't descended, but when you're fatigued, it's very easy to just make these small little unforced errors, isn't it? So, and you might not even think about the rain, and just because you're thinking about looking after your body, looking after your effort, trying to stave off the desire just to stop riding, because at the moment this is just going to be hurting most of these riders. But it's just how much can you tolerate?
How much can you tolerate? How much have you got left? How much can you give to this race? And not only that physical aspect, Matt, but also psychologically and mentally.
That's why it's easy to make mistakes.
Keeping yourself strong, not making any mistakes, making sure that you're keeping on top, as you can see Harrison Wood is doing, keeping on top of fueling your body. Taking moments just to reassess the situation, look around, what are the other riders doing? You know, how many turns are they doing? How often are they sort of missing turns? But equally, taking a look and starting to think, as this gap comes down towards 30 seconds, if I want, how good am I feeling? If I want to try and win this race, how am I going to be able to do it? Do I need to form an allegiance with another rider within this group here? Have I got what it takes to go on a lone escapade? Do I have to just try and bide my time and wait it out until the finish? And knowing that you've got that real explosive manoeuvre for that finishing climb.
Exactly. It's also what we've seen that was very important, without giving the game away, in the women's race is the positioning at the bottom of that climb. The momentum and the speed that you take into that first hairpin could be all the difference. So okay, you've got to have good legs, because it does eventually straighten out, and it's all about the legs. But what you don't want to do is lose 5 or 6 seconds and have to make that up and then go again. So if it does come into a group finish, positioning and the ability not to have to touch the brakes coming into that final corner, not be too close to the wheel in front, making sure you've got sight, you can take the fastest line, as Donovan did last time through on his own. You want to be able to carry pace into this climb to maximise your potential.
Make most of that momentum
and not be 8 riders back. You don't want to be 8 riders back going into the bottom of that climb unless you are ridiculously confident. You do not need to make up too much ground.
Essentially, it's sort of upwards of 10, 12 metres, isn't it? Every bike length that you're losing, especially if one rider starts to lose the wheel into that finale. As Fred Wright just rounds that left-hand corner, and you can see the grease coming out of the road again, Matt, as it starts to glisten after this rain. Yeah, this is what we're talking about. The fatigue that has definitely set into these riders now. It's remaining lucid and making sure that you don't make any errors, because that would be a big shame. These riders have put themselves in the frame to try and win this British Championships. So momentary lapse in concentration,
could destroy the hopes. We've seen riders touch wheels at critical stages of races, something you think wouldn't ordinarily happen, but there's so many dynamic impact factors that happen this deep into a race where you don't quite focus at 100%. It's a very natural state to be in, especially in endurance sport, when you are fatigued, when you're tired, and that is another skill set that these riders have experience in dealing with. The last thing they want to do is throw away their chances. As this man still out in front, still got a decent lead, 32 seconds, and starting to look round, and at the top of this little climb, it's still the best part of 500-600 metres to the top of this one. There it is, that pylon just at the top is the top of this one. Another one of the 8 climbs on this circuit. We talk about the climb of Saltburn Bank, which is bad enough, and which is the big feature, the marquee climb of this circuit, but the makeup of this circuit is the other climbs leading to it, and there's 7 of them.
I think the real telling sign of this course is the fact that you can't just take a look at the course profile and think, well, it's not too difficult or demanding, because the highest point on the course is around 185 metres above sea level. But accumulatively, through every peak and trough and climb that we see and every little drag along the course, and even some of the descents, they don't give you that free speed. You have to pedal all the way down these descents. They don't give you anything. You have to give your all. Shows the demands of the race. I think they've picked a brutal attritional course for a national championships, and I think also what we also like to see, that whoever wins these coveted national stripes will be one worthy winner.
Yep, certainly it will be the case. 24 seconds now for our solo leader. 21 seconds, come down another few seconds. Harrison Wood just on the back of the group. Stevie Williams rolls through to the front. Hands now on the tops. I do think it's fair to say that this man is understandably starting to tire. The fact he's been looking round on several occasions now.
Probably got to this point, man, thinking,
yeah.
I wish I had a wheel to sit on.
Yeah, definitely. It's so hard. It really is. It's not over yet. But it has been so far a bold, brave, and ever so slightly audacious move by this man, as he's just straightened the bike up a little bit more than normal, carried a bit more pace. Just see, shaved off a bit more speed earlier. Although there's that shell grip on that left-hand corner, there's no way you can bank the bike over like we've seen several riders doing. So this is where you need to be a little bit cautious.
But I think very different part of the course now in comparison to earlier on this morning, where it was bone dry on this course. You could carry and really trust the rubber on your tyres, whereas now you've got to take it with a little bit more or a little less risk.
It's interesting,
especially at this point
it?
in the race.
Yeah, I do love that. These riders will do it. We talk about it, we try and deconstruct why riders are riding at certain speeds and certain road surfaces, but as a rider you don't really overthink it. You just feel the bike, you know what the bike can do, and that takes years of learning. As riding as a youngster down on a BMX track, riding in your first club, going out with your mates, it's something that's never really spoken about. Primarily you crash and then you realise well, that's where the gripping point finishes, but it's an interesting science itself, as we see a little bit of a tentative move here, and that's Josh Goliker on the right hand side there for Groupama FDJ, the Continental team. They're actually riding on the right hand side of the road, and they're about to shut down the lead. Well, this brave attempt at glory by Mark Donovan, I think, is about to come to an end, because they've got him well within their crosshairs here. Jettisoned the bottle, making his bike as light as possible. He's only a handful of seconds out in front, as Connor Swift, as he has done on so many climbs, piles on the pressure out in front as the cowbells continue to ring up this climb.
Still the encouragement at the roadside for Mark Donovan. That lead and that advantage, only a handful of seconds. The junction's going to be made with 41.5 kilometres to go. Donovan, who reached a maximum time gap of 1 minute and 29 seconds, is now back within this select group. And the 2023 National Road Race Championships is reset. Donovan just at the back of this group. Harrison Wood in the red jersey there for Cofidis, number 14. 10 riders in this leading group. Samuel Watson at the front, just shaking out the legs, the rider in the blue jersey for Groupama FDJ. Just on his wheel there is James Knox, the climber from Cumbria. Every time that he's made an acceleration, he's looked supreme. I'm glad to see that the encouragement has not dwindled at the roadside, and there goes Joshua Golica of Groupama FDJ La Conti, the under-23 team, the development team of Groupama FDJ. He's been in the breakaway previously, and now he's wanting to try and shake things up in this group of 10.
Yeah, one of his had a bit of a conversation with not exactly his fully fledged teammate, but they'll be forming a strong alliance today. Just back there, Sam Watson. So back in the fold now, Mark Donovan moved to the back of this group, and I don't think we'll see him, should I say, riding too much on the front as we head into this final descent before we commence the climb. After this, when we pass through the finish, there'll be 2 laps to go, and it is back together, and these are the brave, hardy souls that are left. The cream has truly risen to the top. Fred Wright lead this group down this twisting descent as they pick up speed and head ever nearer the climb to the finish line up the Saltburn Bank. You can just see in front, somebody's bottle just bounced out there. I don't know whose that was. I think it might have been Harrison Wood's actually. You rightly pointed out, it was the red and white bidon of the Cofidis rider. So he is without. He's got another one on board as the GB team car just moves up the sides of our moto camera bike to service Mark Donovan. And yeah, big gel. That looks like a jumbo gel that he's having there. He's going to get as many calories back on board as he can. The man from Penrith. He might need a bit of a Kendall mint cake as well. So, and there is the man from Kendall. Ooh. James Knox, you see the way he just lifted again, was thinking then because he looked round and drifted the wrong side of the white line, but rather than ride over it whilst the bike was banked over, just lifted the front wheel. Just not without even thinking about it, just a very small detail. That if you bank over on these wet right lines like that, you will lose grip. But the way he just thought about it quickly, innately, instinctively, just lifted the front wheel, just to skip over it, just to maintain that traction. A lovely little detail about the skill, the embedded skill these riders have. Another little deft bunny hop by James Shaw over the drain there. So now leading riders, I think it's 10 in the front group, isn't it? Ooh. So they just plummet down the climb into Saltburn. Great shot there as they make their way down. Sirens aplenty, adding to the atmosphere here. There is something special about a top-end bike race, isn't there? Even the convoy behind, everyone that's involved.
Well, if you're roadside and you've never seen a bike race before, you won't be aware of the convoy, all of the cars, the motorbikes around, just what goes into organising a race like this and seeing all of the team cars behind. It's quite a special, unique prospect. This is their stadium for the day, out on their home roads that they may travel to work on each and every day. And today this provides a place as a theatre and the playground for the national championships. It's incredibly special.
Certainly is. And this finishing straight, well, this finishing wiggle, shall we call it, the brutally steep slopes, is essentially it's the crucible, isn't it, for the closing meters of the national championships. Next time through the line, there'll be 2 laps to go, and it is Owain Doull the team pursuit Olympic champion in the past, turning the screw at the front, and it's putting a couple of riders out the back. Harrison Wood getting dropped there for Cofidis, also in difficulty, and it's no surprise Mark Donovan as well. But Owain Doull is absolutely flying today. The only team, remember, with 2 riders in this front group, he continues to pile on the pressure.
Joshua Goliker fighting with gritted teeth at that 25% marker, 1 in 4 going over the top, and it's quite like the previous lap, Matt, where it was Owain Doull doing all of the damage at this point on the course, putting his teammate James Shaw out of the back, and as the rain starts to lash it down now.
Well, this couldn't get more dramatic, can it? Just under 4 hours of racing now, 2 laps still to go here in the British Men's Elite National Road Race Championships, and it looks like we've got just 6 riders in the mix there. It looks like James Shaw, well, it's no doubt James Shaw has indeed been dropped. Mark Donovan's with him as well, and they do look like they're a bit of a spent force. I think it might be quite hard for these riders to get back on despite the best efforts as they plough their way through the deluge. This standing water adding a real dramatic ending to this race.
Unbelievable. We've had everything, haven't we, thrown at this race? We've had the sun, the humidity, the rain. We've had so much action throughout. Ever since the flag was dropped by the race director and pulled into the team car, we had lots of attacks, and now we're left with 6 riders. It's quite unbelievable, really, that this is how the National Championships has gone. But Goliker at the back of Groupama, FDJ, Conti is trying to bridge across. He's taken a few more seconds into these 6 riders here, but this is quite the scenes. We knew there was going to be a storm at some point today. Originally it was forecast for 1 p.m. in the afternoon. It's only a few hours late, but this is really where the storm is beginning.
I think maybe if storms had minds, they're being a little bit playful, or just wanted to add a little bit of drama, as if this race hasn't been dramatic and hard enough. They thought, well, we'll just wait till the end and then we'll rain on them too. But probably slightly cooling them down here. Really are floods of water on the side of the road. There's the group behind. They're not out of it yet. But this group now being led by James Knox of Soudal Quickstep, the climber from Cumbria. As we look a little bit further down, there's the 2 protagonists, Ollie Rees and Max Walker of Trinity Racing, and Seb Kiffin of St Piran.
But for these 2 riders here for Trinity, they're still eligible for the under-23 category, and for the silver and bronze medal still up for grabs. So they've got to keep their ride going at the minute and keep their race going. But of course, within that 10-minute marker.
I think just looking at this riders, it's Sam Watson now, isn't it? Who's going to be
Sam Watson currently the leader
it's
rider.
just the leading, but they are still in with the medals.
Goliker in the group chasing behind, so but still, medals to be had.
Totally.
Bronze medal still up for grabs.
Well, that little group there with James Shaw, it's looking like they might get back on. So Harrison Wood there of Cofidis, trying to bridge across to the gap here, and doing a good job at the moment. As the rain continues to pour here, Stevie Williams presses on in front, just trying to extinguish the hopes of the riders behind. After all the efforts they've made, what you don't want is riders to get back on again. But saying that, given how much racing we still have, 2 full laps, 16 climbs in total, any rider that I think's dropped now through an effort they made on the climb, I don't think they're going to last much longer when it all happens again. So there's a sense of inevitability if a rider gets back onto the flat, that it's just prolonging, isn't it, than getting dropped one more time. So we're focusing now on this little group that's fallen just behind. It is Josh Goliker in second position there of Groupama FDJ. That's the under-23 teams. Mark Donovan, who was away for best part of 2.5 laps from Q36.5, and then James Shaw, the man from Nottingham, plying his trade for the American World Tour team of EF Education Easy Post, and that gap is going out, and it's going out quickly. I think, I don't think I want to give them too many hopes to get back on now, especially when you factor in this little climb that they're going on now. So, and this group working very well. Pretty much every man in this group is rolling through and off. Double turn there done by Fred Wright, clearly feeling good, checks the gap behind, and it is indeed. Just get 6 riders out in front.
put a timer on this group behind just to see what their deficit is at the moment.
See what happened.
Yeah, it might be me. Do it on this, yeah. It's difficult to... It's probably about 15-20 seconds, I think, roughly, isn't it? We're going to have to do little guesstimates along the route.
Here we go, so we'll get a real look at what this gap is. Yeah, just touching over 10 seconds. 12 seconds is the deficit to this trio here, led by Joshua.
So we're deep into this race, heading towards the final lap. Still the best part of 3/4 of a lap of the penultimate lap to go, but next time through the finish on Saltburn Bank here in the British Elite Men's Road Race Championships, they will hear the bell and there'll be one more attritional lap to go. This race has exploded. It's in absolute bits today. These are the chasers: James Shaw, Mark Donovan and Joshua Golliker. And Golliker just letting the wheel go in that corner a little bit as we move back to the front. Lots of looking around here. It's more like making sure that everybody is working, isn't it? It's a decent selection. And when you look at the pre-race favourites, I think pretty much, well, amongst a few others who haven't managed to make it here. The one surprise for me, I know not on the course like this, is the way that Owen Doull has facilitated himself today.
Absolutely.
Not a surprise, generally speaking, but given the elevation, Owen Doull is climbing the best I've seen him climb on a course like this.
Absolutely, and great to see as well. Another rider who got a number of Grand Tours in the legs now, of course, completing the Tour de France last year with EF Education Easy Post. But I think for Owen Doull, really coming into a strong part of his season, showing the form that he's got. Also had a huge focus on the track for a number of years, and after winning gold in Rio in 2016, really had a big focus on his road career. And I think at times like this, you show it really has paid off for him to have that main focus, forging his way first of all with, of course, what was Team Sky, and then into Ineos, and then now EF Education Easy Post. Standout performance.
It was quite an interesting move, wasn't it, when he moved across to EF Education Easy Post? But again, we've discussed it at length. Sometimes moving to a team with a completely different outlook, a completely different environment, and a different way of racing, and of course a different set of objectives, it can be quite liberating for a rider. And I think Owen Doull has actually settled very well into the American squad. He has been given a few more opportunities and is clearly in exceptionally good form as we head deeper towards the final stages of this race. Happy to be the protagonist. I certainly didn't think it would be Doull forcing the split on a climb so deep into the race, but he's done it.
I wonder though how that's going to play into, or maybe out of his hands, the fact that he's put his teammate out of contention here on that climb, and he really was the rider who was doing that damage up Saltburn Bank. Perhaps would have been better to still have James Shaw at this point in the race, still with almost a lap and 3/4 to go, to help facilitate and help assist, because now now you're into a situation, you've got 6 riders, 6 different teams, there's no allegiances, no teammates here. EF Education Easy Post were in the strongest position with James Shaw, and I think perhaps maybe a little bit of a mistake from Owen Doull.
Yeah, I think I maybe expected Shaw to be there, but I think there would have been, there's another, I mean, it's clearly testing, but what he's done is he's isolated himself really, he's given himself less options. Even if Shaw, because clearly Shaw's legs aren't as good as Doull, but having numbers is absolutely crucial. As James Knox now dances on the pedals, making it look exceptionally easy, and immediately forces open a gap. Straight on his wheel though is a Fred Wright, but Knox looking good here. 25 seconds is the lead. I don't think that group is getting on, but Connor Swift starting to suffer on these steep gradients.
He's really into his territory now, isn't he, James Knox? The man who is absolutely with climbing prowess now. As Connor Swift, just immediately that gap opens up. It's going to be incredibly difficult to come back from this one, and the way he just takes a look around, another injection of pace. Well, Sam Watson immediately able to respond though. That's also really impressive from the rider in the blue jersey from Groupama FDJ.
I'll tell you what, that just shows how Sam Watson now just starting to slip back a little bit. And do you notice that this is one of the hardest climbs on the circuit, and this is where, so James Knox, again, it's about the amount of time that you can maintain an effort on slopes that favour your physiology and your weight. And this This shows that he's waited, he's bided his time, he's been patient, but he's using one of the hardest climbs with a sustained gradient for a good 2-minute effort to put these riders under pressure. But look who's gone straight over the top, Fred Wright. That explosive Fred Wright fires himself straight over the top, uses Knox, he looks over his shoulder. So Knox like said, hey, wait, come on. I'm not going to just drag him back. I've just done an acceleration on this climb. We've got rid of a very dangerous rider.
And interestingly, you know, now Ineos Grenadiers have put themselves in a position where there's no riders remaining in that leading group. Thanks to that move of James Knox there, for the majority of the race, he's been able to sit back and let them do the work, do the contributions. Now that previous effort has put the final rider out of the back. James Knox very happy as well then just to take a look around and say, well, to Stevie Williams, you know, you can close the gap to Fred right there. I've just done the damage to Shell 1 rider. You can contribute now to bridge that gap and close the gap to Fred Wright.
No, definitely. That is an interesting one. It's not very often. I mean, we don't rule out Connor Swift just yet, because once the terrain suits him again, I don't think he's completely blown. He just couldn't match the pace on the steep sections of that climb. But he is distanced at the moment as James Knox, who opened things up for the first time. That just shows that he's thinking about this race as well. He's been waiting for deep fatigue to set into the legs, and then using that real pure climbing prowess that he holds to make a difference. So he's not only running strongly, it's James Knox, that pure climbing prowess to rip things apart there. So strategically brilliant, and he could back it up with the strength as well. So kudos to James Knox there.
It's that waiting game, isn't it? And interestingly, I had a message from John Woody, who of course was the team manager of NFTO, one of the best continental teams that we've seen in Great Britain over the years. Had Adam Blythe and Ride London back in 2014, and he said he rode with James on Friday up in Cumbria and in the lakes, and he said he's just going to sit back, let Ineos tire themselves out, and it's exactly what they've done. And he's now found himself into a real select group of 5 riders here. He's waited and bided his time.
Certainly he's got a mature head on his shoulders. That certainly is the case. Owen Doull now drives through to the front, Fred Wright behind. They'll be more than happy to just invest a little bit to make sure that they've snuffed out any hopes of the Ineos Grenadier rider getting back in contact. Connor Swift, the champion, of course, back in 2018. It was indeed ahead of Blythe and Doull. Doull on the podium there. And of course, Ben Swift won it in 2019 and 2021. Mark Cavendish last year. And then Pete Kenyock doubled up in 2014 and 2015. Ian Stannard, Wiggins, Bradley Wiggins, Geraint Thomas. So plenty of wins there for Team Sky and the Ineos Grenadiers. But right now, it looks as if the title is going to go to another team, unless Connor Swift can pull something pretty spectacular out of his hat. So, Doull on the front, looking at these riders, looking at the explosivity that they possess in a flat sprint. You'd imagine it will be Doull and Fred Wright from this group, without a shadow of a doubt, but we don't have a flat sprint, and it's just confirmation of Ali's apologies for the picture break up a little bit, but again, confirmation of our leaders: Fred Wright, Stevie Williams, James Knox, and Owen Doull, and Sam Watson. Sam Watson, the silver medalist behind Mark Cavendish last year in Scotland. So yeah, that was an interesting one. One move and it's been quite decisive, isn't it? So what more has James Knox got up his sleeve? I wonder.
I wonder if he'll be selected for Soudal Quickstep for the Tour de France next week. You know, didn't do the Giro, perhaps saving himself for the Tour.
I think it just depends. I mean, he's clearly got great form, isn't he? And if he pulls on the national jersey, I think he'll have Patrick Lefebvre looking at it. But I think more than the overall, they might be going to look after their sprinters, and we'll have to see. But he's certainly on this sort of form is definitely worth discussing, isn't it, in terms of a berth with his Soudal Quickstep team, and taking that special jersey to the Tour de France would be great, not just for James Knox himself, but for British cycling again, because it's great to see that jersey at the Tour.
It certainly is. It certainly is.
So just having a look a little bit further down the road. Yep. Well, there is just coming into view there, still ploughing that lonely furrow. And again, these gaps will continue, I think, to be magnified. Stevie Williams also looking good as well here. Done a couple of little flurries. constantly watching each other, just making sure they're keeping an eye here, aren't they? Now, they are working as a unit, but they don't trust each other.
Very wary
It's
of
great.
each other, aren't they?
So that it's like, well, we're going to be in a team, but with no trust whatsoever. How about that? And that is what we've got now. Before, there was real cohesion, and now there's like, okay, let's just keep riding here. But we've got the best part, you know, with 25, 30k still to go. So they're keeping a wary eye as we just pop round that corner, knock off the pace a fair bit because of the slippery surface now due to this rain, this heavy, almost monsoon-esque rain that has fallen. It's abating ever so slightly, but yeah, when you compare this situation to the earlier part of the race when everybody was just riding through, every time a rider rides through, as we look at Connor Swift, they're looking around, glancing at everybody, trying to just read.
Constantly assessing what
Totally.
the other riders within that group look like. You know, they've got a poker face? Are they starting to suffer? Really look them in the eyes and take a look at how they're feeling. Connor Swift making some good inroads to this group of 5, though, Matt.
Yeah, I think on these slightly these rideable downhill sections, there's no flat, we've talked about that, but these are just false flats, aren't they? This is where he'll be able to ride and try and make up a little bit of lost ground to see what he can do. But I think now, looking at that climb, we've never really focused on the climb at the back of the circuit too much, we've just ridden on it. But that, to me, could be a pivotal point in this race. Even more so, I think, than the
Saltburn
final
Bank.
climb in terms of splitting things up, yeah.
It's certainly a climb where you can do a lot of damage, and especially in the way in which James Knox had done it, where he took it out from very early on that climb. 700 metres long, around 7.1% average gradient. But it doesn't really tell the full story when you see 7.1%, because there's certainly double digits up there. I think for Knox, just playing to his strengths as a rider.
Yep.
You know, he's able to have his time over the top of that climb to have some recovery, but what it's doing is taking a huge chunk out of the reserves of the other riders who are having to really labour themselves up that climb.
Yeah, he's played a canny game so far. In fact, all of these riders have. But the way there was quite a brutal dispatching of Connor Swift. I think he might have expected to maybe lose a couple of riders, but it did the job. But it's still 15 seconds, so Connor Swift isn't out of the game just yet. I just worry for him on the other steep sections if he does get back on. And again, it's still not over, because a rider like Swift, let's postulate, say he gets back on and decides to leave these riders on a section like this where he could open up a gap. It's still, anything can happen. As just a reminder, we are now entering a low signal area where the 4G is a little bit patchy, hence the blockiness of the pictures, although they're back to full focus now. And there is Connor Swift. He's closing in, isn't he? He's definitely on the sections that favour him. He is now closing in, and it's about breaking this race down, isn't it? And attacking when you need to, making up ground when you need to, conserving ground when you need to, looking at the engine that you've got, looking at the type of rider that you are, and making strategic, measured decisions on when to make moves and when to rest up. And we've seen Connor Swift clearly not capitulate and panic, but now he's only 9 seconds back.
Seconds.
And on this next bit, I think he's got a pretty good chance with less than 9 seconds. It looks like he's going to get back on, and this group might swell back to 6.
And certainly plays into his favour on this point of the course, as he takes no risk taking that left-hand corner there with the standing water. He's just measuring his effort so well, and now, as he can see and know that his effort is bringing these 5 riders closer to him, can just use that as a carrot to chase. Another really difficult section though coming out, Matt, with this false flat as the road starts to rise again. Sam Watson just doing his turn, pulling off to the right hand side here. Stevie Williams. Saw a little bit of discussion there by the looks of things moments ago between Owain Doull and James Knox.
Yep.
Wonder what the discussions are between these 5 riders.
I think it's probably agreeing just to try and keep the pressure on, because although this man is making up ground, the 2018 National Road Champion, now in the red and burnt orange of the Ineos Grenadiers, they want to make it as hard as they can for him. So just make him work for it. Don't ease off. Just keep the pace going. Just keep this tempo high. Because of course Swift having to make this effort, he's having to ride faster than the breakout in front. That sounds, well, it's obvious, but it's important as well because he's spending more energy doing that. So why not just keep let's just keep the pressure on. You've not extinguished the hopes of this man, but you've certainly made it a taller order for Connor Swift to try and turn this race around and win it. And the only way he can win this one now is to get up the road on different terrain with somebody he knows he can outpower on the final climb, and he'll be still worried about the next part of the circuit. But first he's got to get back on.
Get back on, but yeah, just taking a look at Swift, I mean, what a rider he's become. He won that national title in 2018 when he was riding for a continental team, and then of course getting picked up the following year by Arkea Samsic. Riding the Tour on a couple of occasions, being the rider who was there to protect Nairo Quintana for his duration at Tour de France.
Well, he's powerful, isn't he? Connor Swift is tall. He's about 6'2", isn't he?
Yeah, he's
a big lad. He's a lovely lad. He's a gentle. It's not exactly a giant. He's got a lovely, gentle, generous demeanour. But get him on a bike, and he's a lethal weapon. He really is. And he's also full of belief. And he's managing to get himself back, has clawed himself back into serious contention in this race now. So never write off Connor Swift. I must admit, it looked like his hopes had been snuffed out when all we saw was that forlorn dot in the distance, 20 or seconds back. But he's got on now. But also what he doesn't need to do now is work. He's got no teammates directly behind. He could say to these guys, well, you've attacked me, you've dropped me, so I'm not working anymore. And that's a hard thing to do. But and the other riders will actually expect that for a certain amount of time, but they'll also expect that they'll bring him straight back if Connor Swift tries to attack to go clear now. So for Connor Swift, this is now quite complicated. How on earth does he dispatch these climbers? He's got to really think about it, and also he's had a hard few minutes of trying to get back on, and he'll be worried about the climbing press of a man who's the best part of 14 kilos lighter than him.
You spoke about it earlier on, Matt, you can, as a rider, you can anticipate that one rider who's got climbing prowess is going to go on the climb, and you'll be very astute to those kinds of moves. And you can see just little accelerations onto the false flats like James Knox just did there, where you can really start to almost gain a few seconds, gain a handful of seconds, almost slide yourself and slip off the front. At the moment, all back together, James Knox is going to take a look around and take a real good look at this group. It's coming to the point as well where the feed will close, so any riders who are looking to try and take any more bottles, gels from a team car, and maybe even any last little bits of information before the race starts to open up again from the sports directors. As Ineos come through to feed Connor Swift, Groupama, FDJ, the blue car just wanting to try and come up and service Sam Watson. Just over a lap remaining, Matt, and then they'll hear the bell next time.
Indeed. All to play for. Still 6 riders out in front in this, the 2023 National Road Race Championship. For elite men, it's been an attritional affair for multiple reasons. 4,000 metres of elevation, more akin to a alpine stage of a Grand Tour. But now there are 6 riders left in front. They are Sam Watson there in the blue of Groupama FDJ. Owen Doull is on the front there, the Olympic Team Pursuit champion in the past for EF Education Easy Post. Stevie Williams is there for the Israel Premier Tech team. Fred Wright in the burnt orange of Bahrain Victorious with those blue socks of his. Connor Swift is there, who was briefly detached, has fought his way back into contention for the Ineos Grenadiers, and James Knox there in the blue and white of Soudal Quickstep.
Interesting that the sports director's just come alongside Sam Watson to offer up some gels, offer up some nutrition, and the shake of the head. He's clearly, obviously feeling like he's got enough in his pockets already. Perhaps could be regretting that one.
We shall see. As you say, is again, with the amount that these riders are taken on board, again, it's going back to that point about Fred Wright. He said that it's only this year, it's quite new that they're taking in the amount of calories on the road, up to between 100 and 130 grams of carbohydrates, and you never know. Maybe he actually does feel all right, but again, we shall see. He's a young rider, as we talk about calories and gels and carbohydrates. Owen Doull has got a gel between his teeth, quite literally, not the bit between his teeth, but a gel between his teeth. Swings over, lets Stevie Williams roll through. And just on the wheel of Stevie Williams, the very likeable Welshman, has been riding at World Tour level for several years now with Israel Premier Tech. former leader of the Tour of Switzerland last year, won a big group sprint top of the climb, didn't he?
Nobody expected it. And
No,
don't underestimate his acceleration, his power, because he's got a brilliant turn of speed on him. And for a rider who really is known as a climber, he can sprint very, very well, and he certainly doesn't hang around. Took everybody by surprise on stage 1 last year of the Tour of Switzerland. Took some big scalps. When you take a look at a career that so far has been marred by injury, a real knee problem that took a long time to get to the bottom of, and to operations and physio and lots of rehabilitation. He's had a couple of professional wins over at the Crow race. Stages there, I think he won the overall there back in 2020. And of course that stage win in Switzerland, and wearing the leader's jersey for a couple of days.
Indeed. Yeah, he's a classy rider, sits in fourth position. That was an interesting little move, almost like a stealth move there from James Knox, one of those little floaters that you just punt off the front and see what's going to happen. Another one there by Sam Watson. I think we'll change from floaters to stealth moves. So stealth manoeuvre snuffed out. Thanks for that. So 6 riders out in front. All have tried little tentative moves, almost little tasters, to see. Quite often these little stealth moves when a rider just floats off the front is almost to see if I can I break away for free? Who's going to, if I go, who's going to, they don't take a lot of physical effort. You can, just a little bit of an acceleration to move clear, and then it becomes clear who's going to chase you. Who do you need to watch? Who's the first to shut you down? And that's quite informative.
But I think it also, for those riders who will be willing to let a rider gain a few seconds and then it forces one rider to do the chasing, they know who's still got the good legs. They know who's really willing. So if any of the moves do go up the road, they know that, well, they're obviously very motivated and keen to do the chasing. Well, I can just sit back and follow the wheels at this point.
Well, we're just as our cameras cut away there for this lovely shot of them plunging down into Saltburn Bank, it was Connor Swift who attacked just on the apex of the corner. He's carrying a lot of pace in. He's an exceptionally gifted bike handler, and he is absolutely rocketing down this wet descent, carrying a lot of pace in. Oh, he's got to be so careful. He's taking a few risks here. Well, the motorbike just pulling over and letting the riders go through. So great piloting there by a moto camera. Didn't want to take any risks down there. The speed those riders were going down. So that's good to see. So it's going to be a big gap to the back, to the rest of the riders. But I'm sure we'll get pictures back to the front of the race very shortly. But an interesting little manoeuvre there by, here we go. Here we go, they should be coming around the hairpins very shortly. There's the first police motorbike, and it is still Connor Swift. And now James Knox goes straight over the top of Connor Swift. So Knox on the offensive once more. And Swift out of the saddle, moves wide. Oh, he's starting to go backwards now. That big effort. We know that he was struggling on the climbs. We saw that earlier on when he was dropped, but it's James Knox again, the sprightly figure of the man from Cumbria, turning the screw once more as Connor Swift, a brave attempt at trying to do something different, is now dropped significantly from this group.
And immediately a reaction from behind there from Stevie Williams, sensing that danger of the man from Cumbria. Look at the way that the man from Aberystwyth is closing the gap here, and Fred Wright as well.
Well, they've gapped Owen Doull and they've gapped Sam Watson, and I think this time will be the last time that Connor Swift can get back on. With 3 riders out in front, they will be, well, let's say 95% committed to that move. With only 3, that's all the medal's done for. But I think Sam Watson still looking good here, distanced on that move. Owen Doull will work with Watson. Got a few gel wrappers just tucked underneath his saddle there. Good to see that Owen Doull is a fan of not littering. So 4 minutes and 15 of racing. We take the bell. 1 lap to go. As Watson looks over his shoulder and the man in pink rolls through, finds another huge gear and just piles on the pressure as Connor Swift. I think that's all he could do. He had to try something, didn't he?
He had to do something, and if he could try and carry as much free speed and momentum into the lower slopes of that climb, you just never quite know what the reaction might have been from behind. And we saw as well earlier on in the day where if you're able to take that momentum, Mark Donovan did just that on that descent. He barely braked into the into the first hairpin onto Saltburn Bank.
Yeah, I think
The way in which I think it's like that last resort. If you know you're really starting to tire, it's that last-ditched attempt of trying to get away or try and do something.
it may have worked. I mean, you don't try. At least he knows now. He clearly hasn't got quite the punch or the sprightliness of these riders on the climbs. That's for sure. That's been starkly illustrated now. But he had the presence of mind and still the desire to win, to try something a little bit unorthodox. Not exactly unexpected. I'm sure the others were expecting him to try something. But now we have 3 leaders in front. James Knox was the one that took it up for the penultimate time on the climb of Saltburn Bank, and it's brutally hard slopes of 22%, but now knocks it out in front. This is the chase group. Sam Watson on the wheel of Owen Doull. I think these two are looking good. They're working well together. They're probably around 10 seconds off the back of this group at the moment. If they continue to ride together, they might get back on, but I think it's going to be a tall order. There they are, just rounding corners. So I think it's less than 10 seconds now. So the screech of disc brakes as they take off a bit of speed, accelerate out of that left-hander as the road starts to drop just down over the crest of that bridge. And the riders that they're pursuing briefly disappear out of sight. And here they are, Stevie Williams on the back for Israel Premier Tech. James Knox, who's looking the crispest at the moment for me, rolls through on the front. But Fred Wright of Bahrain victorious there, latching himself on to the back wheel, has also looked pretty good. Difficult to pick between these 3 riders, isn't it? Fred Wright's looking good, just making sure, well, making himself aware of the gap behind, because these are all the 3 medal places that are done now. This is going to be an interesting final lap.
Very, very interesting, because every time that James Knox has wanted to make a move, Stevie Williams has been able to close that gap immediately. Fred Wright has always been able to bridge across, and then once he's bridged across, he was able to counter-attack and try and go over the top just to make another acceleration. He is perhaps one of the fastest within this trio at the moment. But still, there's this want and willingness from Samuel Watson and Owen Doull at the moment. Form that cohesion, form that collaboration in the chase here. But it's what have they got left against a strong trio out front?
Yeah, their legs are going to be burning now. Lungs too. It's pushed them well outside the limits of comfort on that climb, but it's still only a handful of seconds. 14 seconds it's saying on the top left there. Appears to be pretty accurate at the moment as Owen Doull relays with young Sam Watson. Both of course riding at the very top level of the sport. Watson for the French team of Marc Madiot, one of the teams with the most longevity in the peloton. They've been around since the back end of the 1990s, well over 25 years. So much experience in that squad, and he's found a good home there. But Watson, the silver medalist this year, or last year should I say, now working in tandem with Owen Doull to try and get themselves back into contention. But the thing is, when you've been dropped like this, they're going to fight to get back. They're going to definitely worry about what's to come, especially that long climb that we've got coming up.
It's at what point, if they do make it back, when do they make it back? If they reach this trio out front and you reach that really steep climb of 700 metres with the average gradient of 7.1%, you just find yourself being dashed out the back again, and there's only so much that you've got left to give. But they've got them in the chase up front. They can see.
Yeah, they're not conceding ground, are they? I think they're closing ever so slightly.
But a climb must be only just less than 10 seconds is the deficit at the moment. Samuel Watson, I think he's almost found another level, knowing that you've got half a lap remaining, 3/4 of a lap remaining, as you hear that screech.
Yeah, you know it's all or nothing now as well, and why not get on, even though it could cost you dearly and you might get dropped on the next climb. If you've got enough to pull it back, especially on this sort of terrain, and you've got a willing partner, that's what you do. That is what cycling is like. It's never say die, and you can't be a road racer unless you have a never say die attitude. You have to give it absolutely everything, whether it's for a victory for yourself, whether it's sacrificing yourself for your teammates. The spirit that lives in cyclists, in professional cyclists, is the fact they will ride until they can ride no more. And on a course like this, sounds like a paradox, but it's a relatively easy thing to do. This is such a hard course, and if you ride this course full gas, you're going to literally empty yourself, aren't you? You really are. But Doull and the youngster on his wheel now. Oof.
Well,
yeah, I think somebody infiltrated the rolling road closure there. But thankfully no harm was done. But Doull flicked his elbow and Watson comes through, and as this road opens up and kicks up, we might get an indication as if they're going to get back on, but I don't think it's too long before we start that horrible climb.
We go over this drag, don't we? Go over that roundabout. The road starts to drop away. Then we'll go towards that little village, and then it'll start to narrow, and we'll have that leg stinger of a climb. The climb that really put the damage into Connor Swift when James Knox started to open up.
Indeed, these last few metres, especially on drags like this, can feel like an eternity, but they are doing a good job here. There's the roundabout you were just describing, Hannah. Just a left over the top, or straight over this one. As you can just see the hill up in front. That's what they've got to ride up. It's a not insignificant climb. It's not a mountain, but I tell you what, it'll feel like an alpine climb at this deep into the race, with already the best part of, well over 3,500 metres of elevation gain already in these tired legs. And the gap is starting to stabilise here, isn't it? They started to pull in, but right now they're almost just riding at the same pace as the group in front rather than pulling them back.
And it seems as though that of the duo here chasing, that Samuel Watson has got the most left in the tank, let's say, over Owain Doull. And we've seen Owain Doull do some real monster attacks over the top of Saltburn Bank. How much is he really starting to pay for those efforts? Because this trio out front now, they've still got a lot of spring in the step as Stevie Williams just dancing on the pedals out of the saddle. Right, Fred Wright sandwiched between two pure climbers.
Yeah, how does Fred Wright win this one? Each one's going to be thinking now of the win. 15 seconds, constantly looking around, just making sure they're doing enough to keep those riders at bay and make sure that the medals are distributed between these riders. But I can tell you what, there's not one of these riders that doesn't believe they can win this championship.
They all believe.
All of these riders believe. And do you know what? Right now, they're going to have to win it in different ways. Now, James Knox, I think, as we were talking about before, the effort that each one of these riders has a different way of delivering power. Now, I think Knox is going to need to try and go on this next climb, where Fred Wright could actually wait until the final climb.
The problem is, Matt, that if he goes on this climb here, and this is where he did the damage to Connor Swift and dropped Connor Swift, is how long can he maintain this effort, because it's still a long way from the finish line. So
and it's into a headwind over the top.
It's over the headwind over the top. It's quite open, it's exposed. If this climb was perhaps a couple of kilometres from the finish line, this would be the perfect launch pad. He sticks it in another gear though, he opens up the pace and he makes this acceleration here. Stevie Williams straight onto the wheel, and is this going to do some damage to Fred Wright?
Yep, it's looking like it. Well, Fred Wright's in a slightly bigger gear. It's a different sort of rider, that real snappy cadence that we got from James Knox there. Did you see that? He looked and then he just leant on that gear, but he hasn't caused quite the damage he'd like to. I thought Stevie Williams was going to go over the top, but Fred Wright looks composed. This road continues to go up. It's a very long 700 metres, and it's horrible when you can see the top of a climb there. Will James Knox try and go again? There's still 15 seconds to our two chasers, Doull and Watson.
He's almost just toying with Williams and Wright, isn't he? Perhaps waiting that Fred Wright was going to come round. He takes a look around, swings over to the right-hand side, and I think this is the position that he wants Williams and Wright to be in, that he can be in third wheel now. Have that big overview, and here he goes over to the right-hand side of the road. Really look at this, looking into the eyes of Fred Wright. Fred Wright's not
Fred Wright's not taking the bait. You see that? There was almost like a bit of I call it boxers press conference psychology going on there, just trying to stare him out. But Fred Wright wasn't taking the bait and looking into the eyes of James Knox. I love this psychological warfare.
Psychologically,
it's brilliant.
Wow.
James Knox has got that little bit of insolence about him, isn't he? He's quite. He's just, there he goes again. Bang on the inside. Another big acceleration by Knox just over the top of that climb. Has a look round, but Fred Wright straight onto the wheel. That was more trying the element of surprise. Now, if they keep doing this, well, Fred Wright straight over the top. Stevie Williams now is the one that's been forced to chase. Now, if they keep on cat and mousing here, because all the trust has gone, they want to win that jersey. This could possibly open the door. Depending on how much they let off to the group behind, who now sit at 18 seconds. So, another descent, one of many. Almost too difficult to count the amount of descents on this course. Up and down, twisting and turning. It has been a wonderful race here.
We're sort of looking at roughly 13 kilometres to go at this point in the race.
Yeah, give or take, as you say, we're heading towards the far end on the it's kind of the let's say the west side of the circuit at the moment, as James Knox goes again, this time using the flat, forcing Fred Wright to chase. Oof.
Oh, and he loses. Just see the back wheel just flick out to the side there.
Lost a little bit of track. I think he lost his gear as well, didn't he? Slipped a gear though. Whether the sometimes, although these rear mechs are finely tuned, sometimes it just doesn't mesh properly and you just spin around, especially when the chain gets quite dry and stuff. But James Knox has tried several tentative attacks because he knows that he's running out of terrain with which to dislodge Stevie Williams and Fred Wright. Both have actually matched the accelerations of James Knox so far. Now we know, just given this course, just given the results that these riders have had, these are three world-class competitors. There is no doubt about that. But how do they outfox each other? Can they afford just to outpower each other? They need to outthink each other as well. And Knox again goes from the front. Now, is there a conversation?
Puts it into a big gear there, Knox, and just look how he's wanted to just try and roll off the front. Williams will look around and look to try and force Fred Wright to do the chase here. And as the road starts to rise, this really plays into James Knox's hands here.
It does. Fred Wright straight on the power to try and bridge across. Looks like Stevie Williams maybe started to crack there a little bit. Well, no, it's not quite. Stevie Williams is still full of fight. The man from Cardiff latches on straight past James Knox. Well, this is body blow after body blow. Fred Wright looks round to survey the scene, and now it's him that's on the offensive. The man from London now going clear with the man from Cardiff, as Knox, the man from Cumbria, is now dropped out of the back. I'm losing track of my counties and my city names in Great Britain.
Absolutely. I think Stevie Williams will be giving you a hard time saying he's from Cardiff, the man from Aberystwyth.
Aberystwyth. Sorry, what am I talking about? What am I talking about? It's Owen Dawes from Cardiff. Sorry.
I'm sure he'll forgive you.
My
at this
apologies
moment after
to our Welsh viewers. I did get a strange glance from Hanno as soon as I said that, but of course he's from Aberystwyth, as you've already mentioned. But this man...
But it's interesting, isn't it, when you take a look down at the psychological affairs going on between James Knox. He's obviously looking strong, but the way he was able to just give that big glance, that big stare at Fred Wright, and Fred Wright has reacted with his legs and thought, well, if you're going to give me those looks and try and do me on these climbs, I'm going to go over the top and counter-attack and make your life extremely hard in order to come back here.
Yep, and they're actually making James Knox suffer here. His head is starting to go. He needs to continue with this effort. It's only a last few metres to close, so he finds another gear, slips it up a sprocket, leans on it, gets as low as he can, just to try and get as many aero gains as possible. And it does look as if James Knox has managed to fight his way back into contention. So a good bit of riding there, but he was put on the back foot after being on the offensive. He was the one that was suffering under those big moves. There's a 1-2 body blow, wasn't it? First Fred Wright and then Stevie Williams straight over the top. This is a riveting finale.
Incredibly special finale, because you don't know quite where it's going to come from. James Knox looked superior. You can see he keeps flicking the elbow, wanting to try and ride in third wheel at the moment. You saw that moments ago where he's just going to miss a few turns now. Let Fred Wright get onto the wheel of Stevie Williams, and could this be the point where Williams almost gains a handful of seconds, because now Fred Wright's flicking the elbow. Now the gains start to happen between Knox and Wright. This plays into Williams, so he's not akin to what's going on behind him.
Yeah, I don't think Williams knew that it was off the front. It was just James Knox not happy to go through. Fred Wright basically tried to force James Knox to shut that gap. It wasn't actually an attack from Williams. They both eased off, almost like trying to take each other out the back, which is hard to do in a three-man group. But now Williams knows there's a little bit of a gap. He's pressing on. So that's intelligent riding, especially after being briefly on the back foot. James Knox forcing Fred Wright to close that gap. I think given what we've just seen in the last couple of minutes, that's probably the wise thing to do.
Shows his confidence.
Yeah, it does. It shows he's always thinking. Despite being briefly on the ropes there, he's thinking, he's keeping lucid. He's being shrewd. And he's playing poker, and we use that word. But it is, at this point in the race, there is so much at stake. You have to use everything at your disposal. If your legs are tired, you've got to think the race as well. What can you do? Just to save a little bit of energy for that final haul, you force other riders to ride in front. And there we go. Well, he's James Knox, well, there's a little bit of a shake of the head there from Fred Wright.
It's a bold move from Knox to not come through. If he's not feeling like he's got the legs to close the gap and he doesn't want to contribute at this point, it's also a big risk to say, well, do you know what? I'm going to put my hands up. If the national title rides away from me, so be it, but I'm willing to risk here in order to save as much energy as possible and in order to go on and take the win.
I think also he knows that Fred Wright is an exceptionally generous rider. That's not taking anything away from Fred Wright, but he forced him to do that. But it's real brinkmanship, and I think James Knox, after being what looked like to be the stronger rider there, that would have come as an unwelcome surprise, being distanced and almost his jersey hopes going out the window. So that was a real frenetic flick of the elbow. I'd call that a triple, quadruple elbow flick there by Fred Wright. Slides his way, team pursuit style, onto the back wheel of James Knox out in front.
If you think each and every time that Knox has made a move, it's always come back together here, and he's having to now start to think, at which point on the course can I try and distance these two? Because as you just mentioned, Matt, he's obviously not backing himself against Fred Wright in a sprint. I know whilst it's an uphill sprint and he flattens off with 200 metres to go, he's not backing himself at that point.
Yeah.
He needs sort of 5-6 seconds at that point if he wants to go on and take this title. He certainly can't take right to the finish. But also Stevie, you can't take Stevie to that finish.
Well, totally. And that's why James Knox, every now and again, was just sitting on, puts on the pressure a little bit there. He's probably aware now that, thing is, it's again, we go back to that word, balance. You can sit on, think about things, force others to ride, but then you've got another couple of rides, only 20 seconds down.
I was just going to say, I wonder what the time
if he stops working, Fred Wright's going to back off, Stevie Williams is going to work off. So I think Knox is doing the right thing. He's played a blind of a race so far. All three of them have, in different ways. But now they're going to be thinking, how on earth do I become the British national champion? None of these riders have won it before. Fred Wright was a medalist a couple of years ago. I can go back and then tell you when that was. Well, Fred Wright was second to Ben Swift in Lincoln, of course, back in 2021, and has yet to record a professional victory. James Knox searching for a first pro win, whereas Stevie Williams has had 3 or 4 pro wins, and one of them, of course, at the highest level in the Tour of Switzerland, which we were talking about earlier on. And the oldest rider in this, both Stevie Williams and James Knox are 27 years of age. And Fred Wright from London is 24, sitting on the back, always turning a slightly larger gear, rolling it round, but when he really does turn on the power, he's got that real snap. He can sprint, he can do bunch sprints, he can turn his hand to pretty much everything, and that's what makes him a bit of a threat. And Fred Wright knows that the others know about that too. That's why he can almost accept that, well, if I was James Knox, what would I be doing now? And that's what you've got to do. Rather than get frustrated, you've got to think, well, why play it back? If I get frustrated here and I'm getting stressed, don't get stressed in a situation like this.
It's also using a lot of energy. If you start to overthink and become annoyed at what another rider's doing, you're letting them get inside your head psychologically and mentally. You really need to just keep focusing on, well, how can I go on and win this? Don't try not to think too much into and let them get under your skin and almost that annoyance.
Yep.
But I think for here, Stevie Williams is staying out of almost the mind games, the mind games between Fred Wright and James Knox here. He's just doing his own thing. He's keeping his way out of things. He's rolling through, doing his turns, taking a look around smartly, because we've not had a time check on the chasing duo of Owain Doull and Samuel Watson for a while. With all these games that are going on, and with a little lulls in the action here, they might not be too far away. Samuel Watson still had something left in the tank to give.
Yep. We shall see. As you say, they're keeping the pressure on, and they need to, because at the moment they're in a race-winning position, and the last thing you want to do is bring the likes of Owain Doull back into contention and Sam Watson, because Sam Watson, both Watson and Doull, have got very good finishes, and we're talking about the psychology of the final part of a race, as opposed you can go an all-in attack, but the difference on a final climb to the line is when you completely and utterly that's literally the finish line, isn't there's nothing more. So you commit to a final sprint for the win differently than you would to an all-out attack, because you have to measure it. You can't go all in and fall into a hedge. You've got to go all in and then continue with the effort. So all of these riders deliver power in a slightly different way. I think James Knox would maybe prefer a longer climb going from the bottom, but Fred Wright could hold on, and then when it flattens, unleash that ridiculous power as he tightens up his
He
shoes.
starts to think about the finish, tightens up the dials on the shoes. He wants to try and get rid of the bottle as well. There's no fans at the roadside, so he can't just throw it at the side of the road to
Squeeze it out.
get rid of any weight. But like you say, squeeze out the excess liquid in the bottles. Stevie Williams just laying off the wheel, just having a big overview of the two riders in front of him.
Still carrying, I tell you what, James Knox carried a lot of pace into that corner, didn't he? A little bit more than Fred Wright. Although they allowed
Very
himself...
confident in his tyres.
Yeah, well there we go, 30 seconds it is to the two chasers, which of course Owen Doull and Sam Watson of EF Education Easy Post and Groupama FDG. Fred Wright just looks around, another little check, knows that they need to keep pressing on here as Williams now rolls through, taking his turn out of the saddle. Now James Knox, this is the really the significant penultimate climb of the day, and it's a long one, it's not easy. It kicks up and then Williams goes. Now Williams goes, the first attack by Stevie Williams. Who's going to respond? The other two behind. If they let this man go, it's game over. He is dangerous. This man is sharp, and he looks around, and the man from Aberystwyth believes, and he piles on the pressure again. Williams is clear.
You can just hear the gears being clicked through the cassette as Fred Wright starts to do the chase. There is Knox losing a bite length. There goes 2 bite lengths, and Fred Wright goes around Williams now, and he's going in pursuit of the national title.
Well, Fred Wright goes straight over the top of both of them. You could hear the click of the gears, and Fred Wright has got a huge gear going now. But I tell you what, Stevie Williams and James Knox will not give up here. They will keep fighting all the way to the top, but the body language says that they cannot match the power of Fred Wright. The 24-year-old from Londoner has never had a pro win. He's come close on so many occasions. Such a likeable rider, fearsomely strong, a valued asset to Bahrain Victorious, and he's now opened up a lead of 50 metres on the duo behind.
And he takes a look around to see the damage that's been done. Why can he maintain this effort here? Because here comes Knox coming through, giving Stevie Williams a turn.
Well, look at that,
But what
it's
have they got
disappeared.
left between them both is yet to be seen, because here Fred Wright, head down, go in pursuit of this national title.
Well, Fred Wright eases off the pedals. He's opened himself up just by using it. I mean, the way he carried the speed, because he uses that low cadence, it's quite deceptive. It's 8 seconds already. He's just got to be careful not to overcook it on these slippery bends. The rain that's fallen has made it treacherous. But we're now coming in to the closing couple of kilometres of the British National Road Race Championships for the elite men here in Saltburn. North Yorkshire have hosted a wonderful week or so of national championship racing, and this is the final surge to the line to crown off what has been a great week. And what a win this would be for Fred Wright, churning an absolutely huge gear onto descent, and he's out of sight.
A monster gear as that lead. He adds another 2 seconds, 10 seconds as he keeps taking a look around. Where is Williams? Where is Knox? At the bottom of the cassette in the big ring. There's still something left in the last few kilometres from Knox and Williams.
Yeah, it might be just under 10 seconds actually. It looks like they are starting to close ever so slightly. This is nervous times here. If there had been a dry descent, it would have been completely different. So he needs to keep, he can't lose too much time. He can't be overly conservative. When what we saw before was Knox, who's actually throwing everything but the kitchen sink on these corners, taking a few more risks, but doing it exceptionally well. But back onto this little flat section now, where Fred Wright can open up the power, open up the taps. It's still only a slender lead, but he is thundering down this road now, using that enormous engine that he has under the hood. 9 seconds, Hannah.
It's going to be extremely close, I think, because seeing the way in which both Knox and Williams were climbing on the steeper ascents, as you see, they're just
Closing
tracking
in
at the moment, and they are closing in. I don't think that's 9 seconds. That's where we're heading for Saltburn.
Of course, the riders behind, because he's within touching distance, they are fully committed here. But then one can have a little bit of a rest before the other one takes over. So Fred Wright's lead is being cut. It's still a decent one. It's briefly out of sight as he just went round that bend as the road opens up again. Can they see him out front? No, he's disappeared as the road drops away. 8 seconds. The psychological benefit of being out of sight cannot be diminished at all. 7 seconds it is now for Fred Wright.
certainly between this duo, they were taking a lot more risk on that fast descent that we saw previously, and with another extremely fast descent into the lower slopes of Saltburn Bank, if they can try and take another couple of seconds, they've got the wheels to sit on, they've got the draft, and as he's going to round this left-hand bend, the road will start to fall away. You can all but dream of this national title in a first professional victory, Matt.
Yep, there it is. It's gone up to 9 seconds now as he starts to freewheel. They're out of sight. Fred Wright in a few moments time will come into view for us. We're sticking with the camera angle behind, which is an absolutely thrilling one. Strap yourself in for the last few bends here. Then the road starts to kick up. Just behind, the Williams and Knox duo. Soudal, quick step rider, thought he just took a dodgy line there. It's okay, I'm on the edge of my seat here. I imagine you are at home in the closing kilometre now of this race. We've got the national title up for grabs. Fred Wright picks his way around that final corner before the road starts to kick up now, Hannah.
After so many second places in Grand Tour stages, outstanding performances in the Tour of Flanders and in the Tour de France, Fred Wright takes a look around. He sees the damage that has been done behind. He was able to respond remarkably to each and every attack that has been given to him today. The only rider from Bahrain victorious within the race, the way that he's been able to manage and out of the saddle. Here goes Knox, he's going in the chase, and at the moment it's a handful of seconds as Knox has Fred Wright in his sights now.
Well, this is absolutely thrilling stuff. This is a pursuit. He's got a handful of seconds here. The lighter, pure climber Fred Wright reacted. You could visibly see his body tremble as he stamped his authority on the pedals. It's not over yet, but Fred Wright is solo, but he's only got 3 or 5 or 6 seconds on the group behind. And here they are, but I think now he's moving clear. He's starting to open up the taps. And then Knox goes again.
Knox goes again, the head starts to fall. Williams with a big injection. I think he's no longer being able to come back, and the road starts to flatten out here. Fred Wright looking for his first pro victory, and with 200 metres to go, the road falls away and it starts to flatten out.
Well, Fred Wright, after so many second places, looks like he's going to reign supreme. He certainly has the right stuff, that is for sure. It is going to be King Fred. He is going to be crowned the British champion. He glances round. It's his first professional win, a silver medal in the past. This is wonderful stuff. What a rider, so popular. He punches the sky, points upwards, and that, of course, is for Gino Mader, his fallen teammates. What an emotional, powerful win there from Fred Wright. James Knox, second place there, and third place for Stephen Williams. What a battle we have just seen on the streets of this wonderful seaside town of Saltburn, Hannah, and a quite marvellous, emotional victory for Fred Wright.
Incredible performance, incredible victory. Very, very emotional for Fred Wright. You see there, just pointing to the sky in memory of his friend and former teammate, and teammate, Gino Mader.
Wow.
Exceptional show from all 3 of these riders, and it's incredibly emotional.
Yeah, powerful stuff.
It is incredible. I think an accumulation of all the, of course, coming so close on a number of occasions, but also having such a dear friend in your mind as well.
Yep. Well, there we go. That's what it means to win the British title. But as Hannah just very eloquently mentioned and reminded us, as he pointed to the sky and he crossed the line, there's so many sacrifices that are made in this sport, and the ultimate sacrifice, unfortunately, was made by Gino Mader. But an emotional victory for Fred Wright for multiple reasons. But he ended up the strongest on the day, and these are the last few hundred metres. It was tight, though. It looked for a minute. Look, you can almost read out and touch him. The gap came down, Hannah, in the last few metres on that bend to about 3 seconds. But then that acceleration there, he just went again, didn't he?
It was having that little glance over his right-hand shoulder, knowing just how close it was coming. This was the moment that Stevie Williams opened up and wanting to really try and claw things through, but once Fred Wright saw that 300 metres to go marker, he knew he just had to lay everything down on the line, whatever he had left. You see, seated acceleration and really opened things up once the road started to flatten out there with 200 metres to go.
He's got such a devastating top end, doesn't he, Fred Wright? He really, really has. But to be away, then find that extra little kick, it did look as if James Knox was going to pull off a bit of a coup there. But then, ultimately, Knox had to concede defeat, securing the second place. A fine ride, best ride of his career in the British Road Race Championships. But Fred Wright's been so used to being in the silver medal position. But today, this is a moment to savour, a moment to remember. Writes himself in the history books, points to the sky and takes the win. He is your 2023 British Elite Men's Road Race Champion. Well, there we go, confirmation. Fred Wright of Bahrain victorious is indeed victorious. That pun never wears thin. James Knox in second place for Soudal Quickstep, and I think we might have a long wait till the next rider's out on the road. But Fred Wright, such a likeable fella. All these lads are good lads, they really are. But I think just the way he races, never say die attitude, and we knew the big win was not far around the corner, and his first one here was a special one, so he'll be in the stripes next year. We've still got these top 10 places to come. Next two on the road should be Sam Watson and Owain Doull. They were only 30 seconds behind, but maybe there's been a bit of cat and mousing. Yep, he is off to the Tour de France, Fred Wright, to wear that magnificent jersey. So that's just cool, isn't it?
It will. It'll be very, very cool. Proudly on display. Actually, I'll tell you what, with that form and the way he's ridden, be
just trying to
knocking on the door for a stage victory.
I have to go down the bookies and look at Fred Wright, the ring fence and cross and red mark a couple of Fred Wright stages. But he'll be overly, not that he needs to be any more inspired, but wearing that jersey is always very special. And here we go. I think we've already, some other riders may have actually finished, because these riders were dropped before. We've had 6 riders finish already. What a ride it was. There we go, James Shaw winching his way up the climb. It's Mark Donovan for Q36.5. And also in the mix as well, this is Josh Goliker. Good ride by him.
Performance by Josh Goliker.
Great ride. Of course, we've got the under-23 championships. We haven't seen quite. So Sam Watson.
Doull's come through in 4th place, 1 minute 29 down. Samuel Watson in 5th.
So
he's the first under-23 rider to finish. So he'll be the under-23 champion. Goliker is the second under-23 rider to finish. So he'll take the silver medal. Looks like Connor Swift finished in 6th place. Then we have Goliker here then Donovan, then Goliker in 8th. James Shaw in 9th by the looks of things. Oh, sorry, 8th, and then Goliker in 9th.
The next under-23 on the road should be Max Walker, I think, shouldn't it? Should be in bronze.
Yeah, Max Walker.
Just in front of Harrison Wood here. So missed a couple of riders crossing the line, but all our main protagonists are now safely home and can reflect on what has been a brutally hard race. And there won't be too many finishes. It will be intriguing to have a look back through the finishes and see how many riders were finally classified, especially given the speed at the front and the ridiculously hard nature of this course. And here we go. This is when Fred Wright decided to go straight over the top. The move by Stevie Williams, which looked great, and then straight over the top of Stevie Williams. Stevie Williams sat back down, had to recuperate a little bit as Fred Wright continued in a huge gear to move clear with pretty much every pedal stroke. As Harrison Wood crosses the line there. Solid performance by the man from Providence. Not a bad week for Fred Wright. 2nd in the TT Championships, 1st in the road race.
We've seen it before, Matt, where a rider takes a while for them to take that first professional victory. They have multiple podiums, top placings. I wouldn't be surprised now if he just goes on to almost be a killer winner now.
Yep, as you say, he's there or thereabouts, isn't he? But Yeah, he's certainly a rider who gives it everything. Well, all of these riders have, but in particular over differing terrain. If there's an opportunity, he'll take it. Let's have a look at the final top 10 here. Fred Wright, of course, is your winner. He'll be crowned National Road Race Champion shortly. On the podium for Bahrain victorious James Knox. A superb performance from the man from Cumbria. Second there for Soudal Quickstep. Stephen Williams, a very respectable ride there from the Welshman from Israel Premier Tech. Owen Doull in 4th place for EF Education Easy Post. Sam Watson, he's your first home for the under-23s. He'll take home the national champs jersey for that. He rides, of course, for Groupama FDJ. Connor Swift, 6th, the previous champion, detached in the latter stages. Mark Donovan, after breaking away earlier on, a brave 7th place for the man from Q36.5 Pro Cycling. James Shaw, 8th for EF Education Easy Post. 9th, Josh Goliker, silver medal in the under-23s for Groupama FDJ La Conti. And rounding out your top 10 here in Saltburn, Harrison Wood of Cofidis. And there's the moment where emotion just took hold, which is one of the most natural instincts we have as human beings, and I think it's wonderful to see. What a battle, though. These three were just taking chunks out of each other. They're good. There's so much respect between these three riders, but they do that. They cause each other so much pain. But when the victory comes, it's just so sweet. It's cathartic. A big hug from his girlfriend. Wonderful.
I think as well, during a race, there's riders, they keep that emotion completely at bay. There's no emotion shown. It's just thinking about that process, thinking and completely focused on the strategy and how to win the race. And it's like you cross the finish line and all the emotions come flooding out. And of course, after such a difficult 10 days for Fred Wright and the team, it's also understandable.
Yep. No, definitely. Well, we'll wait for a few more riders to cross the line. I think we might be waiting quite a long time. But the top 10 have finished. Well, a few more riders than that have actually finished. Let's have a little look. Yeah, we've still got quite a few riders have already finished. Sam Watson, Armstrong. But here we go. So very shortly, I know that British Cycling have been very efficient at getting us the podium quickly. I certainly hope you've enjoyed our coverage here. Flag to line coverage of both the women's and the men's road races here in North Yorkshire. It's been a pleasure to have your company. And soon we'll be signing off with some champagne. Give me another emotional moment on the podium. Let's have a little look back, glance at some pictures of what took place earlier on today. So on the menu, 189 kilometres, 10 laps of an 18.5 kilometre circuit here in Saltburn, and at the event organised, of course, by a red car in Cleveland Borough Council with British Cycling. And it was sunshine at the start, and the first couple of laps were run off at, quite frankly, a ridiculous pace, especially considering what was to come. Owen Doull looked good pretty much all day. Several splits came and went, and eventually a big group, about 30 riders, established themselves off the front of the bunch. And then a little move went clear with Mark Donovan amongst the number. Harrison Wood also in the mix there, and two riders from the Trinity Racing team, Ollie Rees and Max Walker, as well as Harrison Wood. That race, that breakaway, was eventually caught. Some young fans certainly enjoying their day in the sunshine and rain today. Mark Donovan was away for the best part of 2.5 laps, building a lead of around 1.5 minutes. But there's fun and games at the finish line. Some unicyclists also having an enjoyable day. Yeah, despite the rain, these Yorkshire folk are made of stern stuff, and there's an illustration of what the rain was like. It was like a monsoon, as we had a group of 6 riders that went clear, including Sam Watson, Owen Doull. But meanwhile, behind, the remnants of what was left of the peloton slipped further and further behind. James Knox accelerated with a lap and a bit to go, and that sharp acceleration by the man from Cumbria saw the former champion jettisoned from the rear, leaving 5 riders out in front. as we headed towards what would be the final lap. Dool managed to pull himself back in there. Wright also in the mix, and at Stevie Williams from Aberystwyth.
You'll be glad that you've got that one.
And then coming in for the penultimate time up the climb, despite getting back in contact, another acceleration, a stinging turn on the front by James Knox saw all hopes fade for Connor Swift, and eventually there were just 3 riders out in front. Fred Wright, Stevie Williams and James Knox. It was a brittle alliance, a lot of respect between these 3 riders, but it was a cagey game. But they continued to pile on the pressure out in front just to nullify the chasers behind, because Sam Watson, of course, was never too far behind with Owen Dool. And then it was Stevie Williams who accelerated on the penultimate climb of the day, but that was countered immediately by London's Fred Wright. The 24-year-old went straight past Knox, straight over the top of Williams, and was clear on his own. His gap actually was shaved back down to only 3 or 4 seconds on the second hairpin of the climb of the fearsome Saltburn Bank. So I can assure you the race did not finish there. Fred Wright did finish in first place. So Sam Watson, Josh Golliker and Max Walker are your top 3 in the under 23. So good riding there by Max Walker. I think it was Max Walker who had the bad cramp earlier on, wasn't it? So managed to pull himself through that one. Some good work. Maybe
very good recovery from that.
Yeah.
So he came in with his teammate Ollie Rees, who was a real protagonist in that large breakaway of 6.
So we're going to have a highlights take 2 just to finish, to make sure we just round things off nicely. So let's call Fred Wright home in a slow motion replay. So these were the final moments after a brief break. It's good enough to be in 2 parts, like Lord of the Rings. And it's this moment here that it looked as if there was a slight glimmer of hope, wasn't there, for Knox? It was a thrilling last few hundred metres, wasn't it?
When it came down to that first hairpin and the gap was down to 3 seconds, and this move from Stevie Williams and the injection of pace, it was looking like, had Fred Wright gone too early, had he used too much too soon, as soon as that road started to flatten off, a shake of the head, arms aloft, he went on to take his first national road title, his first professional victory.
Yep.
And what a way to do it.
Yeah, an emotional finish, well-deserved win, powerful moment for Fred Wright. It's a lot to take in, a lot to process, but from now on, every time he swings his leg over his bike, he'll be clad in the red, white and blue bands of British road race champion. So as soon as we can, we'll get to the podium. These riders, no doubt, will be getting wet wipes out, cleaning themselves off for the most important part of the day for them. And it's great to see the Hardy, a good crowd still assembled. Remember, this is pretty late. This is almost nocturne stuff, isn't it? There's some still riders finishing here. It's 2 minutes past 7 in the evening local time. A couple of riders still to finish here. This could be for a top 20 placing, I think. Let's have a little look. I think that was our man from Richmond Truck. It might have been Conor McGoldrick, actually, just taking that placing there. He was a part of that main split earlier on. Tell you what, and just to finish this race, with inside that 10-minute time cut is some achievement. That's the broom.
So what have we got? Less than 20 riders finishing today.
Yeah, something like that. 20, 25 riders. I mean, yeah, incredible. So all riders safely home.
I think in the end, yeah, with exactly 20 riders we've had finish.
Yeah,
it's
20.
just over 16 minutes down on our winner, Fred Wright.
Well, we had around 150 start and 20 finish. I'm not going to work out the percentage because my brain is fried from talking all day. Anyway,
let's say
there's a very low percentage of finishers. I think it's fair to say, even though the maths to work that out are very simple. But anyway, less of my mathematical ability. Let's head to the podium. or should I say mathematical inability. Me and Hannah are getting a bit delirious now. It's 13.3333 reoccurring.
Thanks to the calculator. Let's be
Cheers for
fair,
that.
let's be honest.
Cheers for that.
It's alright, we need it as we wait for the podium.
Well, thank you for bearing with us. It will be worth the wait to see the smile on the faces of these riders who've battled through such a tough day. And a reminder that we need to thank as well British Cycling for putting this event on, Stockton Wheelers and the Cleveland Wheelers as well. And a reminder as well that this particular area, there's a thriving youth circuit scene as well, called the North East Youth League, and the penultimate round is at the Middlesbrough Sports Village, run by the Cleveland Wheelers. You can see that on the 2nd of July.
I believe we've also got some brilliant para racing going on at the end of July as well, at the back end. Is it 29th and 30th of July? We've got the National Para Series being held here.
And that's in Stockton, yep. So, it's Stockton will be running, that particular round. So lots of racing. This particular area of the country, heavily involved in promoting cycling across all disciplines, across all levels of the sport as well. From grassroots to para, to men's to women's, youth, it's all there. And a final big nudge to British Cycling before we see the podium as well. We've had flag to line coverage. Me and Hannah have been on duty all day. And it's thanks to the members of British Cycling who pay their little as £26 to be a member for the year, that they're able to help put this coverage on. Because it is quite rare for national championships, isn't it, to do the thing from flag to line. So I do feel like I've actually almost ridden, although I haven't pedalled a pedal stroke, 2 national championships. So we've both ridden collectively the best part of 300 Ks, Hannah, so we should be proud. I think we deserve
7,000 metres of elevation.
Yeah.
It's not bad.
Yeah, well, do you know what? I feel pretty good. I feel pretty happy about that.
Yeah.
I think I might.
I don't think I've bonked too much yet, have you?
No. I might even have a shandy later. Anyway,
and some cheese and new crisps.
It'll be better than we're going to elevate it to something cooked in an oven. Anyway, here we go. It's been a great week's of racing here, and this is the final awards of these British Championships for 2023. Bob Howden's back on the podium. He's had a long shift as well as Bob. He'll be presenting the jerseys and the medals. First up, it's the under-23s.
In third place and winner of the bronze medal, representing Trinity Racing, Max Walker.
Max Walker of Trinity Racing takes home the bronze medal in the under-23 British Road Race Championships for 2023. Managed to pass through that difficult period of cramp.
Representing Groupama FDJ, Joshua Golliker.
Joshua Golliker of Groupama FDJ Conti, as the proper team is known, the development team for the World Tour squad, takes home the silver medal.
And in first place, your 2023 under-23 men's national road race champion, representing Groupama FDJ, Sam Watson.
And Sam Watson, silver medalist last year in the elites. Top 5 this year again, but this time it's the first under-23. So
back
it takes home, back to back.
Titles.
Of course, well reminded. Thank you. So
Last year he was a part of that continental team, and I think it's a real showing of the progression you can make within that Groupama FDJ team.
There's a real structure, isn't there, which nurtures the riders, brings them on, gives them confidence, and that's Groupama FDJ Conti conveyor belt continues. There we are, confirmation of your podium in the under-23 championships for this year. Sam Watson, Josh Golliker,
Ladies and gentlemen,
and
your
Max
British
Walker.
Cycling under-23 men's national road race champions.
And there we go, Watson, Golliker and Walker. Now, Hannah, you're going to commentate over this one. First one to pop the champagne.
And now
Yeah,
it's
the big
time
race is
to
on.
uncork
Who's going to
the
get there?
champagne.
Picking it up first is Goliker. A little bit of discussion between Walker and Watson. Watson wins, he's waiting, he's saving it, he's got his finger over it, they're all going to do it all at once, and here it goes.
I think it was, yeah, Max.
Respectful there from Watson, waiting for his teammate.
It was. Good bit of teamwork. The teamwork, should I say, continues from the road onto the podium as well. Now, great to see. Savouring their moment on the podium. So well done to Sam Watson, Joshua Goliker and Max Walker.
So a brief pause whilst we reset our podium, then we'll bring you the...
Brief pause for a reset. I think the reset is essentially putting out 3 bottles of bubbly with even spaces in between them.
Oh. Are they even in a foil there, Matt?
Well, they've been evenly spaced. They are pre-prepared. The foil has been torn from the top to save time, making the popping of the champagne or the bubbly as efficient as possible. So Fred Wright will soon be on the podium to take that magnificent, that beautiful jersey. James Knox and Stephen Williams will join him. 3 experienced pros riding at the top level of the sport, doing battle today on the roads of Yorkshire.
Ladies and gentlemen, the medal ceremony for the 2023 British Cycling Men's National Road Race Championships. The medals and jersey will be presented by Bob Howden, President of British Cycling.
Bob Howden makes his final appearance of the 2023 Championships. And on to the podium, we have our medal winners.
In third place and winner of the bronze medal, representing Israel Premier Tech, Stephen Williams.
Stevie Williams takes the bronze medal. He looked good. Actually, looked like he was going to go clear with about 3 Ks to go. But he was overhauled by a strong Fred Wright.
The silver medal, representing Soudal Quickstep, James Knox.
James Knox in the silver medal position. Really split this race apart, but couldn't match the raw firepower of Fred Wright on that long drag.
Place, your 2023 Men's National Road Race Champion, representing Bahrain victorious, Fred Wright.
Big cheer for Fred Wright. That is absolutely wonderful. I think that's just an illustration, Hannah, of how popular this young man is. Fred Wright is your British champion. Lovely to hear the enthusiasm, the genuine pleasure of the crowd there.
What a reception that was. I mean, we know he's got so many fans after the way in which he races, but I think that's a real show just of those who are there cheering him on. Such a huge roar.
And they're all from Yorkshire as well. Most of them. There'll be a few Londoners in the mix there as well.
They will.
But no, that was good. I mean, they're putting a great show, and they've lent us this wonderful atmosphere here as well. We couldn't do it without the crowd, could we?
Especially on that final climb up to Saltburn Bank. There must have been a few.
Ladies and gentlemen, your British Cycling Men's National Road Race
cheering on
Champion
for the riders, silencing the legs.
Well, let's see how they handle the champagne. There it is, Stevie Williams of Israel Premier Tech in the bronze medal position. Soudal Quickstep, James Knox.
We'll have a quick word with our gold medal winner and new national champion, Fred Wright. I think that was a pretty popular victory, Fred. And that was a tough race indeed. What a tough course that was. But you mastered it at the end, and a great solo win. You'll be really pleased with that one.
Yeah, I still can't really believe it, to be honest. I was going up the last climb just imagining Knoxie or Stevie coming flying past me. So, yeah. credit to them. It was a really hard race out there. I'm shattered, but yeah, to come over the line in first was really, really special, especially with the loss of Gino. I think I was racing with him in my mind, and yeah, special victory today.
Yeah, absolutely, Fredo. We all feel that for you, and yes, that's a great victory for you and everyone else who of course involved. But you now get to wear the National Champion jersey with Coin, going to a big race quite soon.
Yeah, it's a shame, we've got new kit for the Tour de France, and I'll be in different kit myself, but it's going to be nice. Nice bike as well.
He won't mind, really.
Yeah, I get to spend the whole year. fancy kit, fancy bike. Can't wait.
Well, you are the national champion. Congratulations, what a great ride. Well into our top three, ladies and gentlemen. It's high time you open this jump into the celebration.
Here we go. Champagne time for Williams, Knox, but mostly for Fred Wright. Is straight off the mark. First place there again for Fred Wright. Brilliant stuff. James Knox completely emptying the bottle over the assembled crowd and press. And that really was. That was a great race. It really was. It was an honest race, wasn't it? It was honest. It was exciting. It was arduous. Had all the wonderful component parts. It's why we love this sport.
And it all came down not only the test and because of the attritional and the whipping down process that we saw due to so many different attacks and moves that went up the road, but also so tactical in that final 12 kilometres. It was really, where was the race going to go? Who was going to be able to make the move? We thought it was done for the day for James Knox. Then he found something, came back. You thought on that short steep climb that Fred Wright was done for the day, the way that James Knox looked at him. But he came back, he had something left, and once he was allowed, or once he went up the road, there was no coming back. I think a terrific performance from all today, but especially this trio here.
No, totally. I couldn't agree more, Hannah. So Stevie Williams, I think, is about to be spoken to. Oh, James Knox is going to be first up.
Okay. Friend up. Yes, just at me, James, if you can bear it. James, yeah, come in together.
We're going to get
silver and
double
bronze,
interview.
Stevie Williams, bronze, James, silver. Anything you could have done to stop Fred today?
Nah, I reckon we gave it everything. We even tried to work him over a bit. I think if you watch the last couple of laps, made him close some extra gaps. He showed how strong he was early doors, and he was the man to beat, really, and he still won. So there you go. Fred deserved the title today, I think.
Happy with the medal nonetheless, Steve?
Yeah, definitely. It was a brutal race out there, as every nationals is. But we gave it a good shot, and I think if you had the legs stay on a course like that, then ultimately I think where you are on the podium is where you deserve to be. So great event, and really proud to be on the podium with a good mate as well, and also Fred.
Yeah, I mean that was an abnormally hard nationals, that one, wasn't it? So to have finished on the podium at all is a hell of an achievement.
Yeah, I mean it's always a really hard, tricky race, but I mean with the circuit we had today, I don't know what the coverage was like, but from the gun, it's a really hard race. The first two laps were probably the hardest of the race. And then from there, it was already survival, attrition. Lads going out the back, modern lads going out the front. But yeah, I mean, Stevie always managed to be there, making decisive moments. Managed to race a final. That was nice, to be honest, just to be in there with a shot. But last lap, I was really hanging on and doing what I could. So no complaints from my end.
Fair play to you both. Thanks a lot. Cheers, Stevie. Well done, James. Cheers.
There's a really honest appraisal of what went on. Even tried to work him over. You could see that to a degree.
All right, thanks a lot.
Yeah, two honest, hard-working professionals. Very
Brilliant from
likeable.
ear to ear. Fair play, Fred. How does that feel now?
Yeah, I still can't believe it, to be honest. It feels like it's been a long time coming getting that win, and I really enjoyed that race today. So hard. I mean, we started the first lap, and already there was, even after 2 laps, there was about 30 of us left. So it was just such an attritional race, but that really suited me, and I kind of thought, Stevie's so quick up, both of them so quick up, finishing climb. I saw my opportunity just on that second to last climb, knowing that I'd be quite fast over the top, down the hill, to almost extend the lead. And
is that a question of just buying yourself a few seconds against them if they're flying up the climb?
Yeah. I knew, going to be faster than them two on my own, just going down that descent into the last climb. So I took my opportunity when Stevie went to just hit him over the top, because I knew he was going flat out, and I gave everything to the top of that climb, recovered, and then Yeah, just about. I just still, think that Noxie or Stevie were going to fly past me on that last climb. I still, in my head, that's what was going to happen. But yeah, to look round and see no one there was one of the best feelings I've had in a long time. So.
Well, it's your first senior win. I mean, which is a stat that makes no sense to a lot of spectators, but it's true, and now it's happened.
Yeah, I think a course like this, sort of suits me because I can ride like a bit of a plonker and spend a lot of energy, and actually it hurts everyone else rather than just myself. So, no, I'm really happy with that, and I think, yeah, it's just going to take a lot of confidence with the legs. How I was feeling on the climbs today, and everything going into the tour. I think, yeah, maybe I'll be a bit more marked in a stripy jersey, but I'll be gunning for a stage win, that's for sure.
Fair play. Well done, Frank.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
You rode. Certainly didn't ride like a plonker, but I know what he means. And there's the moment where all the emotion came flooding out. But it has been a wonderful championships through from Wednesday, where we had the TT. Young little fan there giving him a bit of a clap. So it has been a magnificent national championship. So I hope you have enjoyed our coverage here, our flag to line coverage on the road races. It's been my pleasure to commentate alongside Hannah Walker. But for now, from Yorkshire, from Saltburn, you lot take care, and we'll see you very, very soon. Thank you very much indeed. I'm very tired. For watching. Take care. Bye-bye.